37459. Jago by Kim Newman. Copyright 1991 by Kim Newman. All rights reserved. Read by George Holmes.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Library of Congress annotation. Paul Forrestier and Hazel Chapelet have come to the rural English village of Alder for the summer. But what they hoped would be a quiet idyll of living together becomes a time of horror. As the village's annual rock festival begins, the Reverend Anthony Jago, spiritual leader of Agapemone, begins to work his evil on the villagers by getting into their minds and making their fantasies real. Strong language, some violence, and some descriptions of sex. 1991. From the book jacket. A long hot summer toward the end of the century. In Alder, a tiny English village dominated by a bizarre religious community known as the Agapemone, dreams and nightmares are beginning to come true. Paul, a young academic composing a thesis about the end of the world, and his girlfriend Hazel, a potter, have come to Alder for the summer to work and live together. Their idea of a rural retreat gradually sours as the laws of nature begin to break down around them. Fish sprout from trees, people undergo strange transformations, repressed feelings erupt into violence and death. Creatures from local legend, from science fiction, and from the darkness of man's mind prowl Alder. Human evil melds with the supernatural, and the village, swollen by an annual rock festival of cataclysmic proportions, prepares to reap a harvest of horror. As chaos spreads, engulfing the entire community in terror, Paul and Hazel find themselves drawn in different ways into the vortex of fear that lives inside the Agapemone. At the heart of it all is the Reverend Anthony Jago, spiritual leader of the Agapemone, a saint or a psychic. Jago is a man who can bring about heaven on earth, or hell. With this story of a religious cult and its darkly compelling leader, Kim Newman cements his status as a master of the horror fantasy form. An expansive, densely populated novel, Jago slips a stiletto blade into the heart of a brilliant vision of horror and transcendence. Here certainly is a feast for fans of horror and dark fantasy. About the author. Kim Newman, a freelance writer, film critic and broadcaster, is the author of The Nightmare, Bad Dreams, and Horror 100 Best Books with Stephen Jones. Having gained an international reputation for his short stories, his short science fiction and fantasy stories have been widely anthologized. He lives in London. For the people of the village of Alder in Somerset, a much nicer crowd than the inhabitants of the village of Alder, in the strictly imaginary county of the same name. I've heard all this stuff about consensus reality, and you honestly expect me to believe that we've just been maintaining this fragile structure of reality based on an agreement between people who can't agree upon anything? Lisa Tuttle. Prologue. Under blood-red clouds, the Reverend Mr. Timothy Charles Bannerman touched Lucifer to his sexton's torch. Flames curled like instantaneous ivy about the pitch-clogged cotton. When old Gerald held it up, wind-whipped fire was briefly transparent against the sky. "Quickly," said Bannerman, "before it goes out." He pulled his ulster tight against the ice caress of winter, and wished he had thought to save his gloves. A pile of combustibles towered 3 times a man's height in the center of the clearing. Gerald thrust the torch between dead branches into the straw, cloth, and paper heart of the structure. Bales in the middle, good hay which in other years would have lasted until spring, caught easily. Epileptic flickers lit the insides, and dancing black bars of shadow were cast upon the villagers. Deep in the belly of the fire, wood began to crack and spit. The burning heap shook and settled for the first time. "It would be as well, I think, if we all stood a little back." Others followed the vicar's lead, but the heat reached further, unwilling to free them. Bannerman's hands were pleasantly warm now. He admired the bonfire. The vicarage library was in there. The collected sermons of his predecessors could serve no better use, and there would be little further call for novels, tracts, or bound periodicals. His flock had looted their homes, scavenging anything that would burn. Clothes and books were easiest to bring up the hill. For those whose households were equipped with neither had taken axes and split doors, beds, tables, fences. The sparse furniture of a double handful of lives was cast away, leaving souls the purer for the sacrifice. They had been gathering fuel for some weeks now, with the enthusiasm usually reserved for Guy Fawkes Night. Neighbouring villages had mocked over mulled wine and mince pies on the 5th of November. The story had been that the people of Alder proposed to set light to their own houses by way of honouring the failure of gunpowder treason. There had doubtless been no little measure of disappointment in the taverns and tap-rooms of Achilzoy and Othery when this had turned out not to be so. Bannerman's flock had its ambitions set higher than the preservation of Parliament. No effigy in a tall hat perched atop this fire. The clothes crammed into it were Sunday best or workaday sturdy, not worn-through scarecrow cast-offs. "How the stuff of this world burns, sir," said Gerald. "How the things that are dear to men and women are as nothing in the sight of the Lord." "Quite," Bannerman replied. "Should it be deemed necessary that we pass through the eye of the needle, we shall have no need of Mr. Lewis Carroll's fabulous elixir." "Indeed not, vicar," replied the sexton, who, Bannerman at once realized, could have understood but half his allusion. "Indeed not." The faithful of Alder had begun to gather on the hillside in the middle of the afternoon. Now they stood about, uncertain. Most were quiet, some doubtless inwardly afraid, some radiant in prayer. All were wrapped in the solemn business of putting away from themselves everything they had known. Fields had been neglected for days, tools abandoned on the bare earth, bewildered livestock left to wander. Down in the village, a dog was howling for its supper. A few had brought house animals with them. The Graham child struggled with an armful of kittens. Bannerman turned away from the fire. He saw the familiar view as if for the first time, knowing this was his last look at the Somerset levels. The red in the sky spilled across the horizon, staining the wetlands as they had once been stained with the blood of the Monmouth rebels and King's men who fell at Sedgemoor. Until tonight, that had been the last battle fought on English soil. An older rebellion, Bannerman thought, was about to be put down. Out on the moors, just visible from the clearing, a lone farmer stood with his cattle. Jem Gosmore had chosen to be with his beasts at the last, not his wife and children. Occasionally a ripple of talk would run around, as of the crowd clearing its shared throat. But mostly the flock was quiet, quieter even than they were wont to be of a Sunday morning, during Bannerman's sermons. He sensed barely suppressed elation among them, but also unconquerable unease. The widow Combs was silently weeping. He could not tell whether her tears were for Geoffrey Combs, dead 3 weeks too soon to be here, or for her front curtains, reluctantly yielded and just now crumpling in the flames. He had assumed they would sing hymns, but did not think it ought to fall to him to propose the notion. Bannerman could feel the strength of his congregation's faith when their voices were raised in "He who would true valour see," or "How amiable are thy tabernacles, O Lord of hosts." Granver Shepherd had brought his fiddle, but seemed undecided whether to play an air on it or pitch it into the fire. Often, after a strenuous bout of bowing, Shepherd remarked wistfully, "I don't know, when the time comes, as I should care to exchange this old instrument even for a harp." Shepherd tossed first his bow, then the fiddle itself, onto the fire, and stood back. As the wood buckled and smouldered, the catgut snapped with eerie, high-pitched sounds. Granver backed into the crowd and received the sympathy of those who had likewise surrendered their dearest possessions. Many had given up the tools of their trades, thus their earthly livelihoods. Despite the heat, Bannerman shivered. His first doubt worried gnat-like at him. He hastily brushed it away. The people of Alder were not wrong. He was not wrong. There was an outbreak of chattering as the Misses Pym, Pretty Alice, and Prettier Grace arrived, trailed by their father. Tom Pym was bent double under a wicker hamper. Several younger men came forward to relieve him, and opened, the hamper gave testimony to his daughter's well-proven talent for the manufacture of cakes, tarts, and sundry sweetmeats. In a burst of excitement, suddenly hungry queues assembled, and the Pym girls began to distribute their produce. Alice came to him, bearing a fat cream horn, and smiled with deliberation. She was trying to show her dimple to its best advantage. "Mr. Bannerman, would you care?" "Thank you, Alice, I believe I would." He took the confection out of politeness, but found it disappeared in 3 bites. His normal appetites, which he had thought reduced to insignificance by the momentousness of the occasion, were running strong. Of late he had neglected the trivial necessaries of a life soon to be abandoned. Now he rather regretted his absent-minded abstinence from the honest pleasures of the table. Other abstinences, not quite thought of, bothered him too, but— Alice fluttered around, inquiring after the cream horn. He rewarded her with a kind word, which he instructed her to halve and share with her sister. When she gave no sign of practicing the prescribed generosity, he called Grace over and bestowed the demi-compliment in person. Miss Alice shone a little less than previously, and Miss Grace's habitually pert expression shaded microscopically into smugness. There was no doubt but that the Misses Pym were the local beauties. Attentions, thus far unrewarded, had been paid to them by young men from as far away as 3 parishes. Had things been otherwise, Bannerman might have been disposed to consider either as a suitable match himself. In addition to his living, he had holdings from his late father. The girls could not find a more marriageable prospect within the county boundaries. Tradition would seem to indicate that he pay his attentions to Alice, the elder Miss Pym, but he suspected that his inclination would be rather towards Grace, the younger. But things were not otherwise. He caught Gerald frowning disapproval as the Misses Pym pressed more food upon him. The sexton had lived 66 years and never married. The girls let him be, their father having summoned them elsewhere to be praised for a particularly successful jam pastry. Bannerman wiped traces of cream from his moustache with his handkerchief and threw the boiled linen into the flames. It was alight and gone like a mayfly. He tried to think about anything but the Misses Pym, and found it easy. The coming events bulked large in his mind. He could not help but regret in some small way the need totally to abandon the life he had made for himself. He tried to compose himself, to lose the tautness in his throat. He stepped away from the heat that excited his exposed skin and warmed his clothed flesh. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he consulted the half-hunter his father had presented to him upon his graduation from Lampeter College. "Make something of yourself," he had exhorted. He snapped the watch shut and pocketed it. From this moment onwards he would have no more use for his father's gift, but he did not think to toss it to the fire. The almanac entry for the day, Tuesday the 8th of November, 1887, had been proven correct. The sun had gone down at precisely 18 minutes to 5 o'clock. The book was in the fire now, never to be right again. By its reckoning, the sun would rise again at 14 minutes to 7 tomorrow morning. In this, Bannerman knew the almanac to be wrong, for tonight was the last night of the world. Throughout his short career in the church, Timothy Bannerman had thought of himself as a modern. Given a choice between the account of the creation set out in the book of Genesis and that which might be inferred from the origin of species, he was apt to agree with the bishop, who remarked that the one was dictated to Moses by the Lord God, while the other was the work of a far less distinguished gentleman. However, he was willing, more willing indeed than the majority of his parishioners, to concede that a literal interpretation of the Bible led to arguments more troublesome than those into which he cared to enter. And he was of the decided opinion that miracles, visions, and angelic visitations were the province of the Roman rather than the Anglican Church. Bleeding statues, portents in the skies, and nuns speaking in tongues he believed the province of sensational romances of an earlier century, not of current religious thinking. Therefore, when Jas Starkey, hardly the most devout of his flock, wakened half the village with hysterical tales about a burning man in the woods, Bannerman had not instantly deduced that his parish was regularly playing host to the angel Raphael. Indeed, his next sermon had been a largely humorous warning against the evils of strong drink, in which Starkey's fable was instanced as an unfortunate result of inordinate fondness for the rough cider brewed in the locality. Those who had spent a fine summer night dashing up and down the hillside paths with pails of water, drenching perfectly good trousers, had laughed appreciatively. It still seemed singular that the angel should choose to reveal himself first to a tosspot who would greet the apocalypse with a head befuddled by scrumpy from the bed of a woman, not his wife. And yet, that was precisely what had happened. The village stopped laughing at Starkey when others began to see the burning man, and to give more detailed descriptions of the apparition. It was not easy to discount the testimony of Thomas Pym, lifelong abstainer and churchwarden, or Geoffrey Holmes, farmer and respected local sage, nor could they deny the account of Louisa Gilpin, a girl whose eagerness to talk about the angel that had come to her exceeded her reluctance to explain the nature of her nocturnal excursion into the woods with Jem Gosmore's second eldest. Finally, no one could doubt the word of the Reverend Mr. Bannerman, vicar of the parish and soi-disant modern. Bannerman had been with the first party deliberately to enter the woods by night in the hope of seeking out the apparition. It had seemed larkish, accompanying superstitious locals to chase the resident ghost. With others more credulous, he thought, than himself, Bannerman waited in the clearing where the figure had most often been seen. He examined the burned patches that bore witness to the spectre's late presence, and personally put them down to careless handling of night lanterns. His own light burned low, needless under the unclouded, new-shilling bright half-moon. He took the odd nip from Dr. Skilton's hip flask. Dr. Skilton of Yeovil, Bannerman's frequent dinner guest and conversational companion, was the sole outsider on the expedition. The medical man had lately returned from the interior of China, and was full of amusing accounts of the superstitions he had met there. Tom Pym viewed Skilton with open suspicion, especially when the brandy was in view, but the rest of the company were by no means against a brief suckle at the little silver bottle. The best of the village was there, Bannerman supposed, Pym, Granver Shepherd, Combs, Winthrop of the manor house, and 2 or 3 of the newer landowners, whose families had farmed their acres for less than 3 generations. Although still September, the night was cold. Skilton was joshing Bannerman with facetious comments about looking up the rites of exorcism when the burning angel appeared. The heat was tremendous. All present were browned as if from the summer sun for days afterwards. Bannerman covered his eyes, then forced himself to look at the beautiful form of the man in the halo of fire. White vestments hung from perfect limbs. His hair was a smooth sheet of flame. His outstretched arms were tipped with blazing balls, in which fingers could barely be discerned. Bannerman knew at once this was an angel. The apparition opened his mouth, and a tongue of fire flickered. His eyes, too, were ablaze, and the angel spoke. "Babylon the Great is fallen, and is become the habitation of devils." The angel continued, but Bannerman knew the words anyway, the words of chapter 18, verse 2, of the Revelation of St. John the Divine. and the hold of every foul spirit, and a cage of every unclean and hateful bird. Skilton went forward to touch the angel, and, in an instant, burned the flesh from his hand. Bannerman did not hear the doctor scream or smell the cooking of his meat. The clergyman was on his knees in worship, in wonderment. This was the moment he had been awaiting in ignorance all his 27 years. His mind stretched like a balloon, expanding with the revelation that had been granted to him. To him! Not St. John the Divine, but Timothy Charles Bannerman of the parish of Alder in the county of Somerset. As one entranced, he saw it then. He knew without doubt that the day of the end was at hand. Its very date burned into him by the glance of the angel. He felt it raise in fire on his forehead, then sink into his brain. The 8th of November. Had he lived, it would have been his father's 60th birthday. Day of Judgment. Day of Atonement. Day of Armageddon. Day of Apocalypse. When the angel was gone, his image danced before Bannerman's eyes, burned into his sight, as if his retinae were photographic plates. Bannerman knew his Bible and his history well enough to gather that being the chosen people could be uncomfortable, and he acted accordingly. Knowledge of the privileges due to his parish was to be kept within its bounds. He preached no sermons on the angel's announcement, and did not alert his bishop to the divine manifestation. He believed the revelation to be for the benefit of his parish only, or else, why grant a foretaste of it to Jas Starkey, who had nothing, apart from his theoretical membership of the Alder congregation, to recommend him? Bannerman abandoned the scheduled services. He did not need to spread the word. Within days, everybody in the village knew. Others saw the angel in the clearing, others received the news. He had no trouble convincing his flock when the burning Raphael could be seen every other night in the shimmering flesh. Only Skilton, his useless right hand baked through, disbelieved the divinity of the apparition, and he retreated to London in search of a doctor who might give him back his fingers. The doctor was not disposed to spread the news. In Bridgewater and Taunton there were distorted tales of an Alder ghost and a parson gone mad, but when they reached Bath and Bristol they seemed to blend in with other similar stories. There was no need for another spirit presence or another crazed cleric in a half-century already overstocked with both commodities. Bannerman's bishop wondered if he should do anything about whatever was going on in Alder, but decided to wait until after Christmas, on the assumption that it would blow over long before that. A few, very few, people vanished from their homes and went to stay indefinitely with relatives in Alder. Others, with kin in the village, were either not offered or refused the chance of salvation. The flock were at first bewildered, then frightened, then delighted, then bewildered again, by the knowledge that the end of the world was due directly, and that they alone of humanity had been vouchsafed a definite absolution for any and all sins, and selected to sit at the right hand of God. But they respected their young vicar, who had never before misled them, and most followed him. Some who had not hitherto been overly dedicated became sudden converts. The more devout put aside their daily toils and spent their time in and around the church, singing, praying, contemplating. Louisa gave up whatever functions she performed on her parents' farm, and transformed into Bannerman's unofficial maid-of-all-work. Wherever he was, she could be found a respectful 15 yards behind, hunchbacked by the huge family Bible she carried everywhere in a shawl slung around her shoulders. As she prepared the parson's occasional meals, or desperately sought to see some pattern in the letters that made up the words of the book, several young and not-so-young men of the village felt cause to regret her current distraction. Bannerman was amused and moved by the girl, who thought she had been given a free pass to heaven, and was trying to scrape together in good works enough coin to pay her way above board. The idea of the bonfire came from nowhere. Perhaps it had started as the usual Guy Fawkes celebration, but been taken over by the more significant event. In any case, Bannerman approved, and what Bannerman approved was as close as spit to the will of the angel Raphael. So it was that the righteous gathered on the hillside, sure of a good view of the devastation of the rest of the world. They could see at least as far as Glastonbury Tor from the clearing, and the spectacle was bound to be magnificent. Word had spread of the desolations to be visited upon the unrighteous, and opinion was divided as to whether the sinners of blighted Bridgewater, whose lights could be seen on the horizon, would be burned up by a rain of fire and brimstone, or swallowed down by the opening of the earth. Either calamity would be no more than the harlots, swindlers, gin-dogs, and municipal thieves of that notorious town deserved. So it was that the end was near. The fire swept upwards, 50 feet or more. Embers funneled towards heaven like mad stars. None could endure the heat within 10 feet of the blazing pile. Bannerman's underclothes were sweated through. His face was grimed, and his heavy ulster had a fine dusting of ash. Withal, he was jubilant. The hour of the angel was approaching. All the hosts of heaven and hell were soon to be let loose in this place. He stripped his cape and twirled it from his hand. It sailed on the hot wind of the fire, an albatross taking wing. In the flames it writhed like a man of fire, and was gone in seconds. Bannerman was giddy. The flock followed his example, and ventured nearer the fire, pulling off winter coats and woolen shawls that would never again be needed. It was warm enough. Hans helped Bannerman with his frock coat. He was comfortable in his waistcoat and shirt sleeves, able to feel again the not-quite-dispelled bite of November night. He wiped his face with his hands and wiped his hands on his trousers. Some of the men were stripped to the waist, dark streaks of soot and white skins. The Misses Pym wore only cotton shifts and stockings. They were without sin. The whole flock was without sin. Someone was quoting, "Naked you came into this world, and naked you shall pass into the kingdom of heaven." Bannerman clutched his throat and twisted away his white collar. He felt freer without it, better able to breathe. On the other side of the flames, Louisa Gilpin danced. She was naked as a newborn child. "See, O Lord, how we have put aside the things of this world," she shouted. Somehow, Bannerman was still shocked. He understood and tried to purge himself of feelings he knew to be a part of the world well lost. He had never seen a woman naked, and Louisa was not like his imaginings. The phantoms of his night thoughts were cleaner, more like classical statues than this substantial, galumphing girl. He wondered whether he should take steps to curb the faithful, lest joy give way to licentiousness. But there was no sin. "It don't matter any more, do it?" asked Gerald. He was naked himself. His body, like sourdough, hung in lumps on a skeleton. "We're saved?" Bannerman hesitated, but the Spirit of the Lord was within him and guided his words. "We are saved, Gerald. We of all are chosen. We are without sin." "Without sin?" echoed the sexton. The cry was taken up and became a sing-song chant. "Without sin! Without sin! Without sin!" Clothes flew to the fire and were consumed. Shirts danced in the updraft and flamed like crepe paper. The chanting went on, and there was dancing. It might have been a festival of the South Sea Isles, but Bannerman knew true Christianity when he saw it. Flesh glowed in the firelight. Bannerman backed away from the dancers, but the Misses Pym came to him, breasts bobbing, and tugged at his remaining clothes. He helped the Pym girls, plucking buttons, shrugging out of his waistcoat, kicking his boots away. Finally, he stood naked as Alice and Grace, close to them. Beneath the warmth of the fire, he could feel, even without touching, the warmth of their bodies. They had kisses for him. He touched the secret places of their bodies and felt their flesh pressed close against him. First one, then the other, Alice, then Grace. Then he could no longer tell which was which. Inside his head he heard the angel Raphael whispering more familiar words. "Let him kiss me with kisses of his mouth, for thy love is better than wine." His knees buckled and he sank to the ground, the Pym girls with him. A sister, which one, rolled apart, and the other was beneath him. They joined with strange ease. By the red light on her face, Bannerman saw it was Grace. Prettier Grace. His head close to hers, he could hear her whispering a disjointed, distracted prayer. Still moving with the girl, he looked up. In a series of photographic flashes, he gathered that Grace and he were not the only ones among the flock who had taken this last opportunity to pleasure in the flesh they would soon leave behind. There would be a resurrection in the flesh, but it would be better, cleaner stuff than this. The angel was smiling upon all. Granver Shepherd, fumbling with the widow Combs. Tom Pym. Kneeling behind Louisa Gilpin, the girl on hands and knees, her hair over her face, his hands working her hips. Gerald and Jem Gosmore's youngest son, conjoined in an unimagined act of love. Winthrop, still in his breeches, kissing Jem Gosmore's wife, his hands on her breasts, Bannerman and Grace. Grace! She grasped under him and collapsed, crying his name as he spent. They lay cooling together for a minute, and then she rolled away. He lay on his back, grass and earth beneath him, stung all over from the spark-spitting fire. He sucked in great gulps of cold air and tried to shake fevers from his brain. But a Pym girl, Alice this time, came to him, hot hands stroking, and he was lost. Bannerman woke up, warm between bodies. A blanket or something had been thrown over them. A horror came upon him. He sat up, elbowing one of the Mrs. Pym in the process. She groaned and pulled the blanket. Bannerman was cold now. "Have I missed it?" came a voice. "No, Vicar." He looked around. The voice had been Gerald's. The verger was cross-legged by the fire. Jem Gosmore's boy slept with his head in the old man's lap. Bannerman got his eyes to focus. Few of the faithful were standing, most were dozing. The fire had collapsed and spread, but still burned fiercely. Louisa Gilpin squatted, her unbound hair tented about her. She held out a cloth-wrapped arm. "I burned myself, Mr. Bannerman." "You must have it seen to, child." "No point to it. I won't have no use for this poor carcass when the Lord comes. He's a greater healer than you'll find in Yeovil, or in London either." The clouds had gone, and the moon illumined the hillside. The firelight was dimmed by comparison. The night was half over. He had no way of knowing the exact time. His watch was in his waistcoat, and his waistcoat was gone to the fire. Someone was sobbing. It was Tom Pym, wrapped in someone else's coat. "What happened to us, Mr. Bannerman? To be so close, and yet to throw it all away?" Others looked at him. Other unhappy faces. Bannerman stood up, confused for a moment. What had happened? Then he remembered. "This is only flesh, Tom, and of no consequence. You know that. You all know that. We have been taught well. There will be no shame, for there can be no sin among us. We are the chosen of God. The old ways are hard to put aside, but we must." Bannerman was not sure the words were right, but the spirit was still strong in him. He cloaked himself in the blanket. The Mrs. Pym, awake now, shook in the cold and huddled together. He saw the dirt on their bodies, in their hair, and the blood. He opened the blanket and invited them to the warmth of his body. Grace slipped in quietly and was enveloped, but Alice drew back. She was pouting, not playfully. She did not make a dimple. She touched herself, and her fingers came away bloody. "I'm hurt." "No, Alice." "Yes!" He was a cat's hiss, venomed with loathing. Alice darted lithe as a naked Indian into the bushes. He heard her fighting branches and thorns. Then she was gone. The fire crackled and burned lower. It would have been perfect for baking potatoes. For a long while no one said anything. "Daughter," said Tom, "let us go home." Grace, snug next to Bannerman, pretended not to hear. She pressed herself to him, kittenish and coy. Tom looked death at his vicar, then turned and left. He found a path from the clearing and trudged after Alice. It was as if Bannerman had been slapped hard. He knew this was the last night, yet the faithful were divided among themselves. They had been chosen, but they imperiled the privilege, spurning the Lord's favour. It would be a tragedy to suffer eternal perdition because of a lapse of belief scant minutes away from the sure and certain hope of— Alice and Tom had not been the first to leave. Others had crept away while he slept. Winthrop was gone, taking Jem Gosmore's wife, whose name was Katy or Kitty, one or the other, with him. There were more than a few faces missing, and those that remained were shadowed with despair, shame even. The faithful were sadly depleted. He began to preach to them, to recite rather, taking the Revelation as his text. He had most of it by heart, and his voice was good. The words came easily. He had read them so many times at Lampeter, and they had been given new fire by the angel. He sounded strong, but his flock still drifted away in ones and twos. Hastily, shamefully, defiantly, in disgust, in anger, they left. Many cursed him out loud. Others were too exhausted to say anything. Still he preached, until there were only 3 beside him, and his voice faltered. Old Gerald, pity in his eyes, Grace, asleep on her feet, and Louisa, face shining with madness, he realized, not divine light. The fire was a circle of ashes. The sky was light in the east. The moon was low. It was nearly dawn, a dawn that should not be, but was. The Reverend Mr. Timothy Charles Bannerman wept for all he had lost. Even Gerald was gone now, to face the things he had found within himself. Grace was curled up, an unburned dress over her, like a bedspread. Only Louisa was there to witness the very end, the end of all things. She knelt, adoring the Lord, adoring him, waiting with him, aching for his dreams to be the truth. "I seen him too," she said. "Raphael. Angels tell no lies." He had nothing more to say. There was a half-circle of sun on the horizon. His eyes watering, he kissed the girl on the lips. Perhaps, underneath everything, she was prettier even than the prettier Miss Pym. Maybe madness made her beautiful. Gingerly, Bannerman stepped over the fire-line and felt soft, hot ash under his soles. He half-knelt and scooped up a handful of cinders, rubbing them into his skin, smearing chest and limbs and face. There were a few hot coals. He ignored them, feeling burns less than itches. He straightened and walked towards the center, the last of the flames nipping at his ankles, scorching the hair off his shins. He did not know where he was going. But when he got there, Raphael was waiting. Bannerman was closer than he had ever been to the burning angel, and in daylight he saw the dead cores of its flaming eyes. He opened his mouth to ask a question, but the angel, light, dimmed by the dawn, took him in his arms and kissed him. The eternal fire bit deep into his back and spread over his body, raising great blisters as it spread in irregular patches. Hot breath crept down his throat. The angel's empty face was near, and Bannerman's eyes popped with the heat. He felt himself being burned alive and was not sorry. Louisa watched him until he fell in pieces from the angel's embrace. The burning figure stood over the pool of stinking, steaming oil that had once been a man and faded in the sunlight. To a yellow ghost, then to nothing. She found rags to cover herself and went back to her father's farm. Grace Pym slept until someone came for her. Part 1. Chapter 1. When they first came to Alder, the big heat had already been on for over a month. In the daytime, the house, built to weather centuries of winters, was like a Casablanca gambling hell. Paul had tried working upstairs and almost come down with heat-stroke. Luckily, there had been a wobbly roll-top desk on the veranda. Hazel helped him set it up surreally on the lawn, under the fairly constant shade of a survivor elm. He replaced the missing foot with a non-essential book, William Le Queur's nigh unreadable Great War in England in 1897, and now had a decent workspace. The extension cord of his IBM Electric snaked back into the house through the kitchen window. Papers flapped under makeshift weights, which was irritating, but even the slightest breeze was better than still heat. The typewriter hummed, but he didn't even have a sheet of paper in the roller. This was one of his thinking sessions, which meant he was stalled, letting his mind wander until his unconscious sorted out what he should do next and passed the message upstairs. The converted cowsheds had big folding doors that opened to turn the studio into a cutaway diagram. Hazel was hunched over her wheel, working a lump of clay. She pushed her longish hair out of her eyes with a dry wrist, then got her wet fingers back to the emerging pot. Clay rose and fell, a mushroom cloud, a vinegar bottle. Throwing pots was hypnotic, almost erotic to watch. Sometimes the process appealed more than the result. Paul knew nothing about ceramics, but could tell Hazel relied too often on what her tutors told her. In the shop attached to the studio, her pots were distinct from the bleaches, wax fruit among the real. But she was improving. Certainly she had been the more productive of them so far this summer. She applied herself with enviable concentration, a strength he hadn't expected. He had been going out with her since Easter, and it was now mid-July. Paul supposed he loved her, although he was always uncomfortable with the L word. She was named Hazel, for hazel eyes, naturally. In fact, almost almond eyes. She had very slight epicanthic folds. Her father had been in the Navy. Maybe a seafaring ancestor once took a Chinese wife. Otherwise, he guessed she was just pretty. She was Paul's first major affair since Sally the Psychotic. She had liked skunk music and torn up T-shirts for a rock merchandising company, and they had arranged to spend the summer together before deciding whether she should move into his flat back in Brighton. He thought this a formality, but now the possibility of it not working out was starting to tickle the back of his mind. While the countryside was very obviously burning up, they were almost imperceptibly cooling off. The crisis had been official since spring, and the harvest was set to be a disaster. The land was ailing. Around him, the grass was piss-yellow. Up in the orchard, the property was a post-Holocaust wasteland. The apples had ripened early, but under shiny skins the fruit had been sour and hard. This morning Hazel had had to get up at 6 to phone the Bleaches on their lecture tour in Canada until September and break the bad news. Their garden was suffering a slow, lingering death. Mike and Mary were understanding. The instructions were to do the best to limit the damage. Paul had only met the couple once, but liked them very much. Mike was external assessor for the Polytechnic, and one of Hazel's tutors recommended her as a working caretaker for the summer. The Bleaches were right not to shut up shop while they were away. Agriculture might be down, but tourism was up. The shop was so busy some mornings that Paul had to fill in for Hazel with customers so she could get a few uninterrupted hours at the wheel. The bell by the showroom steps jingled. He looked across the lawn. Hazel was sliding off the seat of her wheel, brushing off her apron. The visitors weren't customers. They hadn't gone into the shop. Hazel joined them on the steps. Paul realized immediately they were a pair of Jago's peace and love zombies. In their Woodstock-era outfits and beatific, living-dead expressions, they were unmistakable. He'd seen a few of the species around the village, but had never had to speak to any of them. Until now. He'd heard of Alder before this summer, of course, the village where God lives. There'd been a piece on cults in the Independent, and an acid profile of Anthony Jago in the New Statesman. The Agapemone was well away from the village, but could be seen from the moor, a prime sample of early Victorian megalomaniac architecture halfway up its own little hill. "Hi," said the broad-hipped woman. "My name's Wendy, and he's Derek. Welcome to Alder. We'd have been round before, but it's been hectic." She had brought flowers, miraculously unshriveled, and handed them into Hazel's arms carefully, as if passing a baby. The Lord God evidently outranked the parish council when it came to water regulations. Paul had been yearning to violate the local authorities' sprinkler ban and give emergency aid to the lawn, but water laws were being enforced with the zeal 18th-century revenue men had employed sniffing out lace smugglers. "Hello, I'm Paul Forrestier." They'd come over to his desk. Hazel had provisionally put the flowers in a vase in the showroom and was wiping clay-grey hands on her caked apron. "This is Hazel. Chapel," she added, smiling. Her name was Chapelet, actually, but she didn't like it. "Hi. Thanks for the flowers. We're from the Agapemone. said Wendy. "That means abode of love," said Paul. "Right. I'm impressed. I heard you were a brain of some sort. Are you a Greek scholar?" "No," he said, embarrassed. "English lit. I read an article." "Oh." Wendy dropped a hint of defensiveness. "Well, never mind. Don't be put off. Jesus Christ didn't get a good press either. We're not really like the Manson family, honest." Wendy's cheeriness was suddenly unconvincing. The New Statesman had compared Jago with Sun Myung Moon, L. Ron Hubbard, and, tactfully, Jim Jones, but Paul let it pass. He didn't want to go into a discussion of the tenets of the acid gospel. He had Wendy and Derek pegged as old hippies, but Wendy's conversational daintiness was almost conventional. She wore CND, animal rights, and legalize it patches on her embroidered waistcoat, and her grey-touched hair was frizzed and long. However, she'd have been as happy representing the Women's Institute as a fringe cult which worshipped God in the flesh. Under multicoloured skirt and tie-dyed blouse, she was creeping chubbily into middle age. "Tony's amazing," said the man, Derek. He was thin and worn, his Midlands accented hesitance suggesting he did little of the talking. "He's got the whole world sussed." "Oh, yes." Wendy took over again, digging leaflets out of her Rupert Bear shoulder bag. Hazel took one. "He's helped us sort ourselves out. We used to be really screwed up." Paul cringed inwardly. He was afraid Wendy was going to ramble on about their Messiah. "He's far out," said Derek, without apparent irony. If this went on much longer, Paul was going to have trouble keeping a straight face. Hazel sat in one of the garden chairs and picked through the handout. Wendy and Derek sat on the ground, cross-legged. Derek plucked a few straw-coloured blades of grass and started braiding them. "The earth is dying," he said. Or was that the earth is dying? "Yeah," said Paul. "Time for the big red sunset and the giant crabs." "The time machine, right?" "Yes." Paul was surprised. He would assume Derek was remembering the film, but Hollywood had left out the giant crabs. Hazel was excited, brighter than he had seen her since spring. "Can we go?" The tiny overlap of her front teeth, which she hated and he quite liked, showed, as it did whenever she forgot not to smile broadly. She handed him a leaflet. It was for the summer festival. He did not realize how big it was going to be. Hazel pointed out the names of several groups he had never heard of. One of the headline acts was Loud Shit, a skunk band Sally had taken him to last year. He didn't think they'd get involved in anything remotely religious, and grinned at the idea of how well they would go down with the Tory-voting farmers of Alder. The nearest they came to a love song was a number called Fuck Off and Die. He'd broken up with Sally shortly afterwards, when she'd had one of her breasts tattooed. "We were going to ask you," because you make pots, "if you'd like a store to sell stuff from. We've got all sorts of craftspeople, weavers, wood-turners, jewellers, and some really good theatre groups, and things for kids. We've been scheming for months. It'll be even better than last year." Hazel went, She was unhappy with her recent work. "I've only had one gloss firing, and there was a hiccup with the glaze. Too many things came out dingy brown. I haven't got much sellable stuff. A few things from last term. I'm sure it'll be lovely." "Most people will be stoned anyway," said Derek, nearly giggling. "They'll make up their own colours." A pause. Wendy's lips thinned momentarily. Derek would get a reasonable talking to later, Paul was sure. He felt sorry for the man, intuiting that he'd been dragged by his girlfriend into Jago's sect and was liable to be stuck with it. Until the Reverend gave the Beatles double white one spin too many and called for a bloodbath, or, depressed by an income tax investigation, decided it was time to try out the Kool-Aid and cyanide cocktail on his congregation. "But I'm firing again tonight. I think I know where I went wrong. I'm not used to this big kiln. If it turns out okay, I'll have some pretty things. I hope. I've also got a couple of boxes of Mike and Miri bleaches pots. They're supposed to replace the work that sells from the shop, but nobody will mind if they go during the festival." "That's great." Wendy clacked her beads. "We'll put you down for a table. Come over to the Agapemone when you can and pick a site. We don't lock up or anything. We try to be really open, and anyone can come to one of our meals or Tony's services. There's no real mystery. We'd like to have you, both. Thanks. I'm a bit busy with my thesis, but we'd love to drop over, said Hazel. There's blow all else to do out here. Hazel took Paul's hand. Hers was dry, and he felt slick clay powder between their palms. You must come. He'll like you, and you like him. Tony. Paul had known whom Wendy meant, the Reverend Anthony Jago. In photographs, he had eyes like Robert Powell as Jesus, and the 3 weeks dead expression Paul associated with William S. Burroughs. Post addressed to the Lord God Alder was apparently delivered to him. We must be going, Wendy said. So much to do, so little time to do it in. When Wendy and Derek had gone, Hazel got a different vase for the flowers and filled it with precious water. Then she went back to work, and Paul was left to his books. Chapter 2. Leaning on his cherrywood stick, Danny Keogh rested. Not wanting to strap himself into his old Volkswagen because of the heat, he had decided to go round the outlying farms on foot. Inside, the car smelled like burning tires. Still, it might have been better than punishing his trick knee on this long hike. The old wound was playing up, and a permanent haze had settled on his brain. He had not been smitten by the sun like this since 1947, his stint in Palestine. Maybe somebody would give him a lift to the Maskell farm. It was unlikely. On the levels, you could see cars coming from a long way away. There was nothing in sight except a blue van pulled up on the verge 100 yards down the road. This was a B route anyway, not wide enough for 2 vehicles to pass each other without one having to back up into a lay-by. He was only here to serve Maskell and a few smaller farmers. The tarmac was springy. The patches laid down in spring to fill in potholes were bitumen black and tacky. Across the ditches, rubbery fields were moistened only by rancid remains of long-dead grass. The ditches were mainly muddy depressions streaked with pale, cracked earth. Although these were the wetlands, there wasn't much wet this year. It would be a bad year, and Jago's jamboree would only make it worse. Last Christmas, they had sent him an anonymous present. Inside the thin square parcel was a gramophone record, Don't Stop the Carnival, by the Alan Price set. He should have laughed. This was not a carnival, this was a zoo. The hippies were animals, despoiling the countryside, breaching the peace, disturbing the livestock, interfering with people, raising a racket. He was late with his petition because he'd been laid up by the heat, but he had hopes it would be longer than ever. He mightn't stop them this year, but he was making a dent. Next year, or the year after, maybe. He didn't care if he was grappling with the Lord God. Danny Keogh had dealt with a campaign of terror before, and this time he would brave it out. His country had let him down in Palestine, running away from the Jew boy killers. Things were different now. It was all up to him. There were no politicians to chicken out when things got hairy. 4 years ago, he'd been sweet-talked along with the rest of the village. But when he saw the first carload of teenage tearaways come up the road, he knew what it would be like. They didn't call themselves hippies anymore, but that was what they were, all right. And hippies were no different from gypsies, savages, vermin. Nomadic trash with no hopes, messing up one place and going on to the next. It was an invasion, an occupation, a week of unrelieved din, litter, harassment and degradation. Naked and painted kids using the street as a toilet, drugged freaks running riot. And the noise! It wasn't music, any more than a plane crash was music. Afterwards, Alder looked as if a Panzer division had rolled through, followed by an Apache war party. The next year, and every year since, Danny had been making a din of his own, trying to put a stop to the festival. He began with letter writing. He remembered with pride the headline the Western Gazette printed over his first published letter. "Hippies should be stopped," writes decorated veteran. He sent copies to the district council, the county council, the Sedgemoor and District Preservation Society, his member of Parliament, and the Bishop of Bath and Wells. He'd been in the Gazette again regularly, also the Bridgewater Mercury, the Western Daily Press, and the Bristol Evening Post. HTV West came and interviewed him in his front garden, but they had cut up what he said, and also had on some posh-voiced dropout from the Agapemone to make him look like an intolerant old fool. Even then, the television station had letters in support of him. But the festival happened again, and it had been even worse. Every year it got worse. 5 weeks before the second festival, the last of his cats had been run over in the road. Danny was sure the car was from the Agapemone. It was part of some obscene rite which demanded sacrifice. Over the years, indignities had mounted up. His front garden had been trampled over, his stretch of white fence pissed on and spray-painted. The side of his house had been fly-posted with so many advertisements for groups with disgusting names that it looked like a modern art collage when he tried to rip it down. He wasn't the only victim. Mrs. Graham, who lived alone, had been terrorized by young thugs who pitched a tent in her garden with not so much as a by your leave, and had passed away the next winter. Mr. Starkey's youngest, Tina, had been lured into the festival. She had come back half-naked, doped up to the eyeballs. The family had to send her away to an approved school, and Danny heard she had to get rid of her baby. There was also damage to crops, animals, roads, and private property. It had to be stopped. This used to be a beautiful countryside, but since Jago came to the manor house, it had turned like milk left in the sun. He started walking again, trying to keep the weight off his knee. There was pain in each step. Lately, he was more aware of his old wounds and thinking of how he had got them. It must be the heat, taking him back. During the Gulf War, he had grudgingly raised a brandy in salute every time one of Saddam's scuds got through to the Jew boys. Every time he read in the Telegraph about the PLO blowing up people in Israel, there was a little holiday in his heart. That was what an American writer had said about Palestine. Every time a British soldier is killed, there's a little holiday in my heart. The Jews invented terrorism, and he relished the thought of them choking in Tel Aviv on their own medicine. Sometime soon, when he'd stopped the festival, Danny was going to get back on their case. He'd been prodding the army and government for years. He had a scrapbook. He knew how many Irgun killers held high office in the Israeli government. They hadn't paid their debt to Britain, their debt to Danny Keogh, yet. But there was time. He'd walked as far as the blue van, and was in sight of the Maskell house. There was a group of people in the nearest field, standing among some skinny cows. One of the animals was down, and a man knelt by it. Maurice Maskell stood over them, eyes shaded by a tweed cap, hands on hips, listening. The farmer looked now as his father, Major Maskell, had done in the 1950s, weathered and authoritative. But he wasn't the man the Major had been. He had never been to war, never faced the enemy. Danny found a concrete bridge. Not that he needed one to get across this ghost ditch, and walked into the field. He waved his stick, but no one turned to take notice. He joined the group. The kneeling man was Donald Goddard, the local vet. Danny had taken his cats to him. Goddard was finishing a depressing diagnosis, which Maskell was doing his best to take on board. "It's the heat," Goddard concluded, standing up, brushing dry dirt off his knees. Maskell was thinking. The two other men in the group looked at the tall farmer. They were farm labourers, Reg Gilpin and Stan Budge. Everyone was worried. No one said anything, so Danny piped up, "Morris, if I might have a word." Maskell looked as if he didn't recognize him for a few seconds, then snapped out of it. He grasped Danny's hand and took hold of his shoulder, steering him slightly away from the others. "Danny, hello. Good to see you. I've got something on right now. I'll be with you in a moment. Go up to the house, and Sue Claire will get you something cold, okay?" "Rightio." Maskell gave him a slight push, sending him across the field toward the house, keeping him out of the group. Danny heard the vet talking. "There's not much more I can do here, Morris. Keep on as you have been, and I'll give you a ring tomorrow." Maskell mumbled a goodbye, and Goddard started toward his van. When Danny got to the gate that separated Maskell's concrete yard from the fields, he looked back. Maskell was talking to the men. Budge gestured angrily, voices raised. The workmen spat on the ground. It was obviously a rough day all round. In the yard, Maskell's wife was greasing a saddle. She dressed like the land girls Danny remembered from the war. Tight trousers and a loose man's shirt. Her eyes were covered with beetle-black glasses. She smiled to see him coming and waved a cloth. "Good morning, Mr. Keogh." "Is it?" She ignored the comment. "Morris sent you over, eh? I've got a jug of lemonade chilling in the fridge. Join us." "I shan't be stopping long." Sue Claire Maskell had her top 2 buttons undone. In the sticky heat, her shirt outlined her breasts. She wasn't wearing a bra. Danny found it hard to understand. These days, this was the way a respectable woman dressed. "I've more calls to make," he said, holding up his new folder. "The petition. Excuse me, will you? I'll get the juice. Morris is coming. Be right back." She went indoors to her kitchen. Danny watched the seat of her riding trousers as she walked. She must be years younger than her husband. Their children, a weedy boy called Jeremy and a robust girl named Hannah, were barely old enough for school. Jeremy was the beginnings of a nuisance, wandering around in a dream, falling in ditches, having tantrums. Danny had heard that Sue Claire Maskell had strange interests: crystals and acupuncture, stargazing. She wasn't from around here. He remembered the girls in Jerusalem who crowded the barracks, bodies like ripe fruit. One of them had brought in the bomb. Perhaps one he'd been with? The heat had been driving everyone crazy. It was almost a relief to be in the fanned cool of the hospital, and he remembered the other woman from the other war, the German parachutist. No one talked about her. Danny might even be the last man alive who had been there the night the Nazis tried to bomb Alder. Maskell was right in front of him, talking. "Brings you here?" "Pardon?" "Danny, you were miles off. Somewhere cool, I hope." Sorry." Danny drew breath, preparing to say it all over again. "Morris, it's about the—" He had to swallow his speech. Sue Claire Maskell was back, with a tray. Morris took a glass of thin green drink and forced it into Danny's hand. The glass felt like a thick icicle. He took a swallow. It was bitter, not the sweet fizzy stuff he called lemonade. Maskell rolled his glass between his palms, then put his chilled hand to his forehead. "Wonderful, Suki. Just what I needed." "Was it bad?" she asked him, setting the tray down on a broad windowsill. The side of their house was thickly covered with none-too-healthy ivy. "Uh-huh. Donald thinks we've lost more of the herd. It's not a virus, really. Just rotten grass and the heat." "Oh, no." "And I had to let Gilpin and Budge go. Budge hollered union. But there's no case. We can't keep them on the roster. There's nothing for them to do. Still, it wasn't any fun." "Shit." Danny flinched. He was wrong, a woman using language like that, a respectable woman. He opened his folder. "What about compensation?" "Nothing doing," Maskell said. "At least not yet. It's not a real disease, Donald says, just the heat." The woman frowned, brow wrinkles above her sunglasses. "By the way, he said to keep giving Fancy the horse pills and hope for the best." "Terrific," she said acidly. "It's not his fault, Suki." Sue Claire Maskell drank her lemonade. From the house, Danny heard a dog whimpering and children arguing. "Stop it, you two!" Sue Claire shouted. "Hannah's been frightening Jeremy again," she explained. "She keeps telling him Jethro's got AIDS and is going to die." Jethro was the dog. Maskell glowered. "We'll have to see about that," he said. "Sounds like too much television." Danny saw Jeremy, a large-eyed little boy of about 7, in the kitchen door, lurking. Realizing the visitor could see him, he vanished inside. "Morris," said Danny, "I'm trying to put a stop to all the trouble." Maskell stared again, as if looking at a madman. "What?" "The trouble, the hippies, the festival." "Oh, that. Sorry, I thought you were going to do something about the drought." Danny's knee started to throb. "If you and your wife would sign this—" Maskell took the folder and cast his eyes down to the statement taped to it. Danny knew it by heart. He had spent a lot of time experimenting with different wordings. "We, the undersigned, year-round residents of Alder, take objection to the so-called festival organized by the Agapemone. We charge A.W. Jago with failing to properly keep order at said event, and protest the considerable hardship, nuisance, and financial loss it causes us. We entreat the authorities to prevent the festival from taking place on the grounds of flagrant violations of the law." On an attached sheet, Danny had put details of these specific laws broken over the years. It was an impressive and frightening document, the upshot of long days in Bridgewater Library with newspaper files and law books, and an expensive half-hour with a Langport lawyer. Maskell took a long time reading the basic proposition. His wife leaned over, sunglasses up in her hair, and read too. "Morris," she said, "we can't." "I beg your pardon?" "No, Suki's right. I'm sorry, Danny." He gave the folder back. "This year we can't sign." "But the noise, the litter, the damage—" "It's the heat, Danny. It's throttling us. If we harvest early, we'll save something, but it won't be enough. The animals are beaten. There's no grazing, no hay to be had at any price. We've got insects, blight, everything. I don't see what that has to do with it." Maskell sighed and put his arm around his wife's waist. They were presenting a united front. "I've been talking to Jago's people at the Agapemone. James Lytton, who does most of the organizing, is a reasonable man, not a religious loony. In the past, he's made sure that everyone has been recompensed for everything. You know that. It's not the same. No, but it's something. The festival is very profitable. This year, it might just keep us all out of the poorhouse. But it's a damned menace. It makes money. Lytton says Jago wants to put some of it back into Alder. The fields aren't much good for anything this year. I'd rather keep going as a campsite than be broke as a farm. I'm letting them use the place for a lot of things. Camping, parking, a rec area. We're even having some music. It's a godsend," Sue Clare said, resting her head on Maskell's shoulder. "Sorry, Danny," Maskell said. "That's the way it is. It's the heat. The fucking heat," said Sue Clare Maskell. Chapter 3. When they passed under the Big West sign and started towards the motorway, Ferg slotted Easy Rider into the deck. It was great driving music, even if he had borrowed the tape from his hippie dad. "Head out on the highway, looking for adventure." By now, everybody else was already on their holidays. There was little traffic about, but what there was found it easy to overtake Dola's camper. Ferg put that out of his mind. If he put his foot down hard, he ought to be able to get this wreck of a dormobile up to 60. This should be a breeze. Then the player chewed up the cassette. It whirred, feeding tape into its workings. "Careful," Ferg said, as Jessica stabbed stop eject. She pulled out the tape. Brown spaghetti strings pulled taut. "Watch it!" The tape snapped, leaving a snarl inside the machine. "There goes the music," said Mike Toad from the back of the camper. Ferg glared sideways at Jessica, who was squirming, trying to shove the evidence into an over-full glove compartment. The catch sprang, and the cassette fell between her feet, plus half a bag of sweets, a fistful of tissues, a road map, and some garage competition cards. She put her knees together, obscuring his view of the mess. "No music, eh?" said Dola. "You forget I've got my trusty guitar." The first twangs filled the camper, and the first complaints. "Perhaps you should save it for the festival," suggested Sirita. "Perhaps we could fix the cassette player," suggested Jessica. "Perhaps Dola should consider a career in silent meditation," suggested Mike Toad. The twangs took on a tortured and hurt tone. "Come on," Dola wailed. "You're supposed to be my loyal roadies. Where's the support I count on you mob for?" Mike Toad, who was always trying to be super cool and cynical, but was usually only rude, had the answer. "We're mainly your roadies, so we don't have to listen to your concerts. And we get into festivals free," Jessica added. Ferg thought they were pushing Dola a bit far, but kept his mouth shut and his eyes on the road. Getting onto the motorway here could be tricky. "What smells of pork, fish, and frog at the same time?" asked Mike Toad, who knew lots of jokes. After a pause, he finished the riddle. Miss Piggy's cunt. Dola laughed, but he was the only one. Hitchers ahead, Ferg said. They all looked. Just before the roundabout, a scraggy line of people stood by the road. Most had duffel bags and number plates, but one couple had a cardboard square with Alder Festival printed on it. Ferg slowed down. Dola? What? It's your van. Do we pick them up? Sure. We're on the road, and you're road captain, remember? Ferg pulled over, and Sarita had the back doors open. She leaned out and called to the Alder Festival sign holders. Bundles were thrown in, and the hitchhikers hauled up. Ferg was off again before the doors were shut. Batten that hatch, Dola snapped. Someone saw to it. Everyone else turned to examine the new people. Ferg glanced up at the rear-view mirror to see what they looked like. They were teenagers, probably about his and Jessica's age. He was Asian, and dressed in expensive jeans and a casual cardigan. She was a goth, small, red-headed, all in black. I'm Pam, and this is Salim, the girl said. She had white makeup and red lipstick. Are you prepared to work your passage? We can pay, said Salim. He took something out of his bag. Ferg couldn't see, but there was a commotion. He's got some gear, said Jessica. If it had been Ferg getting into a van-load of strangers with some dope, he would have waited a while before offering it round. Then again, he supposed not many undercover policemen had Mohicans. Welcome aboard, shipmates, said Dola enthusiastically. I'm Dola, and this is my crew. That's Ferg up front driving, with his lady Jess by his side. This is Sarita. She's from Crouch End. And that's Mike Toad, trying to look macho, mean and moody like a Levi's advert. Don't mind him, he's a prat. Are you a band? Pam asked. No, I'm a solo act. These people are my combination road gang and clack. He was threatening to play, said Mike Toad, so I'd roll a joint and quiet him down if I were you. Oh, wow, said Jessica, who could be very irritating when she tried. They hit the motorway, and Ferg put his foot down. He wanted to be in Alder well before nightfall. Dola sucked the first puff out of Salim's joint and passed it on. He started in on one of his joke songs, a version of Roy Rogers' A Four-Legged Friend. Ferg sniffed sweet smoke and tried to ignore the horrible noise. This could turn out to be a long drive. Chapter 4. Sister Jenny brought her a pot of Earl Grey and some fruit at 3. It was one of the child's duties to organize the afternoon tea break, and she was punctilious about it. She had the Agapemone divided into coffee drinkers and tea drinkers, biscuit eaters and fruit eaters, and knew who took milk and or sugar with what. Most of the brethren were with James, down at the festival site, so the girl had an easy job of it today. She lingered, drinking her own tea. Susan gathered she and Jenny were the only ones left in the house, apart from him, beloved, Anthony William Jago. She could feel his presence always. Blocking him out was a constant struggle, and Susan found it increasingly difficult to hold back. The brothers and sisters of the Agapemone were also wrapped up in their spiritual wrestling matches. It gave her headaches to be around their emotional fallout. She couldn't be more than a few seconds in the company of Wendy Aitken without sensing the ghosts pressed around the large, energetic woman. Susan saw desperation behind all Wendy's activities, felt all too deeply formless yearnings, dangerous desires. Something had happened to Wendy once, something that left her in a permanent fog of shame, anger, and dread. Throw in the usual religious fanaticism, and you had a powerful mix. Bad vibes, Derek would have said. Susan knew better than anyone what that meant. And the others were as strange. Mick Barlow, all ambition and barely leashed lust. Derek, trailing after Wendy like a wounded dog, rarely acting on his own. Sister Mary Law, ticking away inside her burn-out zombie shell. Gerald Taine, silently awaiting his beloved's orders, ready to die or kill for the fountainhead, flashing back to the Falklands. And the women, the sisters, Janet, who'd been initiated at the same time as Susan, Cindy, Kate, and Karen, all comely, to use Jago's expression, all looking for love, all trailing ghosts. Groups like Jago's were a lodestone for the neurotic, the disturbed, the disaffected. The library was the largest room on the second story, an irregular octagon with a wide door, 2 thin windows, and 5 floor-to-ceiling bookcases. There were as many colourful paperbacks on the shelves as dusty embossed books. When the brethren had moved in, they removed most of the Winthrop K books and papers to a storeroom, which was why it had taken Susan so long to get to them. Valuable material had been replaced with an assortment of the expected, 3 different sets of the Lord of the Rings, plenty of Carlos Castaneda, T. Lobsang Rampa, Eric von Daniken, John Lennon, and Love Is, an odd assortment of religious commentaries, mostly Christian and mostly cracked. There had been one shock, in with the books about psychic powers, astrology, druggy mysticism, and flying saucers. The Mind Beyond had been remaindered shortly after publication, and this copy had the telltale grooves sawn across the top. Susan had looked with a frisson at the young girl on the cover, and made sure the book disappeared. It seemed unread, but she'd felt more than usually uneasy for days, and still had moments of irrational panic. There was such a thing as being too bloody sensitive. Jenny ambled around the room, fingers brushing the spines of books. Susan wasn't getting anything off the girl just now. Jenny was too simple to be readable most of the time, too young to have many ghosts. That said, Susan got the impression of great strength, a great sense of purpose. Both were unusual among Beloved's flock. The child, Jago's latest sister-love, was relatively new to the Agapemone. Maybe she would change. Jenny was a focus, a calm in the heart of chaos. Susan hoped she could protect her somehow. At least she could try to limit the damage. Jenny should be young enough, resilient enough, to come through in one piece. Unlike some of the others, Wendy, for instance, or Marie-Laure, or Taine, Susan saw death in their faces, smelled it on their breaths. Luckily, her duties kept her apart from the others, usually well shielded by the stacks of books. The Agapemone was like the army. They found you a job based on what you had done before. Her library and publishing experience made her the wordsmith. She supervised the Agapemone's publications, its occasional press releases, its work with local evangelical and historical groups. Like James, she had a welcome excuse to get out into the real world. Otherwise, she would not be able to keep in touch with IPSIT, with David. Ipsit, pronounced eyesight. So many masters, so many callings. No wonder she had trouble with migraines. She'd taken to using aspirin again. David claimed it should make no difference, but it seemed to cut down background noise, probably a placebo effect. She swallowed 2 pills with her first mouthful of tea. They stuck briefly in her throat, then washed down. She drank more tea and licked the roof of her mouth to make the bitter taste go away. Jenny asked after Susan's headache, and she gave a non-committal reply. Sooner or later, she'd be called about her habit, but she'd deal with it then. Anything to stay sane. The girl hovered, waiting for Susan's cup. Her long blonde hair was centre-parted, swept back behind slightly prominent ears. When she first came to the Agapemone, she had worn only black, with a gypsyish load of bracelets, earrings, and bangles. Now she favoured white, and a small crucifix around her neck, usually under her dress. In her late teens, she'd looked younger. Susan remembered the fix she'd been in at that age. She had been Witch Susan, not Queen of the May. That was long gone now, and forgotten, except by David. Jenny picked up a heavy book and stroked its binding. She opened it and paged through, looking for photographic plates. Susan bit a tiny hole in the bitter purple skin of a plum and sucked the sweet flesh. Almost nobody else used the library, which alone made it ideal for Susan. During the last few weeks, she'd spent most of her waking hours at the desk in the middle of the room, spreading books and papers on the broad expanse of aged oak. She read, made notes in shorthand, cross-referenced volumes that had gone unopened for half a century. She was supposed to be here to build up the big picture. David should never have let it go this far, should never have let the project get so out of eyesight's control. Now it was up to her to make him understand precisely what was going on out here in which country. She rolled the sour stone around her mouth, tongue scraping away the last threads of plum. Finding nothing of interest in her book, a theological tract from the 1860s, Jenny put it down and looked at one of the Winthrop K. scrapbooks. It had 1924 scrawled in watery blue ink on a paper plate pasted on the front cover, but the brittle newspaper cuttings inside came mainly from 40 years earlier. At first, Susan had thought it was just someone's collection of juicy scandal. The first few pieces related to a gruesome murder spree of 1887. Jeremiah Gosmore, a farmer, had killed Martin, his son, and Gerald Hogg, the local verger. He had also attacked his wife, whose name wasn't recorded, and a Colonel Edward Winthrop, before being captured, tried, incredibly enough before Winthrop a magistrate, and hanged. The murderer's pitchfork had been bought from the widow by Madame Tussaud's waxworks for their Chamber of Horrors. Lurid, Susan supposed, but not very relevant. Jenny was absorbed. Gosmore must have lived at Gosmore Farm. The pottery as now is. The chief witness was called James Starkey. My Nana was a Starkey. James must be some great relation. They've always been Starkeys in Alder. Funny how you never hear about these things. I thought Alder had a dead boring history, year after year of harvests and floods. They must all be buried in the churchyard. Except Jeremiah. They don't put murderers in hallowed ground. Next came a tiny scandal, the birth on the 3rd of July, 1888, of a daughter, Mary Elizabeth, to one Alice Frances Pym, aged 15, who would appear to have been unencumbered with a husband. This doesn't sound very Victorian. It wasn't all hard work, happy families, and muscular morals. The age of consent was 12 or 13. Old newspapers are full of pieces like that. The mystery is why the man who put the scrapbook together thought it was worth clipping this particular one. Jenny looked back at the date in the front of the book. 1924. Mary Elizabeth would have been grown up. Perhaps he married her. Oh, no. Edwin Winthrop was otherwise engaged. The tenor of the items in the scrapbook changed. The headlines became unusual by the standards of any age. Miraculous apparitions. Psychical researchers investigate. Poltergeist phenomena on haunted hillside. What's this? Jenny asked. Ghost stories, I think. The man who lived here in the 1920s was interested in psychic phenomena. He wrote books about ghost hunting and local folklore. Burning Man sighted in Somerset? Sounds like the Sunday sport. All this had been in the library, undisturbed, long before the founding of the Agapemone, long before even the birth of Anthony Jago. Susan shivered like the damn fool in a ghost story who, poring over manuscripts recounting obscure and bygone atrocities, feels the lengthy, many-jointed fingers of the unquiet dead reaching out for her rapidly beating heart. Alder is a very haunted village, Jenny. Whatever is happening here has been happening for over 100 years. Jenny chewed her knuckle and turned a creaking page. A newspaper article, folded in on itself because it was too large to fit the book, flopped open. And something is happening, isn't it? Susan nodded. Beloved knows, doesn't he? Careful, Susan. Whatever else this girl is, she's also a sister of the Agapemone. Jago or Brother Mick could have ta'en break your neck. Beloved will tell what he knows in time, sister. I'm just clearing the way for his revelation. Deep in the house, something vast stirred. Susan tried to blot it out of her consciousness by concentrating, visualizing the newsprint of the clipping Jenny was looking at. The article was a long interview, dated 13/11/87, with the Dr. Joseph Skilton, who, in a faded photograph, was displaying a bandage-mittened hand like a rabbit paw. The thing still moved. She felt the ripples. A swallow of cold tea did not help. Fear stabbed her. This could be an attack. She held her breath, shut her eyes, pressed her knees tightly together, and laid her hands on the table. Inside her head, she put up shutters, trying to conquer the fear. She was a minute creature of the deeps, caught up in the current as an unimaginably huge whale swims by, blind but full of purpose. With relief, she gathered it wasn't hostile specifically to her, but that didn't make it any less dangerous. Then the giant was gone. "Are you all right, Susan?" "Just more headache, I'm afraid." "You should get that seen to. Mum gets migraines. She says they're crippling." "Who did you say collected these?" "Edwin Winthrop, the son of the man who hanged his mistress's husband. He wrote books, too, mostly in collaboration with his wife, Catriona Kay. Well, actually, I think they weren't married. That would have been unconventional then." Susan wondered again about Edwin, who had apparently trod the same scholarly path back in the 1920s. He had come out of the First World War with some funny ideas and an even funnier set of associates. She hoped to find more of his books in the still unopened Winthrop trunks upstairs. They were her link to the past. "Here, this is him." Susan stood and turned the pages of the scrapbook. In the photograph, Edwin, dapper and Gatsby-ish in evening dress, was accompanied by two women, a veiled beauty with black feathers, and what had then been an unfashionably deep décolleté, and a smiling girl in a light dress with bobbed hair and a tiny hat. The dark woman is Irena Dubrovna. Her real name was probably Irene Dobson. She was a medium. I imagine she was a con artist and what they called an adventuress. But she had something, a talent. She was good at what she did. Very theatrical. She knew Arthur Conan Doyle. The Sherlock Holmes man? Yes, he was interested in spiritualism. He had a row with Winthrop, actually. Edwin called him a credulous fool for believing in fairies. And the other woman? That's Catriona Kay. She was pretty. She probably still is. Jago, beloved, bought this place from her. She inherited it from Edwin. I've not heard of her dying, so I assume she's still about, revising her old books or whatever. She wrote these. Susan indicated a pile. Where Women Go Wrong, Ghost Stories of the West Country, and famously, An Introduction to Free Love. They had strange enthusiasms, Edwin and Catriona. The Winthrop Kay book collection was much more arcane than the psychedelia and charlatanism favoured by the current occupants of their house. They had Crowley in the original editions, also Harry Price, Arthur Machen, A. E. Waite, Madame Helena Blavatsky. A glance at the House of the Hidden Light, which she had never heard of, by Machen and Waite, revealed a personal dedication from Machen to Edwin and Catriona for shedding much light. Really, Susan ought to feel at home. After all these years of anonymity, she could bewitch Susan again. Why are you looking all this old stuff out? Susan rehearsed her excuse. Beloved chose Alder as the site of his community. It wasn't a random decision. This is a place of power. He wants to make us all aware of that. Brother Mick has asked me to prepare a dossier on local hauntings, psychic phenomena, spiritual things. But what have ghosts got to do with Beloved? Look again at the Burning Man pages, Jenny. The girl flipped back. It's a local story. Most of these clippings are from the 1880s, but Winthrop found other records going back earlier. Alder has its ghosts, but the Burning Man isn't usually classed as one. Jenny found a line drawing, an artist's impression based on Dr. Skilton's testimony. A beautiful man in a loincloth stood in flame, a circle of fire around his head, crudely sketched wings spreading behind him. He was supposed to be an angel. For a moment, Susan thought she sensed a trace of recognition in the girl's mind. Not just any ghost, Jenny. A holy ghost. Chapter 5. He had typed The Secular Apocalypse, the end of the world in turn-of-the-century fiction by Paul Forrestier, at the top of too many sheets of A4. He used to put fin de siècle rather than turn of the century, but now rejected that as a Frenchified frill. 5 variant opening paragraphs and more than 40 complete or incomplete first sentences on folded pages were now in use as bookmarks. Large chunks of the thesis were written, waiting to be cannibalized from the last 3 years' worth of essays. He just needed to join them up and smooth over the cracks. But there were always ways of putting off real work. Books to be read and reread and annotated, the shop to be looked after when Hazel was too busy, telephone calls to be made to parents and friends, the desk to be kept tidy and usable, Hazel to be lived with, however remotely. The sun ground down, making the blank page in the IBM painfully bright even through shades. Hazel had started a tan in Brighton and sunbathed in her lunch break and after work. He traced her bikini marks in bed. He hadn't brought sunglasses, and the only pair he could find in the house were antique mirror goggles that made him look like the man with X-ray eyes. Hazel said they were creepy, but he got used to them. He thought she thought he used them to hide what he was thinking. Yesterday he had done real work. Vaulting over his sticky opening, he whipped the conclusion into shape. Discussing Arthur Machen's The Terror and Haggard's When the World Shook, in the light of the religious revival that came during the Great War, he pointed out that post-1914 fictions return the responsibility for the end of the world to supernatural forces. His central argument was that, after Darwinism, writers of scientific romances saw the apocalypse as a result of evolutionary decay, the time machine, virulent diseases, Shields, the purple cloud, London's, the scarlet plague, high-tech weaponry and global war, war in the air, Shields, the yellow danger, passing comets or cosmic phenomena, Flammarion's La Fin du Monde, Doyle's the poison belt, invading Martians or other natural or man-made forces. But while the age of doubt was going at full skeptical blast, there were still plenty of religious maniacs running about between 1875 and 1900, proclaiming the end of all things. It always happens as centuries close. He could guarantee that before 2001 there would be a lot of Armageddon nuts about. If, as it sometimes seemed, he got the secular apocalypse out around the end of the century, he would be able to cash in on the furore. At most, terrestrial man fancied there might be other men on Mars, perhaps inferior to themselves, and ready to welcome a missionary enterprise. Paul read again, consulting his much penciled-in War of the Worlds paperback with the album cover artwork. Yet across the gulf of space, minds that are to our minds as ours are to the beasts that perish, intellects vast and cool and unsympathetic, regarded this earth with envious eyes, and slowly and surely drew their plans against us. Wells was the key, and no matter how many intriguingly obscure and unread contemporaries, Garrett P. Service, Grant Allen, Matthew Phipps Shield, he exhumed, he still found himself drawn back to Herbert George. His short-sleeved shirt sweated through. He could not help but think he was living in the days of the comet. Hazel was struggling with the clay, more often than not mashing her finished work back into a lump and starting all over again. The board on the lawn was barely half covered with drying bottles. She had been briefly enthused by the visit of the couple from the Agapemone, but now she was closed like a flower that shows itself only to the noonday sun. They had met on Easter Sunday, at the Brian Alex Eugene party, for which they'd co-opted a large garden from a lecturer, the first weekend of the big heat. Sally and her new boyfriend had made an entrance, dressed like Betty Boop and Tintin. Paul remembered people not much older than him. Even a few of his university contemporaries were being dragged around by small children, murderously intent on ferreting out hidden chocolate eggs. Vaguely fed up, he noticed Hazel, with a crying little girl who hadn't found a single egg, and rescued her by pointing to a foil-wrapped sweetie lodged in a cracked plant pot. The child belonged to one of her tutors, and she'd been given charge of her. Hazel was doing ceramics part-time at the Polytechnic. She wore a lavenderish dress that left her legs bare, and a wide-brimmed straw hat. They talked, or were together, for most of the rest of the afternoon. Of course he noticed she was a pretty girl. She was also, apart from little Amanda, unattached. They kissed goodbye twice. The first time was politely passionless, at about 6:30. Then they found themselves not parting after all. A parent claimed Amanda, but suggested Hazel stay on for the slimmed-down evening version of the party. Brian found a piano and started being Hoagie Carmichael, while Eugene impersonated the Battle of Britain with vocal sound effects, and Alex sang cricket statistics to hymn tunes. Hazel didn't stay long. Her parents lived in Hove. She was expected for a meal. But a difference was made. They exchanged telephone numbers. The second kiss was different, with a hint of moving tongue. She left him something to think about. Under a fortress of books, the remote phone buzzed. Paul sorted through the desk until he found the receiver. "Station 6, Sahara," he answered. A giggle at the other end identifying the caller. "Hi, Patch." "Yo, Paul." "Hayes," he shouted. "It's your sister." Hazel, having just let another bottle pass inspection, straightened up from the board and said, "I'll just wash my hands." Paul told Patch, Patricia, Hazel was on her way, and they chatted. Patch was the only other human being in the large Chapelet family. In the bad moments, he even wondered whether he had picked the right sister. Younger than Hazel by a year, she'd gone straight from school into a junior admin post at the Arts Centre, and gained a power base as their head of publicity and promotions. Since the AC was on campus, she sometimes joined Paul for lunch in term time. He wondered if Hazel were jealous of her sister. In her position, he thought he might be, but the girls seemed to have a good relationship. "Work going well?" Patch asked. "Pass. How's married life?" He thought aloud. "Here's Hazel now." He heard Patch laugh as he handed over the mobile phone. Patch was sharp. Hazel wandered off into a corner of the garden by the kiln shed and talked quietly into the phone. Patch would not have called in the daytime, interrupting work, unless there was some problem. The week after the party, he had nearly phoned Hazel several times, but couldn't think of a casual enough excuse for getting in touch. In the end, she had called him, inviting him to a private view at the crafts shop, where she worked half the week. There he had been introduced to her elderly parents. Her father took an instant dislike to him, which had since grown. Hazel only had 3 small pots among the new work on display, but he bought one. It was on the desk now, pens and pencils in it. She had since told him that her tutor helped with the glaze, but he still thought it one of her best pieces. At the end of the evening, before she went off with her family, they kissed seriously. "Come on, Patch," Hazel said, louder than her normal level. "You know what Dad's like." And eventually, after meals and movies and weekend afternoons, they were in bed in his flat with nothing else to do but make love. It was rather tentative at first, but became more rewarding as spring faded into summer and the flowers dried up and died. Apart from a brief getting-it-out-of-the-way talk about contraception, they had not discussed their sex life much. Recently, it hadn't been much to talk about. Hazel was laughing now, and had come out of her corner. "Yes," she said, looking at the sickly garden. "It's lovely here." When they had finished talking, Hazel gave him back the phone, compressing the aerial with a deft push. "Well." Hazel bit her lip. "It's Dad again, you know." "The same thing?" "Uh-huh." "I don't see what the fuss is. Patch left home years ago." "Patch is Patch. I'm not. She says Dad says Mum's having angina twinges. And you're to rush to the bedside?" Hazel shrugged. "Patch didn't say Dad said that." "Of course not." "You shouldn't take against Dad, Paul. He's only concerned." Hazel walked back to the studio, and Paul looked up the hill at the trees beyond the property. Sunlight reflected on something, and he half imagined an enemy, spying. Chapter 6. As soon as his brother said, "I'd shag her if she had a paper bag over her head," Teddy knew he was going to get bashed. As certain as night follows day and flies swarm on cowshed. There was nothing he could do about it. Whenever Terry said something stupid, a clever answer popped into Teddy's head, and he had to let it out. If he had to be thumped a certain number of times in his life, this was as good a way as any to use them up. "I reckon," Teddy began, pausing to catch his brother's attention, "I reckon you'd have more luck with girls if you wore the paper bag." There was a pause as it sank in. Terry always took a few seconds more than a normal person to get the funny. Teddy listened to flies buzz and waited for the thump. Terry looked at him, nearly cross-eyed, and quick as a snake once he had worked it out, leaned over to get him. Teddy took the casual but knuckly backhander on the ear. It hurt, but it could have been worse. If they were out with Terry's mates and Teddy showed him up, his brother used closed fists. After 16 years of sharing a room, Teddy was an expert in what his brother would do if provoked. It had taken him a long time to realize not everybody acted like a caveman. "You'm stupid!" Whenever Teddy proved he was cleverer than his brother, Terry said he was stupid. Teddy sometimes reckoned he was stupid for not keeping his mouth shut, but it was a waste not to use a funny when one came along. Her name was Hazel, and Teddy couldn't see anything wrong with her face, especially not from 300 yards away, using a pair of binoculars that didn't really work. Terry wanted women to look like the glassy tarts in the magazines under his bed. They had been watching her from the top of Gosmore Farm orchard for over a week now. Neither she nor her boyfriend had climbed that far up the hill, so they hadn't been found out. So far. They would be in the end. If Terry was in it, they always got caught. That was another of the laws of nature. When they were 7 and 10, Terry had masterminded the theft of 3 giant-sized bottles of Coca-Cola from the garage shop. Jenny Steining's dad had caught them, and their own dad had taken their shorts and underpants down in front of everyone at the garage, in front of Jenny, Teddy remembered with a flush of embarrassment even after 10 years, and taken his belt to their backsides. Since then, Terry had been caught for almost everything: bunking off school, knocking off records from the market in Bridgewater, snogging super hag Sharon Coram, smashing windows at the back of the village hall. They were supposed to be out after rabbits, but even trigger-happy Terry hadn't fired a shot in days. Hunting was bad this year, like everything to do with the land. It was the heat. The undergrowth was yellow and rotting. The rabbits must all have had their brains fried, or tunnelled to Iceland. At first, the summer had been great, being outside, getting a tan, earning an extra tenner picking plums. Now it was a pain. Teddy's back itched where his sunburn peeled. There was nothing to do, at least not until the festival. "Meeting's at 6, Einstein," he reminded. "If we're not there, James'll cross us off the lists. You know he don't like you." "6 not for hours, thicko." "This is boring." "No, tain't." That was it. No more discussion needed. Terry wasn't bored, so there was no shifting him. Terry fiddled with their dad's binoculars, trying to get them in focus. The little wheel was missing, so he had to get his finger in and work a cog with a nail. Teddy didn't care either way about the Gosmore Farm people, but Terry fancied her and hated him. Terry said he must be a puff. Hazel wore shorts and a halter most days, and had good legs and a flat stomach. For a week, Terry had been thinking aloud, laboriously trying to come up with a scheme to get the boyfriend out of the way, so he could have a crack at chatting Hazel up. Some hope. It was difficult not to laugh at Terry when he was plotting. His plans were so stupid, like the time he wanted to steal a barrel of beer from the Valiant Soldier. They wouldn't have been able to lift it, let alone drink it. Watching Gosmore Farm really was boring. Hazel was mostly out of sight in the old cowshed making pots. She only ever came out for meals and an hour or so of sunbathing in the late afternoon. The sunbathing was what got Terry worked up. Sometimes she lay on her front and untied her halter. From the top of the hill, Teddy didn't find it much of a thrill. When they first started to watch Hazel and her boyfriend, Terry had reckoned they'd take drugs and have it off in the garden. Terry said Hazel was probably a nympho. Terry had a thing about nymphos. According to Knave and Fiesta and him, nymphomania was as common as hay fever. Considering most of Terry's ideas about women came from the times when Sharon couldn't find anything better, Teddy supposed his brother's delusions were understandable. However, he still considered nymphomania a mythical condition, like the curse of the werewolf. It occurred to Teddy that his brother might be a werewolf. Teddy had a thick pelt on his legs and chest. His eyebrows joined over his nose, and he did a lot of growling. Any hairs on his hands, however, Teddy put down to something else Terry did a lot of. Terry growled now. Hazel and her boyfriend were out of sight. "Bet them going to have it up tonight," Terry said, pointing his shotgun at the house, taking an elaborate sniper's aim. "Pow! Let's go, Einstein." Finally, Terry stirred. "I know a shortcut," he said, and Teddy's heart took a high dive. For someone who'd spent his whole life in Alder, Terry was incredibly unable to find his way around the woods, but he always tried to come on like Indiana Jones. Teddy had only come out with his brother because it was even more boring at home. Dad was off working for Old Man Maskell, and Mum just wanted to watch soap serials or quiz programs on the telly. This summer, Teddy was waiting for his exam results. His teacher said he'd have no trouble getting into college. Terry had left school as soon as he could, and never taken exams. Even the army wouldn't take him, and the farmers all knew enough about him to give him only seasonal work. He got his booze, fag, and rubber Johnny money from under-the-counter jobs. "We'll be there in 5 minutes," Terry said, pushing into the undergrowth, Teddy unenthusiastically at his heels. As it turned out, the one thing that thrived on this year's weather was the common bramble. The footpath was clogged with a tangle of vegetable barbed wire. "Come on, thicko," his brother ordered. Teddy had tried to be as mean and stupid as Terry, but couldn't carry it off. He got interested in his lessons, and was pleased when he did well. Most of the things Terry and his mates did or wanted to do struck Teddy as being boring as well as stupid. Terry sometimes said he could set Teddy up with Sharon, and that wouldn't be boring. Teddy did not doubt it. The problem was talking to her before and afterwards. Secretly, Teddy still fancied Jenny Steining. No one had seen much of her since she got religion. Finally, after much scratching, they reached the Agapemone property, only to find a recently reinforced hedge, too high to climb and too thick to breach. With some ill-feeling, Terry let them give up and double back to the road. By the time they arrived, the meeting had started. On a dead patch of grass, just by the gatehouse, about 20 teenagers from Alder and the surrounding villages were sitting, cross-legged or sprawled out, paying attention as James Lytton addressed them. They were mostly lads with 2 or 3 girls mixed in. The man from the Agapemone paced, ticked off points on his fingers, repeating himself to add emphases, and made pointed jokes, as if explaining the ins and outs of the D-Day landings to a roomful of army officers. He sounded like someone from a war film as well, his accent not really posh, but not normal either. Everyone else had cans of beer. James had laid on refreshments for the meeting, but they had run out before Teddy and Terry got there. Terry took this badly, and thumped his brother's arm to establish whose fault it was. "Settle down at the back there," said James, like a teacher. Terry unshouldered his gun, and squatted in sullen silence near Kevin Conway and Gary Chilcott, and Teddy had to take some ground near Alison, Kev's creepy, skinny sister. At primary school, Alison had bullied all the boys, and once or twice had slapped Teddy until he cried. Now she had long black hair, big black eyes, and a worse reputation than any boy in the village. Terry said Alison fancied Teddy, and would torment him with it. Alison crept into his nightmares sometimes. "What have we missed?" asked Teddy. "Nothing," said Kev. "Same speech as last year." "Would the Neanderthals who've just discovered the power of speech kindly refrain from using it while I get through this, please? Then we can all get in the pub earlier." A beery cheer went up, and everybody looked dangerously at Teddy and Terry. "Thank you very much," James said. "Now, back to the agenda. Item 9, the weapons policy. By now you should know this one. There are a lot of dickheads in this world, and plenty of them turn up here with nothing better to do than make trouble. We try to weed them out, but we can't eliminate them altogether. What we can do is ensure they aren't lugging any heavy artillery. Look for knives, baseball bats, suspiciously sturdy walking sticks, catapults, etc. We've never had hassles with firearms or crossbows before, but be on the lookout. There's always a first time. No one turned up with a stun gun until last year. There will be various people who, for one reason or another, will be in costume. All the legitimate theatrical groups will be blue-badged. They promised us that any swords will be cardboard and ray guns non-operational. As for anyone else, Vikings will be relieved of their axes, ninjas of their chain sticks. There is no negotiation on this issue. If you see anyone violating our weapons rule, come to me or any of our security people, and we'll deal with the offender. Don't try to be a hero and handle the confiscation yourself. As Gary will tell you, it just ain't worth it. Gary Chilcott rolled up his sleeve and traced his scar with an index finger. The year before last, he'd tried to take a sharpened screwdriver off some paranoid kid and wound up with a tetanus infection. There were some humorous expressions of disgust around him. "Joking aside, be on the watch," James continued. "We've got a secure area marked in red on your maps, where all the little cowboys can hang up their gun belts. We were lucky last year, electric shocks aside, and had relatively little trouble. Let's not let things slip. Item 10. Entry points. We've heavily pre-sold this year to take the pressure off the gates, but we'll still be taking plenty of admissions in cash. Now, off the record, I'd far rather a few canny punters sneaked in for nothing than have 2-mile queues tailing back through the village. The order of the day is to keep things moving. We've got 5 entry points to the estate, if you'll look at your maps." Teddy and Terry didn't have maps yet, but Allison let Teddy share hers. He was only half listening anyway, since he'd heard most of it last year, and it didn't really apply to him. He assumed he'd be working in the creche again. It was a laugh, and the kids liked his funnies. The gatehouse was a squashed cottage by the estate wall. James Lytton lived alone in it, well away from the manor house and the loonies. Teddy couldn't understand why such a straight-up bloke was with Jago's crew. There were a few of them at the meeting, smiling placidly, without apparently hearing anything, dressed smartly but out of style. He recognized Derek, who'd been in charge of the creche last year. Teddy had got on all right with him, but there was something missing. They weren't quite zombies, like most people said, but they weren't living in the real world either. Derek was with his girlfriend, a loud and matronly woman, and 2 others, a muttering girl whose head was always bowed in prayer, and, his heart clutched, Jenny Steining. Her parents were up in arms about Jenny joining the Agapemone, and had called in a lawyer, but she was over 16 and could do what she liked. She didn't seem to have changed much, but then she had always been cool. In a long white dress, she looked like a sacrifice waiting for a hungry dragon. All she needed was a floral headband. So, any of that, and we were empowered to take their badge, give them a partial refund and kick them out. And I do mean kick. Item 14, the manor house. It's off limits. No arguments, no special circumstances. Most of the brethren will be involved in one way or another with the festival, but Mr. Jago doesn't want the event to shake up his routine. You may not share his beliefs, but this is a religious institution, and that demands some respect. The general public are to be kept away from the house, and from all buildings on the estate not designated festival facilities. That includes where I live, by the way. Item 15, our old favourite, the bogs. We had a fiasco last year, so we've been rethinking our whole laboratorial setup, and... Each year the festival grew, and the preparations for it became more elaborate. Organising it was a lot like setting up the invasion of France. At first, the Agapemone had tried to make do with the Brethren, but they hadn't even been able to cope with the much smaller event it had been. Now there were maybe 100 local people involved, and professionals from outside were being brought in to handle everything from food to first aid. There must be a lot of behind-the-scenes work going on. Teddy wouldn't be at all surprised if the festival was making a lot of money for a few people. With this year's lump of cash, he ought to have enough to buy a moped, and if he, a minor cog in the machine, was being so well oiled, the higher-ups must be bathing in it. No one in Alder said much about the Agapemone itself any more. These days the festival was much bigger news than the people behind it. A lot of the old farts were against the event, but it went ahead every year because it was too sweet for many local businesses to turn down. Dougie Calver, who owned the apple orchards and cider presses out on the Achilzoy Road, made the bulk of his annual profit during festival week. His stall was always the busiest on the site. When Jago first came to the village, opinion had been split as to whether he was daft or dangerous. Now people had got used to the Agapemone. Jago himself was so seldom seen he was almost forgotten. When Jenny joined the Brethren, Sistren, Teddy had thought a bit about it, and more or less decided there was something scary about the Agapemone. What disturbed him was that too many of the people connected with the place were obviously not crackpots. If someone like James was involved, he couldn't write the set-up off as a congregation of God Squad nutters, and the festival was run too smoothly to be the work of a bunch of loonies. Usually with the locals, the Brethren didn't even mention their beliefs, but if pushed, they'd come out with some serious strangeness. Last year, Derek had tried to explain it during a lull in the lost child season, but clammed up when Teddy asked him for his personal feelings. One thing he'd gathered was that, although they tried not to do with outsiders, among themselves the Brethren of the Agapemone referred to Anthony Jago as beloved. That had a nasty ring to it. Maybe Jago was related to God after all, he thought, something between a shiver and a shrug, shaking his shoulders. Finally, the specific jobs. You've all been given assignments based on the questionnaires you filled in and your performances, if any, in previous years. No arguments, please. My decision is final. I've had the job lists word processed, and Sister Karin will now distribute the printouts. So, let's do it to them before they do it to us. There was dutiful laughter from the 4 or 5 people who remembered Hill Street blues, while a pretty girl fussed with the handouts. She slit open a taped cardboard box with a scalpel and took out an armload of papers, which she passed in wedges to the other sisters. Quickly, the staple documents were scattered among the crowd. Jenny gave the papers to the little group Teddy was in. He said hello to her, and she smiled back without saying anything. He knew she'd heard, but she was treating him as if they'd never met. "No one home?" Allison said, tapping her forehead as Jenny went on to the next group. "Jago's been fucking her brains out. They're all gone." It was as if Allison had started slapping him again, and he was turned back into a little crying kid, snot moustacheing his face, hot tears on his eyes. He recovered and made himself look at the paper. He was in the creche again, but not with Derek. Jenny was also. His heart clutched again, down for the duty. He looked up, and James was there. Everyone was standing up, comparing jobs, moaning or crowing. "You did a good job last year, Teddy," said James. "You should be able to handle the whole thing this time. You'll have a full roster of volunteer mums under you. You might talk with Derek in the pub later and get the benefit of his experience." "Thanks, James. I appreciate this." "That's okay. You're good with kids. Just don't let your idiot brother screw it up for you again." Loyally, he didn't say anything. Terry was bitching because he was a lowly member of the car park crew, which would keep him away from the music and whatever else was going on. Mainly, he would miss the drink, the dope, and the nymphos. He'd done some pilfering last year. He hadn't been found out for a change, but Teddy reckoned James must have had his eye on Terry and made a few good guesses. The news made Terry feel mean, and he wanted to take it out on Teddy. "You with they stupid kids, then?" "It's okay. It's a good laugh." Terry tried to sneer. "Rah! You'm a clown, me boy, a stupid clown." Last year, the kids had got into face painting and had coloured Teddy like a clown. "Leave off him, car park king," said Allison, which shut him up instantly. "You're the one to talk. Everyone knows you're thicker'n 2 short ones and twice as dense." Terry tried to laugh, but it turned sour in the back of his throat. His brother was scared of Alison. She had once done something to him in the copse by the primary school, something that still made him go white and treat her with respect. They had all grown up since primary school, but some things never change. "We're off down the Valiant Soldier," said Kev. "You boys coming?" "Might as well," said Terry. Teddy was looking around, looking for someone. "Teddy," asked his brother, "you coming or going or what?" "What?" "Pub. You coming or going?" "Oh, yep. Coming. I was just thinking." Kev laughed. "Your brother'll go blind if he keeps up all this thinking, Ter. Gonna bust his brain box proper." They left in several groups. Teddy looked back. Through the gates of the Agapemone, he could see the lawns in front of the manor house. Jenny was crossing towards the huge doors. She was with people, but he could recognize her by the white dress and blonde hair. In his head, he kept hearing Alison. "No one home." His memory added spite to every syllable. "Jago's been fucking her brains out." His mind made up pictures to go with the words. Jenny in, and then out of her white dress. Flowers falling from her hair. And Jago, half the darkly handsome man Teddy had seen several times, half the leather-winged dragon he had imagined earlier, folding her in his long, skin-sleeved arms, piercing her with a scaly red-tipped cock. As they rutted, the life in Jenny's eyes dimmed. "Jago's been fucking her brains out," Alison had said. "They're all gone." Chapter 7. The main hall of the Agapemone was both chapel and dining room. The brethren were assembled for the evening meal, but the great space felt empty. It was as if a light source had been removed. The absence of him was as tangible as his presence. When Wendy was out of his gaze, the darkness crept in. Old panic stirred in the depths of her soul, waking like Leviathan, preparing to strike for the surface. They were very close to the end of things, and she must be strong in her faith in the beloved presence. Sometimes she dreamed she was on an island in the mists, surrounded by strange shapes, and he was far from her. It was so easy to lose her hold. She had come to the meal direct from the meeting, with Sister Marie-Laure and the new sister, Jenny. She was struggling to put down the pique she felt at Derrick's desertion. He hadn't needed to go to the pub with Lytton and the outsiders, but it wasn't her place to instruct him in the path of perseverance, and his was not the absence she felt most keenly. "Beloved won't be joining us this evening," Mick Barlow announced as she took her place. "He's tired and is having his meal in his room. I've been asked to read his lesson." Wendy looked at his chair, no place laid before it, and at the wings of the altar, which stood in the darkness beyond. In her memory, she saw him as a golden shadow presiding over the meal, loving everyone through his words. The memory flashes were brief and instantly gave way to the dark. When she was away from beloved for even a few hours, Wendy found it hard to remember his face in detail. In her mind, he receded into his light and became indistinct. Upon hearing the announcement, Marie-Laure swallowed a sniffle, but did not look up from the carpet. Brother Mick led the girl to her place, touching her intimately in a manner he must think surreptitious. Wendy guessed that he must find it harder than most to forget the flesh. Forget the flesh. For, beloved, the flesh is a temple, or else it is nothing. But not as hard as she herself found that forgetting. She knew things about the flesh that most did not, things as inescapable as a taste of water in her mouth. In fire, flesh can blacken and crackle and shrivel from the bone, and flesh can scream. There were many unfilled places at high table this evening, as if the congregation were sundered and lost. With beloved gone from his proper position at their head, an air of purposelessness had settled. Other absences went unnoticed. Everyone seemed to be sitting alone. Wendy was sitting alone. Not only was Derrick not in his place to her right, but Susan Ames was off somewhere, as usual, ploughing her own peculiar furrow, leaving a vacant chair tucked under the table to her left. Beyond that were others, but she felt nothing in particular for them. The love could never be constant, as she had imagined it, like a current in the third rail. Rather, it ebbed and flowed like a tide, pulled and pushed by his light. Mary Law sat opposite, between that bubble-headed Sister Karen and the quietly spiky Sister Janet, head down even before Mick began to read, curtains of hair hanging over her cutlery. She was muttering noiselessly, Ophelia trying not to make a scene. Under the table, her hands would be gripped in a prayerful deathlock. "Brothers and sisters, by the grace of our beloved Lord and benefactor," began Mick, flatly reading from a handful of stiff cards that he dealt from top to bottom as he worked through the lesson, "we break bread and take wine, not only for the sustenance of our bodies, but also for the fortification of our souls." Mick had been a performance poet before. He read well, but he wasn't beloved. Wendy reached into her head and turned down the volume control on her hearing. Mick's voice faded to a backing track. Without beloved, the familiar words were as meaningless as the school assemblies she had endured in her early teens, knees aching, head full of boys and pop music. That was more than years ago. That was decades ago. This wasn't the life she had expected. The hall hadn't been built with electricity in mind. It needed a row of burning candelabra on the table, and candles in sconces in the many corners. The feeble overhead fluorescence barely established twilight, and the freestanding lamps were lost like streetlights in thick fog. With the altar lights off, the darkness was real. Wendy's sphere of concentration shrank. The walls, the altar, and the ends of the table were lost to her. Beyond her field, white face blobs spooned blood-red soup into mouth holes. Their conversations were muffled like the whispers of ghosts. If she looked up from her soup, she wouldn't be able to see Mary Law as any more than an animated sketch. She was tired, but she had to go through with the business of eating. If she neglected it, she would die. Although her perception of the world beyond was vague, everything within her reach was spotlit, as super-real as an IMAX image. Her knife and fork shone silver and were warm to her fingers. A herbal vapour rose from the bowl under her face, curling into her nostrils with stinging strength. Could she smell meat? Roasted, burned, charred meat. It was impossible. The communal meals were vegetarian. Here, carnivores indulged a secret vice. There were unidentifiable black bits in her soup. One burst like a hot pepper between her teeth, and taste exploded. For a second, she was sure her shrunken gums had burst. She was harbouring a mouthful of hot blood. A spot of red on the blue tablecloth sizzled and sank in, a dark, Rorschach stain spreading. Wendy spat out her soup and took a swallow of iced water. Her mouth chilled, but the stink of meat remained. The stench of burning flesh, the hiss of boiling fat. The memories would always be with her. They had fastened on her brain like black rats and would not be shaken. Only beloved could make her forget. His radiance soothing away the fears. Before she could work up the nerve to take another spoonful of soup, the bowl was taken away and replaced with a plate of vegetable mix. Jenny was serving this evening. In the Agapemone, there were no novices, no ranks. All were equal in his sight. But Wendy couldn't help but think of the girl as a newcomer. She envied Jenny her uncomplicated fervour, and felt keenly any instance in which she seemed to get preferential treatment. Everything, revelation, salvation, servitude, elevation, came so easily to the girl. She was the youngest of the sisters. The accidental touch of her sleeve on Wendy's face was like sandpaper. As Jenny apologized, Wendy flinched. She tried to compose herself, rubbing out any evil thoughts in the ledger of her mind. Unless she was perfectly serene and without blame, the ceremony of breaking bread would be tainted. Jenny didn't even need a moment of reflection. She was either virgin pure to her soul, or else so unthinking in her errors She didn't recognize them as such. Wendy wondered if she had ever been like that, even in the distant Eden of childhood. The food was warm and mercifully tasteless, but it was like a filling with no pie crust, generic food for those who thought eating no more a pleasure than brushing their teeth. Without Beloved, there was no real conversation. Private businesses were being settled by groups of 2 or 3. Festival arrangements, decisions about which channel to have on in the television room. Sisters Cindy and Kate were off together as usual, gossiping. But there was no communion. The brethren could have been strangers, sharing a restaurant. Wendy missed the feeling of community. It was no surprise they should feel his absence. Beloved worked so hard, and there was no one who could take his place. He had to take 3/4 of the responsibility on his shoulders. Beloved needed devoted disciples, but there were many things a disciple couldn't do. Even Mick must have the humility to realize he couldn't hope to be a genuine substitute. Wendy was fiercely humble. She'd been torn apart too often to be certain of much, but she knew with a desperate surety that the Agapemone was her only chance. The Agapemone was Anthony Jago, or nothing. Sometimes she thought she was nearly there, the baggage of the past left behind, but there was always something to remind her. A tone of voice, a swastika on a paperback, the smell of petrol in a garage, a motorcycle passing in the night, the creak of stiff black leather. A detail would swim out of a formless background, and she'd be fighting nausea. It happened, was happening now, even when she was safely surrounded by friends. Black leather. Someone at the table was wearing a black leather jacket, some Judas among the apostles. An arm reached for a pitcher of water, a useless zip-fastener dangling from a gash in the sleeve. Who was it? The face was a liver-lipped blur. There was a retch of laughter from the people around the figure, and Wendy looked away, fixing her eyes on the high back of Beloved's chair, hoping he would manifest himself. It could not be. It was not. It wasn't anybody. When she looked back, there was an empty place. There had been no laughing. She'd been the victim of another stubborn memory gobbet. She dared hope Beloved would see her later. She needed to talk with him, to receive his counsel, to find safety in his love. She shouldn't make demands on him, but he always had time to love, time to help. Wendy couldn't finish her food. It had gone cold in her mouth. She spat a shapeless lump quietly out, and it settled on the already crusted mass on her plate. She pushed it away and poured herself more water. She drank, but her head would not clear. After the evening meal, there was a period of prayer. Like all women present, Wendy had to cover her head with an appropriately anointed cloth. She always kept her scarf with her in case she felt the need. When Beloved spoke, prayer was the gem-shining high point of the day, the one time when she could forget, really forget, the flesh. Without him, the ritual was futile, an alarm clock sounding in a tomb. Mick droned, reading without real fire from one of Beloved's texts. Wendy tried to listen for the truth behind the voice, but her thoughts kept skittering off the lesson like a bread knife off a coconut. Rather than be taken out of herself, she was plunged back into the pool of her memories. The crime had been her idea, but, as in everything, Derek had gone along with it. He'd been her unquestioning instrument, and once set the task, had worked out the practicalities. Sometimes, lying awake while he slept in untroubled quiet, she came near to hating him for his acquiescence, for his guiltless complicity. Afterwards, they'd been together, but adrift, until Beloved. She told herself she had no special claim upon Beloved. She was one among many. But she and Derek had been nearly the first, and she'd been with the Agapemone since its founding. In her secret, selfish heart, she felt those things should count for something. Her mind and body were vessels for his love, had been since the stormy conversion in that semi-derelict Brighton chapel. She had been chosen. She had an important part to play in the visitation that would shortly be upon the world. She needed at least part of beloved for herself, for her particular troubled soul. It wasn't a humble thought, and she must have humility, or else all her love was spent, wasted on herself. She prayed hard, pain in her fingers and temples. The pain fueled her prayers, forcing her thoughts heavenward, thrusting daggers of purity through the red fog of frustration. If beloved were here, things would be different. Prayer wouldn't be such an effort. It was easier to be humble in his presence. The shade would be dispelled, beloved, with his hawk face and angel eyes. Mary-Laure looked up and smiled as she had been taught. Her mouth opened. "I love," she said. "I love." The statement was enough. The sentence needed no object. Mary-Laure loved. It was enough. "We share love," said Sister Cindy. Mary-Laure trembled. "We share love." Janet joined in, touching Mary-Laure's arm. When she straightened up, Mary-Laure was a fairly pretty girl, but when her head was down, as it almost always was, her chin squashed into her soft neck and creases marked her cheeks. Her face was perpetually in shadow. It was a miracle she wasn't always walking skull first into walls and closed doors. Wendy tried to love back. Usually, with beloved there, she could channel herself into the feeling. It was one way of fleeing from memories, fleeing from the flesh. But now all she could manage was an uneasy well-being. She could not love, but she could long. She longed, ashamed and disgusted, for the flesh and the joys beyond. She longed for the beloved. Mary-Laure's sleeveless blouse left her arms bare. Old scars traced her like a join-the-dots puzzle. She'd been an addict once, and a prostitute to support the habit, and, at another time, for other reasons, a novice nun. No one could remember the order of Mary-Laure's traumas, least of all the girl herself, and when she was encouraged to talk out her unpleasant experiences in the community's regular discussion meetings, they tended to get mixed up. She remembered a brothel and a convent as one institution, and her progress from ecstatic religion to heroin as one long period of pain and suffering. Pain and suffering. At the last moment, long after she had given up trying, Wendy felt a brief flare of love, mostly fueled by pity, but love all the same, like the flickers of orgasm she had once derived from sex. Wendy's fingers, interlocked in a worshipful lattice, would not come apart easily. Her knuckles were meshed like gears, her rings scraped together. She pulled her hands apart. White pressure points faded on their backs, and the aching in the bones slowly died away. She reached out and held Mary-Laure's shaky hand, gripping harder than she had intended, as if to still her tightening of desire. "We share love," she said. Mary-Laure looked up, and Wendy saw twin red flames reflected in the girl's eyes. Involuntarily, she darted a look over her shoulder. There was nothing in the doorway behind her, but in Mary-Laure's eyes she had doubly seen the figure in the fire. She'd seen him dwindle to cinders and ash, and scattered his still warm bones the length of a Welsh valley, long ago and far away. Badmouth Ben was buried and dead. There was no doubt about that. But for Wendy, he'd never be gone. Chapter 8. It was Hazel's turn to make supper. She warned him it would be leek soup, so Paul had a few hours to get used to the idea. He tried not to feel as hungry as he was. The sun wasn't down yet, the air thick with midges. His bare arms were badly bitten. Several varieties of cream had been no help. Toward the end of the afternoon, he had done structural work. He cut up 3 photocopies of his Wells essays and stapled the paragraphs together in a new, reshuffled order. The bundle had some repetitions, but they could easily be snipped. Strangely, he felt he'd achieved something. Retyped, with a bit of tinkering, these pages could account for over 1/3 of the secular apocalypse. Finished, he lay on the orange blanket, spread out by the wooden garden table. There were no clouds. The sun was behind the house, but not below the horizon. The pottery was fringed with what looked like an orange matte line in a cheap superimposition. It was a still, end-of-time evening. The birds hadn't yet shut up, but he heard no cars on the road. Hazel, he gathered, was still rattled by her trouble with bottles and the rumblings Patch had relayed to her. She came out of the house with 2 trays, and disconcertingly was different again. She put the trays on the blanket, and Paul saw bowls of steaming grey-green liquid, with broken-off lengths of French bread and thick smudges of butter on side dishes. Hazel sat near him and inclined her face to be kissed. It was awkward at first, their necks not stretching the right way, and she tasted slightly of insect repellent. He eased closer and put a hand on her ribs. He licked her lips and sucked her tongue into his mouth. In his vision, her eyes shut. "I love you," he said. "Thank you," she said. Wrong answer, but never mind. It was still quite uncomfortable. His neck ached slightly, and with their legs crossed, they found their knees got in the way. She twisted away from him and got comfortable. He picked up his bowl, cupping its warmth in his hands, suddenly aware of the semi-cool. He gulped down large, lumpy spoonfuls. To get it over with. He tried to soak up and deaden the salty, nothingy taste with the bread. For dessert, they would have ice cream from the freezer, and the blandness of the main course would not matter. Individually, they were indifferent cooks. The only decent meals Paul could remember them preparing had been collaborations. That had been nice, with her giving serious orders and him making silly jokes, and having to improvise the ingredients the book said they needed, but which they did not have. Recently, they hadn't had the time to devote to cooking as a joint exercise. They both had work to do. Leek soup was easy, and the larder well stocked with leeks and potatoes. Hazel had made a huge vat a week or so ago, and was doling it out whenever nothing else occurred to her. Crack! He spat soup. A caterpillar-shaped stain crossed the edge of the blanket and sank into almost bare earth. He tongued his teeth. It had been at the back, one of the grinders, on the upper left side. "What's wrong?" He licked a chip of enamel onto the back of his hand. A tooth. There was a stone in the soup, a bit of grit. She spooned in her bowl. Nothing came of it. "It must have been in one of the leaks. Sorry." "It's okay. You'll have to get it seen to." "I suppose so," he said, still poking his tongue into the rough break. "It doesn't hurt." "Much?" Chapter 9. "At last," said more than one person, as they drove into the village. Jessica kept quiet. Her map womanship had turned a 2-hour drive into a full afternoon of touring the countryside. Outside the city, everywhere was the same: fields, trees, hedges, cows. Signposts bore 3 or 4 unfamiliar names and contradicted each other. It was as if, within the county boundaries, Somerset had decided to repeal the laws of space and time. For the last 20 miles, they'd been able to follow bright yellow special signs for the festival. Otherwise, they'd be well on their way to Cornwall. Alder was built around a Y junction, right fork curling up over the long, loaf-shaped hill, left trailing off across the moor. At the parting of the roads stood a large dead tree, straight off the cover of a horror paperback, and across from that was the Valiant Soldier. On the coffin-shaped sign, A redcoat stood to attention, musket on his shoulder, demonstrating the raw courage that had put the wind up Bonaparte and lost the American War of Independence. "Pub," Dola burped, trying to hold in a lungful of dope smoke. "We should find a campsite first," said Sirita. She was disagreed with loudly, at least by Dola, Mike Toad, and the girl hitchhiker, a friend for life after the smoky afternoon. Ferg, head thick from sweet fog, would have gone for anything that got him out of the enclosed space. At a nod from Dola, he pulled the wheel over hard, circling the tree on its asphalt island, and bumped across the low pavement into the pub car park. He was sure he heard the exhaust pipe scrape ground, but kept quiet. If Dola's van got them back to town in a week's time, it would be a miracle, but that was an unimaginably distant future, and someone else, he decided round about Andover, would be driving. The double doors at the back were opened, and everybody piled out. Cool air filled the van. Ferg braked, switched off the engine, and pulled the keys. Outside he could hear groans and creaks as his passengers straightened out after the long trip and got their limbs used to working again. Jessica sat in the front passenger seat, not making a move. "You all right?" "I'm a bit car-sick. Are we there?" "Yeah. This is the place, okay?" She coughed violently, almost retching. She had only been smoking gear for a few months, and wasn't as happy with it as she pretended to be. After an afternoon straight at the wheel, surrounded by the stuff, he could understand how she felt. Their clothes must be stale with the smell. "Come on," he said, wrenching his slide door open. "Let's get a drink. Then we'll find somewhere to crash." She followed him, slipping across the gap between their seats, rather than open the door on her side. She was unsteady and leaned against him. Her hair smelled of dye and tobacco. He gave one of her tits a friendly squeeze. By the time she was 20 or so, Jessica would be fat. Now, just the right side of 16, she was juicy. For the first time since they'd left London, Ferg remembered what this holiday was supposed to be about. So far, Alder wasn't the magical kingdom of sex and drugs and rock and roll he had been sold on. This was a typical pub car park, with dented litter bins as a reminder of long-gone drink-and-drive merchants, faded white letters that didn't add up to words stenciled on the tarmac. At this time in the evening it was nearly empty. The dormobile was badly parked, taking up a space that could have accommodated 2 or more cars. But that didn't matter. One drink, and they'd be out. There would be plenty of drinking time. Ferg and Jessica followed the others, arms around each other's waists, and pushed into the public bar. "Look at that," said someone, with an unfamiliar accent. "Which do you reckon's the girl?" "Neither," said someone else. Dola and Mike were already pressed up against the bar, negotiating a round of drinks with a flustered barmaid. In his electric blue jumpsuit, polar bear shades and Panama hat, Mike Toad looked, considering it objectively, the complete prat. And Dola, embroidered muslin smock, beard and tangled hair, might have time-warped from 1967. Ferg foresaw trouble. 2 old men with seamed faces, big rubbery guts, and elbow-patched jackets were perched like garden gnomes on bar stools, moaning to each other and the smooth, balding barman. They must be the comedy act, Ferg supposed. They radiated unfriendliness and misery. 1 drink, Ferg promised himself, and out. "Hey, Ferg boy," said Dola, his eyes alight. "Have you seen the price of beer out here in the backwoods?" "It's 20 pence a pint cheaper than London," the Toad gasped, rattling a fistful of pound coins. Salim and the girls had taken over a table by a window seat, and were collecting enough stools to go round. With 20 pence a pint off the price of beer, Ferg knew they wouldn't be looking for a campsite until at least after dark, and probably after closing time. He wondered if the dormobile could sleep 7. Probably, he concluded, but definitely not in comfort. His back, neck, and hands ached from the drive, but the rest of the crew were in a boozing mood, and his vote, even if he could get Sarita and Jessica to back him up, wouldn't count. While Dola got the first round in, Ferg and Jessica squeezed behind the tables. It was good to get proper upholstery against his spine. Mike Toad helped unload the drinks on the tables and started telling the one about the farm boy with the 11-inch kettle prod. By the punchline of Mike Toad's fourth or fifth animal husbandry joke, Ferg could feel hostility in the pub boiling up like coffee in a pot. The bar was crowded now, with clones of the two yokels who'd been there before. The combined mutterings of the drab old men were as loud as a constant rumble of thunder. Even if he listened, he couldn't make out more than the odd word. Their accents were strange, not the mangle-wurzel caricature Mike used in his jokes, but something more primitive, more suggestive. It was like Welsh or Gaelic, a different language, an expression of contempt for English speakers. When these men laughed, it was in bursts that came out like hawked phlegm, and Ferg knew something had been said about his haircut, Mike's outfit, or Pam's pasty face. Jessica and Selim were quiet, and even Dola had calmed down with the beer on top of the gear. But Mike Toad just went on, sending people off to buy rounds and quoting country law from Gardner's Question Time. Sarita pushed her way through the crowd, exciting ribald gulps as she returned from the bar with an armload of assorted flavour packets of crisps. She dumped them on a glass-crowded, ash-speckled, beer-puddled table. "When are we going to eat?" Jessica moaned. "Properly." No one answered, but Ferg felt he had to pay some sort of attention. He picked out a packet of salt and vinegar, her preferred flavour, and gave it to her. Gloomily, she bit the corner off and spat cellophane into an ashtray. Someone in the crowd said, "Disgusting." Ferg couldn't see who it was, but it probably didn't matter. 3/4 of the people in the bar were naturally pissed off with them, and the rest were scratched the wrong way by Mike's routine. It wasn't the real world here, and the rest of them had better realize that before they wound up at the wrong end of a pitchfork. Mike Toad was laughing like a camel. "Do you remember that Burt Reynolds movie where the businessmen go canoeing in the forest?" "Deliverance," Selim put in. "Yeah, Deliverance, where the fat chap gets bummed flat by hillbilly straw-suckers." "Oh, right," said Dola. "That's the one with feuding banjos in it. I tried to work it out once, but that fast-picking stuff is a bitch to do right. Your fingers get cut up." "What about it?" said Ferg. "Nothing. Just to go by the looks that the barman has been giving you all evening, you'd probably do well not to drop your jeans and bend over while he's got his dipstick out." Mike laughed too loud. He talked too loud, too. Ferg didn't laugh. From where he was sitting, he could see angry blotches appearing like sores on the barman's face. The man wiped his hand on his cardigan and made an unmade fists. "You're round," Mike said. "I've had enough," he replied. "It's still your round." "I'm stuck back here. I'll give you the money." "So? Just because I'm sitting on the outside I'm a waiter?" "I'll get them," said Dola. "I've got to get up to piss anyway. Is there a gents around here, or do we do it out in the streets?" Ferg cringed, and a couple of locals shook their heads. "Same again, everybody?" There were enough no's in there to mean he got change from a fiver. Sarita was wearing out too, and Selim hadn't said much in the last half hour. Jessica was into her third packet of crisps and had been forced to stoop to prawn cocktail flavour. Dola was getting mumble-drunk. Only Pam was keeping up with the Toad, and she was gone enough to be permanently on the verge of uncontrollable giggling. When she laughed, she stretched lines in her face that put cracks in her makeup. Pam was a very noticeable girl, more than Jessica or Sarita. When she went up to get her round, the locals had paid close attention to the roll of her bum under a tight black skirt, and her shirt buttons came undone at the rate of one every half hour. If Mike didn't keep his fingers off Pam's black nylon knees, Selim might be signing up with a local lynch mob and dusting off the ducking stool for unfaithful spouses. "I wonder how they're getting on back in town?" Jessica asked. She'd had a row with her parents over this holiday, and diplomatic relations were temporarily severed. "Is there a phone? I should call Mum and tell her we've arrived." "They're all dead in London, Jess," said Dola. "Everything behind us is dead. We're at the dawn of the new millennium." "Too right," said Pam. "All change for the next 1,000 years." Things did change. The doors opened, and a new group came in, raising the noise level again. They were mainly younger than the drinkers who had been in until now. If Alder had a youth scene, this was it. They wore work shirts and unpatched denim. A few had cowboy boots. One had a shotgun slung over his shoulder. Ferg had never seen anyone routinely carry a gun before. Even here it seemed out of place. He got the impression this bunch wasn't too popular with the regulars either. Newcomers swarmed to the bar, forcing gaps between the stool conversations, confusing the barman and his 2 chubby girlies with multiple orders. The hole-in-the-wall gang had just hit the saloon. Someone kick-started the jukebox, and it cranked out one of last year's minor hits. "Why do Somerset farm boys get married?" Mike asked, too loud. Pam couldn't stop laughing. "Because sheep can't cook." "We've got to go and find a campsite," said Sirita, hours of accumulated irritation giving her voice a squeak. "We can't put up tents in the dark." "It's summer," said Dola. "It doesn't get dark till late." "It's already late. Look out the window." Ferg was about to get into the argument and back up Sirita when the disturbance started. There was another newcomer in the pub, an excited little grey-haired man with a stick and a bulging neck. He was waving his stick and saying, "Give me that back, you hooligan!" One of the local lads, the one with the shotgun, had a sheaf of papers in his hand. He was waving it in front of the small man's face, like a makeshift fan. "Give me that back!" Ferg noticed a couple of men at the bar turning round to take an interest. They were in their 40s, but they had come in with the younger crowd. One was, even more than Dola, the stereotypical old hippie, a cringing reed with watery eyes and a sparse beard. But the one who counted was sharp-faced and commanding, a tough, smart man. Ferg somehow expected him to step between the disputants and sort out the trouble. But he didn't make a move, just kept his eye on the developing situation. The smaller man was appealing to the bulk of the crowd. "You've all got to sign! This is what it's all about, don't you see? Filthy hippies! This village is becoming a jive joint for weirdies." There were grunts of agreement from some quarters, but the sheaf had been passed from hand to hand among the teenagers, while the owner played pig in the middle. Dola and Mike Toad and the rest were laughing, but Ferg didn't think it was that funny. It was too late, and he was too tired to get involved. "If it's signatures you want, Danny," someone said, "we'll get 'em." The speaker was a thin girl with long dark hair and large dark eyes. She had the papers now, and was laughing as if she didn't mean it. She had a look Ferg had before seen only on the faces of the 3 leather boys who had taken him out into an alley during a school disco and beaten the piss out of him when he was 14. He didn't look forward to meeting her. "Hey, you," she said, singling him out, as he'd known with a turning gut she would. "Last of the Mohicans. You want to help keep this a filthy hippie-free zone? Protect the rural heritage? Sign this." She tossed the papers across the table. They fell into his lap, ruffled, like a dead pigeon. Dola picked them up and read aloud from the top sheet. "We, the undersigned, year-round residents of Alder, take objection." "Hey, crew! They need signatures on this petition to stop the vile, unspeakable, lice-ridden festival. Let's oblige the lady. This is a democracy, and everyone ought to be heard from. Who's got a pen?" Jessica gave him a ballpoint, and Dola chewed the end while thinking of something to write. Finally, he signed Mickey Mouse with a flourish and passed it round. Mike Toad put down Bilbo Fuckoff, OBE, Pam, Edwina Curry, Selim, Bruce Wayne, Sirita, Betty Rubble, and Jessica, in a meek and neat hand, Minnie Mouse. They all thought it was funny. Ferg would have passed, but the little man looked at him with narrowed eyes and spat. Vermin! Danny was obviously the local bigot. Ferg took the pen and paper and scribbled James T. Kirk, so nobody could read it. The others had left the address column blank, but he wrote in space, the final frontier. None of this was as funny as it ought to be, although the local youths were joining in the laughter as their girl told them what was being written. The petition passed back to them, and they competed to think up funny or silly or obscene names. The angry man was getting angrier, but no one was supporting him. Veins in his neck pulsed like fire hoses, his eyes rimmed with water. He was taking this seriously. Ferg wished they'd skipped the drink altogether. Mike Toad was getting on with the Alder girl, whose name was Alison, and he introduced the rest of them. She named all her friends, but none of it sank in. Ferg was fixated on Danny and his tantrum. Suddenly, the little man swung his stick at the kid who had taken his petition. The wood didn't connect properly, but the boy took what must have been a painful knock on the shoulder. He reached for the swinging stick, but couldn't catch it. Danny grabbed for the kid's shirt, and spittle flew in ropes from between his teeth. He was shouting abuse, clinging to the boy. A few buttons fell to the floor. The boy couldn't react. He put his hand behind him, but didn't get a grip on his gun. Ferg had a fantasy flash of the mess a shotgun blast would make. It would redecorate the whole bar with party strings of red on the beams, the brasses, the tables, and the customers. He imagined Danny turning to look at him with eyes that were no longer there, the wall behind him visible through a great ragged hole that filled his head from brow to chin. The boy's fingers touched the stock of the gun. The man at the bar stepped in and broke the fight up. He worked like a cop, detaching the combatants from one another and forcing them apart at arm's length. When he spoke, his voice was heavy with authority. "That's enough. Danny, calm down. You're not that stupid, Terry. You're off the roster. Go home, hang up your gun, and have your tea. You understand?" "Fucker!" spat the boy. "Terry?" The man slapped him. It was an instant, apparently unthinking response, like a trainer punishing a miscreant dog. The boy stiffened, fist halfway up, and backed away. He knew he couldn't handle the man. Danny, yelping with frustration, had gone, ignoring the peacemaker's offer of a drink. Teddy went after him. "Teddy," the man said to one of the boy's drinking friends, "go after your brother and make sure he doesn't do anything really stupid." "Yes," he gulped. "Okay. Thanks, James." Teddy took off after his brother. Outside, it was fully dark. "Welcome to Somerset," said Alison, sitting down with them. Chapter 10. Halfway between the valiant soldier and his cottage, Danny Keogh slumped against the rust-eaten concrete and metal shelter left over from the distant past when Alder had a regular bus service, and cried in the dark. He punched graffiti-etched metal plates with a soft fist, and tried to hold the sobs in his throat, like choked-back vomit. He was shaking violently, uncontrollably, from the shoulders down. He pushed himself away and sat down with a thump on the grass and earth verge that separated the pavement from a dusty, whitewashed wall. He hugged his petition folder to his chest, further crushing the papers jammed into it. It was ruined. All his work. Ruined. He had knocked his knee without noticing, and it was a useless knot of pain. There was dirt on his clothes, his petition, his face. Someone had spat in his hair. His eyes leaked like wounds. He ground his dentures, relishing the ache in his gums, and made fists so tight his palms bled. The memory of a painful erection tingled along his urethra. He felt the longest-lived of his needs, the desire to hurt somebody, to destroy something, to wipe out the humiliation of the last 15 minutes. They were after him, and he was standing alone. Everyone in the pub had looked into their pints while the kids crucified him. They had got everywhere, creeping behind faces he had known for 30 years, eating away even at the heart of England. The boy with the gun was Reg Gilpin's son. The girl who had thrown the petition to the carnival freaks was Bob Conway's daughter, Bertie Conway's granddaughter. They belonged to the village, just like him, but had gone over to the other side. It was a clear night, a heat-wave night. In the sky the rind of the moon shone like an obscured face, blind and uninterested. He had been assaulted by the Gilpin boy and by Lytton, Jago's man. If he only had the money, he would sue. If there was anyone with the backbone to support his side of the story, he'd call the police in. But he realized he was alone. By tomorrow morning, no one in the pub would remember the way it had really been. They were either with the enemy or completely duped. The Gilpin boy had a gun, and Lytton acted as though he could kill with his hands. They had dropped their cover and gone for him. The next assaults, he knew, would be from another direction. They were clever, and he'd have to be continually alert. Even before this, he'd suspected a concerted campaign against him. He had trouble with the petition. After the Maskells, several others had point-blank refused to sign, and more put their names down in completely illegible handwriting and fudged when it came to listing their addresses. They were gutless fools, afraid of reprisals. That was the kind of behaviour that left the country open to the enemy. He would have to start all over again. The now battered folder had been new this morning. By the moonlight, he saw that his name and address, which he'd inscribed in a proud copperplate, was smudged. The petition was unpresentable as it was. The freaks had marred it with obscenities and false names, and it had been abused in the tussle. He couldn't present this to his MP. He wept for the despoliation of his handiwork. Finally, there was no more crying in him. He wiped his cheeks with the back of his hand, rubbing grit into wet skin. He found a handkerchief in his jacket pocket and blew his nose until his sinuses hurt. Then he stood up. He felt in his bladder the weight of the tea he'd been given as he went round the village. He unzipped his fly, and still feeling a ghost urge in the head of his cock, pissed in the gutter. He imagined the closed, mean face of the Gilpin boy grinning in the asphalt under his stream. He was no worse than he deserved. He got into his flow, and just as he passed the fail-safe point, was caught in the headlights of a passing car. Danny shriveled, feeling a lance of pain inside his tool as his piss came and went in spurts. Hastily, when the car was gone, he finished his burst and zipped his fly, the last drop seeping through his underpants, running down the inside of his trousers. He picked up his petition and began to trudge home. To discourage burglars, he always left the hall light on, and he could see it from 100 yards away. He slowed his pace to a halt and remembered his precautions. Tired and upset, he still knew the importance of precautions. He had seen what happened when those who should be vigilant got slack. Tanny had no intention of joining the failures buried in a jumble in some military graveyard, their individual name markers a lie. The bodies had been so scrambled it was impossible to sort out who was what. He tucked the folder into the seat of his trousers, like a schoolboy expecting a caning, and went down on all fours, stick in his right hand, ignoring his protesting knee. Slowly he crawled, sticks sweeping the pavement in front for obstructions, trying to keep his body in the well of shadow made by hedges and fences. He passed his neighbours' houses, alert to the slightest unusual sound. The Cardigans, the young couple who had moved into Mrs. Graham's cottage, were in their front room, cuddled up in front of the television. Danny was not sure of the Cardigans. They put up Labour Party posters during council elections, and had a painting of two naked bodies twisted together hung over their mantelpiece. They had the lights off, so their window was dimly lit by the shifting colours of the television. He heard a newsreader's voice talking about nuclear power stations. Television was such rot these days. Even the BBC had gone over to the enemy. Sometimes he dreamed the real programmes came through if you twiddled the dial. Wireless programmes, Itmar, Dick Barton, Special Agent, Much Binding in the Marsh. Danny stood up slowly and peered into the Cardigan's window, just to make sure. On the sofa, Mr. Cardigan had his hand inside his wife's blouse, working away at her breasts. Not much of a threat, he supposed, but they ought to draw their curtains. They were lax, like all softy lefties. They wanted to give away all Britain's weapons, but would be the first to moan when the enemy walked in. He left them fumbling in their ignorance, and edged nearer home ground. He remembered the first time he'd been made aware of the enemy, in the war, when the parachutists came to order, and the knot inside him had first been tied. All was quiet at Gosmore Farm as he crept past, in a crouch now, stick ready. The pottery sign hung unmoving by the front gate. He took care not to disturb the display on the verge. The pots were ugly, strange-coloured things, not at all like his own floral patterned plates and royal family mugs. But he was still careful. The people who had the place over the summer would check in the morning. Certain they were with the enemy, he had not even bothered to take his petition to them. The man was supposed to be a writer. They were the worst, the so-called intellectuals, listening to violin music while they beat you with lead-filled hose-pipes, wiping their asses with Union Jack toilet paper. When he was a kid, they had had real writers. Sapper, Captain W.E. Johns, Edgar Wallace. They had not written about slackers. The Conway house was quiet, too. Bob and his wife were in bed. He could see an upstairs light. They probably didn't care that their children had gone over to the enemy and were out terrorizing the countryside. His light was only a few houses away. His cock shifted, stiffening as his sureness grew. They were in the darkness somewhere, lying in wait. He was certain. He could picture them, olive-faced youths, tattooed numbers in the crooks of their elbows, oil on their skins, skeleton rifles at the ready. They would have someone on the garage forecourt, hiding behind the petrol pumps, rifle sighted on his front door. On some nights, they took pot shots at his greenhouse, shattering panes with silenced bullets for sport. They wanted him to know they were there, that they could come for him any time. They had all the modern equipment, sniper-scope night sights, hair-trigger tripwires, body heat-sensitive anti-personnel mines, brain-scrambling UHF transmitters. But he had the edge. They had trained on poxy Arabs and bum-boy bomb-slingers. Easy meat. He was British, and this was Great Britain. He would outwit them. He would show the stuff that would make Dick Barton and Bulldog Drummond proud. He grinned, sucking in his teeth, fixing them tight in his mouth. He knew 8 different death blows that could be struck with his cherrywood. He had practiced on an old tailor's dummy. The enemy was as good as dead. He passed the village hall, clawing uselessly at the festival posters. They wouldn't come free. The Gilpin boy would be with them, of course, and Jago's crowd of crazies. Killers all. It was easy to see where Alison Conway came in. She'd do for the whole troop every night. They would have her 2 or 3 at a time, getting into her from every angle while Bob and Nicola brewed them tea in the kitchen. They'd have taken over several families by now, just to get near him. He slipped into a narrow passage between 2 cottages, and squatted among the Starkey's dustbins. The folder made his waistband bite into his gut. He smelled rotten food. He had no reason to suspect the Starkeys, but it would be best not to bring them into it. They'd be a danger to themselves, as much as to him. He went into the garden of the other cottage. It belonged to the Starkeys too, but had been gutted and was being refitted for sale. The piles of bricks, bags of unmixed concrete and stacks of wooden planks made ideal cover. He found a spot shielded from all sides and paused to take stock. Peering over the top of a heap of rubble, he saw 2 tiny red dots up on the hill. They moved independently, occasionally vanishing behind trees. They were like the lights on his wireless that proved the batteries were working. The killers up in the woods had electronic equipment, obviously. It was so quiet he could hear a train rattling across the moor over 5 miles away. He breathed in silent gulps, nerving himself up for the final moves of the night. He'd be inside his house in 10 minutes. The watchers beaten again. There was another narrow gap between the empty cottage and his own. From his kitchen window he could see through the hole in the wall where a similar frame would be put. Belly to the ground, Danny crawled through the doorless doorway into the enclosed dark. He stood up and leaned in a corner, out of the window lines of fire. He brushed dirt and wood shavings off his clothes. A bath would do him good. His knee flared up again, and he leaned hard on his stick. In the hot darkness he discovered he'd been sweating freely. For an instant, as the blood went to his head, he was on the lip of blacking out. He pulled himself sharply back. Nearly home safe, he mustn't let himself slip now. He stepped into the room that was once, and would soon again be, a kitchen. Glass crunched under his shoes. He tensed, stick up, ready for an attack. None came. He had the Jew boy cowards on the run. The sink was tapless and dry. He climbed into it and crouched, looking into his own house. The hall light seeped under the kitchen door, and he could make out the newspapers laid out under the cats' bowls. He was sorry about the cats. They'd been company, but they'd got careless and been casualties. The animals were unfit for the war. One, he was sure, had turned traitor. He'd caught her in a forbidden place and hanged her with all due ceremony. She wasn't buried with the others. He'd put her in the dustbin. He braced his hands against the brickwork where the window frame would be, and lowered his legs. His back rubbed over the sharp ledge. His shirt came untucked, and his file shifted into an even more uncomfortable position. It'd be over soon. His feet touched the concrete of his own side path. He sagged between the cottages, hugging his own property. He listened for noises from inside the house. His ears were sharper now than they'd ever been. Breathing would give the bastards away. They could not hold their lungs forever. There was nothing. Anyone would think the kitchen window was conventionally locked. The arm was in place and wired, but it was a dummy. Danny had hacksawed it through and glued it back in position as a blind. His whole house was like that. Secure about offering anyone who knew the secrets immediate emergency entry or exit. Only Danny knew the secrets. He looked both ways. The red lights were gone. They must be on the move. He didn't have much time. He pushed the window inwards and eased it gently to the right until he heard the hidden catch click free. Then he pulled, opening a crack at the bottom. He felt under the frame, probing for a pull wire. That was the most favored detonator. He couldn't find trace of any infernal device. Silently he yanked the window open and dragged himself into it. He nearly got stuck halfway, but managed to struggle free. Using the taps as handholds, he hauled his lower body into the house. Home free. In the dark, he sat on a tall stool by the draining board and pulled the window shut behind him. He secured it with the real bolts. His stick was still in the empty cottage, but he'd be able to get it back in the morning before the workmen began. The enemy could not operate in daylight. It was over for the night. They could huddle in their camouflage gear or take their turns with Slag Allison. He was going to have a bath, then go to bed. He pulled the folder out and dumped it on the kitchen table. Then he turned the lights on. The writing on the folder was a livid red. It hadn't been there when he left the Valiant Soldier. It was in Hebrew script. He couldn't read it, but recognized a death threat. The bastards! They must have someone in the house. He took a carving knife from the rack. The blade was keen enough to cut hair. Every week he gave it 100 passes through the sharpener. They knew he was in the kitchen, but wouldn't come to him. He'd have to draw the killers out. He opened his kitchen door and stepped into the hallway. Nothing happened. Then he saw it. The wire was almost spiderweb thin, stretched across space from the corner of his framed British Empire map to the overburdened coat rack, back again to the front room door, then to the thermostat. He bent under the wire, which would have been about neck height, and went to the staircase. He lay full length on the steps. Upstairs. The Irgun assassins were upstairs. clock sticked in the house. He had a silent digital on his bedside table and an ordinary mechanical clock in the front room. Otherwise, there was only his wristwatch. There were more tickings in the house than he could account for. Some of the bombs must be on time fuses. He had to deal with his human enemies quickly, then devote his energies to rooting out and disarming the devices. He crawled up his staircase, eyes up, expecting another taut wire to appear in front of his face. He wanted to piss again, or maybe just to touch his cock. In his peril, he was aroused. It had been a long time. Perhaps the enemy would have sent one of their killer whores for him, like the murderess who'd come to the barracks in 47, a fat-titted slut with a switchblade taped inside her thigh. Or like the parachutist in her tight black suit, a swastika around her throat. He'd be well within his rights to give her a shafting before he snapped her spine. It wouldn't be rape. It'd be an example to the others, a symbol of his contempt for the enemy. The tickings were louder. He heard his own pulses and the master pulse of his heart. His mouth was dry. There was sand on the stair carpet. Lower down, it was a fine dusting, like the prints of someone barefoot from the beach. Towards the landing, it became an inches-thick layer that shifted and cascaded as he climbed. Sand got everywhere, in your clothes, your eyes, your food, your foreskin. You had to be careful. Sometimes there were scorpions, and it retained the heat of the desert sun. You could burn your hands in it as easily as in scalding water. On the landing, his broken-necked cat waited for him. She meowed askew, but couldn't do him any harm. He was expected in the bathroom, or bedroom. They liked to take their victims while helpless, naked in the tub, hunched over a bowel movement, asleep in a guiltless bed. Bathroom or bedroom, one or the other. Bedroom, of course. In his bed, in fact. That was where his killer would be waiting. Danny crashed through his bedroom door, lurching into a net of sticky wires that cut him. He dropped his knife, which slithered down the net where his fingers couldn't reach. His digital clock alarm sounded, and the killer under his blanket stirred, stretching out a serpentine, perfumed arm. She shut off the alarm. Red jewels glinted on her rings. She pushed a mass of glossy black hair up, clearing her ancient smooth face. Her eyes were darkest brown with cat-slit pupils. "Hello, Danny boy," she purred. Bedclothes fell from ballooning brown breasts. An eye jewel shone in her navel like a button in the cushion of her stomach. She was naked but for her jewels. She had a necklace of cartridge cases and silver snake armlets. The hair on her arms and legs was oiled flat against her skin. The wires around him were getting tighter. A pair across his chest were cutting through his clothes, drawing lines of blood on his skin. Lower down also, he could feel sharp threads drawing tight. His ruined trousers fell away in sections. He was still erect. Strangely, in his pain, he felt younger. She spoke again, Hebrew gibberish this time, and came for him. Her right forefinger was a lacquered gun barrel, and a revolving cartridge chamber stood out in her wrist, balanced on bone. They had him! The killer whore took his underpants down and squeezed his balls, gently at first. Not quite pain flooded him. He was drowsy and dying. She stroked the length of his cock with her cold gun finger. It stood to attention, and she forced it down, jamming the head into herself. She slid smoothly over his erection, burying him. The whore ground against him. He opened his mouth for a death kiss, but her gritted teeth held back. Still thrusting with her wide hips, she reached up with one hand and held him by the back of his neck. The wires didn't get in her way. Her gun finger crooked as she touched it to his lips, then straightened stiff again. The metal tube forced its way into his mouth, displacing his dentures. His breath came in gargles as the first flashes of orgasm made him shake. The chamber in her wrist began to roll. Inside his head, something exploded. Interlude 7. There was a plaque up in the church to mark the time when the village was the capital of Wessex, which was all there was of England in those days. In 1877, King Alfred made his winter court in Alder, and in the church that stood upon this site, King Gudrun of the Danes, lately defeated in battle by the armies of Wessex, was baptized into the Christian faith. In 1944, Jenny's granddad, an American soldier who had come over for the war, had scratched, "And damn all has happened here since," just under the plaque. When he told the story, Grandad always chuckled in a coughy way, like an old cowboy on television, and finished by saying, "Only I didn't exactly write the word damn." Actually, Jenny thought, something had happened to Grandad Steining in Alder during the war, or why else would he stay? It wasn't a subject her parents brought up at all, and she had one of her feelings that there was something they didn't want to talk about tied up in it. Grandad Steining had gone to heaven when Jenny was small, but she could remember him well. On the day they heard on the radio about John Lennon being shot, the Lord God came to live in Alder. It was the Christmas holidays, and Jenny didn't want to be in the house with Mum while she was crying over the dead Beatle. In all the years, their house had had Advent calendars. This was the first time no one remembered to open a window on the day it was supposed to be opened. When Jenny was only little, Mum had taught her the words to Yesterday and She Loves You, playing along on the guitar, which was in the loft now. Jenny bet Mum must have known John Lennon before she met Dad, and that was why she was so sad about him. Jenny played with her toy cars on the forecourt of Dad's Shell station until Terry and Teddy Gilpin told her the Lord God was coming. She knew all about the Lord God, whose real name was Anthony Jago. He called himself Reverend, just like the vicar. He had bought the manor house for himself and his disciples to live in. All the other people who had lived at the big old place had called it the manor house, but Jago had put signs up, changing its name to the Agapemone. She had tried unsuccessfully to put the syllables together in her mouth. Mum said that it sounded like a kind of fruit, but Dad, who had read about it in the paper, said Agapemone was Greek for abode of love. Dad said Jago was not the Lord God at all, but a dangerous weirdo. Jenny decided she would make up her own mind. Her parents didn't much like the Gilpin brothers either, but none of Jenny's school friends lived in Alder, and there were only 2 buses a week to town, so she had to play with them during the holidays or watch boring television. Terry, the older, kept saying horrible things to her and trying to take her knickers down when there was no grown-ups around. She had called him a git once and hit him with a biggish stick. She knew he hadn't forgotten that. Terry was going to grow up to be like a baddie in a cowboy film, the kind who rustled cattle and tried to shoot the goody in the back. One day he'd probably try to shoot her in the back. She was practicing her hearing, so he would give himself away by stepping on a twig, and she would get him first. Terry wanted to go and watch the Lord God and his disciples, thick bunch of towny loonies, move into Aga Thingy. With Doug, the Gilpin dog, sloping along, they took the short cut across the soggy fields, getting over the ditches on planks, although Terry wanted to jump, but staying away from cows. They found a place near the Manor Gate house and waited. It was not too cold, but the sky was cloudy and dull. Terry and Teddy threw stones in the ditch, making holes in the duckweed and watching them fill in. Teddy found a wedge of concrete he could barely lift and heaved it into the water. There was a big splash, and Jenny got little green spots on her skirt. The Gilpin brothers thought that was funny, which just showed how stupid they were. When he had stopped laughing, Terry took his stubby thing out and piddled in the water. Jenny thought he was disgusting, and said so. She had learned the word grotesque from a comic last week, and was tempted to use it, but God's Volkswagen bus turned up. Actually, it was the disciples who arrived in the minibus. Dad said the disciples were stupid people who had given all their money to Jago. The men mostly had long hair and beards, which made them look like the real disciples in her scripture book. A lady in a long skirt, with an armful of red flowers, came up to them. "Have a flower, it's as pretty as you are," she said, handing her one. The lady also gave flowers to Terry and Teddy. "And as handsome as you, and you." The lady had long hair, a headband and lots of beads. She was floppily fat. Jenny got the idea she was the same age as her parents, but wanted to pretend she was younger. She didn't know whether that was stupid or not. Jenny said thank you. Terry and Teddy didn't want their puffy flowers, but had to take them anyway. Jenny thought that funny, but didn't laugh out loud. When the lady went away, Teddy started pulling the petals off his flower, and Terry said something rude about her teats. Terry was stronger than Jenny, and thought he could boss her about, even though he was thick. They sat on the lawn and watched the disciples. The man who had lived in the manor last had chased them away once, but the God people didn't know they weren't allowed in the garden and let them stay. A big lorry came, and the disciples took lots of things out of it. Furniture, boxes of books and records, cooking stuff, gardening tools, bright-coloured clothes. The disciples were happy and nice to each other, which seemed sensible rather than stupid. Terry got bored and went away to let off some rook scarers near Mr. Keir's cats, but Teddy stayed with Doug. When Terry was there, Teddy was just as horrible as his brother, but on his own he was almost nice. She knew he'd sent her a Valentine card this year. She didn't fancy him, though, because he picked his nose and ate it. After the big lorry had gone away, and it was getting near lunchtime, a Saab came down the road. There were 3 men on motorbikes with the car. They wore leather and had Jesus slogans on their crash helmets. She knew who Jesus was. Jesus H. Christ. Grandad had said his name lots of times, usually when he banged his toe or something. Jesus H. Christ on a bicycle. The people who drew the pictures in the scripture books always left the bicycle out, and when she put it in with her blue biro, the teacher told her off. The motorbikers stood in a line when Mr. Jago got out of the Saab. He didn't look much like the god she'd heard about. He had no long white beard and wasn't shining like the sun. He had a TV star-type face and a collar like the vicar's. He had on black jeans, a long purple coat, and a white hat that did look a bit like a halo. The lady with the headband gave the rest of her flowers to him, and he gave her a squelchy kiss. Teddy had run away with Doug, leaving the bits of his flower behind. She watched God some more, but knew Mum would have cooked by now. She was hungry, and Mum would be mad if she was late for lunch. She hoped Mum would stop crying. It made her tired when Mum cried. When she left the Agapemone, the disciples were gathered around Mr. Jago, and he was talking to them. They looked very happy. She wondered if they'd be having loaves and fishes for lunch. That sounded like an odd recipe, especially with no butter or chips or tomato sauce, but it was God's favourite food. Just down from the gatehouse, she saw another girl hiding in the bushes. It was Alison Conway, the dark-haired fright with big eyes who lived over the road. Jenny was afraid Alison would jump out and chase her, which she did sometimes, but the girl shrank back further into hiding. She must be spying on God too, and be worried about being caught. Mum and Dad mightn't like Terry and Teddy Gilpin, but they'd actually told her not to play with Alison. Mrs. Yatman had told Mum about something Alison had done to her daughter Elizabeth at a fete, which Elizabeth wouldn't talk about. It must have been very bad. Jenny walked past Alison, pretending not to have seen her. On the way back to the garage, Jenny had to go down a path that was paved but too narrow for cars. It had high hedges on either side and was scary at night. It was all right in the daylight, though. There was a sign prohibiting cyclists, but Jesus must not have seen it. He was riding a lovely bike. She bet angels polished the metal parts every day. They shone like the sun. Jesus H. Christ stopped and talked to her for a bit. He was nice. He wanted her to follow him. Not follow like Mary's little lamb, hanging around wherever he went, but follow like being kind to poor people and doing all the things he liked you to do. She said she would, and gave him her flower. He was pleased. Part 2, Chapter 1. Sarita was right. Putting up tents in the dark wasn't easy. It especially wasn't easy when most of the workforce were wrecked. They weren't in any of the official sites. On Alison Conway's advice, they'd driven up the hill and off the narrow road into the woods. There was a hard earth track, and Ferg had had to maneuver the dormobile carefully to keep its wheels out of deep tractor ruts. In the pub, the local girl had given precise directions. According to her, there was a part of the woods that was common ground where anyone could set up a camp. He wasn't sure he was convinced. He expected they'd wake up tomorrow to find the area full of "Keep Out" and "Trespassers will be shot" placards, with dead animals nailed to trees as explicit warnings to the foolhardy. It was a clear night, but the clearing, surrounded by tall trees, was thick with shadows. Ferg left the headlights on, which gave them a semicircle of visibility to work in. Dola, who would be sleeping in the back of the van with Sirita, wanted to crash out immediately, leaving the rest to it. She persuaded him, with threats, to help the others. The gesture would have meant more if he had been in a condition to be of actual use, rather than just get in the way and trip over guy ropes. It should have been easy. There were no wet patches to be avoided, and the dry, solid earth was ideal for hammering in skewers. Pam and Salim got their tent pitched first. Although it sagged in the middle, they did a good job. Ferg, working on his own since Jessica was off gathering sticks for the fire, came second. His tent wasn't straight either, but would do for tonight. Mike Toad, who had the biggest tent all to himself because he'd borrowed it from his sister, was waving his arms under floppy canvas, pretending to be a ghost, while Dola was hammering a skewer out of shape with a mallet. Ferg and Pam took over from Dola, and eventually, despite Mike, the tent was put up. It was collapsed at one end, but since Mike wouldn't come out, they assumed he must be satisfied. Pam looked in to make sure he was breathing, and they left him alone. Jessica had made a real Girl Guides fire, with stones piled in a circle around a teepee of broken twigs and twists of newspaper. However, she was the only one interested in a barbecue. They brought down sausages and frozen hamburgers in a cool box, and Jessica was hungry. Ferg was hungry too, but in a vague way that was a part of a larger discomfort. He already had the hangover he'd expected to wake up with, and his back and neck still ached from the drive. Mike Toad was snoring like a chainsaw. Pam and Salim had already crept into their tent. Their shadows wriggled in torchlight as they tried to get out of their clothes in the wardrobe-sized space. Dola came back from taking a leak in the woods. He staggered sideways into a thorny shrub and made a lot of noise. Sirita pulled him out and pushed him towards the van. He rolled his eyeballs and let her put him to bed. "Where's the food?" Jessica asked. Ferg was dead on his feet. This morning he had thought to end his day making love in a tent. It had been a pleasant fantasy, but one he'd returned to with less and less enthusiasm throughout the grueling afternoon and unnerving evening. Now his ideal was to cocoon himself in a thick sleeping bag and never wake up. "The food," Jessica reminded, irritated. She would not be put off. She probably felt as much like eating as he did, but had made such a thing of it she had to keep up or be seen to back down. Even if there was no pleasure in it, she'd have her barbecue. "Can't it wait until tomorrow?" he said, knowing immediately that he shouldn't have bothered with the suggestion. Her eyes bled dry of expression, her lower lip curled out. If he pushed, they'd get into a row that could last for days, seriously ruining his holiday. The simplest course was to go along with her. Okay, it's here somewhere." He hauled his rucksack out of the tent and found the plastic kitchen container. She had her lighter out. A snake tongue of flame licked newspaper, and in seconds twigs crackled. "There's been a fire here before." She could be right. The flames lit up the ground, and he saw a ragged circle around the fire, bare of grass. It was earth and loose shale, and did look as if, a long time ago, it had been charred. Maybe a flying saucer landed here. She huffed and took the two-pronged barbecue fork from him. He had speared a pair of fat sausages on it. She held them in the flames. He knew she should wait for the wood to burn down to charcoal, but didn't say anything. He didn't want to drag this out. His eyes felt weighted. He opened 2 rolls with his thumb and smeared in butter and ketchup. As far as he was concerned, Jessica could have both. Inside their tent, Pam and Salim started breathing asthmatically in rhythmic union. The canvas shivered as they moved. Obviously, they weren't too tired. Jessica's sausages went black and then split. Pink wounds opened and gristle dropped into the fire, which hissed like a kicked cat. Sitting by the fire, Ferg shut his eyes and looked forward to sleep. Chapter 2. Hazel was out with the kiln. At different points during the firing, the temperature had to be changed. She was obviously nervous. In Brighton, her tutor supervised the process. Here she was on her own, except for a tatty, clayey exercise book filled with Mike Bleach's secret tips. Paul was sitting up in bed, looking over notes for his imaginary war chapter. By tomorrow afternoon he hoped to have a solid, closely argued 7,000 words on Cheney's The Battle of Dorking, Wells's War in the Air, Shields' The Yellow Danger, Sarki's When William Came, with a footnote on the turn-of-the-century genre's best-selling Last Gasp, Hackett's Third World War, Invasion Fantasies for an Island Nation. He wondered if he should consider the various If the Nazis Had Invaded fictions, Dayton's, SSGB, the films, Went the Day Well, and It Happened Here, an offshoot of the form. All very respectable, and it got a lot of boring books out of the way without his actually having to read or reread all through them. The Battle of Dorking was short, and the Wells and Sarki good enough to be painless. The rest were mainly hysterical, and got in as second-rank filler to prove he was being really comprehensive here. Hazel was improving. After supper, she'd finished packing the kiln, which was fiddly and demanding, but had changed from being bent over the wheel, and started her firing. That done, she'd been almost satisfied with her day. For the first time in nearly a week, they'd made love, finishing almost together. For a while, they were as they used to be. The Alder festival had encouraged the change in Hazel's spirits. She'd been working up enthusiasm ever since the couple from the Agapemone came round. He realized the recent upsurge in customers was probably due to the influx of festival-goers. In fact, he was about to start worrying about shoplifting. This was obviously how to turn into a reactionary before he was 30. The local paper was full of awful warnings about a convoy on the way, laying waste to everything in its path, leaving desolation in its wake. This year they probably couldn't make much difference to the countryside. Earlier, Hazel had called the Agapemone and confirmed that she wanted a stall. Paul suspected he'd be drafted into looking after it. However, he didn't think he would find much joy in Christian heavy metal, or whatever Jago's followers were pushing. The festival was well organized and extensive enough to suggest behind-the-scenes muscle. The profits weren't going to starving Africans or endangered whales, but something must be making all these rock stars want to traipse to the West Country. He'd thought it unfashionable to be into spirituality these days. It had been a long time since pop groups went to Maharishis or sang Atlantis Will Rise, Sunset Boulevard Will Fall. But the shadow of the 60s lay on the county. Glastonbury wasn't far away, and some of the landscape was decidedly Hobbit-esque. Maybe New Age was catching on. "More homework?" asked Hazel, coming in. Paul started. His mind had been wandering. "Yes, I should give it a rest, I suppose." He shut the notebook and shoved it onto the bedside table. Hazel had gone out to the kiln, shed in jeans and a dressing gown. She skinned her jeans off, dropped the gown, and slipped under the duvet. "How are things out there?" A pause. "All right, I think. The glaze tests have melted properly. I've been following Mike's instructions. He slid his arm round her as she wriggled deeper into the bed. "I'm sure it'll be okay." Maybe. She was cold, surprisingly so. It was a warm night, but Hazel had gooseflesh. She was almost shivering. "It's spooky out there," she said, "and I've got a whole night of it. It's darker here in the country." "Of course. There's no street light. You can see the stars better." She set her travelling alarm clock for her next visit to the kiln. "Paul, are you sure you don't want me to sleep downstairs on the sofa? I've got to be out again at 3 and 5. "I always sleep through your alarm anyway," he lied. "Just don't tread on me getting up." She put the clock back, and he snuggled closer to her. She was warming up, but still distracted. He kissed her neck, and she gently shoved him away, mumbling. He turned the light out. He fell asleep, lulled by the distant roaring of the kiln. Chapter 3. Even in the dark, especially in the dark, Alison knew the woods. There were the footpaths and rights-of-way everyone knew, and she used them from time to time. But her woods were mapped with secret runs she travelled alone. She was mistress of paths you couldn't see unless you knew exactly where to look, bushes that could be pushed aside like gates, fences where wires were loose, hollows that were tunnels under thick bramble, long-branched trees that made bridges over walls. Left alone by her parents and the other children, she had made the woods her own years ago. She watched the kids from London sit by their dying fire, eating sausages. She had sent them to the clearing they called the bomb site, but which the oldest villagers called Bannerman's bonfire site. There had been burnings here. Some nights she could see its haunt, a faint firelight in the shape of a man. She was the only young person in Alder who appreciated the spot, who understood its importance. She wanted people there in case they were needed. It was one of the several sites around the hill where the power could be felt. Moonglow Paddock was another, Burrow Mump to the west, and an attic room she had never been in, high up in the manor house, where there was a machine she didn't understand. The goof-faced boy with the Mohican and the plump, sulky girl with dyed hair and deliberately ripped clothes didn't talk to each other, just ate glumly. There was nothing to be gained from watching them further. She knew enough. On her knees she crawled away from the kids' camp, feeling earth through torn jeans, and squeezed into one of her runs, forcing herself against the ground as she wriggled under a thorny mass piled thick against a fence marking the edge of the Starkey property. She dug away under the fence a few months ago and kept it open ever since. Her breasts rubbed against the ground, and she felt aroused. She was used to it. When she was in heat, she was more powerful, could see more things. Soon she would take care of her body's needs. At the festival, there'd be plenty of people to fuck. She emerged into the Starkey orchard and stood up. Earth fell from her clothes. She stretched out, feeling strength in her muscles, and ran fingers through her hair, brushing out twigs and dead leaves. Pausing by a particular tree, she remembered making Tina Starkey cry by bending back her hand until the wrist popped. They were 10 years old. By the end of primary school, she'd made all the children in her class cry or bleed. She had only needed to do it once or twice to each child to establish a pattern. She hadn't had to hurt anyone for years now, but she knew the time would come again. She felt it coming, felt it in her nipples, her guts, her clit. Working her way through orchards and back gardens, she made it to the road, a mile or so outside the village. She had a drop in a lay-by, hidden under 3 flat stones. It held a black-handled Stanley knife with 3 fresh blades and a tube of mints. She flipped up a stone and pulled out the mints. She squeezed one into her mouth and replaced them. Also in the drop was her single heirloom, a small swastika. Her granddad, the only relative she'd ever had who understood her, had given it her, claiming he'd got it in the war after killing a German parachutist. That had to be a lie, because she knew Grandad never went to the war. As a farm worker, he was let off. She picked up the swastika and gripped it, trying to feel the power inside the symbol. Once it had been studded with fake emeralds, but only 2 remained in their dents. She gripped the swastika, feeling she was drawing strength from it, and slipped it back into the drop. It was quiet, but in the distance she heard a motorcycle. Someone was coming towards Alder from the Achilzoy road, swerving with its bends. She crouched in shadow. The noise got nearer. She scooped dry earth from the verge, and camouflage smeared her face, rubbing it in around her eyes. The bike was just around the corner now, engine loud as a pneumatic drill. She could smell petrol. She sucked the mint thin, then crunched it to powder. The rider came into view, leaning as he took the corner. He stuck his boot against the road and skidded in a circle. He wore a helmet with a dark mirror visor. He looked straight at her, and she stood up, wiping earth from her face. He gunned his engine, making it roar, and let it die. He reached for a tag at his neck and pulled a zip that split his black leather jacket from neck to waist. He was naked underneath. The meat smell hit her, and she was fascinated by the whorls and ridges of hardened flesh on his chest. With a heavily gauntleted hand, he raised his visor. Another girl might have screamed at the face of Badmouth Ben, but Allison loved him at first sight. Chapter 4. The kitchens were the oldest part of the Agapemone, vaulted caverns at the back of the building. On the ground floor, they were robbed by the rise of the hill around the foundations of all windows, but a row of glassed horizontal slits near the ceiling. If Beloved ever had to feed a multitude, he would have earthly facilities to back up his divine powers. Brass pots hung on one wall, arranged from largest to smallest, like a percussionist's fantasy. Fine china, some of it over 100 years old, was stacked and locked away in a huge, much-beaten dresser. There were enough deep sinks to service a morgue, and a yardage of work surfaces that could accommodate an attempt to break the world record for sequentially knocking over dominoes. It was well past the ghost's high noon, but Jenny was still working. Being able to serve made her content. Her days were full now, with not a moment wasted. The confusion she felt only a few months earlier were as solved and remote as the teething and toilet troubles of her babyhood. Exams, rows with her parents, universities, jobs, boys. That was over. Now she could get on with things. She'd found the faith to realize that the choices which had bothered her were false. She could only do what was right. Nothing else was possible. She suspected some of doubt, but their feelings were as mysterious and unfathomable to her as her certainties now were to her parents. She loved her parents, as she loved her brothers and sisters in the Agapemone, as she loved the righteous who would be saved, as she loved the unrighteous who would be cast out, as she loved, most of all, him. Despite love, her parents were lost to her. She could not waste time on regrets. It was the way it was to be. She hoped in the end they'd see the truth and join the communion. He was infinitely merciful. As she ran the cold taps to get the rust out of the water, she hummed to herself. When she had first learned the tune at school, it had been called Lord of the Dance, and the words had been about Jesus, Christ. Now, as she hummed, she thought of the older, lovelier lyric. Susan told her the song was associated with an American sect of the last century who believed dance a sacrament, that the expression of joy was the worship of God. "'Tis the gift to be simple, 'tis the gift to be free, 'tis the gift to come down where you ought to be. And when you find yourself in the place just right, it will be in the valley of love and delight." The valley of love and delight. She touched herself, feeling the heat of her body through her dress. She was learning all the time about the gift. She was fortunate to have so many gifts. The water ran pure. She shut off the creaky tap to lift the bucket from the sink. She put it down by 2 others, full of the washing-up slops. In the drought, water was precious. It could be used in the garden or to flush the toilets. She slid the big enamel basin into the sink and twisted the tap. Noisily, the oval bowl began to fill. There were echoes in the pipes. The basin was soon brimful with water, as she was, with the love of the Lord. It was good to be a sound vessel. She looked at herself in the mirror of the water, and seemed to feel her face waver as a ripple disturbed it. She turned the tap again, stopping the drip, and lifted the basin out of the sink. Water shifted, but did not spill. She did not feel the weight. Strength of the spirit had a way of making up for the weakness of the body. She put the basin down on a table by the door, flicked the light switches off, picked up her burden again, left the kitchens, and steadily walked to the staircase. As long as she kept to her preordained path, it was like floating. The basin was insubstantial. Her feet hardly touched the carpeted stairs, though her long dress dragged a little. If she were to let go of the basin, she felt it would bob slightly in the air, but remain more or less where it was, drawn as she was upwards, towards beloved. But if she were to suffer, as Sister Wendy did, or even the self-possessed Susan, from the slightest of doubts, the basin would fall, soaking her from the waist down, waking the household. Then she might have to face the man in the leather jacket who stood in Wendy's shadow, waiting to take advantage. But of course her faith was unshakable. The house was quiet. The library door was not showing lines of light, so Susan must have gone to bed. Everyone else who had no duty would have turned in at 11 o'clock. She should be the only person awake, except for beloved, who was always watching over his flock. He was on the top floor, up 3 flights of stairs. In one windowless room under the roof, there was a strange apparatus inherited from the house's former owner, a camera obscura. Jenny had been allowed up there once. With the device, beloved could create in miniature an image of the house and the village. Even without it, he knew most things. Otherwise, his rooms were sparsely furnished. He had no need of luxuries. With an extended foot, she pushed his door open, managing not to spill the water. She stepped inside and gratefully set her burden down on a stand. The gable windows were uncurtained and let in the thin moonlight. Beloved lay on a wooden pallet on the floor. In the pale light, his skin shone. His eyes were closed, and he was still, but Jenny knew he wasn't asleep. He never really slept. He shifted his head as if to look at her, but his eyes didn't open. She took a fresh flannel and dampened it in the cool water. Kneeling, she began to wash beloved, starting with his feet. He'd bled a little again from the ankles. She had to be gentle, taking care not to rub too roughly the many times healed and opened wounds. The dry blood came away easily. Reverentially, she tried to touch him only with the flannel. Whenever she failed, and her fingers met his flesh, she felt a little start of deep joy inside. When she reached his face, his eyes were open. When she dabbed near them, he didn't blink. Beloved was beautiful. The first of her ministrations complete, she stood. There was a damp patch on her dress, clinging to her stomach where the fabric was wet. She looked the Lord God in the face she had known for 10 years, mainly in secret. The face he had worn the first time they had met. He had changed his name, and was not bothering with the beard and long hair now, but he was otherwise eternally the same. She undid the drawstrings at her neck and waist, and loosened her dress. The wet patch peeled from her skin. She pulled the garment over her head. Her hair was caught and swept upwards over her face as the dress turned inside out. Then it fell back into place, lying lightly over her shoulders. She felt strength in her body, aware that she was becoming a temple, a vessel for the love of the Lord. Naked, she knelt on the floor by him and waited for the coming of his touch. Chapter 5. There were huge tent-like canvas sheets tethered over the 3 main outdoor stages to protect the sturdy iron and wood structures from the elements. Bleached almost white, they'd been bone dry since early spring. To Lytton they looked like knocked-over chalk monoliths. Surrounded by circular arrangements of lesser lumps, also part of the permanent skeleton of the festival, the stages were the ruins of a pre-Christian temple. In a sense, these were the post-Christian altars upon which the high priests of rock would perform their rituals, sacrifices, and fed-back blasphemies. He didn't even like that sort of music, but had long since given up wondering how simple surveillance had sprouted into the guardianship of a houseful of incomprehensible fanatics and the organization of a pop festival. He had put in 10 years on this posting. Started as a combination of sorry we fucked you over sinecure and second chance, it now threatened to become a life. His last assignment had ended through a press expose allowed by his superiors as a trade for the paper not running an extremely damaging tidbit about snake activities during the Wilson government. They had to sustain some acceptable damage, and he was elected. The hell of it was he had been getting interested in his journalism, just as he was now interested in the business of the festival. The same paper that stripped his snakeskin had commissioned an in-depth piece from him about the Quebecois liberation movement. It wouldn't have been so bad if he'd been a snake in Hungary, or an emergent African nation, or somewhere neutral like Norway. It was just that Britain was not supposed to have an intelligence presence in Canada. For him, the chief pleasure of the Alder festival was the opportunity to deal with people not from the Agapemone. The musicians and their complex entourages might not be the most sane and dependable individuals he had ever met, but compared to Jago's crew, they were refreshingly normal. Despite some of the daffier statements they made to the New Musical Express, none of them really believed they were on a mission from God. Lytton had been found at Cambridge, and delicately offered a career opportunity in a vague department of the Foreign Office. When he accepted, the snakes wove a skin for him. Articles were carefully planted in the right intellectual and student publications, and he'd had to take a crash course in genuine journalism, including 2 months on a provincial paper, in order to be able to write the pieces printed under his name. The secret of a snakeskin was that it had to fit comfortably, as if it, not the thing underneath, were the real person. A generous subsidy, routed through several banks, allowed him to set up as a freelance in Montreal. Then, all he had to do was keep an eye on things and make his monthly reports to a man in the local office. It was mostly harmless. He didn't know what was done with it, but he assumed his Quebec Libre findings were fed back to the Canadians as part of a share-and-share-alike scheme in return for tips about IRA activity in North America. He was fairly sure people high up in the Royal Canadian Mounted Police knew what he was and let him get on with it. The British Commonwealth was chummy like that. Away from the house, in the fields with the stages, Lytton felt the claustrophobia he'd learned to live with evaporate. He was beyond range of Jago's camera obscura, so he knew the Lord God wasn't snaking on him, at least not conventionally. Derek and his team of trustworthies should have recruited sufficient early arrivals to assemble a workforce strong enough to start tackling the bigger jobs. He wanted the stages uncovered and checked out this morning. With a few screws tightened and planks repainted, they'd be ready for the specialist crews with their skyscraping ranks of amplifiers. In previous years, bands had played with lasers, holograms, and an assortment of unwieldy, spectacular, and sometimes disastrously dysfunctional stage effects. This year, the heat, a reformed 70s supergroup making a comeback near the top of the bill, wanted to have a full-size, completely articulated, mechanical Godzilla airlifted in to add a bit more punch to their opening number, a reworking of their monster hit, ha bloody ha, Lytton thought, Leaping Lizard. He remembered hating the song when it had been in the charts for what seemed like 15 consecutive years. The Montreal exposure had been embarrassing, and head office hadn't had the decency to warn him. The detective who came to his flat was accompanied by a pair of Mounties in full-dress uniform. The red tunics couldn't help but alert the neighbours, and were obviously intended to rub it in. While he was in jail, awaiting charges or a negotiated release, there were protests of lynch mob proportions outside. Francophones sang songs and waved placards. Anti-monarchists burned Union Jacks and effigies of the Queen. The Canadians got rid of him on a late-night flight, handcuffing him to the fold-down table for a bladder-abusing 7 hours, and an insincere diplomatic row dragged on. He then spent years in a decommissioned safe house in Putney Bridge Road, waiting for a call from Garnett, an associate of Sir Kenneth Smart. His new snakeskin, the minister's man finally told him, would represent Lytton as a burned-out, cynical, former intelligence officer with unfulfilled spiritual yearnings. It was a tighter fit than ever, although his subsequent 10 years with the spooks had convinced him that whatever Jago was, he was far more of the flesh than the spirit. Derek was waiting at the gate that fed into the main field. He was twitchy, and as always when separated from Wendy, seemed lost. He wore a Mr. Spock T-shirt with a Vulcan platitude on it. "James," he gulped, "we've got a problem." That was a catchphrase during the run-up to the festival. Lytton was getting tired of it. He strode across the field, Derek stumbling to keep step beside him. There was a ragged crowd of kids in front of the main stage, milling about aimlessly, as if waiting for the acts who would not be tuning up for days. Or maybe this was what a Mongol horde looked like the minute after Kublai Khan decreed the immediate erection of a stately pleasure dome. Gary Chilcott was doing samurai sword exercises with a crowbar, providing swishing whistles to augment the sound effects. When he saw Lytton, he stopped and grinned like a clod. "That's how people get hurt, Gary." The boy mumbled an insincere apology. Lytton gathered Gary had been showing off for the benefit of one of the new girls, the petite redhead who'd been in the pub last night when he had had to separate Danny Keogh and Terry Gilpin. Well, no real harm in that. It might even do Gary good to be thumped by an irate boyfriend at some formative point in his romantic career. It could save him grief later on. Several of the kids, some older than kids actually, who'd been with the girl last night were also there. A junior macho man with a red cockatoo cut, a Posy Pratt in a bright blue jumpsuit and a Panama hat, a glum girl with several sets of cutaway clothes, overlapping enough for decency, and some 60s holdouts. Most of his locals were there too, nothing better to do thanks to school holidays or rural unemployment. The Gilpin brothers were missing. He could well do without Terry, and would have ordered him off the site if he had turned up. But he'd like to have Teddy around, partly because he was a good lad, partly because it would mean he wasn't off being dragged into trouble by his dead-lost brother. Some kids have it stacked against them from the start, and Teddy, following in Terry's dreadful wake, had a lot to overcome. "James," said Derek, tugging his sports jacket sleeve, "look at this." Someone had attacked the main stage with a knife. The canvas would be easier to get off this year because it was in pieces. Several patches had been slashed into tatters, and all the guy ropes had been hacked through. A stretch of matte black hardboard fronting had been exposed and brutalized. There were brown asterisk cracks where it had been kicked with heavy boots, and a foot-high "fuck" scratched into the paintwork. "It must be one of the few words he can spell properly," said Lytton. "Who?" asked Derek. "Bloody Terry Gilpin, of course. He might just as well have scrawled his signature at the bottom while he was at it. What should we do? Fix it, of course. We were going to have to replace a couple of these hardboards anyway. Lucky for him, there wasn't anything more expensive lying about. Lucky for us, you mean? Lytton snorted. No, him. At least this way I'll let him live. Chapter 6. Paul was squatting by the pond, which was behind the kiln shed. It was green and unhealthy, evaporated down to a Second World War British bath level. Nothing moved in its depths, and it was beginning to smell. Plants flopped listlessly in the murk. It was mid-morning, and Hazel had gone for a walk, the first time she'd done that during potting hours. He guessed he wasn't the only one having trouble with self-set work assignments. Their first week, she'd started at 9 sharp, barely took time off for coffee, 11 a.m., lunch, 1 to 1:40 p.m., back to the wheel in time for the Archers, or tea, 3:30 p.m., and worked into the evening. After a waning of initial enthusiasm and a few delicate complaints about how hungry he got waiting for her to be available for supper, she decided to stick to a knocking-off time of 6 p.m. That advanced to 5, and lunch expanded to an hour so she could take advantage of the sun. In retrospect, it sounded like creeping indolence, but actually she was diligent. Until now, she'd always kept to her preset rules, weighing each revision carefully before putting it on the statutes. He couldn't work while Hazel was off in the woods. After an hour or so, he was getting concerned. This was the real country, not the Sussex Downs. She'd had to keep getting up in the night to check the kiln. The cycle took about 13 hours. She had cut it off early this morning, but the bricks and the pots wouldn't be cool enough for her to unpack until late afternoon. It must be like opening a pyramid to find treasures or grave robbers' leavings. Maybe she needed the break before she could face her handiwork. He had just come from the kiln shed. It was like an oven in there, and he could hear little tinkling and shifting noises from inside the kiln as the temperature came down. The bell in the showroom rang, and Paul straightened up, feeling the strain in his knees. He brushed a bush that overhung the pond and noticed a strange fruit hanging from a grey branch. Looking closer, he saw it was a dead goldfish, bloated and still wet. He plucked it, feeling the sucker-like stem break, and dropped it into the brackish water. The fish sank, raising a cloud of mud as it touched bottom. The bell jangled again. Paul looked around the shed, seeing the garden dark through his sunglasses. There was someone in the shop, and a girl by his desk, coming across the dead lawn towards him. "Hi," he said, walking to meet her. "Can I help you?" She had waist-length, dark brown hair. With the sun behind her, and through his dark glasses, she had an eye-holed shadow for a face. Her eyes shone like those of an M.R. James ghost, liquid and unhealthy. "It's Alison," she said, accent instantly marking her as local. "From next door." The way she said it sounded like the name of a tacky brand of chocolates, Nest Door. "Alison Conway, Mr. Friendly's dark and usually silent daughter." She was often about, haunting the village like a junior spook. They had not spoken before. He guessed she was slightly retarded, or bright enough to pretend to be. "Hi, Alison. What can we do for you?" She half turned, brushing her hair out of her face. Sunlight fell on pale skin. She had adult lips, thick and sensual. "Just look in, Paul, if that's okay." He felt uneasy at the use of his name, as if she'd stolen part of his soul. "Sure," he said, trying to sound normal. "Do you get a discount?" She smiled, pouting just a little. "Never have before." Safe behind his shades, Paul looked at her. Alison was between 17 and 20, and thin. Not thin, lean, agile, a feral child. Her filthy jeans had burst, not trendily at the knees. She wore sturdy boots that could be registered as offensive weapons, and a fringed, worn, ragged Shane jacket a size too big. Not exactly a Thomas Hardy heroine. She was examining him, too, not bothering to be subtle about it. Suddenly she looked away, up toward the orchard. "You'm got hippies up the hill," she said. "They come last night." "It's not my hill." "Just thought you'm want to know." Behind Alison, Paul could make out someone in the pottery, moving between the tables. He was far enough back to be indistinct. It must be a boy, he guessed, wearing a shabby leather jacket. "Sometimes hippies take things, chickens and that. Dad says they'm a menace." "We don't have any chickens, just pots. And books." "Ah." She smiled, with a hint of malice. "Books." She picked up The World Set Free from a pile of volumes on the desk and handled it strangely. Her wrist did not work properly as far as holding a book was concerned. Surely she must be able to read. She made a face at the cover and put the Wells down again. "Not much use in books, if you ask me," she said. "Well, if things get bad, you can eat them." She grinned, her teeth not good. "That's true enough." He couldn't tell if Alison was trying to flirt or pick a fight. Neither appealed. She took a strand of her hair and chewed it. It could have been Lolita-ishly sexy, but her busy eyes made her seem the stereotype yokel straw-sucker. She heaved her shoulders like Cagney, hitching her jacket open in front. Underneath, she wore only a black bra, the skin of her sternum dotted with blackheads. Madonna had a lot to answer for, he thought. "Who's your friend?" he asked. She turned to the pottery, and for a moment he thought she was going to claim not to see anyone. It was an M.R. James day, he decided. He had a maggoty writhing under his shirt, a mix of goose flesh and sweat. "That's Ben," she said after consideration. "He's just come up." "Oh, for the festival." "Ah, that as well." He had the idea that Alison was teasing him. As well as what? "Other things," she said, with a secretive smirk. There was no sexiness in Alison's pose now. If anything, there was menace. Paul wished her away and started examining papers on his desk. She got the message. "Must be going now," she said, trying to drop her accent and enunciate every syllable like Princess Di. "So delightful to have this little chat and all that. Haw, haw. TTFN." She shrugged and walked away, rolling her hips, swinging her hair. He considered his quietly threatening typewriter. Glancing up, he saw Alison and Ben disappearing towards the road. He only got a glimpse of the boy's face, and he had wild hair and large goggles to cover most of it. But one quarter look was enough to give a lasting impression. Whether through birth, accident, or design, Ben's face was melted and set. That, he thought, was one ugly bastard. Chapter 7. The Maskell farm had survived bovine spongiform encephalopathy, mad cow disease, in 1990, through a savings lump that tided the business over the dip in the price of beef. Maskell could remember the Major, his father, battling foot and mouth in the 1960s, hard-facedly supervising the destruction of a fortune in cattle, his quirt dangling from his wrist. Even 30 years later, he couldn't hear wind-carried gunfire without remembering that mass execution. After defeating plagues, it hurt to see the farm crippled not by an agricultural disaster, but by a conglomeration of nothings in particular. Figures scrolled up on his computer as he tried to hedge his way around the economic crunch. The dead cows, 6 so far, had collapsed with differing symptoms: malnutrition, festering bites, dehydration, heat prostration, mystery bugs. Mainly, the cattle just upped stumps to get out of the sun. Fancy, Sue Clare's horse, was down with some weakening ailment too, and Jethro, the Maskell dog, had taken to sleeping most of the time, hiding under a blanket in his basket. Jeremy blamed it on the evil dwarf. And here he was indoors, staring at a screen, struggling with the books. There was nothing he could do outside. The rump of his workforce were trying to limit damage, clearing the way for the Agapemone people to move in over the next few days. After that, he might as well take a holiday and wait it out. Eventually it must rain. Then, maybe, he could start all over, scratching the land. He had all electric fans on, but they were not helping. His face was hot and damp, his shirt stuck to his back. He had drunk an entire bottle of Perrier water and not needed to use the toilet. The summer was a write-off. New diseases kept cropping up. Whole herds were being slaughtered in neighbouring counties. The price of British beef was at an all-time low, worse than in 1990. Because a few kids in Northampton had developed a new allergy, British milk was suspect too. People up and down the country were nervous about eating anything with "Produce of Britain" printed on it. The Minister of Agriculture tried to show his confidence in British foods by demonstrating he could feed his extended family on an all-British menu for a traditional Sunday dinner. The farming industry reeled when the Sunday newspapers ran pictures of the minister's 12-year-old daughter sicking up British milk pudding down her best photo opportunity frock. His only hope for survival was the Agapemone, no matter what Danny Keogh might say. In previous years he'd remained neutral on the festival, fence-sitting while Danny got up his petitions and the outsiders rushed in. Sue Clare and some of her New Age friends had dragged him along last year, and it had not been so bad. Not all the music was god-awful shite, and Dougie Calver, the cider king, swore by the profits he could reap over the week. Before throwing in with the festival, Maskell had a long talk with Dougie. He'd been astonished, and a little appalled, to realize how much money floated around in ragged jeans pockets. Some of it might as well come his way, even if it meant Danny never spoke to him again. That wasn't much of a loss. The old soldier was getting ever more cranky, and was bound to burst a blood vessel soon. In the corner of the office, a pyramid space that had once been a hayloft, Jeremy sat with a book, uncharacteristically quiet. Sue Clare was off in Taunton with her crystal therapist. Since it was the long school holidays, Maskell was stuck with the kids. Hannah was no trouble at all. Stick her in front of the video with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, and she was content on her own. But Jeremy, who became bored with deadly ease, was working up to trouble. Now he was fine, but Maskell sensed harassment coming. His son had a concentration problem. Then again, he himself could hardly keep his mind on his home computer's columns of figures. In this weather, it was hard to think about one thing for any length of time. At first, the heat had been pleasant. He had gone about with his shirt off, and Sue Clare complimented him on his tan. Unlike some of his labourers, who had permanently bark-textured brown necks and fish-belly white backs and chests, he did not burn. They ate long, picnic-like meals in the open, and stayed outside late into the evenings. Sue Clare enjoyed herself, browning her stomach and sipping cooled white wine, or riding across the moors on fancy, and patiently shushed his dark grumbles about the weather not being good for the farm. One day, everything had gone beyond ripe and started to rot. Since then, it had been hell. Maskell exited one file and entered another, checking running totals. The shortfall between expected and actual income was dangerous. Jeremy sighed and put down The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. Officially, he was a gifted child, but somehow that wound up being an affliction. He had a relationship problem, which meant other kids at his school did not like him. 2 or 3 times a week they formed a circle around him in the playground and jeered at him until he cried. Lisa Steining, the angelic tyrant who owned the dinner break, was the ringleader. Maskell couldn't remember much of his own primary school days, but was certain he had never been such a drip. If anything, he'd have been in the ring, linking arms with the others, chanting "Germ, germ, germ," swallowing sperm, at the crybaby twerp. Jeremy zigzagged slowly across the room, fiddling with things. Maskell knew he was about to need attention. He tried to stop himself getting angry before the boy had done anything. Jeremy was demanding more and more adult attention. Sue Clare was dropping the phrase "special school," but Maskell thought Jeremy's inability to make friends with kids his own age was not just a matter of differing levels of intelligence. In many ways, he seemed a lot less intelligent than the rest of them. He was so clever he had to do really stupid things to keep up, like the time he smeared garlic on his windows to keep away the evil dwarf. Jeremy was behind him, visible dimly as a reflection in the screen. There was the concentration problem, the relationship problem, the night-time bladder control problem, the coordination problem, the bad dream problem, and the evil dwarf problem. The evil dwarf was Jeremy's bogeyman, a creeping malevolence who sucked out the minds of little boys, turning them into human sheep. It was hard to tackle the things that scared Jeremy. Controlling his reading and viewing didn't help, because Jeremy could take it into his head to be scared of almost anything. When they took the kids to see Snow White, Maskell had predicted trouble with the Wicked Queen, but Jeremy had taken it into his head to be afraid of Dopey. Maskell could not remember now whether the evil dwarf had showed up before or after Dopey, but they were now the same monster. No wonder the other kids, including 5-year-old Hannah, gave him a hard time. Anyone afraid of Dopey had a serious chicken streak. When he was a boy, they'd had really scary monsters, like the Quatermass experiment and the Trollenberg terror, and he'd never shown his fear of them before his father. If he'd refused to go alone to bed in the dark, the Major would have given him a memorable quirting and banned him from the television. Maskell was struggling anyway. Since the books had gone from paper to disc, things supposed to be simple had become complicated. He trawled around in the accounts, trying to find enough to meet the tax bill. He was required to pay for last year's profits, while the farm was in its worst-ever slump, but he had been digging for 2 months into the set-aside tax money to keep up with the wage bills. Losing Budge and Gilpin helped, although their union rep had already left a curt message on his answering machine, but not much. He had no casual labour left to trim from the budget. Gilpin and Budge hadn't been fat, they'd been meat, and their loss left a bloody hole. To top it off, his accountant of 18 years had retired, and Maskell resented and mistrusted the pony-tailed youth who inherited his business. He did not like the way he looked at Sue Clare's chest and constantly flexed his fingers, and could not understand the manual that came with the software the sharp-faced creep had lent him. "Dad," said Jeremy, in the whiny voice he always used when he was about to ask an unanswerable question. Maskell entered the housekeeping account, hoping Sue Clare had left something he could use to fill in a financial crack. "Dad!" "Yes, Jeremy?" "Dad, what's scary for you?" It was a favourite question. Since so many of the child's problems had to do with what scared him, he was fascinated by the subject. Hannah was scared of spiders, things Jeremy recognized as harmless animals. After all, why bother being afraid of non-poisonous creepy crawlies when you had an evil dwarf to worry about? Realizing scariness was inherent in people who were scared, not in things that were scary, just like the varying taste in foods that made him love parsnips, which his sister would rather go hungry than eat. He was interested in what was scary for other people. Maskell had been asked before, many times, and settled on an answer. "Germ," he said, "the only thing that scares me is stupidity." Said Jeremy, thinking. Chapter 8. She had lived in South London until she was 10, and in Hove ever since. Used to streets and sea-fronts, this was the first time she'd been away from buses every 10 minutes, shops round the corner, cinemas and parties and clubs within walking distance, and being able just to go into the town centre and run into people she knew. Here, apart from Paul, she was on her own. Her ideas of the country had come from the Archers and television serials about bodice ripping in olden times. The reality was heat and insects, the whiff of silage, dusty earth that got tracked everywhere. And the quiet. You heard every car that passed, but there was no constant background buzz of traffic. Even the birds were less raucous than the seagulls which flocked on Brighton Beach. Hazel was surprised it was easy to find her way over the hill back to the pottery. The directions she'd been given were vague, but the paths were clear. She'd expected to get lost in the jungle, but this wild wood was open and sunny. Until now, she'd been too busy to explore. Up here, she could get an idea of where places in the village were in relation to each other. This might be her only chance in all her life to live in the country. She shouldn't waste it, all bent over a wheel or complaining about the lack of a Chinese takeaway. From some of the hillside clearings, the views were pretty. There was a bump on the horizon, sticking a finger into the sky. Glastonbury Tor. Paul said it was one of the places King Arthur was supposed to be buried. Nearer, she saw the church out on the moor, cows standing like toys in yellow fields. With strange ditches and winding roads like lines, it was like looking down on a map. She'd given herself a turn or two last night, on her way out to the kiln shed with her torch, imagining strange shapes in the shadows of trees in the outbuildings. It was a different dark, with no underglow from street lighting. Now, with the sun high, that was a distant memory. It was cooler up here, with shade from the trees and a slight wind. No wonder those kids camped up here. It was like being above the world. It had done her good to get away for a morning and most of an afternoon. Paul was right. She'd been working too hard, knocking herself out. If she was tense, she messed up her pots. After only a few hours of wandering, the pains in her lower back faded. Backache was an occupational handicap for a potter, forever bent over a wheel, humping heavy boards of work about. Was that really something she wanted to take on for life? Was she really good enough to make it worth the effort? Yesterday, last night, this morning, she hadn't thought so. It wasn't too late, she knew, to change. Move into the teaching stream, even switch completely and take computer courses. Today, with the sun up, the bottles abandoned, and a kiln waiting to be unpacked, she was beginning to feel good about it again. Her hands felt competent. She was even looking forward to unpacking the kiln this evening. It would be a discovery. There weren't so many insects up here. She hadn't been bitten all day. She found herself a spot that overlooked the pottery. She could see Paul. A few people, customers, came and went. Paul saw to them. Someone had left a pair of old binoculars hanging on a dead bush. She tried them out, but all she saw through them was a fuzzy blur. She'd been moody lately. Paul was scratching against her, getting sarky when she didn't need it, making half-apologetic demands. They shared the cooking equally, but she always ended up loading the dishwasher, and she did the ironing. Patch had wanted her to join a women's group this spring, but she had been busy, been sidetracked with Paul. Maybe when they got back she'd have time. Hazel wasn't sure Paul would last through the autumn. It wasn't that she didn't love him, it was just... She didn't know. Just he could be so miserable at times. He looked small now, working at his desk. His typewriter chattered like a tiny woodpecker. Every so often he would stop tapping and rummage through his piles of books. There were more things than books, Hazel thought. More things to do. This was the first relationship she'd been in where she'd had to think beyond the next day over, the next day out. But that wasn't necessarily a sign this was the big one. She didn't believe in lifelong love affairs anyway. When Paul had been away lecturing in Manchester last term, she'd missed him fiercely, had read and reread ragged his letters. She hadn't wanted to do much of anything, go out with Patch or her friends. She'd even read some of Paul's books to try to get close to him. But she'd caught a bug of some kind and felt nauseous. Then her period was late, and she'd known with a terrible certainty that she was pregnant. She waved to Paul. He didn't notice. During the week of the baby, she'd thought through the life they might be stuck in. Paul would want the child, would insist that he could help her, and she'd give in. But he'd go forward, while she'd come to a halt. She'd take time off to have the baby, and never get back to her courses. Maybe they'd get married. Dad would give them both what for if they didn't. Then they'd find they didn't have the money to get a mortgage on a house, or a flat big enough for a family. And childbirth, she knew, would be an agony. She loved Paul, yes, but did she love him enough to fit into that kind of life? Did she love him enough to end up like Mum, stuck with order-barking Dad? There wasn't a gate proper, but there was a gap in the hedge, with a slatted top of a packing case wired into it. She undid the wire and pushed the wooden square aside, then refastened it behind her. The day before Paul was back, she had started to bleed. For the only time in her life, she was jubilant to get her period. No baby. However, it had still been a reprieve rather than a not guilty verdict. She'd seen the future, a future, and not liked it. Paul saw her. She waved again. He stood and waited for her to come down. The slope was steep and the basket heavy, so she had to be careful. "Plums," she said to him, tilting the basket to show off the fleshy yellow fruit. "It's a good year for plums." Paul looked nervy, a little annoyed. She would have missed lunch. Paul was as keen on routine as her ex-Navy dad, and always wanted things on time, or not at all. "Where have you been?" he asked, speaking evenly, ready for the debriefing. "You didn't say when you left." "It was just a walk." "What about your work?" "I was up all night, and I'll be unpacking the kiln after tea time. I deserve a morning off. I've more than made up the time. Have a plum." She picked one out and took a bite. Juice squirted through her fingers. She giggled, chewing the sweet meat, and put the basket on his desk. He took a plum too and bit it. He spat out a mouthful on the ground. The half plum in his hand was mostly brown. "This is rotten." "There's always one. You should look before you eat." He tried to lick the taste off his teeth. She finished her plum and dropped the stone into a used cup on his desk. "Tea?" he asked. "I've just had some, thanks." Hazel noticed the jam-jar wasp trap she had put on the low stone wall of the veranda earlier in the week was full. Yellow-black corpses clogged the inch of greasy water in the bottom. There was a nest nearby. The killing jar wasn't making much of a dent in the local insect population, but there still ought to be a queue at the doorway to wasp heaven. Paul had made a joke about insect angels sharing cloud space with California surfies, Bible-thumping bigots and U.S. presidents, and suggested they should dedicate a special Hazel Chapelet wing. His jokes were all like that, long and complicated, and hardly worth the effort. "Tell me about your walk," he said, obviously digging. She wasn't stopped. "Later, Paul. I want to wash. I'm all sticky." "Okay," he said. "I'll make some tea." "Do you want any lunch? I can nuke the rest of the spaghetti in the microwave." "I've eaten, thanks," she said, walking towards the house, cutting short further questioning. He followed her into the house and took a detour into the kitchen while she went upstairs to the bathroom. She ran the cold tap onto her flannel and wiped her face. Then she did her arms and legs. Some of her bites were inflamed, but the stinging was going away. She must have developed immunity. She had a pee and took a brush to her tangled hair. It was getting long. Back in Brighton, she might have it styled shorter, like patches, but in the meantime, she'd better wear a headband. It kept falling into her work while she was throwing. She changed her shorts and shirt for a fresh-smelling loose dress. She went out to the veranda feeling cleaner, and Paul brought a teapot and some mugs. The teapot was Mike Bleach's, but the mugs were hers. They'd been using them all week, but Paul hadn't noticed. She decided to have a cup of tea after all. Paul made it too weak, as usual, but she didn't complain. He kissed her. He was good at that. He didn't kiss like anyone else she'd gone out with. The list was into double figures by now, and she was always surprised at the variety he brought to basic tongue wrestling. They sat in basket chairs, shaded from the sun. She drank her tea. "Well," he said after a while. "Well, what?" "Your walk. Where did you go?" She smiled and leaned back. "A long way. Out over the moors, up through the woods. It's lovely up on the hill. You can see for ages. There are kids camped up there, a bit beyond our boundary, in a clearing." "I know. Someone told me. Were they the people who gave you lunch?" "No. There was someone asleep in a van, but no one else about. They've got tents set up, and there was an ashy campfire place." "Silly buggers. They're warning about forest fires on the radio." He couldn't hold out any longer. "Where did you eat?" "I went round to see Wendy and asked some more about the festival." "You went to the Agapemone?" "It's a beautiful old house, Paul, like something from an Agatha Christie book, and—" "Hazel," he said, "you should be careful with those people. You know, they're not—" He was reacting, just as she'd known he would. She had a spark of anger. "Come on, Paul, they're really nice." "It's not that." The whine was creeping into his voice, the "I'm cleverer than you, so why don't you listen" whine. On the verge of one of their almost rows. Hazel didn't want to go further, but there was no avoiding it. "What is it then, clever clogs? You know what these cults are like. The moon is—" "You think I've been brainwashed, then?" "No, but you shouldn't get too involved. They're very clever at what they do. They've got all kinds of techniques. Some of their methods are sophisticated, very nasty. I'm not about to join up or anything. I'm not religious. I hardly think they're going to slip me the Queen shilling in a basket of plums. I don't think they want to go to the bother of kidnapping you. Thank you very much, I'm sure. That's not what they want, Hazel. It's this festival." She was angry now. "That's got nothing to do with the churchy stuff, hasn't it? Some people get very rich being the new Messiah. It's big business, like TV evangelists in America. God doesn't have anything to do with it. But the festival isn't just there to raise cash. It's supposed to make you forget what the Agapemone is really about. It's to make Jago respectable, and by associating yourself with it, you're associating yourself with him." As he was talking, she saw another wasp going head first to its doom in her trap. It landed on the tracing paper fixed to the jam jar with a rubber band, and poked its head at one of the holes she'd made with a pencil. The head went through, and the wings, and the whole body. "So you think I shouldn't have a table at the festival?" "You ought to be bloody careful." "It's not like you think, Paul. There aren't any hooded devil monks or slaves in chains. They're just people who live together in an old house. They're no different from your friends in the Montpelier squat." "Yeah, well, I never said Brian, Alex, and Eugene were normal, Hayes." Inside the jar, the wasp had caught on, and was buzzing furiously against the smeared glass. "So, what was it like, then?" He couldn't help being curious, she noticed. "Did you see Jago?" "No. He stays in his room, apparently. He's very busy. I helped pick plums, and they let me keep a basket, the rotten ones, to bring home. Wendy and Derek were there, and some others. Young people, mostly. And just ordinary. They didn't talk about religion all the time. They told jokes. Paul, they were happy. There's nothing wrong with that." "Yeah, well, happiness can't buy you money." I bet you got that from a film. A lot of things he said, he did. It was a girl called Mary Law. She was a bit funny, looked to the ground all the time, and there's Mick, who used to be a rich poet. Until he gave it all away to the Rev, I suppose. He didn't say, but he did say he was happier now, sharing with others. That doesn't sound sinister, does it? Well, I suppose they all smiled a lot. What's wrong with smiling? You have to do it with your eyes as well as your lips. You have to mean it. You have to have the choice not to, or it doesn't count. You're just being nasty because I'm interested. Okay, Hayes, you know what you're doing. But be careful. Never trust anyone who claims to be on speaking terms with God, especially if they've got collecting tins. I love you, you know that, and I'm not just saying this to whip up an argument. I hate pointless arguments, you know that too. Just be careful. She knew what he would say next, felt ground crumbling under her, and had to be ready to put up a defence. The money? You're not giving them anything from your sales at the festival. She looked down at her tea, reading her fortune in the dregs. No, I pay a flat fee for the table. How much? £20 a day. That's £100 for the whole week. There's a reduction. Still, it's reasonable, Paul. I might sell out. Watch out. I don't want you taken advantage of. By anyone else, you mean? That's not fair. The wasp gave in and died. Hazel could chalk up another victim. She left her cup on the freezer and walked away from the veranda, back to the pottery. In the trap, nothing moved. Chapter 9. Alone in the kitchen, Susan filled a kettle and set it on the cooker. She turned on the gas and pressed the ignition. The ring hissed, but no flame appeared. She tried again. Nothing. The device always was untrustworthy. Rather than root through drawers for matches, she lifted the kettle and held her right forefinger a few inches from the escaping gas. She thought, and a spark danced from her fingernail. The gas caught with a rush, and she pulled back her hand swiftly. Setting the kettle on the ring, she felt a tiny satisfaction. Using her talent in small, useful ways made her feel harmless and empowered. There was enough earth and stone between her and Jago to damp the interference. Susan knew she was only here, probably only alive, because Sir Kenneth Smart, the minister with responsibility, saw defence applications. During the 2 minutes of the Gulf War, he had asked David to run a scenario whereby a talent could be used invisibly to stop the heart of an unnamed subject whose physical profile happened to match exactly that of Saddam Hussein. David dithered until the crisis passed, his file presumably picking up a black asterisk. At the time, Alistair Garnett, the minister's liaison with eyesight, was around the complex more often, assessing the project's 10-year performance. David, she knew, was worried almost as much by all this as he was by knowing Jago was still out there. She had been introduced to Sir Kenneth at various functions, but the constantly updated file on her relayed to him through Garnett was watered down, making her seem little more than a human toy, a barometer that sometimes produced results. Finally, she'd been given this position almost as much as a way of keeping her out of Smart's clutches. David thought he wanted to slap a uniform on her and train her to dismantle missiles in mid-air, as of getting near Jago. Inside eyesight, Jago was a legend. File restricted to all but the big three. Susan heard rumours from the other talents that Anthony Jago was gifted to such a degree that he couldn't even be classed as human. The man, she'd been given to understand, was something between a god and a monster. The snakes had litten with the Agapemone almost from the first, and pored over his reports. From Sir Kenneth's point of view, Jago was like the chemical weapons Britain had stockpiled. There was no point in making even tentative steps towards deploying him until he could be controlled. In the meantime, he was watched, but generally left alone. It was David who decided Susan should be assigned to Jago. He turned her over to the snakes for a few months of training. They had taken her past, with its gaps and aimless drifts, and woven a close-fitting snakeskin, characterizing her as a restless neurotic given to alternative religions. She was disturbed at how little they had to make up to make her convincing as a potential sister of the Agapemone. Now she often measured herself against Wendy Aitken or Jenny Steining, asking herself how she was different from them, and how she was the same. She found loose tea in a tin, and snagged a teapot with a mentacle, pulling it down from a shelf she couldn't reach with her hands without using a stepladder. In the early days, Jago made a few conversions that did not completely take. Most of those would-be disciples were institutionalized or dead, but one or two had been deprogrammed and were staggering towards normality. Susan took part in debriefings and learned what to expect within the walls of the Agapemone. She wasn't shocked, although the great manifestation sounded like a service she wouldn't be keen on participating in. With due consideration, the snakes tailored her skin to characterize her as a joiner and a loner, hoping she could get into the community but remain isolated within it, free to report back, safe from the more obvious dangers. Finally, she'd been allowed to examine the Jago file. David talked her through it. Born London, 1942. Not a very comfortable place and time. Both parents dead when he was an infant, raised by his grandmother, an elderly, superstitious woman. Schools, university, church activities, various unspectacular livings. A few odd little scandals. Likes the ladies, I suspect. A pretty standard ecclesiastical CV, I'm told. "Jesus Christ!" she'd blurted, finding the newspaper clippings. "Quite," said David. 28 people dead. A few accidents, 4 murders, the rest suicide. The incidents took place between March and April 1975, within an area of no more than a few square miles. "Inner city decay?" she ventured. This was a prosperous suburb. They all went to his church. They were his parishioners, and they died. They weren't manic-depressive pensioners on the dole. They were middle class, mostly middle-aged, mostly secure. The man who strangled his sister-in-law was an alderman and on the board of Leeds United. No history of mental problems or violence. He killed her because they were waiting for his wife to come home, and she wanted to watch the gardening on BBC Two, while he was in the middle of Morecambe and Wise on BBC One. They were all like that. 1 minute Mr. or Mrs. Boring, the next Jack the Ripper, Molly the Maniac. Until we came across them, the deaths were down as a blip on these statistics. Something in the water, was the local scuttlebutt. You think it was projection? Right, Susan. Consider the report from his parish council. It's obvious that from March through April 1975, he was going through a crisis of faith, I suppose you'd call it. The only way he could cope was to spread the load, dissipate some of his agony through the pulpit. The text of one of his sermons is in the file. It's pretty cracked. The earth breaking open to disgorge clouds of wasps. Another man might have reached for paracetamol, but he had options not open to another man. If you want some light reading, there's a sheaf of suicide notes in there. Mostly God told me to's, but some are peculiarly elaborate. It's not just goodbye, cruel world. There's visionary stuff. It compares interestingly with the sermons. We've always known a talent like this could come along. She'd been impressed, and suddenly understood why David went along with Garnett's D notices and cover stories. Jago could bring bad publicity for the field. The last thing they needed were fearless vampire killers hunting out talents. We first turned him up as we turned you up, random applications of rhyme tests to students. He was told he was a talent, but that's not the interpretation he's chosen. He has followers, disciples. It's well within his power to perform what might easily be classed as miracles. What do you think he thinks he is? The kettle whistled, and she poured boiling water into the teapot. She was shaking, remembering the cold seriousness David had radiated. From somewhere, Garnet found Janet Speke, a fellow traveller with the Agapemone, who was, after a traumatic childhood and a nightmare marriage, gradually jumping through the hoops that would turn her into Sister Janet. She was living in Achilzoe, attending services at the Agapemone, her petition for initiation obviously under consideration. Garnet arranged for her to be Janet's upstairs neighbour, and Susan did the rest. It was guilt-makingly easy to get close to the woman, and, through her, to pick up a crash course in the beliefs of Anthony William Jago. She was introduced to Mick Barlow, who acted like Jago's appointed representative on Earth, and attended some of Jago's services, feeling power-willing as he spoke. She'd met other talents, but Jago was giant, a monster. Janet was guaranteed a place at the Agapemone by virtue of her sincere belief in the beloved presence. Susan could only counterfeit so much, and Garnet thought it best she not appear too fanatical. To get even with her sister, Susan had to have something else to bulk out her obviously shadowy faith. That was simple. Susan slipped to Janet, who most certainly revealed to Mick that she'd recently realized a substantial sum through the sale of her dead parents' house. The Agapemone practiced sharing of communal property, so her savings were even more welcome than she was. Sister Janet was selected by Beloved for a great manifestation, and Susan wondered gratefully why the honour had passed her by. How far could Beloved see through her? He must be able to read her to some extent, although he always gave the impression he was so close to heaven that earthly matters were miles beneath him. Jago never took an interest in Susan, not in the way he took an interest in some of the other sisters. Of course, she was relieved, but at some level his inattention peeved her. What did the others have that she did not? She liked to believe the factor the sister-loves shared was a lack, not a quality. Jago towered above his devotees, but of all the brethren only Susan could measure herself against him. He saw her, if at all, as furniture or an ornament, never speaking directly to her. Her dilettante researches into the house's store of books and papers were tolerated so blithely that Susan assumed word must have come down from on high to let her get on with it. Despite everything, she knew Jago was watching her. She poured her tea and added milk. She raised the steaming cup cautiously to her mouth. When she sucked in a mouthful, it was cold as ice. The heat had drained away somewhere. Chapter 10. It was the hour of the wolf, between sunset and night, dark enough indoors to have one or two lights on. They had not exchanged more than a few words since the afternoon, but Paul felt he should be here for the unpacking. It was important to Hazel, and he needed to understand her work better to get back close to her. She didn't complain about his being there, but she wasn't welcoming either. The bricks were pleasantly warm to the touch, but there might still be dangerously hot spots. Hazel slipped on the large gauntlets. She made and unmade floppy fists and scrabbled at the top of the kiln, pulling the key brick out of the arch. She worked quickly and precisely, like a film of someone building a wall run backwards, pulling out the outer bricks and stacking them. Rapidly, she stripped away the bright orange outer layer, bearing the core of white fire bricks. The clay-stained portable radio was tuned in to a top 20 show. She hummed along with bland, repetitive pop. She was trying to be matter-of-fact, but he could read her well enough to know she was wound tight. There was tension between them from the afternoon argument and other as yet unspoken grievances, but mainly she was worried about this kiln. Paul had the idea this was crucial for her, the one that decided whether she stuck with pottery and made something of it, or wrote it off as a passing enthusiasm and decided to do something else. He hoped the kiln would turn out well, not just for Hazel but for himself. If she were jogged out of her mood, he might have a chance of smoothing over the fracture between them. Both were sweating. The double doors were wide open, and the comparative cool of the evening had come, but the kiln shed was heavy with retained heat. He felt a headache coming. In her tatty jeans and clay-caked T-shirt, Hazel looked very gamine. She crouched on the box in front of the kiln door, easing out the first of the fire bricks. As she went up on her toes, calloused heels rose from flip-flops. Paul squashed the impulse to hug her from behind. The news was on now, and she wasn't humming. Somerset was mentioned. The hippie convoy had been moved on again. Bricks piled up. The interior of the kiln was in shadow. "The torch," she said. He handed her the rubber-coated torch, and she shone a beam into the cavity. Pots glistened, and as he looked over her shoulder, he saw unusual colours, blues and greens, not, thank God, browns. "It looks okay," he said, wishing it so. She made a non-committal noise and passed back the torch. "Let me help." "All right," she said, "but be careful to stack them in order. They're numbered and lettered, see?" He took hot bricks from her with bare hands and put them on the pile. She had laid out boards earlier to receive pots as they came out of the kiln. Finally, the kiln was open. Hazel slid back off the box and looked away, staring in with an unreadable expression. Paul looked too. A wave of invisible heat struck his face. It looked as good as anything she had ever done, and better than most of her output. He reached for a cup near the front, but she took his hand before he could touch it. "Fingers," she said. "Be careful. It's hot." With a gauntlet, she pulled the pot out and held it up. An intricate design ringed the rim, vaguely Greek, white on blue. "It's a success, isn't it?" She smiled tightly. "Yes, better than expected." She was puzzled, though. She put the cup on the nearest board and started taking out other pots. Paul knew she was better at throwing than glazing, but she always had problems with her gloss firings. Her usual complaint was that everything she did came out brown, no matter what it was when it went in. Now, as he saw from the cups, plates, jugs, bottles and bowls on the boards, she'd got it right. Her design was more imaginative, more richly coloured. It was as if she had finally discovered how to do the trick. Boards filled up, but Hazel stopped before the kiln was even half empty. She took off her gauntlets and ran her fingertips over a large plate, tracing the image of a girl's face drawn there with a few simple strokes. Then she left the kiln shed and was silhouetted in the doorway. Paul realized she was crying. He went to her and embraced her. She was hot and squirmed ineffectually in his arms. "What's the matter, darling? These are terrific." Hazel freed herself and turned. A tear cut through the dust on one cheek. She was having trouble speaking, but finally she managed. "I didn't do anything different. This just happened on its own. I don't know if I can do it again." "Of course you can, Hayes. Don't underestimate yourself." "No, it's not. Some of those designs I don't recognize. The face in the plate. I don't know where it came from. I don't think I put it there." "You're being silly." He kissed her cheek. "You're just going to have to put up with being talented. Come on, I'll help you finish." She followed him back into the heat, and together they emptied the temple-like kiln of its treasures. Outside, it started to get dark. Chapter 11. He was supposed to call his mummy and daddy Sue, Claire, and Morris, but kept forgetting. Everyone told him he wasn't a baby any more, then jumped on him when he tried to be grown up. Jeremy knew that wasn't fair, but didn't complain. His sister sometimes moaned that things weren't fair, but it never got her anywhere. Earlier, when Daddy quirted her for ruining a tablecloth by poking her coloured pencil through it, she'd said it was not fair. But she had still got a quirt. It was a smack, really, not even a hard one, but Daddy called it a quirt. That was forgotten now, and Hannah was on the sofa with Mummy and Daddy, watching the video. He was in the chair by Jethro's basket, attention split between the screen and the sleeping dog. He was worried about Jethro. He wasn't awake much these days, and when he was, he whined and drooled thin spit. Hannah told him spitefully the evil dwarf had given Jethro AIDS, knowing, even though she didn't believe in Dopey herself, it would upset him. Hannah clapped as James Bond's boat turned into a hang glider and saved him from a waterfall. There was a tall man with steel teeth in the video. Jeremy knew the man was in with the evil dwarf. They had the same rotten egg eyes. When he grinned, which he did often, his steel teeth shone, gnashing like rows of bullets. When the video was over, Mummy told the children to go up to bed. They'd been downstairs in their pyjamas, watching the video as a treat. Their teeth were brushed. "Come on now," Mummy said again. "Off to bed." Jeremy looked at his parents. Daddy was practically asleep himself, slumped eyes shut, shirt open to show his brown chest. Hannah looked at him, smiled nastily, and got up. "Good night, Sue Claire. Good night, Morris," she said, exaggerating like an angel, and scampered off towards the door, passing into the dark corridor, up the dark stairs, across the dark landing, and into her dark room. He heard the click of her light cord and the thud of her shutting door, then imagined her mean giggle. 2.5 years younger, she was proud of her courage. The dark didn't matter to her. She didn't understand about the evil dwarf. Hannah was stupid and didn't understand much. She was making a show of going to bed to get back in with Mummy and Daddy, to prove she was forgiven her pencil rampage. One of the kids always had to be out, and it was usually Jeremy. Hannah was only out when she did something like making holes or setting fires, and often the blame could be passed on to her best friend, Lisa, who was usually the one to propose the actual mischief. Lisa was mean enough to be the evil dwarf's girlfriend. After her quirt, Hannah was always given a cuddle and brought back in again. Jeremy was out most of the time, without it actually being his fault. "What are you waiting for, Jeremy?" Mummy's smile had gone hard, like a woman advertising toothpaste. She was pretending she didn't know what the problem was. Grown-ups said they didn't pretend like children, but they did, all the time. "Come up with me," he said experimentally. "It's dark." The corridor wasn't the problem. The stairs weren't the problem, and the landing wasn't the problem. He could reach the light switches easily and banish the darkness. He could know the evil dwarf wasn't there. Wherever was lit up, Dopey couldn't go. Jeremy thought that if he caught the evil dwarf with a beam of light, then he'd shrivel up and melt into a pile of sizzling goo. "The dark," Jeremy said. But in the dark, the drooling idiot could come for him, tongue extended to puncture his head and scoop his brains to make him a mindless moron. "Jeremy," his mummy said, V-lines between her eyebrows, "you know there's nothing." Daddy was sitting up straight now, paying attention. "Off you go, Jeremy," he said, pretending to be cheerful. "Suki and I need to be alone. We've grown-up things to do." "It's not actually dark yet," Mummy said, "just dusk." Jeremy looked at his parents, tears creeping behind his eyes. Daddy put a hand on Mummy's shoulder, and his fingers dug in, kneading around her neck. She angled her head like a cat's and rubbed his hand with her cheek. It was his room that was the problem. It was a funny shape, and in the oldest part of the farmhouse. Built before the electric light was put in properly, that part of the house didn't have light switches by the doors, where they should be. There was a lamp by his bed, for reading, but he'd never cross the room in the dark and find the switch by fumbling. Not before the evil dwarf's tongue displaced one of his eyes and bored into his brain. There was a light cord, also by his bed, and he'd have to try for that. If he couldn't get Mummy or Daddy to come with him and go into the room to turn on the light, then he'd have to run across the room, zigzagging to avoid Dopey, and make a grasp for the cord. He'd done it before, but he didn't want to try again. This time his fingers might miss, and the evil dwarf would have him, tongue snaking into his mind. "Mummy, can you come with me?" Jeremy said, hating his whiny voice. He was determined not to cry. "Mummy!" He wasn't simply scared. He was sensible. His teachers told him it wasn't stupid to be scared of dangerous things. Everyone should be scared of big lorries travelling too fast, or electric cables that could turn you to a skeleton. Being frightened of those things wasn't being scared, it was being sensible. And the evil dwarf was as actual and dangerous as a 2-ton truck or a megavolt current. He knew. "Jeremy, you know what we've said. You've got to learn to do it on your own." "Oh, Mum," he said, tears beginning. Mummy would give in first. If she were on her own, she always gave in. The only times he lost this game were when Daddy was with Mummy and in a grim mood. Like tonight. "Please." Mummy bit her lip and chewed, slipping a glance at Daddy. He sat, stone-faced, not giving anything away, hand still on Mummy's shoulder. He'd tried leaving his lamp on all day, so the light would be waiting for him when it got dark outside. But it was always turned off by someone. Daddy warned him about wasting electricity, and Hannah liked to tease him, for Jeremy suspected the evil dwarf was behind it more often than not. It was an evil dwarf sort of thing to do. Mummy sighed and looked annoyed. "Morris," she said, pleading a little. "No," Daddy said. "He has to learn." Daddy looked at him. "Germ," he said, the name like a stab. "Up to bed. Now. No nonsense." "But Daddy, Dopey!" Daddy clapped his hands and nodded towards the sitting-room door. "Germ, you're close to a quirt." Jeremy didn't want to be made stupid, like a sheep or a vegetable. He knew it was only being clever that made him what he was. If he was stupid, if the evil dwarf ate his brains, he wouldn't be himself. He'd be dead, like the cows. Worse, he'd be pretending to be alive, like Jethro, but nothing like his old, actual self. Daddy ought to be able to understand. He admitted the thing that scared him was stupidity. Dopey was stupidity, infected with it like the measles, mindlessly bent on spreading the plague wherever he went, wherever his tongue probed. Jeremy's chin wobbled, tears dripping from his eyes. "Mum," he said, "please." "I'll come," said Mummy, giving in. Daddy was quiet. Mummy turned on the lights in the corridor, on the stairs and on the landing. "See," she said, "nothing." She opened Jeremy's door, dipping her hand into the darkness. Daddy was at the bottom of the stairs, disapproving. Mummy disappeared into the dark. She was safe, Jeremy hoped. The evil dwarf was only after him. The moment extended, and Jeremy felt himself building up to a panic. Inside he was trembling. He imagined the evil dwarf pinning Mummy down on his child-sized bed, gripping her with his bony knees, quieting her cries by filling her throat with his bulging rope of tongue so he could puncture the roof of her mouth, thrusting into her brain from below. There was a click, and the light came on. Jeremy, quiet, crept into the room. It was undisturbed. His posters and models were where they should be. His Narnia books were on the shelf in proper order. The Magician's Nephew first, The Last Battle last. Mummy was all right. She drew his curtains, shutting out a faint red somewhere in the night. "Happy?" Mummy said, still annoyed. Jeremy nodded. "Get into bed, nuisance," she said, smiling a little. Jeremy leaped under the covers and pulled them tight up around him. The covers were protection. Even if it was dark, the evil dwarf couldn't get through the covers. Mummy sat on the bed, and Daddy loomed in the doorway. "It was only a film, you know," she said. "The man with steel teeth? An actor. He takes out his teeth and goes home. He's not actual." Jeremy nodded, agreeing. He knew better, but agreed. "Mummy," he said, "can I have the landing light on?" A thin line of light under his bedroom door was more protection. "You know you won't be able to sleep." "I will." Mummy looked at Daddy, and Daddy shrugged. He was past complaining. "All right. but it's the last time. Safety. "Good night, Sue Claire. Good night, Morris," he said, trying very hard. His parents left, shutting the door behind them. He heard them going downstairs. The landing light was still on. Jeremy reached out for the light cord. This was the trickiest part. He had to wrap the covers around his arm so nothing would be left uncovered in the dark the moment the light went off, and keep his head under the blankets, eyes tight shut. He couldn't see the light under the door, but knew it was there. That made a difference. He pulled the cord and whipped his hand in, too fast for the evil dwarf. Curled up into a tight ball under the covers, he waited. Nothing happened, so he relaxed, stretched out, and slept. Chapter 12. Paul changed into his robe and slippers. He had let her have the bathroom first, and by the time he was ready to come downstairs, Hazel had laid out supper in the sitting-room. Biscuits, cheese, salad, white wine, and newly washed fruit. Some of the plums from the Agapemone were fine. She had put music on, apparently at random, since it was something he liked. Louis Armstrong. "What did I do to be so—" Satchmo sang, "Black and Blue." Hazel wasn't quite out of her afternoon mood yet, but was changing. At least she was talking, mainly about the kiln. She was getting over her puzzlement, starting to be pleased. Paul was too relaxed to pay complete attention to her when she got technical, but was warmed by the recurrence of her old enthusiasm. The large plate with the girl's face, still warm, was on the coffee table. Hazel was especially pleased with it, and now thought she could remember tracing the design in hot wax during the glazing session. It had a simplicity which reminded him of a Saul Bass poster. The girl's lips were a Cupid's bow smile, but the one exposed eye, the other was covered by a wing of hair, seemed pregnant with a soon-to-be shed tear. The face didn't look like anyone they knew. "I think I'll keep her," Hazel said, "as a showpiece. I might try to slip her into my coursework next year." She couldn't stop running her fingers over the design. 9 lines, 2 dots. She wasn't usually so pleasingly simple. Most of her patterned pots, he thought, were scruffy because they were too cluttered. "It's the best thing you've ever done." "Thank you," she said, raising her wine. "I think so, too." "And the rest of the kiln is good, too, isn't it?" "Yes, almost all of it. Some of the saucers are speckled. There'll be seconds." "I love you." That was an agreement, he gathered, not a reciprocation. Still, she bent sideways on the sofa to kiss him, brushing her lips to his. He wore his bathrobe and slippers. She had on a thin shift that hiked up when she sat down. He put his hand on her knee and responded to the kiss, gently poking with his tongue. He stroked her side, smoothing cotton over her ribs. Her hand came up and cupped his chin, prolonging the kiss. He fumbled with her buttons and held her breast, thumb teasing a nipple. She took his wrist between thumb and forefinger and unstuck his hand from her body. The kiss broke. "Let's go upstairs," one of them said. "Okay." They left the supper things and the girl plate in the sitting-room and clung to each other on the stairs. His robe had fallen open, cord dragging behind him like a mummy's loose bandage. They paused halfway up the stairs to lean on the banisters and kiss again. He felt warmth as his erection started. The sooner they got to the double bed, the better. Hazel sucked hungrily at his tongue, playfully biting. Then she drew away and went up ahead of him, tugging his hand. Downstairs, Louis was playing All of Me. On the landing, Hazel paused to pull her shift over her head and drop it on the rush matting. Naked in the dusk, in front of a window that afforded a view of the orchard, she was almost nymph-like. Her still damp hair shone faintly with the last traces of red in the dark grey sky. Goose-pimpled bikini marks were distinct against her tan. He cuddled her and kissed her neck, his hands stroking the small of her back and working down. Then he looked out of the window as he opened his mouth to nibble her ear, and had a premonition his life was about to go to hell. A black cloud mushroomed over the horizon, hanging in the air like a Montgolfier balloon. "Shit," he said, pushing Hazel away. "What?" She was startled, her eyes alive, suddenly shivering. She hugged her shoulders, crossing her arms over her breasts. "Look!" She turned and said in a whisper, "Fire!" "Yeah," he said, "those kids in their camp, the assholes." Another uprush of dark smoke joined the first, making an asymmetrical blot above the tree line. "I'll go," he said. "You call the fire brigade." Still naked, Hazel dashed downstairs to the telephone. Paul stepped into the bedroom to pull on a pair of trousers. He heard her dialing the emergency number. She was talking with the operator as he shot through the back door. The lights of the house receded behind him as he jogged up through the garden towards the orchard. There were shadows all around. He had never been to the top of the Bleach property. He'd meant to, but been busy. The hill was steeper than it looked. His lower legs hurt before he was even halfway up, and he had to slow down because he could not see far enough in front of him to keep out of potentially ankle-twisting depressions and thickets. Among the trees it was darker than in the open garden. It was night here already. He couldn't see flames ahead, but the tangy smell of wood smoke was all around. It had turned cold, and he had trouble drawing breath. There might be droplets of ice in his lungs. He wasn't at all aroused any more. The local fire brigade had better be equipped for immediate action. Dead bushes and fallen twigs snapped under his feet like ancient bones. Alder was in the middle of 25 square miles of tinder. This could be the summer's big forest fire. He weaved in and out of the trees. Where was the fire? He'd thought it was fairly near, even on the property, but perhaps he'd misjudged distance. Suddenly he hit a pocket of warmth. Ashes crunched under his feet. He stumbled and landed heavily on his hand and one knee. He pushed himself upright, his hand black and stinging. He wiped it on his robe. He was near the edge of the orchard. Beyond the top fence, the woods were denser. If the fire had started among those close-packed trees, it would have caught. As it was, it appeared to be a false alarm. This wasn't where the kids were camped out. He had no idea what could have caused the short-lived blaze. A thick swirl of bitter smoke came at him from above like a ghostly cloak. He inhaled a lungful and started choking. Surprisingly close, there was an answering cough, a mechanical rasp. It was not a fire engine. There was something large in the woods. Paul called out a hello. Something buzzed and screeched like a chainsaw on rusty metal. He couldn't see anything. He stood still. None of this was right. Then there was light, lots of it, and concentrated. A searchlight beam flashed from treetop height, searing the ground. Bursts of orange flame rose from the earth. Something shone in the woods. Paul was blinking, dazzled by the sunburst, eyes streaming from thick smoke. Whatever it was just beyond the top fence. Another blast lit a patch of dry vegetation behind him and swept across the orchard as if following a thick gunpowder trail. A pile of chopped logs, supposedly too green to burn, exploded. Burning sap squirted. He brushed chips of fire from his hair. He was racked with coughing and almost blind. He wriggled out of his robe and started flogging the nearest patch of burning grass with it. It was easy to put the grass out, because there was so little to burn. None of the trees had gone up yet, but he knew he couldn't fight the fire on his own. His robe was smouldering. He backed out of the fire zone, skipping over a blackened log, and retreated enough to be able to see the tops of the trees. Up there, something was shining. A dinosaurian form reared out from the trees with an inhuman screech. A metal carapace bobbed slightly, reflected fires dancing in its coppery red surfaces. Paul saw 3 powerful steel thighs and a cobra neck swivelling in search of him, its deadly eye winking. Unmistakably, it was a Martian war machine. Chapter 13. Lytton had fallen asleep over a crossword. He woke up, head ringing in darkness. He'd stretched out on the couch in the small front room of the gatehouse before 8. By his digital watch, it was now past 10. He reached for the light switch. The ringing, he realized, was not in his head. He picked up the phone. "James," said a female voice, "it's Susan." He was completely alert. The girl from eyesight was not supposed to associate with him. This must be urgent. "There's a fire up on the hill. We can see it from the main house." "Have you called?" "Yes." They already knew. The couple at the pottery phoned it in. The engines are on their way. He slipped his shoes on. "They'll need help," Susan said. "Yes. Get Derek, and whoever else is still capable of rational thought, and come over. I'll break out some equipment and get the Land Rover going." There was quiet at the end of the line. "Susan," he asked, "is this anything to do with our man?" A pause, then quietly, "I don't know. I think so. This could be the start of it." "It?" "It." She hung up. He put the phone down. After a moment's deliberation, he fished the keys out of his jeans and had the desk drawer open. The Browning FN high power was in a chamois bag, tied with a drawstring. He pulled the bulky automatic out, briefly tasted the oil and steel smell of it, and dropped it into his enlarged inside jacket pocket. The gun hung cold against his heart. He left the cottage. The Land Rover was parked by the gate. He saw red on the horizon. In the hall, Susan put down the telephone and zipped up her anorak. She seemed to be the only person moving. A group stood watching her. She tried not to be angry. She'd have to conserve her strength. "Who were you speaking to?" asked Mick. "James. We're to go over." The chief disciple was displeased. He took his hands from the kangaroo pocket of his apostolic robe and spread them emptily. "It's not our fire." "No, but with this drought it soon could be." Mick's smile was smugness itself. Leaning in a shadow behind the disciple, Gerald Taine wasn't moving either. Arms loosely folded, the big man was relaxed, a karate champion between the ceremonial bow and the first vicious kick. Susan had never been able to read Taine well, but now he was completely shadowed. Janet was there too, not liking Mick, but ready to be in with his faction. Derek barged into the hall. "Wendy's on her way down," he said, "and some of the others." Several statues moved, joining Derek on Susan's side. Mick still beamed inanely. "Come on, man," she said. "We're not on an island." "Have faith, sister," said Mick. "Beloved will protect us." She stared into his vacant eyes, wondering how crazed or callous he really was. A little jolted by her eye contact, his long hair started to rise in a frizz, as if he were next to a Van de Graaff generator. She snapped herself off before she started to enjoy it, and gave him a mean, knowing smile. Perhaps that would shake him up. Mick made no motion towards joining the firefighting party, but he did nod to Taine, who pushed himself away from the wall and left the hall. Taine was deferring to the chief disciple as if he were his master. So Mick had been appointed, or appointed himself, beloved St. Peter. She knew who that made her. The volunteer firefighters were gone. Susan was left with Mick, Janet watching. She tapped a mentacle to a spot between his eyes and gave a slight push. He flinched. That would give him a headache. Janet stepped back, cautiously alarmed. Susan left through the main door. As she stepped down to the drive, she heard Mick shout after her, "Some people are meant to burn." After talking to the fire chief in Somerton, Hazel went upstairs and was sick. She hunched naked over the toilet bowl for a minute, stomach spasming, wet hair in her face. When her insides calmed down, and there was nothing left to come up, She went to the sink, gargled to get rid of the lumpy taste, scrubbed her teeth clean, and washed her face. Then she got dressed in tomorrow's clothes, dug out some thick wool socks she hadn't needed so far this summer, and found the boots she'd brought for walking. 15 to 20 minutes, the fire chief had said. She looked out of the bathroom window. All of a sudden, it was too dark to see clearly up the hill. There were flames up there, but she had no idea how big they were. She couldn't make out Paul or anyone else. She went downstairs and filled the kettle. Everyone she knew would want tea. "Why do you wrap a dead baby in cling film?" asked the laddish young man, whose friends called him Toad. Teddy didn't know why you wrapped a dead baby in cling film. Toad exploded in a laugh that nearly prevented him from getting out his punchline. "So it won't burst," he gasped, "when you fuck it." Teddy didn't think that was much of a funny. He'd had a stillborn sister, Samantha Rose, but Gary nearly pissed himself, doubling over and thumping the table, and Pam, the redhead everyone fancied, collapsed in giggles. It was another rowdy night in the Valiant Soldier. Kev came back to the table with his round and doled out the drinks. The London kids wanted to try Somerset's national drink, but didn't know enough to tell Taunton cider from Calver's scrumpy. Sirita, the porky woman with a wispy folk singer, asked Teddy what they usually did for entertainment in these parts. "Drink and telly mostly," he said. "Not like London." Then everybody was shouting. Teddy thought it was another fight starting, but it was news of a fire. Everybody was getting up, bumping into tables and each other, spilling drinks, suggesting courses of action, and mainly pushing for the door. "Ferg," said the quiet girl, Jessica. "Ferg's up at the camp." In the back of the Land Rover, Wendy prayed loudly, calling on Beloved to preserve his chosen. Nobody joined with her, so she shut up and concentrated on silent appeal. She reached into herself and tried to will the fire out, as she had been taught. She pictured trees burning like fireworks, then ran the film backwards. Flames shrank, black branches unshriveled green. A miracle was possible, of that she was sure. Her friends sat with her, tense like paratroops before a drop. Derek was leaning into the cab, talking to James as he drove, sorting out ways of helping the fire brigade. Tane was quiet and purposeful, as always. Woodland equipment shifted and clattered on the floor of the vehicle. Opposite, Marie-Laure smiled serenely, cradling a spike hatchet as if it were the baby Jesus. Wendy looked down at her lap and resumed her prayer. Alison led Ben around the back of the tiny cottage. There was a lot of rubbish around, so she had to be careful not to trip over. She could hear the telly blaring. It was a quiz show, and a pensioner had just won a fridge. She peeked in the front room window, but saw only 2 figures lit up by the coloured picture. She slid away, staying close to the wall. She'd got used to creeping about in the dark during her cat-killing craze. She still had her cheese wire around her ankle, the 2 cork handles fastened together with a rubber band, just in case. She negotiated an obstacle and rounded the corner. Ben was being less careful, but most people didn't notice him. They weren't likely to get caught, but if they were, it'd be too bad for whoever did the catching. Ben was here to settle scores, but he might stay and be her boyfriend. She'd never had a boyfriend before who wasn't scared of her. Inside the house, a dog barked. Her hand went to the corks behind her ankle, but no one took any notice of the animal. She'd spent the afternoon with Ben in one of old man Maskell's barns, where Ben's bike was hidden. They'd fucked like rabbits, non-stop and all over the place. She could still feel him inside, her jeans chafing where her thighs had been rubbed raw. She'd ripped half the skin off his back and had grey rinds under her long fingernails. The taste of blood was in her mouth. Now they were out recruiting. Ben and Alison had many enemies, so they would take what friends they could get. Round the back of the house she saw light in the first-floor room. model aeroplanes poised in mid-dogfight in the window. She could hear metal music, good and loud. That would cover any noise they made. She hauled herself up a drain-pipe onto the sloping corrugated iron roof of a tool shed. Ben stood in the open, in the guard, face turned to a shaggy skull by shadows. Alison reached above her for the window-sill and got her fingers over it. With a soft grunt, she pulled herself up, belly muscles taut as catgut, toes jammed into crumbling dents in the brickwork. The room was a tip, decorated with pin-ups of naked slags with their legs open and posters of fright-wigged rockers in black leather jockstraps. The boy was on one of the beds, a Fiesta magazine held up one-handed in front of his face, another hand working away like a milkmaid's in his open jeans. Alison whistled sharply. The Fiesta dropped, and the boy stared in mixed terror and embarrassment at the window. "Terry," she said, "you'm with us." He had not fancied another evening in the pub, with Jessica sulking and the Toad pissing off the lynch mob, so he decided to stay at the camp with some gear and the cassette deck. He'd hoped Jessica would want to stay behind, too, so he could get some nobbing in, but she'd surprised him by voting for the pub. They did food, and she wanted a proper meal tonight. So he was left with the fire, which he had to keep going, but under control, and the thick paperback of Dune Dad had given him last birthday. He'd tried the book several times and not been able to get into it. He got a few pages further than usual, but still gave up. By himself he had barbecued sausages from the cool box. After last night's disaster, he was getting the hang of it. The hot dogs were the first real food he'd had since leaving London. It was quiet up on the hill. He was tired from his day working on the chain gang. They had all got into the festival free by volunteering to help out. Being Dola's roadies hadn't been enough. He'd been putting out marquees all day with a group of local lads who had daft accents but made fun of the way he talked. "You fucking can't," they all said, imitating his London vowels. He'd decided he liked the country. When he was older, he'd like to get the flash together to buy a cottage somewhere round here. He'd grown some dope plants in his bedroom cupboard with lamps and fertilizer. If he rigged up a greenhouse, he could raise a cash crop and live off the profits. Maybe he could branch out and grow tomatoes and lettuce. He'd been thinking of becoming a vegetarian like his mum one day. With a couple of mates to kick in for their whack, he'd be able to set up a farm of his own. Maybe Jessica would be into moving down. It would do her good to ditch her parents. Happy from the gear, he'd watched the sun go down. Now he was searching the fire for new lights. It must be good gear. He'd never had this sensation before. Then he heard noises. Somewhere nearby, trees were falling. "Fuck," he thought, "it's the enemy." There was an explosion of light, too, dazzling him. The nearest trees stood out like the bars of a cage. Something was roaring, and someone was shouting. "Shit," he thought. At Beloved's side, Jenny stirred. She'd been lying with him for a long time, and he had shared his dreams with her. In her heart a new flame had been kindled. As she felt it burning, pleasure flooded through her. Chapter 14. The arm rose in a fascist salute, heat ray angled down and swiveling like a security camera. Doomed insects spiraled above the carapace. Paul's eyes were drawn to the heat ray, to the LED-like red light where the barrel of a conventional gun would be. As he looked up, he guessed it was looking down at him. The war machine stepped forwards, body balanced as if fixed in the air, legs advancing in a strange rotary motion. It moved deliberately, assuming a succession of precise postures. It was alien, with a Ray Harryhausen touch. Its image never blurred. The Martians have landed, and their special effects are out of date. A tree cracked and fell. The war machine stepped out of the woods and stood over him. There was a hiss of expelled steam as it settled. 3 knee joints telescoping in and locking. When still, it was as dead as a pylon, except for the red dot. The light blinked, covered sideways like a snake's eye, and he instinctively threw himself forwards, hoping for shelter under the body of the machine. He crashed painfully into a solid metal leg and fell. Behind him there was a wall of instant intense heat. He half turned and was flattened by the blast. A flash blinded him, and he heard the crackling of new-started fires. Flipping onto his back, he looked up and saw the black bulk moving away. He tried to stand, but something heavy and cool swiped him to the ground again. He twisted and was dragged a few feet. Then he was free of the machine, his face pushed into the grass. A tree fell near him, and his upper body was covered with crumbling foliage. He fought the branches that pinned him down. There were fading sunbursts etched into his vision. He could see only light and dark. A cinerama semicircle of fire burned in front. He rubbed his eyes and stood unsteadily. The worst migraine he had ever had expanded from the base of his brain, filling his head with pain. His chipped tooth exploded in an agony that picked out the nerves wired over his jaw and cheekbones. His head was an anatomical specimen mapped with lines of pain. He could see again, enough to keep away from the spreading flames. He had lost his slippers, and his bare feet were messed up. His trousers were ripped, and his bare back felt as if it had been flayed. He had rolled over a patch of stinging nettles. Where was the war machine? He turned away from the fire and began to run, heading for the woods. He slammed full into someone alive and felt arms go round his chest, then roughly push him away. "Fuck," said someone. Young, London accent. Paul's eyesight returned painfully. It was a kid, bald except for a central hedge of bright red hair. He was shaking, staring over Paul's head at something he did not believe. Paul turned and saw fire through the trees, and the war machine stepping back into the curtain of flame. It stood out as a monolithic black skeleton for a second and was gone. Not burned, just gone. "Fuck," said the kid. He had seen it too. Paul clutched the kid's torn T-shirt with both hands. "Did you see?" he asked. "Did you see?" The kid's pupils were shrunk to needle points. "Fuck," he repeated, eyes watering. "Fuck!" Paul shook the kid, and the kid punched his shoulder. Not hard, just to break away. He wore a studded leather wristlet. Right now he looked 14 years old. Then the sirens shrilled, and jets of water burst through the flames. Suddenly Paul was soaked and standing in leafy mud. There was a lot of shouting, and there were people everywhere. He had never fainted before. Chapter 15. They arrived before the fire brigade. Lytton took care to park on the road, not obstructing the driveway. When the fire engine turned up, he pegged the fire chief immediately and asked what he could do to help. "Tell you what," the man said, "you're in charge of keeping everybody else out of our bloody way." "Fine." The chief grinned carnivorously. "We'll see." It wasn't as easy as it sounded. People sprang from the ground all over the site, like skeleton warriors from dragon's teeth. There was no sense of organization anywhere. The fire engine had to go slowly up the drive to squeeze past the house. Then it put on a burst of speed and lurched across the garden. It went destructively as far up the hill as it could, finally halting, jammed between two well-rooted trees. Lytton waved people back, but it was impossible to keep unwanted volunteers and morbid sightseers away. There were several old people in pyjamas and dressing gowns, and as many teenagers as he'd had on his work gang this afternoon. He saw Teddy Gilpin with a mixed group of festival kids, and signed the boy to come over. "Teddy," he said, "get your lot to form a chain across the top of the garden. Stop idiots from getting up into the orchard and messing the firemen about, okay?" Teddy snapped off a military salute and went back to his friends, dishing out orders like a little Montgomery. That had probably been a very neat bit of strategy, Lytton thought. If anyone was going to get into trouble, it would be the kids, but with a bit of authority to weigh them down, they might come through responsibly. Of course, they might also turn out to be disastrously inept. Near the house, firemen wrenched iron covers off the drains and fed pump-driven hoses into them. Lytton overheard a hose-unspooling fireman complain about the drought. With the water table low, it was difficult to get enough pressure in the hoses. There was only one engine for this call, and it was small by big city standards. It was manned by 4 efficient part-timers, rugby club types, and the chief. They appeared to know what they were doing, but they'd be outgunned if this turned into a full-scale forest fire. Lytton saw flames at the top of the orchard, clawing the sky. He heard a rush of water, and jumped off a thick hose as it unflattened into a rigid tube. There was cheering as hoses started gushing. "Sir," said a girl, as if he were a teacher, "Sir, my boyfriend's up there." Lytton recognized Jessica. She had spent the afternoon sponging B stage. Miserable about something, she had still done a good job. "What's that?" "Ferg, he was up at the camp." He couldn't see Jessica's face well in the dark, but knew from her voice she was upset. "There's been no one hurt. Can we go up and look for him?" "Not yet. Wait till the fire's out, eh? I'm sure he'll be okay." She wasn't happy about that, or particularly convinced. Someone said a man went up there before the brigade came. Before he could think, another car turned up. Its headlights picked out the people standing in 2s and 3s in the garden. A rumpled man got out, clutching a black bag. The local doctor, Lytton hoped. The fire brigade must have called him in. A rocket of flame shot into the sky above the hill and crashed down. There was more cheering. The blazes started to go out. It was like bonfire night. James suggested Susan check out the house. She took Marie-Laure with her, because the sister would hardly be much use for anything else. The veranda lights were on, and there was someone in the kitchen. Susan rapped on the open back door and stepped in. A pretty youngish woman looked up from a tray of tea things, startled and fragile. Susan flinched at the woman's poured-out fear, then realized Marie-Laure was standing beside her, hatchet up like a tomahawk. Susan touched Marie-Laure's hand, and the axe slowly descended to hang at her side. "Hi, I'm Susan Ames. Can we help?" "Hazel," stuttered the woman. Hazel was, Susan realized, barely more than a girl, probably not yet 20. "The fire brigade are here," Susan said. "They're doing everything that has to be done. I know. I've made some tea." "Good idea. Let me help." "We'll have to get cups from the pottery, otherwise there won't be enough to go round." She was trembling, near hysteria. Susan hugged her, and she responded instantly, gripping tight, fists fastened to the folds of Susan's jacket. Susan felt the other woman's heart beating near her own, smelled recent shampoo in her hair, and had to shut her mind against the confusion welling out of Hazel's like tears. "Shh," she cooed. "It'll be fine." "Paul? What had happened to Paul?" Hazel clung tight to Susan Ames, but allowed herself to be led out of the kitchen. From the veranda they could see the garden. Someone had turned on the lights in the showroom, and the place was like a well-lit playing field. She felt weak at the knees. Mike and Milly would be furious. The fire engine had churned across their lawn, ploughing ruts, crushing completely a forsythia by the kiln shed. The pots! Were her pots all right? There was an unfamiliar squelch underfoot. Mud. She'd forgotten about mud. Water was streaming down the hill in rivulets, washing away bare soil and dead vegetation. A surge of earthy, lumpy water rose over her boots. Susan practically lifted her out of the way. And people. There were people all over the place. People she didn't know. She felt calming waves coming from Susan and held her as a child holds her mother. Wendy from the Agapemone lunged enormously into view and talked at them both. Hazel shrank against Susan's side. Lots of people were talking, but only Susan seemed to be speaking a language she understood. Wendy finished babbling and went away. Susan kept soothing her, telling her everything would be fine. As long as she listened only to the other woman's voice, She could believe that. The fire was out now. Smiling firemen were being clapped on the back and making jokes. "James," Susan called out to a tall, commanding man. "This is Hazel. She lives here. She's worried. A friend of hers went up the hill." How did Susan know that? She hadn't said anything about Paul. Just thought. James looked up the hill, peering through invisible binoculars. "They're bringing someone down now." Two black uniformed firemen, faces camouflaged with soot, came into the light, supporting someone between them. It was Paul, dressing gown gone, head nodding, unconscious. "Doctor!" shouted James. "Over here!" James and another man went to the firemen and took Paul's weight off them. They seemed glad to be rid of him. Susan left Hazel and helped James lay Paul on the grass. Alone and cold without Susan's reassuring touch, Hazel struggled to keep calm. "He's just fainted," said the doctor, his hand on Paul's rising and falling chest. "No harm done, I think." She felt her knees going again, but caught herself in time. "I'll get a blanket," she said. Teddy thought he was doing a good job. He had spread his men, Kev, Dola, Sirita, Gary, Selim, Pam and the Toad, in a picket line between two of the pottery buildings, and wasn't letting anyone unofficial get by. He had particularly enjoyed telling Kev's dad not to go up the hill, and was proud he'd recognized Dr. Sweet and let him through unopposed. People were listening to him, following his suggestions, taking orders. Adults, grumpy farmers he'd known all his life, meekly stood back and did what he told them. He hoped James would be pleased with him. There were grumbles in the ranks. The Toad didn't want to get his clothes messed up, and was prissily jumping from side to side to avoid the streams of mud, and Dola was too pissed on Scrumpy to stand up straight. But mainly they kept together, and Teddy knew that was his doing. He wondered if he might have a chance with Pam. She didn't have a pocket of fat under her chin, like Sharon, or eyes that glowed in the dark like Allison, and he got the idea she was on the way out with her darky boyfriend. She'd smiled at him a couple of times. Then again, she'd smiled a couple of times at everyone in trousers. As the fire went out, it got more difficult to see his line of people. Dola had definitely fallen over, and Sirita was moaning at him rather than keeping a watch. He couldn't see the Toad at all. Teddy supposed it didn't matter if the line broke up now. The crisis was over. This was it, he decided. He'd go over and chat up Pam. He was still a bit drunk, but that was probably a good thing. He talked better when he was drunk. Then his wrist was grabbed, and his arm yanked up hard behind his back. He yelled as pain erupted under his shoulder blades. "Hello, Teddy," said his brother, mouth close to Teddy's ear. "You playing toy soldiers, then?" Wendy had tried to help, but there wasn't much left to do. Susan and James had looked after Paul, and Hazel was wrapped up with that. The fire was practically out before anyone had a chance to do anything. Irritated, she didn't even have anyone to talk to. Derek was lost somewhere, and she was in the middle of a hostile crowd. She half heard nasty comments and saw several malicious stares. She recognized Jenny Steining's father exchanging mutters with some hard-faced men. It was as if they blamed her for the fire. It wasn't fair. In Alder, they always picked on the Agapemone. She wished Beloved was here, exerting his calming influence. That would shut up Steining and his cronies. She looked in the crowd for Derek. All she found was Marie-Laure, blankly ecstatic, praying in relief at the deliverance. "Just superficial cuts and bruises. I'll clean and dress them back in the house. Any chance of a cup of tea?" It weren't the kids' campfire. We found that a couple of 100 yards off. They done a proper job, banked it with stones and all. Must have been the fucking heat. Never seen no point in this pottery lark. Bloody waste of money, if you ask me. £3.50 for that little mug. Hey, she's one of they. Stripped to the waist and bleeding he were. Shan't be surprised if he's in a bloody coma. Anyone seen Danny Keogh today? It be these hippies, I'm telling ye. It got darker as she went up the hill. People were just shapes. Where was Derek? Just as she thought she had gone too far, and there were no more people to be found, she almost tripped over a girl squatting in the grass, long hair dark over her face. She wiped her hair aside, and Wendy thought she saw the flash of cat's eyes. There was someone else, standing in a pool of black under an apple tree. Someone familiar. A waft of leftover smoke passed by, and Wendy caught the after-smell of burning, and beneath that the stench of rotten meat. He came out of his shadow and smiled with what was left of his face. "Hello, Wendy," said Badmouth Ben. "Long time." Alison's heart expanded as Ben took the fat woman's chin in his black claw. Ben wanted to teach Wendy a lesson, and Alison was excited, eager to know what the lesson would be. Ben kissed Wendy, leaving smears of himself on her face. He snickered, bright pink tongue flicking out between black teeth. He spun the woman round and got her neck in an elbow lock. She tugged at his arm, pulling away ragged streaks of leather. He reached inside her shirt and started mauling her fat teats, saying things in her ear. She stopped struggling and shut her eyes fast. Ben started to drag the woman back into his shadow, then let go of her. Wendy fell down, and Ben was gone. Alison crept over, feeling a tingle in her bloodless foot. Her cheese wire was wound too tight. She slapped the woman until her eyes were open, leaving angry red marks on her flabby cheeks. Wendy bleated like a sheep. "Catch you later," Alison said. "TTFN." In the van, Jessica was all over him, hugging him, wetly kissing him. He didn't want to talk. He didn't want to think. It had been big like a dinosaur, but also like a machine. It had pissed fire on the woods. It couldn't be real because it was from a science fiction nightmare. It couldn't be walking, burning, existing. Finally, after the last stern warning about their fire from the firemen, they had all piled into the dormobile, and Selim was driving them to the official campsite. Ferg held Jessica, his eyes shut until they hurt, trying to see only the darkness, trying to wipe 10 minutes' worth of memory out of his brain forever. Beloved let her watch everything on the camera obscura. It didn't work as well at night, and large patches of the tiny tabletop projection were just blackness. But she saw where fires burned. Beloved was unaffected by the fuss. The small, silent people had clustered around the flames like insects. Now they'd gone away, and the phantom village was still. He took Jenny's hand and touched it to the healed wound above his heart. The darkness imploded, and there was only light. Hungrily, he kissed her. Chapter 16. Lytton had to stay in the orchard once the fire was out. This was the sort of thing he was in Alder to look out for. Garnet would want a full report. Even if the incident turned out not to have any paranormal aspect, it would be as well to get it discounted now as to rake literally through the ashes later. Between them, science and bureaucracy could spin this out into a 3-month headache. He took stock of the situation in the garden. Susan was with the doctor from Langport and the young couple from the pottery. He hoped she could take care of things down here in civilization. He touched an invisible hat brimmed to her, and she nodded back. The girl was pretty cool for a spook. Pretty for a spook, too. Being around her wasn't exactly comfortable, but it was reassuring to think she was on his side. The firemen were down from the orchard, stowing their gear. 2 hoses slithered down the hill in competition as they were reeled in on giant spools, nozzles bouncing. The chief ticked off one of his team for being careless with the equipment, and the man went off to pick up the hoses by their heads and make sure they weren't clogged with grass or earth. His job done, the chief lit up a cigarette and posed, hands on hips, looking up at the steaming patch where the fire had been, waiting to be admired and congratulated. Most of the Rubberneck squadron had melted away. Interest evaporated, now the fire was doused, and they'd enjoyed the opportunity to poke about in other people's business. But there were 1 or 2 people milling about in the still lit-up showroom. He saw Sharon Coram, a lank-haired, dull-faced young girl the lads sometimes called the village pump, slip an ashtray off one of the display tables and into a parka pocket. He let it go. He couldn't take care of everything. Still, he'd be careful not to use her in any position of trust on his festival crew. "Bloody townies ain't got the sense they's born with," said a harsh voice in the dark. "Starting fires and all." "Ah," came the assenting reply. Casually, Lytton walked past the two old-timers as they wondered at the foolhardiness of foreigners. They didn't pay him any attention. He strolled up the hill, away from the lights of the house and showroom. After climbing steadily for a few 100 yards, he looked back and saw the pottery as an oasis of illumination in a desert of dark. He waited 15 minutes, watching activity die down, people drift away. Then the showroom lights went off. Headlights shifted, and he heard the last of the vehicles leaving. He'd given Derek the keys to the Land Rover and instructions to get the Agapemone crowd home. 2 lights still burned in the house. It was cool now, almost cold. He turned up his jacket collar. A few months of drought had made him forget what cold was like. He started walking again, letting his eyes grow used to the dark. He was trudging through mud. There weren't even embers from the fire. He was careful, taking his steps slowly. It would not do to break an ankle or walk into a tree. The gun in his pocket bumped against his chest like a pacemaker. He reached into his jacket and transferred the pistol to his hip pocket. The grip felt comfortable in his hand. He continued to hold the Browning in his pocket. Childish, he knew, but reassuring. No birds sang, but insects soared the night. What had happened up here in the orchard? It hadn't been an out-of-control campfire, and he didn't think Paul had been having an after-lights-out session with an incinerator to get rid of garden rubbish. It had to be Jago, of course. Somehow it had to be Jago. Pyrokinesis. He remembered the word from Dr. Cross's briefing at Eyesight. Pyrokinesis, psychokinesis, apports, effective hallucination, psychic fallout. Lytton wasn't sure he understood half what Cross had told him about Anthony William Jago. In the last few years he'd learned to be wary of undue skepticism. Giving something a scientific name didn't make it natural. What Jago had could not be calibrated, dissected, or exorcised with a Greco-Latin tag. The man was possessed of powers. Nearby, at ground level, something groaned. Instantly, still listening, gun in hand. Good. The instinct override kicked in when he needed it. It was a long time since his basic training, and he'd had little use for his night skills since. More groaning. It was someone too hurt to be dangerous. He reluctantly let go of the Browning. He'd have to be careful, or else he'd shoot a hole through his jacket. Or worse, his thigh. He made his way half-crouched towards the noise. He could make out someone lying face up, limbs spread as if staked to the ground. "James!" The body got out. "I'm done over." It was Teddy Gilpin. Dark patches, not shadows, on his face. His breathing was noisy and uneven. Froth trickled from his mouth. Lytton knelt and frisked the boy. There were no extra groans. "No broken bones, I think." "What?" "Terry! It were bloody Terry!" "Of course. Terry. Stupid bastard. Can you stand?" "Reckon so." Lytton helped him. Teddy made it to his feet, but sagged immediately. He felt for his head. "Oh, my nut!" Teddy dizzily tried to stand on his own. He managed it, although he had to paw at the air like a seal to keep steady. One of his eyes was almost closed by bruising, and his cheek was open and streaming. The boy had been knocked senseless. Lytton gave him a handkerchief. Teddy dabbed his cheek, yelping at the touch, but persisting until the grit was out of the cut. He hawked a lump of bloody phlegm into the linen. "Did Terry start the fire?" Teddy thought, then painfully shook his head. "Nah, I don't reckon so. Wouldn't put it lower'n him, but he were here well after us. He's in a bloody foul mood." "Too right, by the looks of you. Where is he now?" "Still up here somewhere, with Allison and some crazy biker bloke. He ain't got much of a face. They were in it together. They'd gone off into the woods. Did the three of them beat you up? Nah. Teddy's grin shone in the dark. That were Terry on his own. Lytton tried to make some connections. Alison, is she with Terry? Teddy shook his head, grinning again, crusts of blood between his teeth. Not likely. Terry's petrified of her. He's bad enough, but Alison's a raving psycho-loony. She'm the one who kills cats. Terry'll have gone off with her, 'cause he's too chicken not to do what she tells him. Teddy's hands were fists against the cold. Do you want me to get you home? He shook his head. Nah, we best find Terry before he does something else stupid. I reckon Alison's new bloke is 10 times the weird he is. Did you get a good look at this lad? Just enough to make out a fucking mess where he ought to have a face. Could have been a mask, I suppose. Lytton wished Susan were here. She might have been able to make something of Teddy's testimony. She was effortlessly intuitive. Where'd they go? Where do you think? Up the hill. Lytton looked up towards the wood. Okay, let's track them. Sure thing, Kimosabe. Teddy will be all right. He hadn't had daft jokes beaten out of him. I just hope you're stocked up on silver bullets, Kimosabe, 'cause I reckon bloody Terry is turning into one of they werewolves. There are worse things, Lytton said. Jago's face peered into his mind, and he shivered. Come on, we'd better get going. There was only one path out of the orchard. It had been used recently. They were wet footprints, which meant someone had come this way since the fire. The woods were a mess up here. Dead trees had split and fallen. Low branches were half furred black with soot. This was damn nearly a forest fire. Although overgrown enough to be, in some stretches, a tunnel rather than a path, the way was negotiable. Lytton supposed several bodies had been through in the last day or so, swiping 2 low branches and 2 thick shrubs out of the way. He might not be the Lone Ranger, but he was getting well up on his woodcraft. These years in the country must have taught him something, even if only by osmosis. They proceeded with the minimum of noise and fuss, Lytton going ahead, Teddy following. A scrap of tune went through his head, repeating a phrase from a song. In the still of the night. It was late, nearly 4 by his watch. The first fingers of dawn would soon be crawling over the horizon. It was also, after this summer of drought and heat, really cold. He was glad now of the sleep he'd caught earlier. The cold seeped through his clothes, reaching for his bones. In the chill, still of the night. Their breath was frosting. The path ended. Before them was the bomb site, a slight dip in the flat top of Alder Hill, half-grassed, half-bare shingle. During the Second World War, he understood, a Luftwaffe bomber returning from a raid on Bristol had dumped its payload in the woods, mistaking the hill for a target. Nearly 50 years later, the resultant depression was still called the bomb site. Away from the towns and cities, time creeps like a glacier. They London kids were camped out here, Teddy said, but they'm gone. Opposite the path there was a house, a wooden structure built on a platform supported by piles set into the gentle slope of the hollow. It had a shaded porch, and many of its boards hung loose. That weren't here before, Teddy whispered. He was right. Lytton had never seen the place, and he had been to the bomb site several times before. The house was old, something from a Wild West ghost town. It could not have grown overnight like a mushroom. Careful, let's go quietly. Lytton stood at the edge of the hollow, in the shade cast by 2 trees. The quality of the air in the bomb site was different, charged with electricity or heavy with an odorless gas. Above, the sky sparkled, inset with diamond chips. The house was as unmoving as a photograph. On the porch there was a movement. Wood creaked against wood. A shape bobbed back and forth. Someone was sitting in an old rocking chair. A man. Lytton got an impression of her face leaning towards the light, but drawing away before he could get a look at it. The rocking man wasn't alone. A woman with long hair stood by the chair. Lytton had his gun out again, He heard Teddy's curt sucking in of breath and signed to him to keep quiet. Stooping low, he advanced into the hollow, taking care to keep his footing on the loose shale. "Evening, stranger," shouted the woman. "No need to creep and crawl like a snake." Lytton's foot sunk into shingles. A fall of jagged pebbles shifted away from his ankle. He stood up straight, foot free, and walked as calmly as possible towards the house that shouldn't be there. The woman stepped down from the porch to look at him. She'd been Alison Conway a long time ago. Now she was dried up and scrawny, hair still black, eyes still sharp. Her face was worn leather, her hands knuckly lumps of arthritis. Lytton would have to be cautious. The strangeness was beginning. "Welcome, stranger," said old Alison, exposed teeth rotten. There was an explosion off in the trees behind the house, and a flashbulb burst of fire. Lytton was flat on the ground, his ears echoing, slithering forward on his elbows toward cover. That had been a shotgun. Terry. Bloody Terry. He'd missed by a mile. A shotgun was no use at night, except for close work. And for that, Terry would have to come out of his coward's corner and square up to him. Of course, that would mean he would have to get near enough to be in range of Lytton's gun. He had the Browning out again, safety off. Shit, he thought. But he was working around a calm center in his mind. Lytton didn't want to have to shoot a kid, no matter how obnoxious. He didn't want to have to kill anybody. But he'd signed up for life, and he knew what came with the territory. There were things not in the job description to which he had committed himself when he wasn't much older than the bloody silly boy out there in the woods with his punky rabbit gun. A snake knows how to bite. Lytton almost made it under the porch, but the shape got out of its rocker and came for him. He thought he heard spurs chinking. "Cease fire, fuckface!" The words came out of the shape with difficulty, over a sundered palate, through shredded lips. Lytton hoped Teddy had the sense to make a run for it. This could easily get nasty from here. He looked up. Alison and the rocker man stood over him. A fist grabbed his hair and jerked him to his knees. A dead rot of a face floated before him in the twilight, life in its eyes and tongue. "Pretty fucking ugly, eh? They called me Bad Mouth Ben, Mr. Snake. I'm putting my mark on you." Bad Mouth Ben produced a huge blade, a bowie knife, Lytton recognized, and touched his tongue with it. "This is so I'll know you later." The point went to Lytton's temple, and he felt a tug at the corner of his eye as the icy steel pinpricked him. But his hands were still free, and he had his gun. Lytton jabbed the pistol. Now it felt like a toy in his sweat-slick fist, and jabbed the muzzle into the underside of Bad Mouth Ben's wrist, pushing the knife away from his head. The shot was muffled by flesh and bone. The bullet burst through the back of Bad Mouth Ben's hand, raising an eruption of red in the greasily overcooked skin. He let go of Lytton and howled at the pinking sky. Another howl, even more feral, answered from the wood. Lytton was on his feet, braced squarely against the porch. He drew aim at Bad Mouth Ben's chest, but the howling man was suddenly gone, twisting into the crawl space under the house. He was pulled away. It was Alison, young again, mad as a harpy. He pushed her off. Teddy was skipping along the side of the house, kicking boards. The structure shook and settled. Inside, nails burst from wood. Teddy was whooping. Lytton wanted this over. He wanted to put his gun away, but Shotgun Terry was still out there whining like a dog, and Alison could still go for his eyes with her nails. The girl hissed at him and spat like a vicious cat. There was another blast, and a hole the size of a tea tray appeared in the side of the house. Teddy jumped away from the splintered gap and gave the wood a V sign. The house strained and creaked and fell in on itself. A dust cloud rose from the ruin as boards crumbled quickly, a time-lapse film of decay. The dust bubbled a little and sank into the earth. Alison showed them her teeth and waved claw-fingered hands. Lytton and Teddy stood back away from her darting scratches, and she looked from one to the other. Her eyes were still alight. Then, with fox-like swiftness, she was gone into the wood. There was no sign of Badmouth Ben in the fast-dispersing remains of the house. "Terry!" Teddy called out, angry, puzzled. "I'll have ye for this!" There was no answer from the woods. Dawn broke the sky. Somewhere in the village a dog barked. Even the dust of the house was gone now. There was just the familiar bomb site, shingles and grass, a few bits of weathered rubbish. Teddy looked at him, then down at the Browning, eyes wide enough to show white around the irises. "Fuck, James! What's this game?" Lytton had no answer. Self-conscious, he put his pistol away. A tear of blood ran from forehead to chin. He smeared it away. "Now we go home," he said. Interlude 6. He was a foot shorter than Clint Eastwood, but he'd practiced that dead look about the eyes. It didn't really fit his thick-eyebrowed, thick-lipped ventriloquist's dummy face, but it could help get him what he wanted. His clothes were copied faithfully from Jack Nicholson and Peter Fonda in Hell's Angel films, his language picked up from his favorite writer, Richard Allen. His bike began life as a sleek Kawasaki, but he jazzed it up. The front wheel was forward and the banana seat back. The handles curved like the devil's horns, and the petrol tanks had red flames painted on them. In the panniers he packed everything he owned. The bike was more than his home. It was a part of his body. He'd heard about Rivendell in the village pub. The old turds were bitching about it in Welsh, but the lads he played darts with and bought pints for translated and embroidered the stories. Rivendell was a hippie hideaway. Girls with no bras, long hairs trying to grow dope. Kids who'd thrown away everything except their stereos and started all over again. Assholes, basically. They had moved into 3 adjoining cottages, derelict until they did them up, and played Robinson Crusoe until they had a farm going. The locals hated them, but Gareth, the boy he was talking to, had stories of girls and grass and generosity that made Rivendell sound like just the roost for Badmouth Ben. That night, while America was celebrating its bicentennial, he slept by the road, a mile or so from the village, hiding his bike behind a pile of slates that might once have been a wall. Before crashing out, he reread a few chapters of Skinhead, his favorite book, admiring the way Alan had life sussed. This summer he could camp in the open as much as he wanted, not even using his sleeping bag. He thrived on the drought that yellowed the country, turning fruit on the bough to clumps of prunes. Dope would be good this year if the Rivendell folk had watered it properly. So far he'd stayed cool by keeping on the move. Still, the idea of a real bed, with someone else in it, and real food at regular intervals, was getting prettier and prettier by the hour. He'd been from festival to festival, and everybody was saying that was the best summer since 1967. Now he wanted somewhere to make the summer his own for a while. At first, the Rivendell crowd were suspicious. He took off and buried his swastikas before tootling up on his bike, but still had to overcome the bad publicity bikers had been getting since the year dot. The hippies gave him wholemeal bread and homemade jam, no butter, and horrible herbal tea, but didn't want to form an opinion until their chiefs had made up their minds. Jeff and Conrad were the chiefs, oldies in their late 20s. He talked to them. Jeff didn't like him straight off, but Conrad was won over by the bag full of mushrooms he had been toting since Stonehenge. He was invited to crash for a couple of nights. The first night he wound up fucking one of the spares, a tall and skinny girl called Vanda, with long eye teeth and flowers tattooed all up one arm. 3 nights later he passed round some of his own dope and took Jeff's girlfriend Nad upstairs. He made her like it. Conrad was well off Jeff now, and had long stoned conversations with Ben about negative vibes. Conrad liked to talk about the old days before it all got fucked up, and Ben knew he could easily handle him if he had to. Within a week, Jeff was gone. Nad took off after him in a beat-up Mini, the only car the Rivendell folk had, and neither came back. Nobody cared much except a fat cow called Wendy, who whined and cried until Ben had to get her away from the others. He belted her where she couldn't show the bruise. She was outraged, a little kid finding out for the first time that not everybody keeps the rules. She looked as if she was going to go red and stamp her feet and shriek, "It's not fair!" Conrad had gone on a long trip now, and Ben knew where there were some more mushrooms. Ben started sitting in Jeff's old place at the table. One night he had a ceremonial burning of Jeff's album collection. It was so hot, everyone went around in shorts and sandals, or nothing but hair. But Ben kept his leathers on, and always wore his shades. He was still cool. He had long stone talks with them all, individually, or in groups of 2 or 3. It was like taking sweeties from kiddies, finding the weak spots and working on them. He could smell out the long-term relationships about to reach the boredom and irritation phase. He could spot the middle-class moaners who were starting to miss inside toilets and electric fans. Then there were the hard workers who resented the slackers, the hoarders who didn't share, the girls who didn't fuck enough. Any group breaks down like any log, along 5 or 6 different grains. Everybody can find something to dislike about everybody else. But Badmouth Ben was everybody's friend, his own most of all. There were arguments every day now, fights even. Never actually in them, Ben always got a ringside seat. Conrad got sick one night while he was tripping and couldn't keep his food down any more. Ben thought if he was being fed that vegetarian crap, he'd want to puke it up again too. As a joke, Ben made Stodge the leader. Stodge needed a lot of advice, and Ben was pleased to oblige. Fed up with the whole food produce they'd been raising or bartering for, Ben sent Chris and Phil into town to rip off stuff from the supermarket. When Phil got caught, Ben told the rest to forget about it and act shocked when the pigs came round. Ben told the constable Phil must have been keeping the money they gave him for groceries. He hoped the bastard would go to jail. The constable looked at him in a funny way, a way very few people looked at him. It was as if the pig knew exactly what Ben was about, but wasn't going to step in and do anything because, deep down, he approved. Someone at dinner that night seriously suggested Chris be given a suicide pill to take on his next raiding mission, and Ben called them a bunch of fucking useless kids. "The good thing about sheep," Ben said once, "is that you can shag them, kill them, eat them, and wear them." Nobody laughed. There were fewer of them than there had been when he showed up. Mostly it was guys who left. 1 or 2 had to be persuaded to go with more than Ben's favourite tool, whispered words. The first, Marius, Ben had taken care of himself. He kept the teeth, planning to have them strung on a bracelet. Richard Allen would have appreciated it. After Marius, he left heavy stuff to Chris and Gareth. He was a good hard boy, was Gareth, the lad from the pub, and Ben could count on him to do what he was told so long as there were girls and grass going his way. Ben started to make collections and sent the girls to town to pawn the things he found. When Rivendell ran out of surplus sailables, he sent the girls out to beg spare change from passers-by, claiming they were Krishna kids. He had Chris or Gareth go with them to make sure they came back, though. In the early days, 1 or 2 of the girls walked away in the night. The ones that were left would stay. He'd had them all by now, even that poor miserable Wendy. He'd made them like it. But the commune could do with more girls. There was washing and cooking and fucking needed doing. Ben sent Chris, who was a bit of a pretty boy, to Liverpool to hang around the coach station and see if he could scare up some likely gash. He came back with Carol and Tacey, and Ben soon had them in harness. Autumn was a long time coming. Farmers complained. The local paper ran reports that sheep and goats and chickens were going missing. There was a lot of grumbling, and the pub put up a "No Hippies" sign, in English and, needlessly, in Welsh. Ben had his swastikas back now, and he started to wear a shaggy sheepskin waistcoat. Despite the heat, he was cool. That Carol turned out to be a right little scrubber, luckily. Although there were other girls, especially Carol, Ben got off on sticking it to Wendy as much as possible. He couldn't possibly want her for herself, but she was the most difficult, the most unhappy. It was necessary to keep establishing power over her. She'd stopped crying and complaining, and just lay there, like a sack of potatoes, as he pumped her whichever way he wanted. In the end, fucking wasn't enough, and he started working her over. No one said anything about the marks on her face and arms. He frightened her completely and started telling her things. He told her what he'd learned about the others, and how he used it, and would keep on using it. He got a bigger charge out of telling her things than he did from anything else he could do to her. Wendy had a witless boyfriend called Derek. Chris stamped on his hand once, breaking most of the fingers. Despite Ben, Wendy and Derek were together a lot of the time, plotting and scheming like officers in a prisoner of war film. They tried to run away, but Stodge, still the school sneak under his blubber, told on them. Ben punished them in front of the rest, cropping their hair with sheep shears. It was what the French resistance used to do to girls who slept with German soldiers. They looked awful, with patches of scalp showing, a few not really accidental cuts, and the occasional long tuft he'd missed. He tried to get them to fuck in front of the others, but Derek couldn't, even when Ben made threats with the shears. Instead, Ben dragged Wendy upstairs and stuck it to her until his dick was raw and she'd given up crying. Rivendell was a good place for bad-mouthed Ben, but they killed him just the same. It was his bike. Someone opened the upholstery and pulled out the foam. Ben knew his authority was being symbolically defied, and took it seriously. When he was younger, he'd read paperbacks about Hitler and the Gestapo. He knew how important smart uniforms and imposing machines were to the potency of the Third Reich. Ordinary men couldn't help but feel like shit when they compared themselves to the SS in their black and silver. It made the Nazis like gods. From Gareth, he learned where there was a garage that could fit him a new seat cover. He left Chris and Gareth to take care of finding out who was responsible, and drove off immediately. It was about to turn cold. Though the sheepskin kept his torso warm, his extended arms froze. On some dirt track, between two hills that wasn't even a road, his engine packed up, and his bike went over. He skidded a couple of yards into the grass and put his knee out. He got himself and the bike upright and checked for damage. One of the flames was scraped off the petrol tank. It was still half full, but when he opened it, he saw things floating inside. Lentils. Hippies wouldn't let sugar within a mile of them. He swore and kicked the ground with knee-length black boots. He couldn't leave the bike here, and it would be hours to anywhere. When he got back, some people were going to get seriously damaged. He took off his helmet and gloves, pain in the back of his neck. Two people on bicycles came round the hill. Wendy and Derek. Great! They could push the fucking bike. "Hey, you," he said. "Give us a heave-ho." "Got a problem, Ben?" said Derek. "Let's see." Ben realized that shit was going to go for him and braced himself. Even with his knee out, he could put holes in Derek. But it was Wendy who lead-piped his head. He felt part of his skull go concave and knew he was leaking. He went down, reaching for his head, probing for the places where the bone would give under his fingers. It started to hurt. Wendy pushed the bike over on top of him, and his knee exploded again. Petrol slopped out of the uncapped tank and soaked into his jeans and sheepskin. Derek had a small jerrycan strapped to the carrying basket of his bike. He gave it to Wendy, and she poured it out. It was like being pissed on by a petrol pump. The stream sloshed against the bike and over Ben. She made sure to pour the last of it out on his face. It got in his eyes, up his nose, into his mouth. He spluttered and shook his head. Fat, with her head neatly shaved now, Wendy looked like a nutter Buddhist. She had a little box in her hands, a box of matches. The first 3 broke or went out before she could use them. The 4th didn't. Flame grew along the splinter almost to her fingers before she dropped it. She stood back. The fire grew in a ring. The dead grass caught easily. Wendy and Derek went away, but Bad-Mouth Ben had to stay. He was surprised dying took so long. Part 3. Chapter 1. The sky was grey, but pregnant with the blinding blue that would come later. Up even earlier than usual, a good hour and a half before Farming Today came on Radio 4, Maskell walked across his lands. He wasn't sure why he had bothered. Bothered trying to sleep. Bothered getting up. The heat murdered his nights, making his bed a gritty sweat bath, keeping him wide awake beside Sue Clare as she turned in shallow slumber. It ruined his waking routine, making most of the daily tasks of the farm redundant. His animals needed tending, the merciful attention you grant any dying thing, not the profit-minded nurturing he was used to. If the cows were not milked, their udders would distend, and they'd be at risk of infection. But this summer's milk was thin, bitter, and unprofitable. Most of it was literally down the drain. The earth was spongy, with minuscule dew and rotting grass. The farm smelled like a stagnant lake. Maskell might have been walking through an alien landscape, the surface of Venus, or a stretch of earthquake-raised seabed. He didn't feel the sense of proprietorship that usually came when he prowled his land. Insects buzzed louder than the beginnings of the dawn chorus. There were a lot of bugs this summer. Something was thriving. The last few weeks had been increasingly frustrating. Everything had been building up inside him, knots tightening. Usually Jethro walked with him on his early morning tours of the property, but the dog had taken to hiding under his old blanket, abandoning his master. Even before sunrise, Maskell was sweating into his old check shirt. The knees and groin of his jeans were damp, and he could feel droplets trickling down his calves into his socks. He saw a mound ahead, dun-coloured against gloom-grey grass. A cow lying down. There was no doubt it was dead. Insects were already there, swarming around its yellow eye bulges. He walked over, stomach turning. White and red froth hung from the animal's twisted mouth. Its hide was already stiff and stinking. Standing over the carcass, he looked around and saw other fly-buzzed mounds, at least 7. More than had been sick yesterday. He tried to think pounds and pence, but saw only useless meat. Flies licked the stickiness around his eyes, and he brushed them away. If Danny Keogh were here, the daft old buffer would be blaming hippies. Maskell would have to get these dead things shifted if this field were to be an overflow festival car park. Last night they tried to watch a James Bond film on video. Maskell had been unable to concentrate on the exploits of 007. Sue Clare had embroidered fiercely throughout the picture, and he'd found the absurdly simple storyline impossible to follow. Scene followed scene without logic. People fell from incredible heights, but were unhurt. He wondered if the video people had got the reels in the wrong order. A rind of sun hit the horizon, and he was dazzled. The heat fell upon him like a heavy curtain. As the sun edged higher, light spilled across the farm. In the next field, Maskell saw a figure standing with its back to him. It had long, tangled hair, and an unmistakably feminine curve. Light broke around her, and the shape shimmered, outline indistinct. He called, but she didn't turn. She stretched out her arms like a scarecrow, as if bathing in the newborn sun. He assumed she was a druid come early for the festival. He crossed a ditch bridge to the next field and looked for the woman. She was gone. His fields were separated by ditches, not hedges. Locally, they were called rhynes. Even if the woman had left the field, she should be nearby. There was no cover. He walked to the middle of the field, where he was sure the woman had been, and found a circle of bare earth. There were no footprints in the soft soil. Tired, he slumped to his knees. The heat was pounding down seriously. Maskell settled on the ground, letting his bottom sink to his heels, throwing his head back, presenting his throat to the sun. He felt the earth shifting slightly beneath him. He was precisely in the centre of his estate. One of Sue Clare's crystal-worshipping friends claimed there was a confluence of ley lines here. He wondered if the stirrings he felt were related to the invisible courses of power in which he never believed. He shut his eyes and watched light traces darting in the darkness, imagining the woman he'd seen hiding behind the glowing squiggles. The sunlight on his face and chest sank in, carried throughout his body by sluggish blood. Quiet heat seeped up from the earth into his legs and blossomed inside him. He was the focus of the field, receiving the feelings of the wounded land. Warmth filled out his penis, and an erection strained his genes. Last night, infuriatingly, he hadn't been able to manage. Sue Clare had worked on him with her hands and mouth for minutes, but nothing had happened. She'd been decent about it and gone to sleep, leaving him hot, flaccid and awake, balls tingling uncomfortably. He'd been furious with himself and lain with hard clenched fists and clenched teeth, cursing everything, not tightening. He sat up and unzipped his fly, letting his swollen knob out. He waved flies away from his erection. His vision was blurring, grey blobs circling. Painfully hard now, he grit his teeth as his glands threatened to rupture, skin stretched tight. His father had farmed this land, but before him the family had no history in Somerset. The Major simply made a shrewd investment after the war and capitalized on the hungry 1950s. Others in the village had ties to the earth that went back forever. The churchyard was full of Starkies, Gilpins and Shepherds, with only a tidy corner plot for a couple of Maskells, his parents. But apart from the Agapemone, his was the largest estate around Alder. He had the most to lose, as the land died. He was charged with responsibility for it. His head swam, and the earth rose all around him, closing over him like a fist. It was rancid and rotting. For a moment he was panicked, afraid he wouldn't be able to breathe, but the movement settled. He was all right, cocooned in a thin shell of dirt that caressed and cared for him. Clods shaped like lips kissed him, and a tongue of twigs forced itself into his throat, scratching avidly inside his mouth. Pebbles like fingertips gently raked his back, loosening his clothes. He rolled over and stretched, breaking the surface, and held his head up out of the loose, grass-smelling earth. The land was roiling beneath him, pushing and sucking, cajoling and scolding. He made love to his land, knob ploughing into a barely moist cleft, arms sunk up to the elbows in the brown mulch, flies gathered around him, coating his back, filling his hair. He ate dirt, swallowing rich, gravelly mouthfuls. He pressed his face to the ground, an eye shut, pushed into the earth. He was joined permanently with his land, knob deeply rooted, aching balls planted like vegetables. His genitals sprouted, sending out tubers under the earth. They sought out the fertile spots, the tasty eggs that remained despite the death. He felt his entire farm as if it were his body. The land loved him and whispered to him. The land was a woman, the woman. It told him what he must do. She had old knowledge for him. The future was failing the land, so he must turn to the past. He understood her and responded. He pumped faster, straining his hips, torn skin leaking. Twigs scratched his sides, and he grunted like a rutting hog. He shoved at the earth with the heels of his hands, slapping it with his pelvis, stabbing deep with his knob. He felt himself coming, first in the soles of his feet, then in his ankles, then in his knees. The earth cracked apart beneath him. His knob end burned like a dying star, and thick, creamy milk gushed from him, seeping into the dirt. Maskell fertilized his fields. Chapter 2. There were hands on her body, gently massaging. Her eyelids, still shut by sleep, moved but didn't open. The hands moved slowly, heavy and warm. She felt as if she were floating in syrup. She was losing sensation. All she could feel were the hands. They were large but soft. They stroked her hair, brushing out her tangles. They swept over her face, smoothing away her features. It would be easy to lie as she was forever. Lie, and let it all come to her. She felt a kiss on her forehead. Cool lips, thrilling. The hands shaped her clay, wiping her face into a smooth mask. Her eyelids were thumb erased, burying her eyes. She was in the dark, but it was a comforting dark. Her nostrils closed, and her mouth was kneaded back into clay. She didn't feel the need to breathe. Gradually, the hands reshaped her face, pulling out a new, longer nose, pinching more generous lips, opening more widely spaced eyes. Fingers eased open her mouth and gripped her foreteeth, forcing them apart, then back into place, overlap gone. She was being changed, but the changes were not just in her face. Her spine stretched as her ankles were pulled, the vertebrae swelling as she became taller, knees popping as her legs elongated. Her stomach drew in taut, and her breasts grew heavier. She felt stronger and flexed her newly soft, newly supple fingers. Still, her eyes were sleep-glued. She began to hear sounds. It was something that might have been the crash of distant surf, or the dulled noise of an audience applauding, perhaps seabirds squawking. As a little girl, she loved the seaside. Then her parents had moved there and spoiled it. There was nothing drabber than Brighton, when the beaches were cold and empty, the sky a wedge of grey through double glazing. The touch that reshaped her wasn't a disembodied thing. When the fingers were doing close work, delicately pushing up her cheekbones, she could feel an arm pressing against her. The hands were a man's. She felt short, stiff hairs on his forearms, her skin goose-pimpled at their brush. How was she being changed inside herself? Would she wake up more intelligent, a better potter, a stronger person? The hands loved her. The hands were not Paul's, nor any of her old boyfriends. The hands were new. The touch was withdrawn. She lay, desolate, alone. Then, fingertips pressed below her ribs, reaching into her, sharply cold like icicles. Hazel sat up on the couch in the front room, sleeping bag falling away, the memory of the dream fingers still shivering in her chest. She was sweat-filmed, heart rapping like a knuckle against a door. Somewhere near, people were chattering. She was in herself again. She felt her face, the same. She slipped a finger into her mouth, rubbing the overlap between her front teeth. She wasn't disappointed, really. She'd gone to sleep late, several teas after brushing her teeth, and her mouth felt scummy. She'd pulled off her boots and jeans and slept in knickers, socks, and a T-shirt. Her head throbbed, but she knew she'd not been drinking last night. Well, 1 glass of wine with dinner. She ran through the whole thing, fast-forwarding, from dinner till bed. Going upstairs with Paul, the smoke over the hill, Paul dashing up into the dark, the fire brigade, Susan Ames, people, noise, damage, tea, Dr. Sweet, Paul hurt, more people, exhaustion, putting Paul to bed, making do on the sofa. She stood up and wriggled from the sleeping bag. It fell around her ankles like a soggy chrysalis. The front room, gloomily orange-lit through the roller blind, was a mess. There were mugs, half full of cold tea with floating milk clots, clustered on the coffee table, brown rings on the bright faces of girls on magazines. The doctor and some of the firemen had smoked, and the ashtrays were full of butts, the stink of stale tobacco hanging in the air. She'd have to clean up. At some point, someone had turned on the television, and the news was droning. A government spokesman was arguing with a weatherman in front of a rainfall chart, refusing to implement emergency measures. She turned the set off. The house was suddenly quiet. She padded on thick socks around the passage and found the back door open. There was dried mud on the hall carpets and the traces of heavy boots. She went outside, feeling the heat of the sun smack her bare legs as she ventured off the veranda. Tears started from her eyes. Daylight made things look worse than they'd done last night. There were deep wheel ruts where the fire engine had gouged its way over the lawn. Several shrubs were squashed flat or shredded to bits. She saw the black patch up on the hill where the fire had burned. The hose water had all gone, but there were earth clots imprinted with boot marks where the mud had been. They now had the only well-watered garden in the village, not that it had done any good. The hoses had blasted into the hillside, making the orchard look like a strip mine. Mirry's flower beds were destroyed, as if a giant boot had come down from the sky. The whitewashed side of the pottery building was scraped where the fire engine had pushed past it. She hoped none of the stock had been damaged. There was a bad smell in the air, oily and smoky, with an undertrace of rot. Looking around by the house, Hazel found the fireman had neglected to replace the iron drain cover. Peering into the black hole, she saw slimy stone and deformed mosses. She found the heavy cover a few feet away and dragged it back, dropping it with a clang on the oblong hole, shifting it into place with her foot. Her wool-wrapped toes hurt. It hadn't been much, but it was a gesture towards cleaning up. The rest would have to wait. She wondered what she was going to tell the Bleaches. They trusted her with the place for the summer, and here it was a battlefield. It was nobody's fault, but she couldn't have blamed them for being upset. This whole thing, Paul, the pottery, the country, was not turning out well. Hazel wondered whether she shouldn't chuck it all. The trouble was Mike and Mirry. They needed someone here until autumn, and had given her a good opportunity. She couldn't pull out early and leave the place empty. If she went, she couldn't expect Paul to stay. In the house, the telephone rang, very loud. She looked up at the first-floor windows. The bedroom was curtained. Paul was still unconscious. At least, he must have been until the phone started. She ran inside and picked up the receiver, instinctively gabbling out her parents' number in Brighton, then apologizing and reading the Potteries off the dial. It was a journalist from a local paper, wanting details of the fire. "Was it the hippies?" the reporter asked. Hazel didn't understand. It was a fire. Might it have been the hippies, the festival people, careless with matches, the drought? The man didn't seem to be listening. It was a fire, she told him, just a fire. I don't know how it got started. There were some kids camping up on the hill, but hippies? Kids, London kids. Here for the festival? Yes, hippies. Hazel saw how the interview was running. The fireman said it was just a fluke, nobody's fault. But the hippies, the kids, they had a fire going? I don't know. The journalist asked her name and her age, then got back to hippies. Were there any drugs, do you know? She didn't have an answer. If you weren't local, you were either rich or a hippie. She and Paul obviously weren't rich, so that automatically made them, if not hippies, then hippie sympathizers, hippie collaborators. Back in Brighton, hippies were people her parents' age, not kids. Do you have an estimate on how much damage was done for the insurance? Hazel couldn't think. The fire, and more particularly the fire engine, had made a mess, but there was little damage that an insurance payout could put right. Besides, she didn't know what coverage the Bleaches had. It's too early, she told him. I'm just looking after the place. He hung up without thanking her. Hazel got the impression the journalist had written his story before speaking to her. The call just helped him fill in the names. She'd bought the paper the man worked for once, hoping for information about nearby cinemas and music venues, but finding only rugby club members dressed as women for fundraising reviews, weddings, speeding offences, letters of complaint, and stories about hippies damaging farmers' property. Paul said this was like the Wild West, where there was a bounty on Apache scalps. If you took in some bloody hair hunks or the love beads from a dead hippie, they'd give you a flagon of cider and 3 groats. She heard a clumping and turned around. Paul was making his way down the stairs like an old man, clutching the banister to steady himself. His hair was over his face, and he hadn't shaved. He wore shorts, slippers, and his dressing gown. He'd lost the cord, and the gown hung open. There was a huge bruise on one side of his chest, purple and yellow. "Hayes?" He gingerly stepped off the stairs, arms out for balance. She wasn't sure whether to hug him or back away for fear of hurting. The passage was too small for both of them to be comfortable so close. "Are you all right?" she asked, arms by her sides. "I don't know. I feel like I've been hit by a bus. The doctor said you banged your head." "There was a doctor?" Paul held his head, pushing back his hair. He looked old. "He left some pills for you to take and a number to call. He said to get in touch if you felt any lasting pain." "I can't feel anything else." "Poor dear." That was the sort of thing Mum would have said. Hazel bit her tongue. Paul managed to get to the front room by himself. "Can I get you anything? Tea? Orange juice?" He shook his head and eased himself into a chair. "The place is a mess outside," she said. "Hayes," he said, trying to focus his eyes, trying to be serious. "Last night I saw something. Up at the fire. There was something. That was the local paper on the phone. They want to blame it on kids. That's typical, don't you think, blaming kids for everything?" "Hazel, it was—" She looked at him, and he didn't finish what he was saying. "Yes?" "I don't know. It was big. Dangerous. The fireman put it out, though. It's over." "No." "Yes. Maybe." Paul covered his face with his hands and rubbed. She had the impression he wasn't that aware of her. He was trying to talk to himself, not to tell her anything. Hazel remembered her dream. She could still feel the touch of the hands. She had never had a dream like that before, where she remembered a feeling rather than a picture. "I'll go over to the Agapemone later and thank them. They came over to help in the fire. See, they're not that bad after all." Paul looked at her. "No," he said. "Be careful." "Paul," she said, annoyed, "you can't criticize. They were a help, just because—" "Because what?" She lost her train of thought. "Dangerous," he said. "Don't be silly. I can look after myself." He almost laughed, almost nastily. "I'm not sure, Hazel. I'm not sure if any of us can look after ourselves." She didn't know what he meant. He didn't say anything more. She knew she wouldn't work today. The routine was broken. She'd go to the Agapemone. On the walk over, she could do some thinking. When she got back, she'd try to tidy up a bit. By then, Paul should be well enough to help. Although, at that, she was not sure of Paul. This morning, he was different. The doctor had said there was nothing broken, but Paul wasn't being Paul just now. So maybe there was something wrong, inside. "Tea?" she asked again. Paul did not answer. "Please yourself." She stood up and looked around for her jeans. They were balled up on a chair, legs inside out. Pulling them on, she remembered the long legs she had been given in the dream. Long, strong legs, for running, for gripping. Paul leaned back in his chair and looked up at the ceiling. She wondered just how hard the knock on his head had been. She pulled the blind on the front window and let it whiz up, toggle rattling against the window pane. The room was sunlit. On the floor, by the coffee table, she saw her plate, the girl plate, lying face down. It was in 3 pieces, a jigsaw roughly put together. She felt the loss in her stomach, and water leaked from her eyes. Her nose was clogged. "What is it?" Paul asked. She knelt by the broken plate and reached out to it. She could not touch it, could not turn the bits over to look at the face she'd drawn. She was sniffling, tears hot on her cheeks. It was not fair. Susan Ames, the woman from the Agapemone, had looked like the girl on the plate. She put a hand over her eyes and felt tears on the insides of her fingers. "Hayes?" She didn't want to talk. Getting up, rubbing her eyes, she left the room, left the house. Outside, under the cruel sun, she knelt on the dead grass and bawled like a little girl. Her one decent piece of work, gone, lost, forever. Some clumsy fireman, or Paul blundering about, or one of the villagers who'd crowded in. There'd been more than 20 people through the house last night, offering help, asking questions. Just a slip, and the plate was gone. She wiped her face on the stomach of her T-shirt and tried to stop sobbing. Paul didn't come out to her. She wanted the touch of the hands from her dream. They could put her plate together as new. They could take away the damage, mess, and pain. She thought she knew where the hands had come from. She stood up, dusty earth on her knees, and left the pottery, wandering, asphalt hard and rough beneath her socks, down the road. She saw the tree outside the pub, dead and gloating. Up on the hillside she saw the Agapemone. It looked like a calming place to be. She put her hands in her hip pockets and kept her head down. Chapter 3. Beloved stood over the camera obscura. The village was becoming crowded. The lower fields, set aside for parking, were filling with vans and cars. Brightly coloured tents sprouted like fungus in the camping areas. There were more moving figures than there'd been yesterday, people about the scale of toy soldiers. They'd been turning up since very early this morning. Some must have been driving all night. Jenny saw the scorch where the fire had been, a scar on the yellow hillside, a hole in the picture. Beloved leaned into the illusion, and the hill bled onto his face, brown trees covering his cheeks. He smiled, and let his hands wander through the phantom village, rippling houses and people. Beloved was radiant this morning, glowing faintly. He had a definite aura, unnoticeable under natural light, but plain in the dark at the top of the house. It made him look like an angel. Jenny saw the woman, a stick figure moving like an insect. Coming from the other end of the village, from the pottery, she was walking quickly, awkwardly. 3 newcomers on bikes silently buzzed her, making a skid turn by the old tree, heading off towards the campsite. The woman kept on walking. Beloved stretched out a hand and touched the tiny head, his finger sinking in so her pinpoint face was on his fingerprint. "Her," Beloved said quietly. "She is chosen." Jenny bowed her head. Unlike some of the other sisters, she was beyond jealousy. No man or woman could have Beloved all the time. His grace was to be shared with all humankind. He nodded slightly, drawing the tiny woman to him as if she were on the end of an invisible silk thread. Beloved held his hand, palm down over her, casting a blot of a shadow. The plain black of the table showed through the vivid image of Alder, an earthquake chasm across the farms and houses. Jenny raised her eyes, fascinated. It was hard to look away from him. Beloved's wounds were leaking again. A drop of blood formed in the center of his palm, becoming heavier as it filled out, ballooning into a red tear. It splashed onto the table, shining in the illusion. The woman, as if alerted, stepped out of the way of the red rain and walked around the puddle. Chapter 4. His thoughts were too fast, dizzying away inside his head. He looked at the ceiling of the bleached sitting room. It had been decorated in the late 60s, when the Bleaches first came to Alder. Pictures from Sunday supplements had been pasted up in a collage. Faces from the past were frozen, fading slowly. Paul had been picking out people he recognized. George Best, Patrick McNee, Anouk Aimée, Harold Wilson, Neil Armstrong, Jimi Hendrix. He had always found it relaxing. Now it was a visual shriek. The world was smashed like Hazel's plate and could not be put back together again, at least not in a way he would be happy with. Reality, he knew, was a consensus, something everyone agreed to accept. Now, someone was trying to force the unacceptable on him. In retrospect, it was the fish, not the Martian war machine, that had broken the camel's back. That had not been just unlikely, that had been impossible. Paul kept thinking of the fish, the way it sank slowly into the pond, the fruit-like sucker that attached it to the bush. It must be still at the bottom, resting in thin mud, an impossible thing upon the possible earth. How could he have accepted it as natural, then walked away? Fish, he repeated over and over, do not grow on bushes. This morning, sharp, clean pains were shot like darts from his broken tooth. Furthermore, his ribs hurt, his legs hurt, his face hurt. His mind, however, hurt most of all. Things that could not be, were. His head a lump of fudge-wrapped pain, he made his way from the sitting-room to the kitchen, then out on the veranda. He couldn't be bothered with tea or coffee. If the world made no sense, what was the point of breakfast? Hazel had been right. The place was chewed up. She wasn't around. She must have gone off to the Agapemone. Despite everything, it was his duty to warn her off, to prevent her getting mixed up with the cult. Once he dealt with the impossible, he would pay attention to that. He looked at the hill, at the horizon where last night he'd seen the smoke. It was a distinct tree line under a cloudless sky. If he'd been looking the other way, would any of this have happened? Or would he be worrying now about Hazel's moods, not the shape of reality? Waking up, alone and hurting, in the double bed, his first thought, before it all crept back to him, was that Hazel was gone. He still hadn't got it sorted out in his mind, but he knew the Martian war machine had been for him. Who else would have recognized it? He sat on the veranda steps, leaning against the sun-warmed stone wall, and held his head. He wanted to take something to dull the hurt in his tooth, but he couldn't afford to fog his mind. He needed to think this through. Anyway, although Hazel said the doctor had left pills for him, she had not told him where they were. He sloshed spittle around the tooth, imagining the pain washing away. Momentarily it helped, but pain came back in an instant. Everything was changed. Fish do not grow on bushes, and worse, Martian war machines are not only impossible, they are fictional. Almost anything else would have put less strain on his credulity, his sanity. If he'd close encountered an alien spacecraft of unfamiliar design, all he'd have to do was accept a vast body of UFO lore, proceeding from the logical, well-founded position that there was intelligent life elsewhere in the universe, to the far-fetched, but not entirely lunatic notion that such intelligent life was given to dropping by planet Earth once in a while. If it had been a Tyrannosaurus Rex chomping on poached sheep, he could blame genetic engineers fooling with fossil tissue. Guess that radioactive waste from Hinkley Point nuclear power station had seeped into the seabed and revived the creature, or assume a time warp was operating in the locality. If it had been Lord Lucan, Elvis Presley, or Martin Bormann playing with matches, the meeting would be merely unlikely, and he could make a fortune tattling to a tabloid. If it had been a transparent Duke of Monmouth clanking chains and crying for his rightful throne, Paul would just have to admit there were such things as ghosts. These weren't positions he was especially keen to adopt, but all were within the bounds of credibility. After all, the bulk of humanity subscribed to religions founded on only barely less unlikely premises. But a Martian war machine? This wasn't a scientific unknown, or a psychic phenomenon, or a strange but true story, or a miracle from God. This was something made up in 1898, something that had no existence outside the imagination of H.G. Wells. Somewhere in the world you could find people who believed in ghosts and demons, elves and fairies, the curse of King Tut, Jesus Christ our Lord and Redeemer, Whitley Strieber's extraterrestrial anal molesters, American professional wrestling matches, the Loch Ness Monster, Bigfoot and the Yeti, George Bush's campaign promises, the characters on EastEnders, the Hollow Earth theory, Bacon's authorship of Hamlet, Ambrose collectors from Atlantis, the Amityville Horror, Maradona's Hand of God goal, double biological soap powders. The human race, among its other accomplishments, could persuade itself individually or in mass, to believe almost bloody anything, but nowhere had anyone ever, except briefly over Halloween 1938, when Orson Welles was trick-or-treating, believed in Martian war machines. Yet the thing hadn't been ambiguous. It had been what it was, as real as his pain. His bruises were proof. He could still feel the jarring impact of the machine's metal leg. It had rattled his teeth, making his tooth flare. His skin was broken where the thing had scraped. Paul experimented with the notion of hallucination. After all, he'd spent the greater portion of the last few months, the last 5 years, thinking about his thesis, and Wells's Martians were central to his argument. People see what they expect to see, whether it be the Virgin Mary, dome-headed midgets in glowing saucers, or the buckskin-fringed king of rock and roll. He could have misinterpreted, seeing something that put him in mind of a Martian war machine and mentally transforming it into one. He held his tooth between thumb and forefinger, trying to squeeze out the pain. Seizing on the hallucination theory, he chewed it in his mind. The Martian war machine had been instantly recognizable because it was his Martian war machine. The War of the Worlds movie substituted Cornish pasty-shaped flying ships, and the various illustrations he'd seen on book or album covers weren't quite right. They were frailer, or more rounded, or less mechanical. The thing he'd seen up on the hill was his mental picture, compounded of the author's description and his own detail-filling imagination. The thing appeared to him exactly as he imagined it. For a moment he thought he had an answer. Then he knew he had only more questions. One of the problems with the novel, although for Paul it was a strength, was that Wells never quite explained how a 3-legged machine could move. Logically, it would have to be like a 1-legged man on 2 crutches, but that doesn't sound threatening enough. Christopher Priest, in The Space Machine, worked out a system involving a spinning top motion, but that struck Paul as too awkward. The filmmakers had just copped out and got rid of the legs. The war machine last night moved naturally, as if having 3 legs was entirely the usual arrangement, and unsteady bipeds were at a disadvantage. It had been unimaginable. Therefore, he could not have imagined it. It had been real. It had hurt him. It had displaced indisputably real objects, and it had used a real heat ray. Imaginary hallucinations do not start actual fires. And the kid, the Mohican-haired kid, he'd seen it too. Paul looked up at the fireside on the hill. It was peaceful now. Blackened earth and burned-out trees, blending in with yellow-leaved bushes and tanned grass. Paul tried to picture the kid. It was hard to remember anything but his hair, the one detail overwhelming his ordinary face, and standard ripped jeans and a T-shirt outfit. He'd been skinny, and he'd had a London accent. "Fuck, fuck, fuck," he had said. He'd pushed Paul, thumping his shoulder. He'd been wearing a black leather wristlet, dotted with studs. The kid had seen the war machine. 2 people couldn't share a hallucination. Paul knew he had to find that kid, talk to him. Maybe, if he did, he wouldn't go mad. Chapter 5. Daddy was strange this morning. During the school holidays, they always had breakfast together, Daddy tucking into bacon and eggs because he'd already done a couple of hours' work, Mummy having just yogurt and fruit juice because she was forever on a diet, Hannah and Jeremy eating cereal and drinking orange. Today they all arrived at the table at different times. Mummy was getting breakfast ready in the kitchen, making a lot of noise, and Jeremy, in his pyjamas, came down to the dining room and found Daddy sitting in his usual chair, covered with earth. It was over his shirt, hands and face. His cheeks were plastered, like an African tribesman's, with lines of chalk mixed in. Often he would get dirty. Farming, he said, was a mucky job most of the time, but one of the rules of the house was that you washed before coming to the table. Jeremy was outraged. Daddy was supposed to make the rules, not break them. "Daddy," he said, "you're dirty." Mummy had the radio on in the kitchen, and pop music gurgled out. Daddy turned to Jeremy. Egg-white eyes opened in his mask of dry earth. "Daddy, here it comes," said Mummy, stepping in with a tray. The tray hit the floor and flipped over, scattering bacon rashers and globs of scrambled egg. A plate smashed, and knives and forks skittered on the tiling. "Morris!" Mummy gasped. "What the fu—" Daddy looked at Mummy, and she made a scared face. Hannah tumbled late into the room, rubbing sand out of her eyes, yawning. She sat at the table and filled her bowl with cornflakes. "Daddy, you look silly," she said, and sloshed in the milk. Mummy sat down and shook her head. Daddy's clothes were torn. There were streaks of blood in his dirt mask. His jeans were ruined, the fly exploded, and filth clogged. Daddy didn't say anything. Jeremy backed away. "Sit down," Mummy said. Jeremy didn't want to go near Daddy, but didn't want to go against Mummy either. He pulled his chair back and slid into it, never letting his eyes move from Daddy's brown face. Hannah was eating as usual. Daddy put his hands on the table, and crumbs of soil spread from his fingers. Daddy smiled an evil dwarf smile, a line of spit damping the earth around his lips, and his mouth began to open. He coughed, and chunks of dirt came out burping onto the table. "What's wrong, love?" Mummy asked, gingerly putting her clean hand on Daddy's dirty sleeve. "Nothing," Daddy croaked. His voice had changed, as if his throat had turned to bark and planes of rough wood were rasping together inside him. "I put things right with the land," Daddy said. Jeremy looked at Mummy. Obviously, no one knew what to do. Hannah finished her cereal and pushed her chair back. "Sit down," Daddy told her. Unsure, she did, stuttering out a but, before going silent and sulking. "Give thanks, family." Jeremy looked down at the tabletop, then sideways at Mummy. Mummy was scared. That made Jeremy scared too, scared of Daddy. He saw dirt thick around Daddy's fingers, coating the nails, clodding in between like duck webbing. They were root-like tendrils mixed in with the earth, growing out of Daddy. He looked up. Daddy had taken an apple from the bowl and was eating it. The apple should have been thrown out today, since it was half shriveled, and nobody had bothered with it before. Jeremy was sure there were maggots in it. As Daddy ate, more dry earth fell from his face. It came off in chunks, showing his skin. Daddy was changed. There were boils on his forehead, red and protuberant, like little bruised apples. They seemed about to break. His face was longer, nose extended, the beginnings of a wispy beard around his chin. He munched the apple down, skin, pips, core, and all. "We must make sacrifices," he said, reaching for a bread knife. Mummy flinched, and Hannah was crying. Daddy pulled his sleeve and bared his forearm. The music from the kitchen burbled out, a disc jockey interrupting to read out funny items about the weather from the papers. Daddy stuck the bread knife into his arm. Blood came, but not much. A greeny-yellow liquid seeped out. The blood was just a few red threads in the other sappy stuff. It smelled like glue. Daddy pulled the bread knife out of himself and put it down. The hole he had made opened and closed like a goldfish's mouth, spewing more of the yellow-green onto the table. Mummy got up, and Daddy hit her. His arm was longer than usual, and he fetched Mummy a hard thump on the side of her head, lifting her out of her chair, pitching her across the floor. Mummy fell down, chair tangled in her legs, and although she tried, didn't get up again. There was blood in her hair. "Now," Daddy said, "bow, you heathens." Jeremy and Hannah bowed their heads and mumbled. Daddy laughed, not like himself, but like the evil dwarf. Dopey had come in the night and eaten his brain. Jeremy knew this had happened. The daddy-shaped thing at breakfast was just the leftovers from the meal. The children looked again. Mummy was pulling herself up, shaking her head dizzily. holding tight to the table edge for balance. She got her seat upright beneath her and slumped. Daddy had mashed part of her hair, and a bleeding bruise was showing. She opened her mouth to complain, but a glance from Daddy's rotten eyes silenced her. He reached out again, and Mummy flinched, but instead of hitting, he stroked. His fingers smoothed her hair against the gash in her head, and she winced. Daddy smiled. Mummy was whimpering quietly, like Hannah when she was scolded. Mummy touched Daddy's arm, fingertips probing the wound, dabbling in the honeyish gum. Daddy nodded, and Mummy tasted her finger. Weakly, she tried to smile. "See?" Daddy said. Jeremy looked at the shell that had been his daddy. The boils on his forehead burst, drops of clear liquid dribbling past his eyes. Tiny shoots, bright green like spring bulbs, were emerging from his head, curling slightly in the light. In his smile, his teeth were bright yellow, like corns on a cob. "Now," he said, "what shall we do today?" Chapter 6. "Hazel?" The girl was distracted, blank-faced. Her eyes were large, waif-like. "It's me, Susan, remember, from last night." She'd found Hazel on the private road to the Agapemone, walking and dreaming. Weirdly, Susan saw herself in Hazel's mind, face cracked into 3. "Oh, hi," said the girl. "Good morning." She wasn't wearing shoes, just grubby wool socks. Bumping into Susan unnerved her, as if she'd met someone she knew only from a dream. "Good morning. Are you all right?" Hazel pushed her hand through her hair, scratching her scalp. Susan saw her confusion. She might be in traumatic shock. Then again, she might just be a daydreamer. It was too easy to intuit the worst all the time. "How's your boyfriend?" "All right," she said, without conviction. "Up and about." They were by the side of the road. Usually there was no traffic. Today there was almost a jam, with carloads of festival-goers turning up early. There were several travellers' caravans, possessions roped to roofs, rickety and battered as an Oki convoy. "Out for a walk?" Hazel tried to think. Susan tried to read her. She'd been almost sleepwalking. I thought I'd visit the Agapemone again. Thank you." She saw in Hazel a vacancy, a need. The girl was under pressure, not easy to read accurately. She was just Jago's type, a vessel steadily emptied, waiting to be filled with the faith. Susan didn't know what to do. Less ignorant of the dangers of the Agapemone than anyone, she ought to try to put Hazel off. But warning Hazel would rip her sister of the Agapemone snakeskin. Soothsaying wasn't her style anyway. That was why she was Susan Anonymous. She didn't want to end up like Cassandra, kicked to death. A biker cruised by, engine protesting, squeezing between the cars and the verge. Susan and Hazel had to step out of his way. The boy's jacket back, with a flaming skull and a Route 666 logo, reminded her that Wendy's leather ghost was still around. At the fire, Susan thought she'd glimpsed him mingling with the bystanders. "Well," said Hazel, "must be going." Susan had to try to help the girl. She did not like to interfere, to use her talent like a puppeteer, but sometimes it was the only way. "See you later," Susan said, fixing Hazel's eyes with her own, pressing a mentacle delicately against the girl's mind. She found it useful to imagine a point between the person's eyes as a tiny hole leading funnel-like into their brain, their mind. Susan tried to plant a seed of doubt, to give Hazel protection. "There," she said. "Goodbye." They parted. Susan watched Hazel wander up past the gatehouse. She had not seen James Lytton since last night. She must talk to him later. She hoped the girl would be able to look after herself. Hazel climbed the steps to the front door and pressed the bell button. Susan was reminded of Psycho. The Agapemone had an attic window like Mrs. Bates's bedroom, but it was blacked out. Beloved was playing with his Victorian toy. She looked up imagining neon eyes in the sky. She wondered how much Beloved saw. If she could sense what he was, then he must be able to see through her. Of course, he had disadvantages. He had only Bible stories to justify his talent, not years of tests and research. And he was mad. She turned and went on her way. There was an old red telephone box by the pub, opposite the dead tree, and Susan had a supply of carefully hoarded coins. There was no point calling from the Agapemone. She didn't think the phone was tapped, but it was on the table in the hall and couldn't be used in private. That was one of the ways Beloved cut his disciples off from their old lives. Parents, friends, ex-partners, whoever. Mick said the brethren weren't prisoners, but that might be because Beloved was a subtle master. Whenever anyone made a call, they had to account for it in a ledger, writing down the number called and the duration. It was one of Mick's systems to keep bills under control. Susan noticed that if anyone did try to call out, Mick, or Gerald Taine, or another of the cabal Susan had tagged as the Agapemone's enforcers, would find something to do within earshot. On the other side of the road, Derek and Marie-Laure, nobody's idea of a dynamic duo, were doing their best to direct traffic, guiding vehicles onto the hard-packed earth track to the parking areas. Susan waved to them, but they didn't notice. They were fuzzy this morning, too, moving clumsily like astronauts or deep-sea divers. The sister was prayerfully muttering to herself, eyes fixed on the dirt, while Derek was humming a tune Susan could barely remember being in the charts, Nights in White Satin. He waved at her, head empty. The telephone box was useless to most disciplines because having small change was a rarely granted privilege. Money was held in common, and every penny spent had to be explained. Only James, useful as a free agent, had any petty cash at all. One effect of this was to isolate the brethren from the community. They couldn't go to the pub for a drink, or even drop by the garage and buy a packet of sweets. Her own coins had been smuggled in and hidden. Mick and Taine held regular inspections to track down uncharitably retained private property. In theory, even clothes and toiletries were communally owned. There were penalties for hoarding. Karen Gillard once had to take a month's vow of silence because she kept a transistor radio for private use. Two lads in an open-top car whistled and shouted a "Hello, darling," at her. Seeing red, she turned to look in their direction. "While I've got a face," one of them said, "you'll always have somewhere to sit." Before she had time to fight it, her mind swelled and reached. There were 4 quiet pops as tires ruptured. The car settled, hissing and stalled. Cars behind hit their horns. Children bawled. Susan was embarrassed. She had not meant that, but sometimes she could be surprised. She must be more guarded. Walking past the swearing youths, she wanted to make a smart comment, but bit down on it. Let them think it was a freak accident. One of the lads was out of the car, gawking at the flat tires. He was wearing a loud shit T-shirt and had an X of baldness shaved into his head. She smiled at him, claiming responsibility. "Witch," he said. Chapter 7. "What you doing?" Terry asked. "Making sacrifice." Allison held the pigeon in one hand, her other over its head. The bastard bird was beaking into her palm, but wasn't making a racket any more. She'd taken it from a tree, creeping up quiet and clutching fast as a lizard. The small body, warm and bony in her grip, squirted hot shit at her. She held it at arm's length, so the jet mainly missed. She needed one hand to grip the bird, otherwise she'd have used her cheese wire. She squeezed the bird's head and wrenched it off. Blood choked out of the neck hole, and the thing kicked. She held it up and sprayed blood over the ground. She sloshed some on Terry. "Watch out!" he moaned. She held up the squirming pigeon like a bottle and sucked blood. Hot and tasty, it ran down her chin like gravy. "There, breakfast." She dropped the dead thing and wiped her face on her sleeve. The bird's wings wound down, and it quickly stopped kicking. Sacrifice was made. She knew the importance of sacrifice. Bad-mouthed Ben had explained it to her. He had come to Alder because of her sacrifices, because of Mr. Keogh's cats. Sacrifices made him stronger. "Go, fuck oi," said Terry. "That's disgusting." Alison stuck out her red tongue at him and smeared his cheeks with bloody thumbs. "Clown," she said. "Like your brother." Terry was theirs, marked now by blood and deed. In the end, he'd be proud to be hers and Ben's. He was the first. Others would come, initiated by blood. More sacrifices would be made. The boy was 20 paces behind mentally, huffing and puffing to catch up. This morning his beard was heavy and ragged. It was still a kid's bum fluff, but it gave him a beastly look. Ben had helped Terry change. He wasn't much of an army, but he was a start. He was just stupid enough to fall in step. "Last night," Terry said. "What bloody happened?" They'd slept out after the hide-and-seek with Terry's brother and Lytton. This morning Ben had got up early and gone about his business, leaving her in charge. She'd woken with dew on her face, cradled in the bushes, lying in a beaten flat tunnel that protected them. Terry, clothes tattered, was nearby, snoring, mouth wide open. He wasn't used to sleeping in the open. He wasn't close to the earth, the way she was. "Alison?" She smiled, and he went quiet. There were secrets he didn't need to penetrate. He was sensibly afraid of her. The lesson, however, had to be reinforced. She stood near him, licking her lips, and slipped her hands under his shirt, feeling his soft, hairy belly. There was fear in his eyes, but also a little excitement. He thought he knew what he was getting, and raised his arms so she could pull his shirt over his head. She let her hands climb up his torso like thin spiders. She found his pulpy nipples and pinched hard, digging with her long thumbnails. He opened his mouth to shriek, tears welling up, and she quickly kissed him. With a final, flesh-abusing twist, she pushed him away. He was yelping like a dog now and rubbing his teats. "Pain," she said. "You got to be friends with pain." He swore and bit his lips, sucking in air. She brushed the twigs out of her hair and stretched. Terry sat down and complained again, howling like a kid, tears in the fur on his cheeks. "Come on," she told him. "Get up. We've got places to go, things to do." Chapter 8. She got to the telephone box just before a hefty, beef-faced man with a tweed jacket. He was standing outside, shifting his weight from foot to foot, chinking change in his hand, looking at his watch. She didn't have to be a talent to get the message. She dialed the number. The phone was lifted on the third ring. "Good morning," said a cheery voice. Feminine but faceless, like a machine. "Ministry of Defence. Ipsit." "It's pronounced eyesight," Susan said, impatient with silly games, and put me through to David Cross. "I'm sorry Dr. Cross is in a meeting." "Interrupt. He'll want to talk to me. I'm in a call box." Pip, 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 pip. It was an old-fashioned payphone. You couldn't fill it with money and talk until your credit ran out. The glass was cracked, some squares missing. The directories were shredded and scribbled on, marked with old stains. There was graffiti magic markered, childishly, into the list of exchanges. "Teddy for Alison. Gary is a puff. Irguns vai leume. Agapemone gits. Bannerman burns in hell." "Interrupt. This thing is eating my change. Dr. Cross is in a meeting." "Miss, please get him. My name is Susan Ames. Say Susan Rodway. He'll want to talk to me." Pip, 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 pip. She heard empty air, pencils tapping, muffled voices. Then a rattle, as an extension was picked up. "Susie, what is it?" "David, I'm in a call box. Can you get back to me? The number is—" "Shit, it's been defaced." She shoved another 20 pence in the slot. The booth smelled as if generations of customers staggering out of the pub had used it as a urinal. The one-man queue was fuming, reciting bloody hippies over and over, like a mantra. If the box was a public toilet, he was desperate to go. Pip, 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 pip. I've fed this thing enough to call Singapore for an hour, but it keeps wanting more. What's wrong? It's Jago and Alder. There seems to be a crisis coming. I'm observing an increase in phenomena. There's some kind of spiral effect. I have a note on my desk about a fire last night. That may be connected, I'm not sure. Pip, 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 pip. The waiting man knocked on the door and shook a fist. Susan turned her back to him, but he just stepped around the corner and knocked again. She let her hair fall over her face and kept her head down, bracing her back against the door, telephone cord half wrapped around her. David, close this down. I've tried recommending that before and got nowhere. This is the chemist's favourite spook show. I think Jago is becoming more dangerous. There are a lot of people here. For the festival, I think we could be talking cataclysm. This thing goes back beyond Jago. I think it goes back centuries. Susan, you're rambling. We're parapsychologists, not ghostbusters. Are you well in yourself? Pip, 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 pip. Fires. They keep cropping up in the history of this hill. There's a perennial ghost called the Burning Man and a World War II bomb story. Do you still have the headaches? David, this is not about me. When were you last looked at by our people? Have you had any unusual physical symptoms? Increased poltergeist activity during your periods? Apparitions? You may be throwing the experiment out by your presence. David! Pip, 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 pip. Her last coin jammed. David! Pip, 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 pip. Bzzz. Chapter 9. First, Wendy decided she just wouldn't get out of bed. Badmouth Ben couldn't get her if she stayed under the duvet. She could still feel where he had gripped her, hear his whispered words, smell his burned-out stench. Somehow she'd got back to the Agapemone last night, and with medical help gone to sleep. She wasn't supposed to have pills, but she'd got some on her last shopping round to Bridgewater and hidden them from Brother Mick. Luckily, Marie-Laure, her partner on the run, was only notionally aware of what went on outside her head. She'd bought first aid supplies, slipped the pills in on the tally, then spirited them to the room she shared with Derek, hiding them inside a Tampax container to get through inspections. The bottle, evidence of her guilt, was half empty on the bedside table. She could not remember how many she'd taken. Even with pills she slept badly. The nightmare started before she got to bed, and it was not over now she was awake. Hard sunlight filtered through the gable window. Dust shapes formed and dispersed in the beams. Derek was long gone. The pills made her slow. She pulled the duvet tighter. The clock told her it was past 11. She should have been up for hours. She'd missed the breakfast ceremony. Her sense of community was weak now. She'd come to the Agapemone for that safety, and it was slipping away. Safety, and beloved. She tried to pray, but couldn't. If Ben was back, she'd have to see beloved, have to get his help. Only he could face the dead-alive monster. Only he could save her. The good thing about a sheep, she remembered Ben saying, words twisting like little scalpels, is that you can fuck her. His teeth were sharp in the remains of his face. He had polished metal studs set into the burned leather of his forehead, cheeks and chin. Kill her! Bone showed through at his knuckles, but his fingers had been strong, painfully digging in. Love and hate biro-etched blue on yellow into his knuckle bones. Eat her! His eyes were glittering evil olives, horribly alive in his dead face. And wear her! His hands had been all over her, tearing memories from her flesh, memories of Ben, when he had been alive. Sheep, he had said to her, go, ba, ba. It was too much. She gave up. Ben could come and have her. It was too late to fight. She lay back like a corpse, hands over her chest. She sucked in her stomach and looked up at the ceiling. The windows were tall and thin. Reflections played around the light fittings. She arranged her hair on the pillow, smoothed the duvet lightly over herself, and recomposed her hands. She was laid out, waiting for the funeral, waiting for Badmouth Ben. Time passed. The electric clock's hands moved silently. She heard the small sounds of the house, traffic outside, far-off voices. She waited. Ben didn't come for her. She shut her eyes and tried to imagine the worst. Then she thought of Beloved. She began to pray like a child, remembering everyone she knew and appealing for the Lord God's mercy on them. She tried to find the love in herself and dispense it. She tried to order her soul as she had done her body. She wanted to be a pure martyr, to go to the next world as a credit to her Saviour. Ben's face faded, and Beloved swelled, replacing him. Wendy might be giving in, accepting death, but Beloved would remain upon this earth until his task was accomplished. He was here to suffer and die for humanity. At any moment she expected the monster to come for her. Nothing. By day there was nothing. She got bored. Hot under the duvet, she was perspiring uncomfortably in her thick nightie. Sunlight lay on her hands, burning. She tried to concentrate on prayer, but her eyes kept creeping open. Nothing changed in the room. There were no shadows to shelter Badmouth Ben. Wendy realized she needed urgently to pee. She got up and tentatively stepped towards the door. No clawed hands shot out from the dark under the bed to grab her ankles. Not only did she have to pee, but her sun-struck wrists and hands were itchy. She had jaw ache from gritting her teeth, and an emptiness in her stomach from missed breakfast. Crossing herself, she went down the hallway to the bathroom, unsteady on her feet from the pills. She remembered the feeling from before Beloved, before Ben even. Then she'd washed down her pill ration with paper cupfuls of vodka. She hadn't drunk since she first met him in Brighton, in Idyll. Beloved met all her hungers and thirsts. Still, a vodka, a small one, was about what she needed now. "Good morning, sister," said someone. She looked, focused, and smiled. It was Sister Jenny. Wendy bowed and returned the greeting. "We missed you at breakfast." "Up late." "Yes, of course. Are you all right?" The girl was kindly, concerned, but her question annoyed Wendy. Her bladder was distending, growing heavier. "Of course I'm all right," she said, pain blooming in her skull. "Why shouldn't I be?" "The fire. You were there." "Yes." "My prayers were with you." It would take more than this yellow-haired child's prayers to keep Ben at bay. Jenny was smiling, an impossibly pretty doll. She wore a white dress, laced at the neck, that shone. Nothing could touch her. Wendy's legs threatened to give out. She had to get to the bathroom soon, or her bladder would burst, spattering the girl with pee, bile, and blood. Jenny came forward, moving as fast as Badmouth Ben, and hugged her. "We share love," the girl said. "Yes," Wendy agreed, gently escaping. She made it into the bathroom, locked the door behind her, hiked up her nightie and sat on the toilet, letting go. Then she looked at herself in the mirror. Her face was puffy, her eyes red, her hair a stringy mess. Shit, she thought. Where did the years go? She had been with Derek since she was 18, considerably longer than half her life. She didn't understand how he could stay so untouched. He followed her lead with tolerable enthusiasm, from university to dropout, from flat to squat, from commune to community, from dope to pills, from politics to religion. But she didn't know if he really shared her beliefs, or went along because it was easier. Recently he'd been eclipsed by the beloved presence, but he had not complained. Atrocity, murder, addiction, God in the flesh. There was nothing Derek could not, given a few joints and some records, deal with. Now Badmouth Ben was back. In Wales, Ben had done terrible things to them all. Being raped was something you could never forget, not one detail, and she'd been raped a dozen times the long hot summer. She remembered her face in the pillow, a wet fold of it jammed in her mouth as she bit, and Ben heavy on her, fucking her over and over, making her bleed. That hadn't even been the worst. The worst was afterwards, when Ben took her into his confidence and explained how the world was arranged, who'd suffer next, and how. Ben had once threatened to snip off Derek's cock with sheep shears. Yet Wendy didn't think Derek would be upset to know the man he'd killed was back. He'd probably offer him a joint and ask how he'd been since 1976, what festivals he'd been to, whom of the old crowd he'd seen recently. She brushed her teeth, thoroughly sluicing her mouth, and washed her face. She soaked a brush and ran it through her hair. She was seeing to her surface self, leaving her depths troubled. Back in her room she dressed slowly, carefully, deliberately, putting arms and legs through holes. She picked her meeting clothes. She tied her hair with a ribbon. Wendy went downstairs and outside to another monotonously lovely day. From the steps of the Agapemone she saw traffic pouring in. She saw the brethren at work, setting up the festival. She saw the yellow stretches of the moors. She tried hard to love everything. "Hello," said a voice, making her jump. Someone came up to the Agapemone, shading eyes against the sun. It was Hazel, the girl from the pottery. "Wendy, hi." Hi." She didn't know whether to shake hands or to hug. She did nothing. "I thought I'd come and say thanks." They stood on the green lawn, out in the open. Jenny joined them, walking from the side garden with a basket of swollen apples. "Want one?" Wendy scarfed it down in a few bites. Hazel nibbled hers slowly. Wendy realized the two had never met, and introduced them. They smiled at each other. Pretty girls, not in competition. Hazel had tanned, but Jenny was milk pale. She'd been indoors a lot recently, with Beloved. "Have you met Beloved?" Jenny asked. "Mr. Jago, Tony?" making herself clear. "No," Hazel said, adding, "but I'd like to, sometime." "You must," said Wendy, scenting a possible convert. "He'll make things clear." "What things?" "All things," said Jenny. "It's hard to put in words, but you'll know when you meet him." "I look forward to it. Nothing has been clear lately." Wendy knew what Hazel meant. "Have you noticed," Hazel said, "that it's like Sunday afternoon? As if it's all over, and there's nothing in particular to do. People are busy, but nothing counts. Nothing is happening." "That's the festival for you," said Jenny. "Everyone stops." "Not everyone," said Wendy, looking up at the manor house. "Look," she said. The attic window's blackout curtain rolled up. Sunlight caught the window as it swung open, shooting a dazzling light at them. All three held hands up to their eyes. "Beloved," Wendy and Jenny said, in unison. Chapter 10. Lytton had made it home just after dawn and drawn the curtains against the sun. In bed, he'd fallen asleep instantly, but woke up an hour later, at his usual time, jet-lagged. He needed a new adjective: brain-lagged, life-lagged, dream-lagged. He must rest, recoup. No matter how strange things got, he couldn't let himself be worn out. He willed himself back to sleep, and dreamed of crossword puzzles in vast checkerboard plains, a maze of oxymorons, palindromes, and rebuses. In mid-morning he woke up again, unable to sleep any longer. Getting up late made it a special day. He should have been out doing more work at the stage areas. There was a note from Derek under his door, chillingly telling him everything was under control. About last night. He'd been briefed by Dr. Cross in scientific terms and by Garnet in blunter language. Belief was not a problem. He knew he wasn't going mad. He knew what was happening. He couldn't say he hadn't been prepared for this. There were such things. Not things. Phenomena. He'd seen things all along and stayed calm, sane, rational. Last night had just been an extension of what he'd known since he was assigned here. He wouldn't allow himself the luxury of fear. They called him a spook, but Jago was a natural, explicable thing. Unexplored, barely known, but natural. Dr. Cross would eventually write a serious book, and someone else would do a trashy bestseller. There would be articles, TV, movies, commissions of inquiry. And Jago would be an accepted part of the changing world, like coelacanths, depletion of the ozone layer, or compact discs. They'd find a concrete and lead bunker, prison and tomb. Research would go on with less showy subjects. Still, last night had been quietly spectacular, and the phenomena were just side effects. His Browning was on his desk, where he had unprofessionally left it last night. The door opened, and, instinctively, Lytton picked up the gun, tugging the newspaper to cover it. Susan stepped in and froze. She couldn't see the gun, but she could see it. "Put that thing away." He dropped the paper and wrapped the pistol in it. "Happy?" It's just a tool." The spook came into the small front room and sat down at his side table. Obviously the experiment had escalated enough for her to set aside their standing orders to keep away from each other. They could stop pretending to be strangers and work together. But they'd been pretending so long and had so little contact beforehand that they really were strangers. An intimacy was whipping up around them, and Lytton wasn't sure about it. He'd got used to stasis, and change suggested things were out of hand. "I've just tried calling David," Susan said. "I've recommended shutting the program down." Lytton drank his coffee. "Any luck?" "Weird shit. Just weird shit. For a start, the phone was playing up." "Jago?" She put her elbows on the table and her chin in her hands. "I don't know. It'd be easy to blame everything on Jago. The weather, even." She was sweating into her clothes, dark folds under her arms. Lytton found that faintly sexy. "Did Dr. Cross issue a policy statement?" "Nothing like. He's writing it off as observer error. You know, unstable talent plus feminine hysteria. What do I know? I'm an anomaly." He looked away from the spook. "Don't worry," she said. "I'm not trying to read your mind. It's not like that. I have some extra chemicals in my brain, that's all." "I'm sorry," he said. Usually Susan was over-controlled. Today she was in a funny mood. Kittenish, scared, nervous, flirty, unpredictable. "I'm not Carrie," she said, eyes bugging. "I do tricks, though." His guardian unfolded, and the gun slowly spun around, barrel pointing to him. Back at Eyesight, he'd seen videotapes of her playing similar games, spinning a top, remote-controlling a pencil, breaking china. See? The slide, untouched, shot back, chambering around. Susan giggled. Lytton knew she could easily work the trigger and wondered how the gun, without a human hand wrapped around its grip, would kick. "I used to bend spoons, too." He took the gun and put it in its drawer. He felt a slight pull as it tugged away from her influence. "Have you reported anything?" "I haven't had time. I can drop things at the police station in Atchelzoy as usual. They get to Garnet." David knew about the fire. It had been on the local news. Eyesight was keeping an eye on the area for irregularities. Sometimes unmarked vans prowled around the village, bland young men going from door to door doing surveys. "James," she said, face open, "are we on our own here?" He nodded. "If we need it, we can get backup, but I'd prefer to leave that as a last resort." "It might not be enough anyway." "What would be enough? An act of God?" "Maybe." He thought she was overreacting. Jago can't be that dangerous. He's been here over 10 years. Ticking. She was serious. "Dr. Cross thinks the two of us are enough to babysit him." James. That's not how it works. David makes recommendations. Sir Kenneth takes it under advisement. Garnett suggests how much cheaper it can be done, and David's suggestions get half implemented. It gets passed to a desk in the MOD, where someone who understands tanks or fighter planes, but thinks eyesight is a science fiction waste of time, has to approve a budget. We're what David has to make do with, and we come cheap. I make my reports. It may be slow, but decisions get made. What are we doing? Taking notes? I don't know about you, but I've been left alone. They're letting Jago alone and hoping he doesn't cause too much trouble, and they don't know how much trouble he can cause. Susan was frightened. And that pricked Lytton. He knew what he had to, but he did not understand the way she did. Even Dr. Cross didn't know what it was like to be Susan, and she was the nearest reasonable thing they had to Jago. She had just demonstrated how easy it would be for her undetectively to murder him. What point had she been making? I tried to warn David, but he has his own theoretical parameters and won't adapt to new data. It's not just Jago. It's a lot of other things. I think Jago is a focus for something that's been going for a long time. His hair began to rise. It was not fear, he knew. It was Susan. He'd read her file. When she got excited, she gave people near her horripilation. That was mild. Under the same conditions, Jago could drive people mad. He'd seen the movies, The Fury, Scanners, Firestarter. He wondered how easy it would be to explode a head. "James," she said, "you're the minister's zookeeper. Are you just here for Jago?" Muscles in his shoulders flinched. "Or are you here for me, too?" Chapter 11. In daylight, the top of the hill wasn't at all ominous. Paul was at the fireside before he thought to be afraid. The Martian war machine was unlikely enough in the first place. That it should revisit the scene of the crime would be really stretching it. He found his slippers, trampled into dried mud, one half burned. He looked about for the war machine's imprints, but only found firemen's boot marks. The after-smell of fire was like the miasma around a stubble-burned field. The climb up the hill, even at a gentler pace than last night's expedition, reawakened pain in his legs and chest. He stopped to draw breath and look around. The area of devastation was surprisingly small when you were in it, barely 20 feet square. If the drought ended soon, it'd grow over within months. Looking out over the moors, he saw convoys of festival traffic converging at the Agapemone. His lungs working now, he climbed over the stile at the top of the Bleach property and found himself in the woods. He tried to remember how he had run, the war machine behind and above him, and where the kids' camp was. Stiff, dry bushes crowded in on the path, scratching. After a few minutes' struggle, he emerged into the clearing. It was empty. He was sure this was the place. There was a beaten flat area of long yellow grass with wheel ruts. A van had been parked there, and there was a fireplace surrounded by a wall of stones. Like a Western scout, he shoved his hand into the ashes. They weren't very warm. He supposed that meant the kids had cleared out last night, or early this morning before breakfast, or had not been very good firekeepers, or ash cooled quickly. "Good morning, Paul." He was not alone in the clearing. It was the wild girl, Allison. He had not heard her coming. "Bit of a to-do last night, eh?" He nodded. Allison was even wilder this morning. Her neck was stained with something congealing, like old tomato soup. Fringed jacket tied by the arms around her waist like a Red Indian breech-clout. She looked leaner, sharper. She had a lad with her, not the face-ache from yesterday, one of the local yokels. "This is Terry." The lad growled and scratched himself. Paul felt hostility coming off him in rank waves. Terry didn't like outsiders, or he conceived dislikes easily and let them fester. "Wasn't there a camp here?" Allison smiled, eyes shining. Paul still felt uncomfortable around her. She ping-ponged between seeming young and retarded, and old and wise. "Arr," she said, agreeing. "They kids from up London. They was frightened off by Burning Man." "What?" "Burning Man. Nothing but lights in the woods at night, but folks round here are daft. There's an old story about a bonfire and a haunt." "A haunt?" "Ghosties," she smirked. "Ask some of the old uns. Fools they be, but they got stories if you'm buy 'em a pint." Terry looked as if he was about to drop down on all fours and go for the throat like a Rottweiler. "Where did the kids go?" "Don't rightly know. Campsite, most like. Not fit for the wild woods up London kids aren't. Take they away from their video recorders and tube trains, and them ain't got a clue." "Was there a boy with a Mohican haircut?" "Ah, daft bugger. Wouldn't catch me making a fool of myself like that." Allison was prowling around, making him shift to keep eye contact, and Terry was skulking. Paul kept shooting glances at him, just in case he was about to turn. "Burning Man's seen whenever there's trouble. Comes in a cloud of fire. Terry here's great-great-auntie met un once." Terry grunted and spat. "'Cause there's trouble now, isn't there? And last night there was fire." Allison stepped into the kids' fireplace as if it were a paddling pool, her boots sinking into ash. "Mysterious fire," she said. She stood up straight, on tiptoes, and stretched out her arms, hanging her head to one side. In a high, off-key voice, she began to sing. "Jesus loves me, this I know." She was nowhere near the, or any, tune. "'Cause the Bible tells me so." Terry had a knife out, a grubby penknife with a 6-inch blade. He was digging under his nails with the point flicking free crescent crusts. Allison could not remember any more words and hummed excruciatingly further into the child's hymn. She kept her cruciform pose, stretching her shirt over her wiry shoulders and chest. She had an athlete's muscles, a runner's or a tennis player's, thin and strong. Terry came near him, and Paul caught a whiff of animal smell. Trained from infancy to be polite, he tried not to let disgust show. "Nice knife," Terry said. "Sharp. Shave with it, if you liked." He held it up. The blade was oily, its edge honed. Terry took him by the back of the neck and laid the knife against his throat. The metal was shockingly cold, like ice. Paul thought he'd been sliced open. "Didn't shave this morning, did you?" Terry scraped up over Paul's Adam's apple and wiped under his chin, tickling his stubble. Terry had pressed the blunt edge of the blade to his throat. The lad folded his knife and put it away. Paul's head was reeling, his heart racing. Allison came alive and stopped keening. She took Terry's hand. "Let's go," she said, pulling. Terry went with her. "Toodaloo," Allison said, as they slipped into the woods. Paul felt his heartbeat slip back to normal. Whatever had just happened, he felt he'd missed the point. Chapter 12. "Come in," Jenny invited. "Perhaps Beloved will see you." The girl took Hazel's hand and pulled gently. Her grip was dry and warm, informal. Wendy was behind now, bulk easing her towards the big door Jenny was pushing open. "Come inside," Jenny said, smiling. Hazel smelled the other girl's clean hair, felt her warmth. The hall of the manor house was dark, but not gloomy. Yesterday she'd seen it as a set from an Agatha Christie film, elegantly preserved in the 20s. Elephant's foot umbrella stands stocked with blunt instruments. Portraits of disreputable family ancestors, liable to have sired the missing heir. An old-fashioned telephone receiver with a knit cord, suitable for surreptitious snipping or stealthy strangling. Actually, the place was tatty, with mismatched frayed furniture and too much ground-in dirt. The phone on the hall table was old, an unstreamlined black dial model, rather than a slim white oval with push-buttons. She hesitated, and Jenny's pull became stronger. A suspicion flared, and she remembered Paul and, strangely, Susan Ames. In cartoons, characters often had little figures perched on their shoulders, tiny replicas of themselves, one with a halo, wings, a harp, and a blue robe, the other with horns, a tail, a trident, and a red face. Paul and Susan were angels, holding her back, Jenny and Wendy imps, pulling her on. On the threshold of the Agapemone, she felt a swoon brewing in her forehead. Her vision went in and out of focus. Weird. Jenny came close and slipped an arm around her waist, cooing persuasively, trying to get her into the hall. Wendy laid a heavy arm around her shoulders. The sisters formed a single body, hugging, protecting, cajoling. "Love," Jenny said disconnectedly. She took a step and paused again, half in and half out of the house. She could feel the cool of the interior, and it was tempting. Jenny kissed her cheek and said, "Come on, Hazel." She looked the girl in the face. In a shimmer, Jenny's skin was beet red, pointed horns pushing out from locks of flame. Her smile was heavily fanged, and she had a comical goatee. As an imp, she was a pantomime character, appealing and endearing. She licked scarlet lips with a black forked tongue and laughed like music. "It's nothing, Hazel, just a step." "One foot in front of the other, Hazel," said Wendy, gently prodding her back with 3 arrow-tipped fingers. The brimstone smelled sweet, and she sucked it into her mouth through her nostrils. She picked up a thick socked foot and put it down on the bristly doormat. Wendy and Jenny pushed gently, and she was inside the Agapemone. The sisters let go, and she took a few steps on her own. In the cool, she turned to look at Wendy and Jenny. The imps, fiery hair flickering, stood in the doorway, shoulder to shoulder, arms folded, red eyes sparkling mischievously. Behind was blue sky and bright sun. It gave them a backlit aura. As she watched, the sisters changed. Their horns pulled in, their skins faded, their tails curled up under their skirts. Their hair began to shine, floating in circles around their foreheads. From somewhere, Hazel heard the delicate plunking of tiny harps and a choir singing, "We plough the fields and scatter." Hazel saw the light. It was around the sisters as they stepped into the hallway, spreading into the shadowed corner. The light was warm and welcoming, embracing like clean sheets, supporting like sea-water. Hazel felt herself almost float, surrounded by light. She turned away from the door. A gallery ran around the hallway, gathering in a landing from which descended a wide stairway, banistered with dark wood. The light was up on the landing, spreading like ground mist. She had the sweet smoke on her palate and felt it filling her lungs. Light sparks scattered across her vision. There was someone on the landing, in the center of the light. Jenny was on the first step, kneeling, her head bowed. "Beloved," she said. Hazel's knees felt weak, and she sank to them. The touch from her dream returned and began to massage her neck and shoulders, slipping inside her T-shirt to ease her aches. The light swirled, coming to a focus in the man shape at the top of the stairs. She tried to stand, but could not. Her knees were gone. The muscles in her legs were limp. She saw his face in the light. She had never even seen a photograph of him. A picture couldn't have captured the light. This was Anthony William Jago. Beloved. His face was vast, yards across, and the eyes in it were holes. Through the holes, Hazel saw heaven. The rest of the face didn't matter. She didn't know what he was wearing. It could be a golden robe edged with fire. It could be a priestly black suit with a dog collar. Or he could be naked, body sweating light. His was the touch she had felt. "Hazel," he said, taking her name into his mouth, rolling it around and breathing it out again, renewed. She felt herself standing, knees straightening, feet pressing against the floor. Her arms were reaching out involuntarily, drawn to him. His smile fell upon her like a warm rain. "Hazel," he said. "Hazel." He touched one hand to his breast, then held it out, palm bright and bloody. She was on the bottom stair, between the sisters, drawn up towards beloved. Jenny looked up at her with love, Wendy with tolerance. Jenny pushed her upwards. Beloved's eyes were closed now. The light was inside him. Dressed casually, white shirt open at the neck, black cardigan running thin at the elbows, trainers. Beloved was human enough to be blotchy around the throat, a little hollow in the cheeks, hairline a touch high. The vessel didn't matter. He contained the light. She looked away from his face to his outstretched hand. Shining blood pooled in his palm, glittering. Hazel stepped upwards towards Beloved's hand. The smoke was in her nostrils, mouth and lungs filling her. She felt the touch again, soothing, teasing, slipping between her legs. A drop of blood fell from Beloved's hand, tumbling slowly towards the carpeted stairs, turning end over end, making shapes. It fell forever, Hazel's eyes following the plunge. It struck, spattered in a spider shape, pulsed like a hot coal and faded. Her mouth was dry, and the touch was around her neck, thumbs in the hollows of her throat, working the hinges of her jaw. Beloved stepped down to her, his hand level, the blood rippling. Hazel's knees were still not working. She felt as if she were held by hooks under her arms, body sagging but upright. Her hair was extending in an electric frizz, her scalp tickled, excited. Beloved brought his bleeding hand near her face, and she looked into the red depths of the M-shaped lake in the palm. "Beloved," Jenny said, "this is Hazel." "Sister," he said, "welcome." The blood in his hand was wine, giving off a rich bouquet. Beloved held his other hand over the wound and dipped a thumb into the pool. Blood lapped up around the thumb, filming it from knuckle to nail. Knowing what was expected, Hazel's finger-tip brushed her hair away from her forehead, relishing the tingle. Her eyes fluttered shut, and she let her chin fall to her sternum. She felt the touch. Beloved's damp thumb was pressed to her forehead twice. He had drawn the sign of the cross, slightly askew above her eyebrows. The blood was cool and pleasant, like cream. "Hazel," he said, baptizing her, confirming her. The touch took her chin, lifted her head. She opened her eyes and looked at him. His eyes were blue and clear. "This is my blood," he said. His wound swelled, and the blood lapped at her lips. "Drink freely of it." Without thinking, she let her tongue slip out and probe the blood. Beloved angled his hand, letting the blood flow towards her lips. There was a definite tang, not unpleasant, and her mouth filled. He let her go, and she wavered, unsteady on her feet, letting the blood creep past her tongue. Inside her mind there were explosions. Chapter 13. "James," he said, thumping the gatehouse door. "Smee, Teddy." James pulled the door open, and Teddy squeezed in. The curtains were still drawn, and there was only a table lamp on. Eyes used to the outside glare, he found himself blinking. With the sun behind them, the curtains looked like rough sacking, pinpoints of light stabbing through the weave. "James, Terry didn't come home. Mum and Dad's gone spare." James wasn't alone. A woman was at his side table drinking tea. Teddy felt awkward. "Sorry," he said. "If I'm interrupting, sorry." James was standing up at the sink, rinsing breakfast things. He still looked tired. "It's all right," James said. "Come in, have tea. You know Susan?" Teddy shook his head, and the woman nodded at him. "Hello, Teddy," she said. He wondered why he hadn't noticed her before. She was pretty, in a young mothery, teachery sort of way. Chinese cotton trousers that ended high on the calves, loose shirt with flappy breast pockets, dark hair, fed-up look, bright eyes, just the sort who would fit with James. James, hands still wet, was pouring tea for him. "James?" He didn't know what to say, how to say it. "I know," he said. "If you think about it too long, you'll make your head hurt. Just try not to think." "James," he said, struggling with so many things. "You'm got a gun." James laughed. "Yes, Teddy. A proper gun?" James nodded his head. "Like a policeman? You a policeman?" "No." "What's up with Terry and Alison?" He swallowed hot tea, burning his inside to match the outside of him. "I don't know," James said, shrugging. "Best go home and not think about it, Teddy. I'll do what I can for your brother, not that the dirty bugger deserves it." "You gonna shoot him?" James didn't answer. Susan shook her head. "No one is going to get shot for a while." Teddy wondered what life would be like if James shot Terry. For a start, he'd get hit a bloody sight less, and he'd have a room to himself, a bit of privacy. He didn't even reckon his mum and dad would mind much. All round, they'd be better off if Terry did get shot. But that was not a likely thing to happen. That was just something to think about late at night, while Terry was grunting in bed, fucking his fist. Something to make funnies about. It was not something that was going to happen. But James had a gun. And Terry was not just bored and making trouble, like in the pub 2 nights ago. Terry was part of something bigger, along with Alison and her death-faced boyfriend. Something scary. "For once, it's not Terry's fault," James said. "It's him," said Susan, nodding sharply towards the manor house. "Jago," Teddy said. Susan gave him a thumbs-up sign and ticked in the air. "Right." "You have a problem," James said. "You were there with me, so you know what happened. Imagine how your parents, your friends, would react if you told them. Gary Chilcott would have them laughing at you for years." He was right. This morning, Teddy hadn't told his parents anything. They'd been talking about the fire at the pottery, and old man Maskell laying Dad off, and Terry staying out all night doing Lord knows what. There had been no way to tell them anything. "This isn't your problem, Teddy," said Susan. "She's right. We have to stay. It's our duty, and we're stupid about things like that. But you've got a choice." "What are you talking about?" He saw seriousness in their faces. James was usually confident, in command. Now he was confused. His hair was awry, and Teddy saw he had a tiny bald seam through his scalp. The woman was calmer, but she was still gripping her mug with both hands to stop shaking, the tea almost invisibly wobbling. "Leave," said James. "Just walk away from it. Go to Bridgewater or Taunton. Get on a train. Go on holiday. You'll know when it's safe to come back. It'll be on the news. Go to relatives, friends. Get a job in Butlins. Beg in the streets. Anything. You want money? Here." James went through his wallet and dug up 4 or 5 50s and some lesser notes and change. He slapped the money on the kitchen counter. "Take it," James said. "Get out of jail free," said Susan. "But—" James was briefly angry. "Teddy, get out now." "Yes," Teddy said. "Thank you. Goodbye." He scooped up the money and jammed it into his jeans pocket. "Don't go home. Walk away with what you're wearing. It's safer." "Yes, thank you, James." He backed out of the gatehouse, letting the door swing shut in his face. The manor house stood on its hill, silently humming. Even more than last night, Teddy was scared. James and Susan had been scared, and they knew what to be afraid of. That was enough to be terrifying. There were a lot of people around for the festival. From a field, Derek waved to him. He was directing customers towards car parks and camping sites. Teddy shoved his hand into his pocket, burying James's money deeper. It was hot as yesterday, but his bare arms pricked with goose pimples. He walked away from the Agapemone, trying not to run, an escaped prisoner strolling past a police station, determined not to give himself away with a panicky dash. He made his way steadily down the hill, against the tide of cars and hikers. He was getting out before the fun started, whatever the fun was. He was leaving James and Susan, leaving his parents, leaving Terry, leaving everyone. Whatever was happening, he wouldn't be around for the rest of it. He shot a sneaky backwards look at the Agapemone, wondering if Jenny was still inside. He was leaving her, too. It was silly to think more about her than his family, but he did. A pair of the London kids was sitting by the roadside. One was Pam, wearing a midriff-bearing halter and micro-shorts, along with black tights and several black scarves. But the other was Mike Toad, whose blue jumpsuit was dusty and stained after a few nights in his tent. His formerly clean jawline was stubbled, and he looked a lot less happy than the girl. "Yo, Teddy!" Pam shouted at him. "Where are you going?" He stopped, but did not know what to tell them. He shrugged. "You seen a blue 2CV?" Mike Toad asked. He shook his head. "You'll never find 'em in all this," Mike told the girl. "They'll turn up." Standing still, Teddy felt panic rising. Frightened sweat crept from his hair, slipping down his spine. Every moment he wasn't running away, he was less likely to make it. He imagined invisible spiderwebs shooting out of the Agapemone, coming straight from Jago's brain, descending all around in a sticky tent, pulling people in, not letting them out. "We're waiting for Jasbo," Pam said. "My sister. You'll like her. She's dead glam, like me, but taller." "Juicy," Mike Toad said. "Dick Brain here has had his tongue out ever since he heard Jazz was due. He's smitten, in love with a dream, bound to be disappointed when he meets her. She can be a right cow when she wants to. See this?" Pam traced a faint scar that interrupted her red lipstick. "That was Jazz playing with a razor blade when we were little. Proper sweetheart she was. Like your girlfriend, Alison." "Alison's not my girlfriend. She's just a good friend," Pam suggested, giggling. "No, not exactly." "Good job, too. Toad here fancies her, but she gives me the creeps. You have to mainline radioactive waste to get your eyes like that." "You seen her around this morning?" Teddy asked. "I think we passed her and your brother on our way here," the Toad said, "but I could be wrong. I'm still wrecked from last night." Teddy worked out which route to take to avoid Alison and Terry. He didn't want to run into them. "Hey, you like jokes, don't you?" the Toad said, grinning with unwashed teeth. "Why do women have legs?" Teddy didn't know. "Have you seen the mess snails make?" Mike Toad laughed. Pam hit him. Teddy left them arguing and headed for the main road. The invisible cobwebs stretched out, tugging his back and legs, trying to keep him in order. They were weak now. He still had a chance to break free. "Goodbye, Jenny," he thought. Chapter 14. As Hazel kissed his hand, Jenny bowed. Sometimes it was best not to look directly at Beloved. The light could hurt your eyes. If you saw things only he was meant to see, your small soul couldn't encompass the knowledge. With his free hand, Beloved caressed the girl's hair. He smiled down on Hazel, quietly accepting her reverence as she knelt, suckling his wound. Jenny felt the spirit strong in herself and shared the girl's epiphany. Hazel's head bobbed as her tongue lapped at the hole in Beloved's hand. She made cat sounds in the back of her mouth as she took her communion. A step below them all, Wendy tried desperately to share the delight. She had not purged herself entirely of the sin of jealousy. She wanted Beloved to herself, resenting the need to share his glory with the world. Jenny found it in herself to forgive the sister. She'd been with the Agapemone from the first. Each new sister-love must seem to eclipse her in Beloved's heart. But Beloved's heart was big enough for all humanity. Beloved detached his hand from Hazel's mouth and wiped his wet palm on his cardigan. He bent and kissed the girl, the new sister, on the forehead. She sighed, entire body shaking. Jenny took one of the girl's arms. Wendy, hesitant, did likewise. Hazel stood between them, eyes tight shut, so deep in prayer that her physical body would have to be guided. "This evening there will be a great manifestation," Beloved said, "and our sister Hazel will be honored at the altar." Jenny felt a sunburst of joy at the news. "Hallelujah!" she breathed. "Hallelujah!" Wendy joined in, mouth set in an ineradicable, involuntary pout. Beloved turned and ascended the stairs, leaving the new sister to them. Jenny lowered her eyes so as not to follow Beloved's departure with unseemly ardor. Wendy, her own eyes wet with ambiguous tears, didn't follow her example. When Beloved had returned to his rooms, they had to help Hazel downstairs to prepare for her anointment. The new sister moved like a sleepwalker, eyes twitching behind closed lids, cooperating but not participating. They steered Hazel through the chapel into an antechamber where there was a couch. Wendy let the girl go. She'd been gripping too tightly, leaving finger marks on Hazel's bare arms. Jenny maneuvered the postulant into sitting on the divan, then lifted her feet and swung her around, gently bending her back until she was at rest. She arranged the new sister's hair out of her eyes and tugged her ridden-up T-shirt down over her navel. "Comely girl, isn't she?" Jenny said. "All are beautiful to Beloved," Wendy agreed, grudgingly. Jenny remembered the great manifestation that had brought her into the Agapemone, the outpouring of love before all the brethren. It had been the most beautiful moment of her life, an intensely personal salvation, and yet shared with the entire congregation. She had not been aware at the time, but now she wondered whether Wendy had been standing at the back of the chapel, reciting, but not meaning the words, looking with jealousy upon her, as she now did upon Hazel. Imagining this evening's ceremony, she could understand Wendy's lapses. Sharing love was harder than accepting it. Jenny touched Hazel's soft face and tried to extinguish the small flame of envy rising in her heart. She loved the new sister, knowing the great manifestation would be shared among all at the Agapemone, and eventually all in the world. Tonight Hazel would be visited by God in the flesh, and the world would be nearer redemption by one soul. Jenny thrilled to the remembrance of the touch of Beloved, the touch of God. Joy was in the flesh, love was in the flesh, purity was in the flesh. Interlude 5. They didn't talk. Between Shepherd's Bush and Chelsea, darkness came. Roger tried to pay the taxi driver, but the BBC had covered the fare. Knowing they wouldn't run to a tip, Susan gave him a 50-pence piece. It was too much, but she didn't have smaller change. Irrelevantly, she realized it was years, 2, since she'd seen a 10-shilling note. They'd been phased out. She resented the hours of her childhood wasted on learning pounds, shillings, and pence. A useless lump of her memory was filled with old money. While she fumbled with her wonky purse clasp, Roger stamped upstairs to the flat. He had a right to be murderously angry. Whatever happened, she'd have to go through at least the next hour with him. Having made confession, she'd now have to do penance. It was a long time since she'd been in a church. Did she think she might be unable to step on consecrated ground? She stood at the curb for 2 or 3 minutes after the taxi had gone. It was January and cold. Roger had insisted she wear a summer dress to show off her long, now goose-pimpled legs. The yellow-orange dark of a street-lit night made the city look hostile, like the lunar landscapes she'd seen on television during the Apollo missions. It'd be darker later. The flat was above a newsagent's. Most of the daily papers were gone from the racks, but the 2 evening ones were out. She saw headlines about OPEC and the oil crisis, Edward Heath and the 3-day week. A few years ago, man had stepped on the moon. Now the world was falling apart. At infant school, they called her Spike. Squashed and lumpy, she was supposed to look like the vicious dog in the Tom and Jerry cartoons. Things changed when she passed the 11+. She was the only one from her old school at the girls' grammar. Not squashed and lumpy any more, she was tall enough to make buying the uniform a problem. At the new school, everyone pretended to be grown up. Pupils in the upper years got into trouble for wearing makeup. Susan put most of her dolls in her bottom drawer and asked for a chess set for her birthday. Able to beat girls 2 or 3 years above her, she joined the chess club and stayed after school 2 days a week, playing. Funnily, she wasn't really good. She just had a knack for guessing correctly what her opponents planned. At first, teachers called her Rodway and friends called her Susan. A few girls acquired nicknames. Jane Wheeled became Jinx when she broke her ankle the third time playing netball. Colette Vesey started being called Coalhole for no particular reason, and she turned into Witch Susan. One day Miss Robarts, their science teacher, divided them into pairs to take a test. She handed out special packs of cards. Each card had a symbol: a circle, a square, a star, a cross, a triangle, wavy lines. One girl would pick a card, and the other would guess which symbol she was looking at. The test was supposed to gauge ESP. She knew from her brother's American comics that ESP was seeing through things, like Superman with his X-ray vision. Susan was partnered with her best friend of 3 months' standing, Annette Post. When Susan was guessing, their team scored better than anyone else in the class. Most times she just knew what was on the card in Annette's hand. Afterwards they started calling her Witch Susan and asking her to read their palms. Everyone wanted to know who their husbands would be. She didn't mind. It was better than being Spike. Miss Robarts brought a friend into school to see her. David, who reminded her of Ilya Kuryakin, was a scientist from a university in London, glamorously distinguished and grown up. Susan was let off a maths lesson to do tests with him. After the now familiar cards, he called them Rhine cards, David gave her small things: coins, a comb, a watch, and asked her to guess what their owners were like. Sometimes she could make up stories easily. She imagined the comb belonged to a grown-up who lived with David. She kept goldfish and got sunburned easily. Sometimes nothing came into her head. David wrote things down, but never said whether he liked her stories or not. At the end of the afternoon, he gave her a card with his address and phone number on it, and told her to get in touch if anything strange happened to her. It struck her then as an odd thing to say to someone. For weeks she went around expecting something strange to happen, but it never did. Once, at break, some older girls made her play the Rhine game with an ordinary pack of cards. As good with 52 choices as with 4, she was pleased with herself. But some of her friends didn't want to be with her as much as they used to. As a joke, Annette said she must have put a curse on Jinx Wheeled, and Jinx dropped out of the chess club. One or two in her class were actually scared of her. She started thinking Witch Susan wasn't such a good name. She stopped playing the games and admitted she didn't really know how to read palms. She put David's card in her bottom drawer, along with the dolls and books she'd grown out of, and forgot about it, for a while. The light in the flat came on. Snowflakes fell like wet ants on her cheeks. She went up and faced Roger in the living room. He pulled off his purple paisley tie, stretching it like a thuggy strangling cord. Gold rings glinted as he flexed his right hand. Her arm and leg muscles were tense. She sucked in a double lungful of air. Her exhalation was loud, her breath frosting in the air like a phantom megaphone. The central heating hadn't come on, its timer shot by the last power cut. He didn't hit her until she turned on the television. As the 6 o'clock news appeared, she rolled with his first blow and fell onto the settee. She held a yellow square cushion over her face, tasting tobacco and dust. She tried to form a fetal ball, elbows protecting her breasts, knees up over her stomach. He pounded the backs of her hands. She clutched the cushion, willing the pain away. His rings gouged her skin. Her wounds stung like bites. He was too furious to think, or else he might have found a way to cripple her. As it was, he could only hurt her, and she could put up with that. Neither of them said anything. She couldn't get through with words. He had to tire himself out. Each time his knuckles connected, he grunted in the back of his throat. She was nastily reminded of the wordless sounds he'd made the 9 times they'd made love. She wished she could have that part of her life back and wash it. He hit her back and head and arms and shins, but couldn't reach anything soft. She looked over the cushion at him, at the way his arms waved while he kicked. She noticed for the first time that one of his Elvis sideburns was longer than the other. He hit her again, aiming for her exposed forehead and eyes. His fist came down above her hairline and skimmed off the top of her head. She buried her face again and leaned forward, pushing him back. He grabbed a fistful of hair. This was really going to hurt. He stopped and let her go. After a while, even though he didn't call a truce, she lowered the cushion to her lap. They were on television. Roger was at the other end of the settee, cold air between them. His hands bleeding, he tugged at the sticky, red-smeared rings. When one came off, he ouched and plopped it in an ashtray. Droplets of blood rolled like mercury on the matted-in ash. He knitted his mashed fingers, trying to squeeze out the pain. 4 of 5 years after the card games, they still called her Witch Susan, but didn't remember why. There was no first time. Rather, if there was, she didn't notice it. Things around the house started to break. She had a transistor radio in her room that worked most of the time, but got nothing but static 2 or 3 days a month. It wasn't until Net Post joked about the thing having cramps she realized the radio's static patches coincided exactly with her periods. Her stepfather spent too much time on the roof adjusting the television aerial, and they never got as good reception as the next-door neighbors. None of the clocks kept correct time more than a few days, even the electric one in her mother's tease-maid. Long before anything really happened, Susan was sure it was her fault. At a party in Net's garden, Spoon started bending. He was funny at first, and most of the others thought it a joke. Susan suspected Net was deliberately giving her bent cutlery, until Colette, now in the science stream, suggested they repeat the experiment under laboratory conditions. Net fetched down an old dinner service and laid out knives, forks, and spoons on the garden table. Susan picked a knife and held the neck of the blade between 2 fingers. Nothing happened. "Too thick," concluded Colette. "Too right," replied Net, and they all laughed again. Feeling stupid, Susan picked up a fork. She had a pain in her temples, and the fork bent into a right angle. Susan passed it round. It looked as if it had melted in the sun, but it wasn't even warm. Net gave her a spoon, and the same thing happened. They stopped chattering and just looked at the bent bits of metal. Nobody thought it a joke any more. She practiced, becoming familiar with the sudden, nauseating headache that came when it worked. She bent, broke, or melted a succession of metal and plastic things. Once, alone, she stood in the garage with her hands clasped behind her and tied the car aerial into a knot. It couldn't be kept secret. Her friends told their families, and someone told her parents. She had to do the spoon act in the living room for them. Her stepfather, the bank manager, had nothing apt in his repertoire of reactions, and so kept quiet. Her mother found it highly embarrassing, but couldn't think of a way out. Susan knew, not felt, knew her mother had dreaded for years the day her daughter would embarrass the family. She'd expected Susan to get pregnant, marry a black man, or become a drug addict. Being a mutant was no better and no worse than anything else, so Susan was inclined to be proud of it. There were 12-year-olds in Russia who could beat her hollow at chess, but no one she'd ever heard of could pick up an unattached light bulb and make it come on by thinking electricity into it. Then came newspapers, magazines, radio, television. Even before she was out of school, she was semi-famous. She didn't need a career option, didn't need her O and A levels, didn't need any of the university places offered her. She hadn't even had to go on opportunity knocks. She'd been given something to do with her life. Somewhere along the way, it stopped being fun. Net's family moved away from Guildford, and Susan didn't have anyone to talk things through with. Most of the other girls found boyfriends, but her celebrity isolated her. People were afraid of her again. She looked into her bottom drawer for David's card, but it had been thrown out with other rubbish years before. Then Roger Breacher took over. Much older than her, Roger was one of the first to latch on to the story. He quit the local paper to guide her through the personality jungle. Unlike everyone else, He wasn't interested in explaining her or proving her a fake. He positively encouraged her to believe in what she was. He kept her away from scientists, warning her against rat mazes and electric shocks. Her parents didn't like him, but by then she'd had enough of them and wasn't inclined to pay attention. If her parents had liked Roger, she mightn't have been stupid enough to hook up with him. He set her up in the London flat, which she was expected to share with him, and went round the publishing houses until a contract was offered. He did most of the writing of The Mind Beyond. On television, Roger, bright orange with a green bar over his eyes, was smiling and confident, tackling the presenter's questions with calculated humour. "It's too early to make promises, Michael, but who knows? Maybe Susan is the alternative form of energy we're all looking for." The studio audience laughed appreciatively. It was the Blitz spirit coming out again. Plucky little Britain, gasping for petrol, workforce idle 4 days a week, getting by with a smile and a song and a cup of tea. It made her wish, not for the first time, she'd been born Italian. She was talking now, reticent and nervy. Her hair had been done this morning and looked surprisingly all right. People said she was pretty, but she only saw slightly misaligned eyes and bad posture. Whenever she saw herself on television or in magazine photographs, she thought she looked younger than she felt. She was 18. She wasn't supposed to feel old, but she was the first to admit she wasn't normal. She wasn't embarrassed this time, because it was deliberate. She'd set out to make a bad impression. They edited out some pauses and unended sentences, cutting in shots they'd filmed earlier of the presenter nodding and listening. She still came over as vague and unsympathetic. One long, pointless anecdote was totally gone. The editor would want to get to the good stuff as quickly as possible. They left in the bit where she got the title of their book wrong, saying The Mind Behind. The good stuff came. A pretty plastic girl in a knee-length lavender dress came on with a tray and put it on the low table in front of Susan. The camera zoomed in. She saw herself looking down at spoons and spinning tops. She picked a stainless steel dessert spoon and said something stupid. She got a laugh. She balanced the spoon on her extended forefinger. It wobbled. Her hand was shaking, and she couldn't get the balance right for long seconds. Off camera, Roger said something soothing and inane. The spoon was balanced now. The TV people had dubbed in spooky music. Her other hand came into the frame. With the right forefinger, she gently rubbed the neck of the spoon like a sore spot. Under the creepy music, there were coughs from the audience. Suddenly, her fingers twitched. The spoon clattered out of sight. She reached down. The camera pulled back, losing focus, then came forward again. She was holding the spoon, slightly bent. It was a pathetic kink. "You bent it," said an expert, sitting between her and Roger. He was there as a skeptic. The audience laughed. Roger's orange shaded red. Susan sat quietly, hands and spoon in her lap. The pre-recorded piece was over, and the presenter was back live, leaning forward to take the viewing audience into his confidence. "Let's take another look at that, shall we?" It was better than she'd expected. They'd been filming her from several different angles, and they could slow down and/or expand the image like a football action replay. One camera caught her hand under the table, jabbing the spoon crooked against the studio floor. They had a bit more of her talking, babbling an apology. Then the skeptic was sarcastic. Then it was all over. The presenter made an embarrassed comment, and the newsreader came on to talk about serious things. President Nixon's tapes, power sharing for Northern Ireland. The TV went off, and the lights went out. Roger's voice was hard in the dark. "Another bloody power cut." He swiped at her, but she knew it was coming. She pushed herself out of the sofa and moved silently to a corner. Roger was up too, but he stepped into the coffee table. Something broke. She was cozy in the dark. She knew where things were. She knew where he was now, where he would be soon. He came for her, animal noises escaping from his mouth. She reached behind him into the kitchen, to the 4 unmatched mugs hanging from hooks over the draining board, and one by one made them pop into pieces. It came now, as it hadn't in the studio, the sickening lurch behind her eyes, like ice cream going to her head, that always accompanied the push. Her hands clenched tight by her sides, she reached out her mentacles for Roger, to stop him long enough for her to get out of the flat. He would be in trouble. The advance was spent. Deals had been made. He'd bought tickets to New York. It would be a simple disappearance. Rodway was her stepfather's name. On her birth certificate, in the Gideon Bible they had given her at school, and on her UCCA form, she was Susan Ames. If Susan Rodway was Witch Susan, Susan Ames was damn nearly Susan Anonymous. In September she could pick a university and read Eng-Lit and be safely Susan Anonymous for the rest of her life. Superman had the right idea. If you were going to go through life with powers beyond the ordinary, the first thing you needed was a secret identity to keep the cash-in artists and psychos off your neck. Outside, she'd know her way in the dark. Part 4. Chapter 1. Alder had changed overnight. The scenery was still out of the archers or straw dogs, but the country folk were outnumbered by invaders, and the place had turned into a cross between Woodstock, Hollywood Boulevard, and Harvest Home. Looking across from the Pottery, Paul saw the garage crowded with late 30-somethings in punitive in this heat leather, crushing beer cans and comparing bikes with the enthusiasm of schoolboys seeing whose erection was longest. Allison's facially impaired boyfriend was mingling with them, slapping gauntlets with demon scumsuckers from hell, who were probably accountants the rest of the year. Biker women sat on the low wall in front of the forecourt, pulling off boots and jackets to let their bodies breathe. Big breasts flopped under death's head T-shirts. Without goggles, the women had dusty cheeks and chins, like survivors of a First World War dogfight. Outside the Valiant Soldier, a young man in a flowered waistcoat, open suitcase balanced on his knees like an usherette's tray, offered to sell a selection of controlled substances, licorice lumps of cannabis resin, an assortment of pills and tabs, vials of suspiciously baking powdery cocaine. There was nothing in the pharmacy for toothache. Paul told the dealer to ring up no sale, and the slick-haired hustler shrugged, turning his attention to the next prospective customer, a hairy youth with shorts, flip-flops, a headband and a back pocket full of disposable income. Even before the official start, campsites were thronging. Finding one kid in the crowd was impossible. Paul spotted a few lads, even a girl, with Mohican haircuts, 15 years after the Sex Pistols' time in the sun, but none was the boy from the woods. The severely spooked kid could have bolted home. Paul wouldn't blame him. Down by the festival site, at the edge of the Agapemone estate, there was already a holiday air. There were tents and vans in rows and queues for the prefab toilets. Food stalls were open. An efficient ship van from Achelzoy was doing excellent business. Litter was already underfoot. He wandered, slightly dazed, among the festival folk. Some were kids out for a good time, away from parents and holiday jobs for a week or so. They had clean faces, casual clothes, and clustered in chatting groups, like guests at a freshers' party. Others were travellers, a semi-medieval nomad community complete with ragged urchins, the filthiest imaginable dogs, and vehicles with homemade post-apocalypse armour. They were the ones building cooking fires and scavenging for supplies. Alliances and subgroups were forming. Paul knew travellers frequently clashed with festival stewards and security staff, feeling they were the rightful keepers of the flame for this lifestyle, that their seniority should be recognized. Many attendees were caught in time warps. Superannuated hippies or bikers congregated in knots, telling old stories. Festival veterans, survivors of Pilton, Reading, and Castle Donington, spoke of Stonehenge before the police moved in, and the Isle of Wight in the acid haze, as if those were the great days of empire. There were isolated examples of every style cult that had ever been, from goatee-bearded beatnik and fuzz-faced folkie through dreadlocked white rasta and fancy-dress new romantic to squiggle-clothed acid householder and stripe-clothed skunker. Some were the right age for their fashions, flowers in grey-streaked hair or punk spikes over thinning 30s scalps, but most were teenagers who had pick-and-matched personae from the past. That was postmodernism for you. They were all loitering, waiting for the party to begin. Badge-wearing stewards recruited for various jobs, and the big stages were a swarm with roadies. As a helicopter overran the site, rumours spread around that a megastar was touring preliminary to a surprise appearance. The guessing was inclined towards Mick Jagger or Peter Gabriel, but someone suggested it was Jim Morrison back from the dead. The chopper circled once and took off again. Paul began to get heat-stroke. He had come out without sunglasses, and his eyes were paining him. He scanned the crowd, looking for a red Mohican. Hazel said that kids had a dormobile, so he paid especial attention to them. Even that lead did not help. More vehicles arrived all the time. A cheer went up from the field being used as a car park. An open car had just lurched in on 4 wheel rims. Its slow progress had caused a mammoth tailback. As it was dragged away, the cork was out, and traffic moved again. The 2 youths in the crippled car were arguing, interspersing insults with shoves, and the stewards were trying to pull them apart. Tempers frayed all around. 2 little kids, faces smeared with chocolate ice cream, were having a screaming match, while a mother tried to separate them. Marijuana drifted past on a lazy breeze, and a stern youth with a badge and an armband began telling off a dope smoker, not for flaunting the joint, but for dropping it on the dry grass without making sure it was out. A skinny, naked girl was lying face down on a blanket between 2 caravans, face covered by dark glasses, trying to ignore the small crowd of peepers. After a while she gave up and pulled on shorts and a top. Dogs fought viciously, and someone with a guitar struggled through House of the Rising Sun. He wasn't doing any good here. He decided to return to the pottery. Hazel might be back, and he wanted to talk to her, to patch something up that would last until autumn. It was hard to get out of the field because there was a clog of people around the gate. Having arrived and set up camp, they were restless from long journeys and wanted to walk around, visit the pub, or just see the area. A 10-year-old in Iron Age clothing came up and said, "Spare change?" Paul turned his pockets out and found nothing but door keys. The kid stuck out its lower lip and walked on to the next prospect, clinking its take of the day in a grubby fist, like Captain Quee clacking his ball bearings. He looked up at the manor house, nestled on its hill. Most houses are schematic faces, front stairs for teeth, drive for a lolling tongue, big door for a nose, windows for eyes, and eaves for a hat brim. The Agapemone was too big to be like that, with a rack of windows suggesting a spider's row of eyes, and swatches of crinkly, dry ivy like a veil. It wasn't a face, but it suggested an expression. The Martian war machine hadn't been like a face either, but it had had a similar, impersonally nasty look. One of the gabled attic windows caught the sun and flashed. Paul flinched, expecting a heat ray. Nothing happened. He looked again, and just saw a nice old house, not particularly well kept. The gate was free, and he escaped from the field. He walked away from the Agapemone, back into the village. Chapter 2. It was important not to let on that he knew. After last night, they must suspect he'd seen something, but Ferg let them believe he thought the iron insect was just a dope dream. It was almost exciting, having a secret he didn't dare share. He sat in the stuffy blue pupa of his tent, pretending to meditate. Outside, a mass of people milled about, shadows shifting on the translucent but opaque walls. 25 different ghetto blasters competed in a guerrilla war. There were voices in the din, just beyond earshot, speaking with each other, conspiring. Ferg didn't like to be out in crowds. There were too many of them watching. They looked like ordinary people, but he'd seen their true shape. Having glimpsed the truth, he was changed forever. He couldn't ever be ignorant again. He didn't know what it was or where it had come from, but it was here. It could take human form or could enslave humans. From now on, he'd have to watch out. He didn't know whom he could trust. He thought Jessica was all right, but couldn't be sure. With her mood swings, it was hard to tell. Mike Toad was one of them. He was surprised he'd ever been taken in. Mike was off with Pam, the new girl, so she must be with them too. Syreeta was the type to be part of it all, the hostility between her and the Toad put on to cover their plotting. Dola might be innocent, but Syreeta had him under her control. He didn't know about Selim, Pam's boyfriend. Everyone else, the locals, the strangers, the festival people, he could never be sure of either way. It was safest to act as if they were all in it together. So it was him, possibly Jessica, just maybe Selim, against the rest. Behind him there was a mechanical rasp. He flinched, knowing Iron Insect's three-pronged claw was reaching for his neck. Then a human hand touched him. He turned around. It was Jessica. The noise had been the tent's zip being pulled up. He didn't answer, didn't dare give a story that could be picked apart. Jessica wriggled in, smiling, and knelt in front of him. "It's sweltering." That was true. Despite the shade, it was like a sauna in the tent. Drops of sweat ran on Ferg's shorn scalp. He'd been breathing his own body odor. Jessica unstuck her T-shirt from her chest and fanned air between her boobs. "Headache," he said, venturing an excuse. "Oh, poor wickle Fergie," she cooed, pouting, rubbing his forehead. The press of her against him made him shrink. She kissed him and giggled. He was suddenly not sure of Jessica. She was changing. She pulled him out of the tent, and he felt like an astronaut being pulled out of a sinking capsule in the Pacific, eyes hammered by the sun. They were in the middle of a field of tents. A mini-city had formed overnight, with beaten-down grass pathways, a Mayfair with bright new painted vans and pavilion-sized marquees in neat rows, and an old Kent road of patched 1- and 2-person tents jammed in higgledy-piggledy. "Isn't that better?" Mike Toad's empty tent was next door, and Dola was sleeping in a shack-like shade he'd built against the side of his van. Syreeta was balancing a dented saucepan over a Cara gas stove. "We're making tea," Jessica said. "Do you want some?" Ferg bit his lip. If he refused, they'd immediately be suspicious. But if he accepted, he'd have to put something inside himself that came from them. It was possible there was something in the tea to make him change as Jessica had changed. 2 days ago, she'd been a sulk. Now she was fawning all over him, trying to pretend nothing was wrong. It could have been something in the tea. Water boiled in Syreeta's saucepan, tiny bubbles agitating around the sides, large burps in the center. "Tea?" she asked him. He nodded a yes. Dola was snoring, or maybe pretend snoring. He had an old straw hat over his face, but could be looking out, eyes alert, through the cracks in the brim. Syreeta slurped hot water into a row of mugs and threw the rest away. It hissed on the ground like acid. Jessica brought him a cup of milky water with a tea bag floating in it. He held it, ignoring the scalding heat, and waited his turn with a spoon. "Pam's off looking for her sister," Syreeta said. Selim was sitting nearby. Silently he took a cup of tea. Ferg dumped his tea bag into a plastic rubbish bag and passed the spoon to Selim. "The Toad went with her," Jessica added. Ferg raised the mug to his mouth. He let hot water lap against his lips, but did not swallow. It smelled all right, but he knew the extra ingredient would be tasteless, odorless, undetectable. Selim gulped the tea so fast there was hot sweat on his forehead before he'd finished. It was a shame, but there was no way Ferg could have warned the Pakistani boy. Now it was too late. If he had been all right before, He was tainted now, tainted by the iron insect. "There might be music tonight," Jessica said. "The program doesn't start officially until the day after tomorrow, but there are enough people with guitars and things to get something together." Ferg turned half away, while the others weren't looking, and spilled some of his tea. It sloshed on the ground where Syreeta had thrown the water, and sank into the earth, unnoticed. He felt a twinge of excitement. There was a pleasure in each of his little victories. Earlier he had seen the man from the last night, the monster's attendant, wandering around the site looking for him. That had made him duck into the tent in the first place. The man was gone now. Ferg would have to be careful of him. He was more dangerous than the others. Jessica and Syreeta would be easy to fool because they thought they knew him. The man had been there when he saw the iron insect. He knew. "How's your tea?" Jessica asked, ringing with fake innocence. He held up his mug and smacked his lips, but didn't drink. Jessica turned away, and he spilled more tea. "Never tasted better," he said. High in the sky, a white helicopter made a slow pass. Everyone looked up, and he dribbled the last of the tea away. The sleek machine purred as it passed. Ferg had been seeing white helicopters ever since he came to Alder, but only now was he noticing them, realizing what they were for, from whom they came. "Police," Jessica said, "spying." "No," said Selim. "It'll be the BBC, getting film for the news." "Aren't we near the helicopter airbase?" Syreeta asked. "Yeovilton?" He shrugged. It was impossible to read any markings on the white helicopter. Not that he'd have believed them. The police, the BBC, the Air Force, they'd all be supporters of the iron insect. He touched the empty mug to his mouth and tipped it. A drop of brown moisture ran against his lips, but he rubbed it off against the rim. He put the mug down, and Syreeta collected it. People saw what they wanted to see, what they expected to see. Syreeta and Jessica had seen him drink their cup of tea, and now they'd think they had him. It was strange to think they were fooled exactly as they fooled everyone else. How long would it be before one of them made a mistake, talking to him as if he were in on it, assuming knowledge of the iron insect's purposes and plans? The white helicopter lazily disappeared towards the horizon. Its blades hadn't even whipped up a breeze. Syreeta rinsed the cups out with bottled water and stowed them away. Jessica sat on one of Dola's wonky folding chairs and picked up a fashion magazine, riffling through the pages as she compared 1,000-pound frocks. Dola pretended to sleep again. When it started, there must have been few of them, and vast numbers of ordinary, uninfected free people. He wondered how far it had gone. Everyone couldn't have gone over, or they'd jump and take him by force. There must be others like him, as he had been, unsuspecting among the iron insect's followers. How many of them were there? 1 in 10? 1 in 5? Was it up to 50-50? Ferg was thirsty, throat parched, skin warm and damp, but he couldn't give himself away by getting a drink. He sat down and lit up. The hot smoke didn't help his throat, but he usually smoked a cig after a cup of tea. He couldn't afford to break with routine. Never forget, they were watching. He held the smoke in his dry mouth and felt pain in his lungs. Even if he could get a drink, where could he be certain it wasn't doctored? The bottled water was in the van, where Syreeta or one of the others could get at it any time he wasn't around. If he went to one of the stalls selling warm beer and coke at inflated prices, he had no way of knowing the stuff hadn't been tampered with. Canned drink should be safe, but he couldn't be certain. They could have taken over factories and be doctoring drinks at source. Maybe drinks had always been doctored. Maybe he wouldn't know the taste of a drink that hadn't been. The iron insect had had 3 triple-jointed legs and a body shaped like a wasp's nest. There had been something obscene about it, more than a machine. It had been alive, its metal a hard kind of flesh, the wires and workings arteries and organs. The thing was like a queen ant, and the people who served it, buzzing around with one mind and one purpose, were workers, drones. Maybe they were usually invisible. Maybe now he wasn't drinking dope tea, he'd start seeing them everywhere. They might always be striding down Charing Cross Road, scuttling up the post office tower, screwing noisily in Oxford Circus, waiting patiently outside the Houses of Parliament. Unseen masters, attended always by white helicopter cat's paws. He pulled the neck of his T-shirt, and a waft of hot, body-scented air rushed up past him. It was getting hotter, and shade was shrinking. He used his hand as a cat peak and peered up at the sky. It was cloudless blue, the sun an agonizing white blip, impossible to look at. Around him, young people were tanning. A girl walked by wearing only shorts, her chest a Caribbean brown. No strap marks on her back and shoulders. She licked her lips at him, and he knew she was one of them. He was supposed to look at her dark nipples, not her empty eyes, and be fooled. They thought they could lead him by his dick. His bare forearms prickled in the sun. He kept watching the skies. Chapter 3. Things are going to be different from now on, he told his son. No more crying, no more bedwetting, no more nonsense about the dark, no more evil dwarf. Do you understand? Jeremy looked up, tears swimming in his eyes, and nodded with shuddery eagerness. Maskell took the bread knife away from the boy's throat and said, "I'm proud of you, Germ, proud." Sue Clare was in the corner, hugging Hannah as if the girl were a teddy bear. "See," he explained to her, "it's simple when you put things simply. No problem." He smiled at his obedient son. "No problem at all, is there, Germ?" Jeremy nodded vigorously, hair flopping. The jagged red line on his throat where the knife had been was vanishing quickly, but the memory would remain, and Jeremy would never again be funked of the dark, or blub like a baby in the playground, or pee the sheets. Maskell felt better this morning, as if he could shrug off the heat, absorbing its goodness through his skin. His land seemed to. He could take care of his family. "Come here, women," he said, stretching out his arms. "Come," he said, voice deeper. Sue Clare stood unsteadily, and Hannah escaped from her mother. The girl ran to him. He picked her up, rubbing his face against hers. "Ouch, Daddy," she said, in a mock scold. "Your face scrapes." He laughed as Hannah put her fat little hand into his hair, smoothing back the moss that grew there. "Look," she said, pulling. "A flower." "For you, my princess precious," he said. Hannah hugged, body warm against his, cradled to him in one arm. The other he stretched out towards his wife, fine tendrils twisting from his hand. Sue Clare took a step away from the wall and paused. "What's the matter, Suki?" She was hovering, as if dizzy. There was a bruise on her forehead, a cut scabbed over, from when he'd had to put her in her place. That was over and done. She'd learned, and now she'd have a treat. "We can be a family again," he said. "I'll show you." He snapped his fingers, sap leaking from the knuckles, and whistled for Jethro. The dog lurched unsteadily out of his basket, trailing his blanket. Maskell had been neglecting Jethro, and needed to make amends. The dog was limping, head swollen and discolored like a large fungus. "Here, boy," Maskell said. Hannah laughed as the dog zigzagged towards them. He tried to yap happily, but his throat was furred inside. The dog was ailing, and Maskell needed to succour him. Balancing Hannah on his hip, he knelt and patted Jethro. Amber eyes opened in the yellow fuzz of the dog's face as his hand curved around Jethro's head, twig fingers sinking into overripe softness. "That's better," he said. His hand sank into the doughy mass, filling the head. He punched through between Jethro's shoulders and sprouted into the dog's body. Maskell's arm grew, fingers splaying inside Jethro. The dog gurgled happily as Maskell gave comfort, tail erect, legs tucked in. He stood again, lifting the weight of Jethro. A tiny branch poked out of Jethro's anus, displacing the dog's tail, and spread into a green hand with flexible fingers. Maskell felt a tingling as the dog collapsed, incorporated into his arm. Jethro was little more than a fur sleeve now, eyes lodged unblinking in Maskell's shoulder. The tail hung from his wrist. "Good boy," Maskell said. His bicep was ringed with Jethro's teeth, inset like stones in a mosaic. His hand was swollen out again, his arm supple and strong. He tickled Hannah's nose with Jethro's tail, and she giggled. "Oh, Daddy," she said. "Sorry, Morris." "No, precious princess," he breathed at her. "Daddy is all right. Daddy is right." Pressing Hannah's head to his cheek, he looked across the room at his woman. He stretched his arm, its new fur rippling, and beckoned with a four-jointed, bud-tipped forefinger. Swallowing air, Sue Clare walked to him, hands in full view. When she was within reach, he curled his arm around her, pulling her close. He kissed her cheek, feeling her shudder. "My family," he said, "my oak and staff." At this moment, everything was perfect. Everything was connected. Cobweb-thin tendrils grew out of him, gently puncturing Hannah and Sue Clare, feeding his seed into them. His family, his lands, and his body were all one, growing together in nature. "We plough the field and scatter," he hummed, "the good seed on the land." Hannah took up his hymn. "But it is fed and watered by God's almighty hand." She sang on, mixing up the words, but getting the meaning. "He sends the snow in winter," he breathed, "the warmth to swell the grain." Sue Clare gasped and shook as she was threaded through. But Hannah, good girl, Daddy's princess, accepted and appreciated with her child's innocence the miracle of life. Sue Clare twisted, struggling, as she sometimes did, to make it more exciting, hands playfully thumping his chest, yellow fluid leaking from his tendrils onto her neck and shirt. He kissed her mouth, mashing tongue against teeth. His knob stood out again, poking through his ruptured fly, a hardwood spear with a creamy tear at its eye-hole. His balls were swollen too, grapefruit heavy with seed. "Suki," he said, "now!" He saw her eyes widen as he pressed her down on the rug, pulling her jeans. Hannah was part of this, part of their cocoon, a serene bubble unto herself. She shifted until she was riding him, hanging on his back, arms around his neck, knees clamped to his sides. Maskell remembered making love while Sue Clare was pregnant, feeling one flesh with his child as well as his wife. Sue Clare did not fight him as he angled his knob against her, sliding himself in. "Morris," she whispered, "Jeremy's here. Morris, don't." Maskell lowered his weight, slipping deeper into his wife, his connection to her swelling as tendrils sprouted between them. Sue Clare bit her underlip and shut her eyes tight. Tears pressed in silence through the cracks. Maskell was fully covering her now, barked elbows against the rug. He didn't need to push with his hips. His knob thrust and swelled, withdrew and shrank by itself. He craned his neck and twisted to look at his children. It was important they learn the facts of life. Growing up on a farm should be educational. Hannah was warmly nestled, stubby fingers working into his fruity flesh. Jeremy stood by the door, eyes wide. "Come here, son," he said. "Join us and be a man." Jeremy was panicked. It struck some that way, Maskell knew. He had a problem boy. "It's natural," he assured the child. Sue Clare was with him, riding herself to a peak. Her eyes were open now, clear as pools. Shoots pressed against the scarf that held her hair, and her tan was beginning to crack like young bark, showing green lines. Where their bellies pressed together, they were joined by a sweet-smelling gum that tickled as they squirmed. "Join," Maskell said to Jeremy again. "Then we can watch a video. You'll enjoy that." His knob burst, and Sue Clare received a frothy gush of seed. They were grown together. Father, mother, daughter, Jethro even. all fertile, all ready to sprout. Jeremy made a decision and stepped towards them. Maskell had a rush of love for his family, for his fields. Everything would be perfect. Then Jeremy turned and shouldered through the door, clattering across the kitchen, out into the open. Doors banged behind him. Maskell stood up delicately. His knob, now supple and snaky, came easily out of Sue Clare. Hannah detached from his back as painlessly and neatly as a ripe apple falls. His wife hugged herself on the floor, pulling the rug around her. There were gummy golden tears like syrup on her cheeks, breasts, and stomach. Hannah slept, white threads on her face, limbs and stomach swollen like peaches, juice dribbling from her mouth. He still wore the remains of his clothes, although his boots had long since burst and been thrown away. He picked at the strands of his shirt, matted to him by dirt and natural secretions, and slowly peeled himself. His skin was the brown of healthy soil, his broad chest dotted with green spots where the shoots would come. He tore his jeans with strong fingers and dropped the denim strips on the floor. He was able to stand more naturally now, knees bending properly both ways, the coconutty fur on his calves sprouting nicely. Naked and perfect, he was ready to follow his errant son, to bring him back to the fold. He kissed Sue Clare's forehead, patted Hannah and tweaked her nose, and walked through the kitchen out into the farmyard. The honest, enriching smells of earth and shit filled his tunnel-like nostrils. He couldn't see Jeremy, but the boy was his seed, and he had a dousing rod between his legs. His manhood dangled freely, not stiff with a need to fertilize, but loose and comfortable. He held it extended horizontally away from his body and waited. He snorted warm air. His knob twitched towards the barn, the office. It had once been a loft. Now it was an office. The conversion had been a mistake, made during his time of ignorance. Computers and books had no place on a farm. Plastic and paper had no smell. The loft was for bales of warm hay, not dry and dead numbers and records, for prickly couplings with ripe farm girls, not futile wrestling with sums and screens. Jeremy was up there. Maskell's knob twitched again, a little turgid, slightly painful. He let the rod hang free and strode across his yard. "Here I come, Germ," he shouted, "ready or not." Chapter 4. Stepping out of the gatehouse with Susan, Lytton was surrounded immediately by demands. Derek was in the forefront with news of a parking disaster. The wrong fields had filled up first, creating a log jam unable to get to the overflow areas. There was a roadrunner-like background beeping from gridlocked traffic. A driver from a hire firm was trying to get a receipt signature for a load of public address equipment. Sister Karin wanted approval for a test bundle of wet ink program sheets before going ahead with full-scale printing and distribution. Kids he'd given positions of minor authority reported back with missions accomplished, neglected or fouled up. There was even a local journo with questions about last night's mysterious fire. Everyone was talking at once. He sorted the crowd into an orderly queue and took the easiest problems first, giving orders to surplus people. He told a kid to rustle up personnel and help Derek clear the parking throughways. He glanced over the lorry driver's manifest and initialed it. The equipment was already being assembled by brought-in techies into an ear-abusing pyramid of power. He fobbed off the reporter by claiming that all press statements would be issued by Marie-Laure Quilter, sending him away with his hand-held cassette recorder. As far as Lytton could remember, Sister Marie-Laure hadn't spoken to an outsider in years, and was unlikely to start now. Karen's programs looked fine to him. From experience, he knew everything would start an hour later than scheduled, but the timetable was a start. Susan, who was in charge of printing, commended Karen on a good job, and they scurried off to the print shop, which was part of what had been the manor house's warren of garages and stables, to begin mass production. Susan looked back and saluted, mouthing "later" at him. What Susan said had affected him, but he was back in his snakeskin. Until he received further orders, he should keep on with things as normal. His morning off, essentially a morning wasted, had probably allowed chaos to descend on the site. More chaos. As the festival had grown, Lytton had become more important to it. Jago almost never did anything personally except take part in ceremonies of blessing, so someone had to liaise between the Agapemone and the hordes of show business characters, not to mention stall holders, haulage people, ticket distributors and troublemakers, necessary to keep the show running. A committee on which Mick Barlow represented Jago decided on the lineup and sorted out niceties like scheduling and local accommodation for the performers. Once they'd done their bit, it was down to Lytton to put the plan into action. The festival gave him more leeway than any other Agapemone activity. Complicated, challenging, and interesting, it kept him half in the real world, out of the mondo bizarro side of the community. He strode towards a porter cabin marked administration, where a bank of temporary telephone and fax lines had been connected. It was ironic. The Agapemone so limited contact with the outside world that it had to set up special facilities to keep running during the festival. Inside, telephones were ringing and printers chattering. Temporary staff were beavering away. A troop of bikers cruised by, booted feet kicking dusty turf, engines snarling. They were all in black trews and jackets, with skull, sword, demon, and swastika emblems. Lytton felt a shudder creep up his back. He couldn't be sure, but he thought Badmouth Ben was in the parade somewhere, stringy skeleton body under leather, tattooed bones gripping handlebars, growling to match the engine of the machine he'd brought back from hell. The bikers were through the gates, touring the fields in search of a prime parking space to set up their own enclave, a mini-camp where they could listen to their own music and build their own fires. There'd been occasional trouble with the bike boyos, but usually they proved to be a damp squib, emptying crate after crate of beer and keeping to themselves, swapping stories and joints. The hassles came from nice kids who freaked out on too much booze or dope, aggressive rastas demanding free admission, or the increasingly tribal and crusty travellers. All roads to the festival site were clogged with slow-moving traffic. At least the lines were moving. "Oink, oink," said Gary Chilcott, hopping up. "The pigs are here, James." Lytton tutted. "Only to be expected. They got a couple of cop cars out on the main road, and they're setting up a tent." "Checkpoint Charlie." "Yup." "I'd best be neighbourly." The narrow side road to the site was passable on foot. Lytton ambled through the gates, passing the booth where a sister of the Agapemone and some fairly together staff were taking gate money and passing out badges to those who had not prepaid. He checked with Beth, a girl from the village, and she told him not to worry. Hourly, she was locking up the take in a cash box and having it sent over by a trustworthy gopher to the administration cabin, where Mick would be putting it in a safe. That way, there was no temptation. This year, people could even pay by plastic. A youth with temporary flower tattoos on his cheeks and hair down to his arse was fishing under his tie-dye poncho for a credit card. As the turn of the millennium hippie wondered whether to use Access, Barclay Card or Amex Gold, James reflected that the 60s had been a long time ago. He made his way past the line of vehicles. At the main road turn-off, where he had stationed Kevin Conway and a large sign, there were two police officers in shirt-sleeves and helmets standing by a marquee tent. A burly chap in plain clothes drank tea from a thermos. This was routine. The festival had an agreement with the police that they were not to come on site unless especially requested, but they usually turned up at the perimeter to keep an eye on things. Relations had been strained in the past, mainly thanks to an incident 4 years ago, when the force had been especially requested on the site to investigate some minor vandalism against a car. It had turned out the complainant was a plain-clothes constable with about as much impartiality as the pro-Soviet regime who had especially requested that Russia invade Afghanistan. And, once on site, the police had taken the opportunity to round up the usual suspects, hauling in nuisance-value drugs and drink offenders. Since then, Lytton had been careful to toe official lines and make sure the right local councillors were invited to the opening and closing ceremonies. He had even tried to get the Bishop of Bath and Wells, since the Agapemone was officially a Christian community, but the Anglican Church had a long memory and was still wary of the formerly Reverend Mr. Anthony William Jago. "Good afternoon," he said to the tea-drinker. "I'm James Lytton from the Agapemone." The policeman spat warm brown liquid on the dead grass. "Detective Sergeant Ian Draper," he said, extending his hand. Lytton shook. "Drug squad? We don't call it that. But—" "Yes," Draper said, "obviously." He snapped at a blonde constable with an Aryan jawline. "Erskine, what's our mobile phone number?" Erskine coughed it out, and Draper wrote it down with a biro on the back of a business card. "Here," he said, handing the card to Lytton. "If you need us, we're here." "Sergeant," said the other constable, pulling Draper aside, whispering in his ear. He was black, doubtless a delight to the police recruitment people, and a neatly political choice for this duty. Draper grinned. "Oh, is he now?" The constable did a brief aye aye salute, and left the tent erecting to signal a battered van to pull over. "P.C. Rain informs me an old friend just arrived," Draper told Lytton. "Possession with intent, 100 hours community service. Repeat offender." Lytton shrugged. The van driver, who was about James's age, complained about being harassed again, but went along with the procedure. While the policeman made a cursory search of the van, and Draper patted the driver's pockets, 10 or 15 cars took the turning undisturbed. A lot of people would be passing this way on foot, too. Checkpoint Charlie usually pulled out faces they recognized, then took a flyer on about 1 in 50 people. Sometimes they were even useful to the festival. Every year they scooped in quivering 17-year-olds with a plastic bag of marijuana or a couple of pills, and the poor sods spent the festival in holding cells, while their mummies and daddies got long-distance bad news calls. But Checkpoint Charlie also turned up not a few carrying a concealed weapon cases, confiscating its share of knives and chains. Meanwhile, someone respectable-looking always turned up, with a boot-load of the drug of the month, and spread it around, unhindered. Personally, Lytton felt very few illegal substances caused as much trouble as Dougie Calver's perfectly legitimate but lethal cider. The van passed the inspection, and Draper told his former catch to have a good time. "See," he said, "no trouble." "Fair enough." "This should be a pleasant holiday for us," Draper said. "If the wind blows the right way, we should even hear a little nice music." "What wind?" Draper grinned again, and wiped his sweaty forehead with a meaty, sparse-furred wrist. Draper was 10 years younger than Lytton, in his early 30s, but he was already bloating around the neck and belly. He was missing the second button-up on his white shirt, the torn hole testifying that it had been popped by his expanding gut. He didn't look like a drug squad hard nut or a war-on-crime crusader. A couple of young men in pink and orange shorts and vests sauntered by arm in arm, whistling the Dixon of Dock Green theme. "Comedians," Draper said. "Let's have 'em in the tent, shall we?" Lytton shrugged. "You," Draper said. "Claude and Cecil, over here." Erskine, the tallest of the constables, let his hand stray to the handle of his truncheon. "Good afternoon," Draper said to the gay couple, flashing a laminated identity card. "We are police officers, and we'd like you to cooperate in the search. If you've got nothing nasty, you've got no problems. Would you care to step into this tent, and Constable Erskine will see to you?" One of the young men swished and said, "You don't get an offer like that every day." Erskine flushed deep red, but held the marquee flap up. The gays, giggling, stepped in. "Do you tell fortunes?" one of them said, in a high-pitched, high-camp voice. "Madame Lazonga sees all." Erskine followed. "See?" Draper said. "Perfectly civilized." Chapter 5. In videos, Daddy got annoyed when people being chased went upstairs in tall buildings. "That's stupid," he always said. "When he gets to the top, he'll be trapped." Jeremy had been stupid. The office was a good hiding place. but the only way out was the floor trapdoor he had come through. There was a wooden door in the wall for tossing bales, but it was bolted from the outside because Mummy was worried about Hannah or him falling out of it. If Daddy followed him up here, he'd be trapped, and Daddy would get him. Something had happened to Daddy, and he'd got Jethro and Mummy and Hannah. Jeremy didn't really understand, but he knew something had been done to Jethro and Mummy and Hannah. If he was caught, it'd be done to him too. It'd be more than a quirting. The trapdoor had been left open to let draught into the loft. Otherwise Jeremy couldn't have got in. He wasn't strong enough to push it up by himself. Usually he had to ask Mummy or Daddy to lift the heavy weight if he wanted to go up. He scrunched behind Daddy's desk, trying to be as small as possible. He gripped the trowel he'd taken from the bench in the workspace below. He could see the open trapdoor from where he was. If Daddy came after him, he'd know. There were no windows, and it was dark. Not much light came through the trapdoor. He'd been so frightened of Daddy, he'd forgotten to be frightened of the dark. Now, alone under the desk, more familiar fears came back, chewing the edge of his mind. He knew Daddy was outside looking for him, but Jeremy didn't know whether he was truly alone in the dark. The evil dwarf could be around somewhere. After all, the evil dwarf lived in the dark. Whatever had happened to Daddy must be the evil dwarf's fault. Daddy wouldn't change on his own. His father had put his arm through Jethro as if the dog were made of plasticine. He had seen Daddy stab Mummy between the legs with his stiff dicky bird. Penis. He didn't use baby words now. It wasn't a dicky bird, it was a penis. Jeremy had been surprised by his father's penis. He'd seen Daddy in the shower, and his penis had never looked like that before. It had been a length of sausage, not a tree branch. Jeremy closed his eyes and tried to keep out the dark. He heard planks creaking in the barn, but didn't know whether the noises were natural, the wood noises he'd heard all his life, or signs of the presence of the evil dwarf. The only thing his daddy was afraid of was stupidity. Usually, Jeremy was clever. Now he felt stupid. Perhaps the evil dwarf had started on him while he was asleep, licking the surface of his brain, sampling the icing of his intelligence, the way you might lick hundreds and thousands of an ice cream. He opened his eyes and saw Daddy's hand resting on the floor, gripping the edge of the trapdoor hole. Jeremy saw in the gloom that Daddy's fingers were long, with wispy vines wound around them. The hand got a better grip, vines shifting, and Daddy pulled himself up into the loft. His head came up first, larger than it had been, antler branches standing out of his forehead, and then his weighty body. Daddy got a knee on the loft floor and rose entirely through the trapdoor. "Germ?" Jeremy's heart was hammering, and he was afraid he'd pee in his shorts. He held his tool up, hoping it was sharp. "Jeremy?" Daddy's voice was high and whining, cartoon nasty, like Lisa's when she was picking on Jeremy. Daddy knew he was in the loft, but was playing a game. "Now where can that blasted child be?" Daddy stuck a stick finger to his lips and posed thoughtfully with a fist on one hip. "Perhaps he's—" Daddy stepped into the dark. "Behind the filing cabinet!" Daddy pulled the cabinet over. Metal screeched as drawers came out, the whole thing crashing to the floor. Jeremy pressed tight against the desk legs. Daddy kicked the filing cabinet, putting a dent in its side with his bunched-together bare toes. "Nope," Daddy said. "No germ here. Tut, tut, tut. What a mess." Daddy looked around. "Maybe germ swallowing sperm is—" He pulled a shelf away from the wall. Nails wrenched and books thudded around Daddy. "Up on that fucking shelf!" Daddy had said a bad word. His father held the plank that had been a shelf and twisted it, dumping more books. Finally it came free, and he tossed it into the dark. It crashed against something. Jeremy heard glass breaking. "Obviously not," Daddy said. "Not behind the filing cabinet, not up on the shelf. What an elusive little germ. Daddy's proud of his piglet." Jeremy cried silently, fighting the heaves in his chest. He wanted to bawl and sob, but knew it was important to be quiet. "Maybe Jethro can find his little master, eh? Here, boy. Good boy." There was a strangled barking, and the tail stuck out of Daddy's wrist wagged obediently. Daddy hung his head and talked to his arm. "Here, Jethro, go find Germ." Daddy swallowed his tongue and made woof-woof noises. Jeremy was sure the evil dwarf was in the dark with them. Dopey must be enjoying his victory. Daddy took a grip on his own shoulder and snapped his arm off. It came away like a dead branch being wrenched from a tree. "Go get him, Jethro." Daddy tossed the arm into the dark, and Jeremy cringed. The arm hit the floor with a thump, then ran towards Jeremy, scraping across planks. Jeremy tried to cram himself against the wall, head bumping against the underside of the desk. Jethro squeezed into the gap and sank his teeth into Jeremy's ankle. Jeremy screeched and dropped his tool. Jethro or Daddy's arm, or whatever it was, couldn't bite deep, but its sharp teeth ripped his sock and scraped skin. It growled and slobbered into his shoe. "Aha!" Daddy said. "Looks like we've found us a germ, boy." Daddy ripped the desk away and threw it across the loft. Still plugged into the wall, the computer thudded down beside Jeremy, plastic and glass cracking. Jeremy took the dog thing by what should have been its neck and tried to squeeze the life out of the fur-covered meat and bone tube. Teeth grated against his ankle as he wrenched the thing free. It squirmed in his two-handed grip and felt disgusting. Jeremy threw it at Daddy, and he caught it. Daddy stuck his arm back on, slightly skewed, and made a fist, gripping Jethro's tail. Even in the dark, Jeremy could see Daddy was changing more. "Go for the throat, Jethro," Daddy said. "Woof fucking woof." Beneath the loft was the garage space where Daddy stored the farm's tractor and kept a lot of tools. On the way up, Jeremy had grabbed something from a wall rack. A large trowel with a foot-long diamond-shaped blade, dusty with dried cement. In its hiding place, he'd been gripping the chunky handle as if it were a magic sword. He scrabbled on the floor for the trowel and snatched it up again. "Come to Daddy, Germ Features," Daddy cooed, lurching over Jeremy. Jeremy held up the trowel, blade before his face. "It won't hurt." Daddy bent over, reaching for Jeremy. His long, hard penis got in the way, and he had to stand back, fingertips latching onto Jeremy's shoulders, barbs wriggling through his shirt into his skin. Silhouetted against the light from the trapdoor, Daddy's head was changing. His antlers sprouted, developing like the sped-up plant films in TV nature programs. Drawing in breath through his teeth, Jeremy angled the trowel so that it pointed outwards and upwards. "It won't hurt at all." Jeremy yelled and thrust, standing up and throwing himself against Daddy. The trowel stabbed against the underside of Daddy's penis, pricking through the green bark, and Jeremy shoved, gouging a curl of skin from the shaft, slicing shallowly into the white wood flesh. Daddy bellowed and held out his arms to steady himself. Jeremy pushed, and the trowel shuddered out of his father's penis, leaping at his double fist-sized hanging balls, sinking about 2 inches into his hard-shelled but mushy scrotum. Shouts filled the loft. There was blood all over Jeremy's hands, green and sappy, not red and slippery. Daddy staggered back, yanking the trowel out of Jeremy's hands, and tripped over the trapdoor. For a moment he was hung in space over the gap. Then he fell, bum first, through the hole. Jeremy heard him landing badly, heard things breaking. It was time to run, to get past Daddy. He bolted to the trapdoor hole and looked down. Daddy had fallen on the steps leading up to the office. One of his antlers had snapped off, and green stuff was squirting out, dribbling down his face. He was still alive, but he wasn't going to get up soon. Jeremy stepped down the stairs, one at a time, and edged around his father, speeding up when he was past him. He felt Daddy reaching for his ankle and ran, hearing his father's fist closing on the nothing where his foot had been. He ran round the tractor, leaving a handprint on its dusty red cowling, into the barnyard. Behind him, Daddy was roaring and struggling. He looked at the house and saw Mummy and Hannah standing by the door. Behind them was the spindly wreck of a patch of ivy Mummy had encouraged to sweep up over the side of the house. Jeremy thought Mummy and Hannah were leaning against the ivy, letting its creepers twine about their legs and arms to hold them up. Earlier this summer, the ivy had gone from rotten brown to brittle grey, but now it was deepening green, its colour reflected in the faces of his mother and sister. Mummy waved. He ran away from the house towards the road. There was a steady flow of traffic being directed by young men in armbands into the fallow field. Daddy had said cars from the festival would be using some of the dry pastures. If Jeremy could reach the traffic, he'd be safe for a while. If there were people, he'd be safe. Chapter 6. When Hazel woke up, she felt different. The comfort of sleep carried over into consciousness. Her pains were eased, her head clear. It was pleasantly cool inside the alcove. High up on the wall was a stained glass slit window. Coloured shapes hung on the purple curtains, a smudgy back-to-front picture. She tried to remember how she'd got here, but swiftly realized it didn't matter. Everything before the Agapemone, before the beloved touch, was a fading dream. She'd been born on the steps of the manor house. What was important was now. "Sister," a girl's voice said. The curtain was drawn aside. Hazel got up and stepped out of the alcove. They were waiting for her in the chapel. Jenny's white dress and blonde hair shone in the twilight. 3 other women, faces she recognized but couldn't name, wore different robes, light blue with white edging, sisters of the Agapemone. "Alleluia!" they chimed. Jenny hugged her, holding tight, pressing her soft cheek against Hazel's face. Hazel felt love pouring into her. "You're honored," Jenny explained. "Beloved has chosen you. Tonight there will be a great manifestation." "Alleluia," the women repeated. "It'll be wonderful, I promise. You'll be a sister of the Agapemone." Hazel nodded, accepting the honor. It was the right, the only thing. For the first time, probably in her life, she knew what she must do, what she wanted to be. "Let me introduce everyone," Jenny continued. "Sister Cindy, Sister Janet, Sister Kate." The women smiled when named and leaned forward to kiss her. Jenny smiled sunnily. She was the perfect angel. Hazel could imagine delicate wings, corn silk gold to match her hair, spreading under Jenny's dress, straining to emerge. "Come with us," Jenny said. "First, you must be anointed." The sisters grouped around her like an honor guard, and she was led beyond the altar into a vestry that looked like a Roman bathhouse, with marble benches, wooden cabinets, and empty nooks for classical statues. There was a sunken pool, dry at the moment, 4 feet deep, with a shaped stone block at the bottom for sitting on. The windowless vestry was lit by fluorescent tubes. "Sister Hazel," Jenny said, "you've been baptized, confirmed. That was the first step." Hazel remembered Beloved's touch on her forehead. She wondered if the sign of the cross was still there, glowing like a cattle brand. "Simple, wasn't it?" Hazel agreed. "Outsiders imagine terrible things, but the Agapemone is founded on simplicity." Jenny was trying to put Hazel at her ease. Her hair was loose, and she played with it while she talked. "The great manifestation will be your initiation, not only into the Agapemone, but into its inner circle. You will be one of Beloved's sister loves. That's special. Not everyone gets so far so quickly." "You've been bumped up a couple of grades," Cindy said. "Lucky girl." Hazel was just about following this. The procedure didn't matter. It was the acceptance that was important. Once this ritual brouhaha was concluded, she would at last feel complete. "Before the great manifestation, you must be cleansed in body and spirit. Don't worry, it's symbolic. You don't get scrubbed with lye or anything. Basically, You take a long bath and meditate, think things out. Don't worry, Kate, roundly pregnant, said. It's quite pleasant. The women all agreed, nodding and humming. I know it seems like dressing up and playing games, Hazel. Beloved believes in ceremony. Rituals channel natural forces. Jenny's voice was soothing, persuasive. Sister Janet, get Sister Hazel a towel, would you? The slim blonde girl, tall and angular with a fringe over her eyes, opened a whitewood cabinet and brought out a full-size beach towel. Jenny tugged Hazel's T-shirt out of her jeans. It's all right, Hazel said. I can manage. She took off her T-shirt and wriggled out of her jeans. Then she sat on one of the benches, sort of enjoying the chilly shock of marble, and pulled off her socks and underwear. Janet draped the towel around her. Cindy, small, smiling and dark-haired, was turning a wheel set into the wall. Under the floor, something gurgled, and water gushed out of a fish-head tap, splashing the bottom of the pool. It's luxurious, actually, Cindy said. Beloved believes in comforts of the flesh. Comfort of the flesh frees the spirit, said Kate. She scattered what smelled like bath salts into the water, raising a slight froth. It's natural, Jenny said. Herbs from the garden, mostly. Janet was folding Hazel's clothes, stowing them in one of the chests. We'll get you a proper dress later, she said. What are you, 5'3", 5'4"? Hazel didn't know exactly how tall, rather short, she was, but that sounded about right. The water rose, giving off a wonderful scent. Cindy stuck her hand in to check the temperature. Fine by me, but you have to sit in it. What do you think? The towel wrapped a little awkwardly around her. Hazel bent down and touched her fingers to the water. It was warm, but not hot. She nodded. Okie dokie, Cindy said. That'll do, then. Jan, turn it off, would you? Or we'll have water all over the floor. Again. Janet wrestled the wheel back, and the fish dried up. Right, said Kate. Let's get you in. Janet took her towel. Hazel didn't mind being naked with these almost strangers, although she was usually self-conscious about her body. The sisters were family. Cindy and Kate took an arm each and guided her to the bath's edge. Careful, Kate said. It's deeper than it looks. Step on the seat. Hazel dipped her toe, then her foot, then her ankle into the water. The fine hair on her shin prickled. The sisters lifted her over the bath and lowered her like an invalid. The water rose, sucking a little, and warmth wrapped around her, lapping up over her body. Her bottom settled on the seat, and she leaned back. The shaped stone was surprisingly comfortable. Water came up to her neck and rippled against her chin, the scents of herbs tickling her nostrils. It would be easy to fall asleep. "You're comely, sister," Jenny said. "Yeah, dead comely," Cindy agreed. Her hair was wet now, floating around her, drifting against her cheeks and shoulders. Jenny stroked it out of her eyes and mouth, smoothing it against her head. "It'll come after the evening service," Jenny explained. "I'm afraid you'll have to skip dinner. You're supposed to fast." That was all right by Hazel. She'd been meaning to eat less anyway. "Beloved will read a short lesson, and you'll be brought to the altar. Be careful, by the way. The altar is an antique and easily damaged. Sister Kate nearly knocked it over during her initiation into the inner circle. That was hardly my fault, Jenny. The spirit was moving within me." The women laughed. "Just teasing, sister," Jenny assured. "You won't be familiar with the ritual, but believe me, your part is easy." Hazel was warm all over. "You'll know what to do," said Kate, easing her pregnancy with her hands as she knelt by the bath. Janet had sat down and was dangling bare feet into the water. "Just let the spirit come." "We're well rehearsed," Kate said. "We've all been through it." "More than once, in some cases," Cindy said. Hazel wondered if Jenny were blushing. The girl pulled her hair over her face and continued. "Beloved is the Lord God made flesh. The great manifestation will give you proof. Until then, you'll have to get by on faith." Hazel nodded, water slopping into her mouth. She understood this was important, but didn't feel it vital she understood everything straight away. If she'd been waiting all her life, a few more hours didn't matter. Kate cupped a little water in her hand and sprinkled it on her bulging dress, wetting down her stomach. For luck, she explained, the baby will be blessed. We share love, Janet said. We all share love, Jenny agreed. Tonight will be yours, Hazel. It'll be special, but we all have a part. Alleluia, they chorused. The four faces bobbed over the water, beaming benevolence. We'll be with you from now until the great manifestation. We'll look after you. Think of us as bridesmaids. Chapter 7. Once Paul decided to phone the Agapemone to see if Hazel was all right, it took 20 minutes to find the leaflet Wendy and Derek had left. It turned up in the showroom, weighted down by one of Mike Bleach's ashtrays. A prospectus for stall holders at the festival. It listed 3 local telephone numbers. He sat at his desk with the remote phone and tried to control his breathing. He didn't like tricky conversations on the telephone and avoided them whenever he could. The first number he dialed was engaged. The second rang twice and fed him through to a series of bizarre bird-like squawks. He'd called a fax number by mistake. He dialed the third number. It rang, and rang. He began counting rings. After about 20 or 25 rings, the receiver was picked up. "Festival office," the secretarial voice chirruped. "Angela speaking. How may I help you?" "I'd like to speak with Hazel Chapelet, please." There was a pause, and Paul heard the girl clicking her tongue to herself, presumably as she ran her eyes down a list. "I'm sorry, I have no one of that name down here. Is she staff, or with one of the bands?" "No, she's a visitor." Angela tried not to laugh. Paul imagined her looking out the window, seeing fields full of visitors. "Not to the festival," he explained, "to the Agapemone. This is the festival office. We don't have anything to do with the Agapemone, really. Your best bet is to call the manor house." "Do you have the number?" "I'm not really supposed to give it out." "It'll be in the phone book, won't it?" "Yes, I think so." "Fine. Angela, could you be a love and save me some time by giving it to me? Please?" He smiled at the phone, trying to exude charm down the line. Angela had a nice voice, slightly low with a West Country burr. He imagined a pretty face and sparkling eyes and concentrated on impressing her. "Oh, all right," she said, and gave him a number. There was no pen within reach, so he scratched it in a soft notepad with the handle of a teaspoon. "Thank you, Angela," he said. "Have a nice festival," she replied, and hung up. He waited a full minute, trying to calm himself. He was ridiculously on edge. The war machine had rattled his entire life. He imagined a cooling breeze, but was disappointed by reality. It was another hot, oppressive afternoon. There was a crack in the side of the house, and white dust had fallen from it. Probably subsidence. Slowly he dialed the Agapemone number. A man answered almost immediately. "Ben," the voice rasped, as if through a scrambler. "Ben, hi," Paul said. "Could I speak with Hazel?" "Huh?" "Hazel Chapelet. She's with you at the moment. Tell her it's Paul." "Huh?" Something about Ben's voice spooked Paul. He imagined it went with glowing eyes like Alison Conway's. Come to think of it, her #1 boyfriend, Harley Davidson's answer to the Phantom of the Opera, had been a Ben. "Who is this?" "Ben," he repeated. Ben had trouble breathing and was wheezing into the telephone like an obscene caller. Paul got the impression he was talking with an idiot. He needed someone he'd talked to before, someone who'd know who Hazel was. "Could you get Wendy?" Ben laughed, sending crackles down the telephone. "That's what I'm here for." The receiver at the other end was put down with a clump. "Ben?" Paul heard footsteps. Ben had left the phone off the hook and was walking away. He heard tiny telephone noises, and the line was cut off. He dialed again, but the number was engaged. Paul felt he'd just been shat on. Again. Chapter 8. Terry was starting to enjoy himself too much, which was dangerous. He wasn't mastermind material at the best of times, and when he enjoyed himself, his brain power dropped below that of the average lump of pond scum. He had no vision, no foresight, no eyesight. Alison would have to keep him in line with some pain. That he could understand. They'd been in the crowds, sussing things out. Alison's vision was improving. She recognized the people she wanted. They had an aura, a cloudy jacket around their entire bodies, especially thick over the eyes. It was like a personal atmosphere held in place by a baggily invisible diving suit. They were potential recruits for Badmouth Ben's army. She'd struck up conversations with a few, sounding them out, puzzling them, planting seeds. Apart from the aura, they were no different from anyone else. That was good. That would help. By the Agapemone, Alison and Terry ran into a couple of the kids from London, Mike Toad and Pam. They shared cigarettes and listened to some of Mike's jokes. "How does a Somerset farm boy know when his sister's having her period?" Alison didn't know, but had an idea she was about to find out. "His dad's dick tastes different," the Toad cackled, raising only stunned silence. His aura was thick and smoky, phantom tendrils wrapped around his head like a scarf. Pam had none, and didn't sense the community shared by the others. Pam thought she was pretty, and didn't notice much. Mike Toad was a fool, but he had potential. "How do you save a coon from drowning?" Mike asked. "Take your foot off his head." Pam was uncomfortable. Her boyfriend was some sort of nigger. Mike Toad might do very well indeed. He had a hip flask which he passed around. Terry choked on the stinging whiskey, but Alison took a burning gulp and let it settle. Handing the flask back, she saw the fog sleeve around her own arm. It was black, with silent discharges of violet lightning. "We're waiting for my sister," Pam explained. "She's bloody late." Terry was looking at Pam, and there were yellow-green squiggles in his aura. He clenched and unclenched hairy fists and didn't say anything. Sooner or later, Alison would have to let him cut loose a bit before teaching him another lesson. He'd already had a dose of the stick. It was time he got a whiff of the carrot. Pam scratched her short red hair. Her makeup was perfect, even in this heat. A white mask with a blood heart of lipstick, eyebrows distinct as a Japanese doll's, black-lined eyes. Her clothes might not look like much, but they were expensive. City girl in the country. Pam would learn, and Alison would be her teacher. She felt like extending one of her fingernails and scraping through the white powder, drawing an X across Pam's face, then scraping through the skin and flesh, bearing a cross of bone and muscle. Pam shuddered and said, "Someone walked over my grave." "His brother was looking for you earlier," the Toad said, jerking a thumb at Terry, who grunted. "They don't get on," Alison explained. She remembered Teddy's face from last night, drawn and white and scared. Last night had been weirder than she expected, but a thrill. She was looking forward to nightfall, to more of the same. "Look at that," Mike Toad said, spitting. "The Gestapo have moved in." A police constable was sauntering up the road towards the gatehouse. He wore a short-sleeved shirt and had a radio clipped to his top pocket. A truncheon shifted like a displaced dick in a thigh pocket as he walked. The copper had a short brush of fair hair. "Bloody Barry," Terry grunted, recognizing the man. Barry Erskine had a reputation for coming down hard on juveniles. Terry claimed he'd been roughed up by P.C. Erskine outside a disco in Langport. If it was true, Alison reckoned Terry was bound to have deserved the knocks. He was an extreme arsehole when he had a few pints in him. "I thought they weren't allowed at the festival," Pam said. "They aren't," Alison agreed, "but the festival is past that gate. This is the approach road." "Good afternoon, Master Gilpin," Erskine said, smiling with his even teeth, but not with his blue eyes. "Still a music lover, I see." Terry grinned. He thought he had something that gave him a shot at Erskine. He was wrong. "Afternoon, Constable," Allison said, a neat and nasty thrill in her water. Erskine tapped his helmet brim. "Good afternoon, miss." Allison looked him in the face and saw swirls of black radiating from his clear eyes. His aura was like a dark, ragged cloak. "Just making sure things are nice and quiet," he said. Allison and Erskine looked at each other, understanding. "No trouble here," she said. "So I see," he replied. "Catch you later." He turned and walked away, aura trailing. She should have expected it. Badmouth Ben didn't just want kids and thugs. Allison knew the army would surprise a lot of people. "Heavy shit," said Mike Toad. "Back to the Panzer car, PC Plod." The London boy laughed nervously, impressing no one with his brave show of out-of-earshot defiance. "What has 4 legs and a cunt halfway up its back?" "A police horse." Mike snorted at his own joke. "Terry," Allison said, "take hold of Mike's ear." Terry did. Mike yelped. "Now stand up." Terry yanked Mike upright and lifted. The ear went red, and Mike's hat fell off. He made sounds like a patient during an inept dental drilling. Allison was warmed as Mike's pain gulped out of him. Pam raised a perfectly outlined eyebrow. "That's enough." Terry let Mike go. "Show respect for the law, Toad," Allison said. "Everyone needs laws." "I think that's Jazz," Pam said, pointing at a blue car. The door opened, and a girl with a foot-tall black cockatoo perm and a wispy shroud stepped out, upside-down crucifixes and dagger brooches clacking. Pam whistled, "Over here." Allison looked at the girl and felt warm again. The clouds around Pam's sister were feathery but thick. Another recruit. "Good trip?" Pam asked. "Pamela," the new girl sighed wearily. "You are a fucking moron." Pam laughed. 3 hours to get to Alder," Jazz said, accent posh and cruel, "and 2 more in a fucking car getting from one end of the village to another." Violet flashes danced in front of Jazz's eyes. Under her shroud she wore a tight leotard. Her face was made up white like Pam's, with black lipstick and eyeshadow. "This is Mike Toad," Pam said, introducing the boy, who was trying to look cool. "Toad, eh?" She looked him over, unimpressed. "Why doesn't he hop off and croak?" The Toad grinned nervously. "This is Terry and Allison. They're local." Jazz took a cursory look at Terry, then looked right into Allison's eyes. Erskine had seen something, but Jazz got the whole message at once. "Allison," she said. "My sister, Jazz Bow," Pam explained. "Call me Jazz." They shook hands. Jazz wore half gloves and had black-painted fingernails, like sharp little shovels. "Welcome to the West," Allison said. "Charmed." It was as if Pam wasn't there. They'd ditch her soon, anyway. Her purpose had been to bring her sister into the army. Jazz was like Erskine, like Badmouth Ben, a kindred soul. Chapter 9. Susan had minions folding the 4-page program leaflets, and gophers came regularly to handle distribution. The system was working. One year they'd farmed the job out and had the programs professionally printed a month before the festival. Last-minute schedule changes meant the whole thing had been worthless, and the only way information could be disseminated was by chalking it up on boards all over the site. "Lots of helicopters passing over," Karen said. Susan had noticed that, too. She assumed David was having her panic checked out. "Probably government spies," the sister remarked. Karen Gillard was a left-behind. She'd come to the festival last year and broken up with her boyfriend when he got off with another girl. Her lift home lost, she'd hung around the Agapemone afterwards. If she had any other life, she never mentioned it. The kind of blonde they had used to call bubbly. Karen tried to fit in, but wasn't quite sister of the Agapemone material. She'd been disciplined for odd trespasses, keeping a radio, holding back money, and going to the pub, persistent lateness, and Susan thought she'd probably get it together to leave if she found someone at this year's festival to latch on to. Jago hadn't taken to her the way he did to some of the other sisters. The photocopier shook as it retched out programs. Karen gathered an armful from the tray and passed them to the folding crew. Susan sensed flare-ups at the periphery, and knew things were happening. There was a hot spot out on the moors, perhaps in one of the farms, and the manor house itself was as vibrant as always. But despite the thronging crowds, she felt no major agitation. She thought things would speed up after dark. Beloved was gathering his energies, and all things conscious or unconscious around here followed his lead. Another lot of programs went out. A runner prepared to scatter them to the winds. "Susan," Karen said, "out of paper." The photocopier was protesting. "I'll see to it." Changing the paper was a job that defeated Karen, but Susan was supposed to be able to handle it. She scalpeled open a wrapped ream of copier paper and slipped it free. Then she shoved it into the feed tray and jostled, hoping it would settle. She printed an experimental program. The machine tore the sheet of paper and spat it out in scrambled pieces. Susan swore and slammed the tray again, hoping to settle the paper. This time it wouldn't even take one sheet. Susan kicked the machine. "That won't help," a folder said. "It helps me," Susan replied. Besides Jago, she was the greatest talent eyesight had ever assessed. She was the most powerful psychokinetic in captivity, but she couldn't get a photocopier to work. "Let it cool off," she said. Kate Caudle came into the print shop. She wore ceremonial blue and radiated excitement. Susan found her easy to read, like most of the more enthusiastic sisters. It had a lot to do with sex. She carried Jago around in her heart, like schoolgirls carry pictures of their boyfriends. "Tonight there will be a great manifestation," she announced. "We have a new sister." Susan did not need to know who the lucky girl was. Hazel. Karen clapped her hands, and Susan tried to smile. "Wonderful news," Karen said. Chapter 10. He hadn't been able to leave the village. With almost £300 in his pocket, Teddy could go to London, find a hostel, try out for one of those comedy clubs, wait for everything to finish. If he stayed, he expected to get hurt. Terry had hurt him before, and things were changed for the worse. If his brother got to him now, he'd be hurt more than any of the other times. Last night, Terry had started changing, become a thing in the woods that howled. It hadn't even been a full moon. He'd walked the length of the village, from the Agapemone, down past the Valiant Soldier, past the garage. Walking against the tide of traffic and pedestrians streaming towards the festival, it had been slow going, but he still should have got further than the village sign. He'd left the gatehouse, talked to Pam and Mike Toad sometime in the morning, and now it was nearly evening. What was it? Half a mile? Less? It had been 5 or 6 hours. He wasn't sure of the time, and his crappy Christmas present watch was always unreliable. It told him 3 o'clock, but he knew it must be past 4 or 5. He put one foot in front of the other, but didn't go anywhere. People jostled him as they passed. Cars crawled by. It had been hot earlier, and he developed a bad headache. Now it was cooling. The insects were out, nipping his face and hands. He must have stopped and taken rests for hours at a time, but he thought he'd been walking solidly. He'd passed people he recognized, people who recognized him. Gary Chilcott called him over and tried to scrounge some cigarettes, but he didn't have any. Old Man Maskell's funny-in-the-head kid was dashing in and out of places, playing hide-and-seek with the Invisible Man. Jeremy wasn't so bad. Last year, in the creche, he'd liked Teddy's funnies and got on with the festival-goers' kids. It was only local brats who picked on him. Sharon was up on a gate, dress around her thighs, French-kissing a darky. Jenny's dad was on the garage forecourt, helping Steve Scoville with the pumps. The guy from the pottery, Hazel's boyfriend, was wandering around in a daze. Teddy's feet chafed inside his daps, toes blistering, ankles aching, insteps unsteady. His sweated-through shirt was damp on his back as the temperature dropped. The traffic flow carried him back like a real wave, back past Mr. Keogh's cottage and the building site next door, back past the pottery and the garage, back past the cardigans, almost back to the pub. It was as if he were walking up a down escalator and had stopped for a rest, finding himself automatically carried downwards again. He'd have tried hitching a ride, but all the cars were going the wrong way, coming into Alder, not leaving. His ears were popping. The pain inside his head swelled, pushing at the backs of his eyeballs, throbbing inside his nose, jarring his teeth. The more he walked, the more it hurt. He stopped and rested, slumping, cross-legged on the verge. He was out of breath and had a bad stitch. His mouth and throat were dry. He'd missed his dinner. Get up, he told himself, and walk. The greasy grass of the verge was populated. His legs were covered with crawling red ants. He scratched his thighs and brushed insects away. He got up, knees popping, and felt as if someone had taken a hammer to his head, fetching him a blow under the eye, smashing a cheekbone, lifting him off his feet. This was what he imagined being shot in the head was like. He looked at the dusty wall and didn't see his own brains and blood dripping from a yard-wide splash. He stumbled a few steps in the gutter. Someone beeped a car horn and yelled, "Pisshead!" He stopped stumbling and very carefully started walking again. He focused on the back side of the sign that marked the start of the village. Once he was beyond the sign, he was out of Alder, on the open road. It was only a few miles to Achelzoy, and he could catch a bus to somewhere with a railway station. The front of the sign was fresh painted, black lettering against a brilliant cream-white background. The backside was dirt-clogged, rusty around the plugs that held the letters on. The sign stayed where it was. Teddy walked towards it, but didn't seem to get nearer. The sign should get larger, but it stayed the same size, shrank a little even. He passed houses, driveways, people. The sign was fixed. He put his hands into his pockets, feeling the crushed-up notes, and leaned forwards, as if walking into a gale-force wind. He passed the garage and the pottery again. The sign lurched larger, nearer. His whole face was throbbing, as if it had been pounded against his skull with a meat tenderizer. He ignored the pain. He reached the building site. There were cats in the works, mewling and hissing threats at each other. Pain slipped down his throat, swelling his neck, sliding into his whole body. His leg muscles were stretched, sharp jabs of agony where they promised to snap. Mr. Keogh's house was quiet. No lights on yet, shut up tight against invaders. Teddy wondered if the old man had mined his garden path. He hated the festival more than anyone. Teddy wondered whether Mr. Keogh mightn't have been right. His front door was graffiti-struck. Someone had carved a Jewish star into it and squiggled in Arabic or Hebrew or one of those languages with sloppy alphabets. The sign was near now, barely 10 yards away. Beyond, it wasn't Alder any more. It was the Achelzoy road. He wondered how his mum and dad would get on. 5 yards. He didn't think Terry would hurt their parents, no matter how much he changed. Dad could still take a belt to him. Closer. A yard? They probably wouldn't notice Teddy was gone. He drew level with the sign, reached out, touched it. The metal was warm from a day of direct sunlight. A thrill coursed up Teddy's arm through his entire body. The pain lessened. He gripped the sign, pulled himself past, and turned to look at the lettering. Alder. He was out of the village. He looked back and saw the road running towards the tree outside the Valiant Soldier, splitting there. He saw the Agapemone. Jenny. Jenny Steining had barely spoken to him in 5 years. He should walk on, get to Achilzoy before it was too late for a bus. Jenny, in her white dress, seeming to float, golden hair a halo, lips a whisper apart. He should walk. Jenny, walk. He stepped past the sign, back into Alder, and it was as if he had stepped off a cliff. Chapter 11. For Wendy, the Agapemone was a safe haven of order. She knew what she had to do, when it had to be done, how long it was supposed to take. Services and meals were scheduled. Duties came around on a roster. The little unstructured time she had was filled with supplementary committee meetings, organized readings, or simple prayer. She recognized that, for some of the brethren, the Agapemone was a God-given excuse never to think for themselves. Marie-Laure, with her convent experience, probably hadn't made a decision since joining the community. And Derek, whose entire life involved, since along with things, thrived on imposed routine. It was simple to live by the rules, but today Wendy had failed. Having missed the breakfast ceremony, her whole day was out of whack. She had a nervous spurt of sinfulness at the neglect of her duties. At the festival, her special province was the crafts stream, jewelers, silk printers, wood-turners. This morning she was supposed to have visited the field where the stalls were to be set up. Checking that each was in its place according to the pre-arranged pattern. She hadn't gone. With all the brethren about their particular tasks, regimented by Mick or James, Wendy was alone, at a loose end. It was as if she had used an excuse to get out of a PE lesson. Unsupervised, she was free to do whatever she wanted. But she had never known, not as a schoolgirl, and certainly not now, what she wanted. She wandered through the third-story gallery, an empty and rarely used space that ran the length of the manor house, and let herself out on the balcony. She was facing away from the festival site, in the shade, looking further up the hill towards the woodland. The festival had spilled around the house, and she could see people exploring the woods. There were marked areas off-limits to the crowds, but the boundaries would become blurred over the next couple of days. A couple of bikers were pissing against a tree. The shade became colder. They saw her and roared drunkenly, shaking cocks at her with feeble pelvic thrusts. They had beards, proper faces. Laughing, they zipped up and went away. Badmouth Ben was out there somewhere. But Wendy felt safe in the Agapemone itself, as if Beloved radiated a protective shield. Wendy explored her own feelings, mingling guilt with excitement at her bewildering freedom. Derek would be organizing the traffic patrols, shepherding cars and vans. Karen and Susan would be in the print shop, cranking out programs. James would be bossing the stage crews, supervising roadies assembling the cliff face of amplifiers. Away from the festival, Sister Jenny would be with the postulant Hazel, seeing her through her anointment. Only she had broken the pattern. Wendy wondered whether, without her, the crafts fair was a free-for-all, stall-holders smashing each other's merchandise, getting into fistfights. More likely, though, things had gone smoothly, suggesting all her work really did not do much. Once people signed up for their stalls and plots, all they had to do was arrive with their goods and set up. They shouldn't need a traffic cop. The Agapemone wasn't like Rivendell. Ben's whispered words could hurt, but not wreck. Rivendell had been weak before Ben turned up. The Agapemone was strong. Rivendell had no beloved. Suddenly, Wendy felt an overpowering kinship with Beloved. she felt closer to him than she had since the great manifestation that had brought her into the Agapemone, since the days before Kate, Marie-Laure, Janet, Jenny, Hazel, when she was the most favored, the sister love. Her duties had been a distraction, absorbing too much attention, preventing her from concentrating on the true purpose of the Agapemone. Liberated, she felt herself back in the center. Beloved was in his rooms, she knew. She was closer to him than anyone else, perhaps 20 feet away. Wendy had been his first sister love, the first of the inner circle. She'd been among the first in the Agapemone. She took off her band and shook her hair free. Ben might find her. Today she might die, but she would have been first. When Badmouth Ben died, Rivendell broke up and the remaining members scattered. Wendy held on longer than most, not wanting to disappear immediately after the accident. She and Derek stayed for a few weeks, while her hair grew out. The police came round, more concerned with discovering exactly who Ben was, so they could notify his next of kin, than in finding out how he'd died. They thought he'd taken a turn badly, and his petrol tank had exploded. Now he was dead. Everyone realized how little they knew about Ben. No one even knew his surname, or where he'd come from. With Ben dead, Rivendell fell apart, but not before the repercussions and reprisals. Gareth Maddock and Christopher Pringle, Ben's lieutenants, unable to keep up the reign of terror, fell from power. Christopher left and never came back, but Gareth was local and had to stay around. 2 weeks after Ben's death, a couple of boys kicked some of Gareth's ribs in and dumped him on his parents' doorstep. Wendy and Derek left after that, hitching for Liverpool. While they were on the road, the summer finished, a spectacular thunderstorm putting an end to the drought. Stranded out in the open between lifts, Wendy and Derek were soaked. Wendy thought of it as a cleansing of her sins. She'd thought it would be the end of Ben, the end of her fears and guilts. She looked up at the sky, china blue above the chimneys of the house, and wondered how long they'd have to wait this summer. Eventually, the weather must break. It must rain. In her memory, the thunderstorm lasted for days, weeks. They travelled the length of the country, clothes plastered to their bodies, emptying and discarding vodka bottles, and ended up on the south coast in Brighton, where a river was running down the road to the seafront. Washed along in that stream, they reached the beach and stopped running. The only people in sight, where a week earlier there'd been thousands of sunbathers. Wendy and Derek sat down beyond the tarpaulined playground, watching the rain making orange puddles, constantly speckling the sands. They finished their last bottle and rolled it into the waves. Derek gave up eventually and huddled under the West Pier, smoking soggy cigarettes. But Wendy stayed, lying face up like a sun-worshipper, rain slapping her face, getting in her eyes, filling her mouth. She felt empty. High in the sky, she saw a vapor trail. It was a small aeroplane passing over the Agapemone. She sat down on the balcony, putting the building between her and the plane's sightline. She remembered the emptiness. Her entire life had been a matter of trying to fill the emptiness. She'd been aware of it since school. She tried to fight. First, she went against parents, teachers, friends. She tried to fill the void with disobedience. Thick lipstick, eyeshadow, short skirts, undone blouse buttons, loud music, notes to boys. Her body started getting heavier, her arms and legs chunkier. For a few months, she stood out because she had breasts and wore a bra, but then all the other girls did too. Empty again. She tried working, expending bursts of energy on essays, exams, revision, projects. Her parents and teachers approved, and her report said she'd settled down. This phase carried her through O and A levels, and got her into Essex University, reading geography. After her first term, as she came to realize what a swot and a virgin she was, she felt empty again. She found Derek in the next room at her hall of residence, surrounded by a haze of dope, listening to his Strawberry Alarm Clock and Jefferson Airplane albums, reading Castaneda and William Burroughs. She tried filling her life with Derek, then with protests, occupations, campaigns, marijuana, vodka. Her studies became at once difficult and irrelevant. Some of her friends had already dropped out. After a long, serious, mainly one-sided talk with Derek, they followed suit, handing back their documentation to their course tutors. She asked for a notice explaining their reasons for withdrawing from the university, to be put up in the common room. While children were being bombed in Cambodia, she couldn't see the value of geography. Outside, they were together, but still empty. Between university and Rivendell, there were 5 or 6 years of emptiness, wandering, drinking, doping. They tried drugs, politics, mysticism, Derek always following her lead. Rivendell had been a good idea, but it was an Eden that advertised for a snake. Rivendell under Badmouth Ben was a nightmare that had shown just how easy Wendy's previous sufferings had been. The first time he hit her, she wasn't able to believe it. After the 4th or 5th, it became routine. After Ben raped her, she didn't let Derek near her in bed. Only after Beloved's healing touch would she let her boyfriend back into her body. The ghastly thing was that with Ben she didn't feel empty. While he was alive, she had hatred, fear, the need for revenge, the need to right injustice. Oppression gives the revolutionary a purpose. Watching the bastard burn, she lost her purpose. On the beach, immediate purpose fulfilled, rain in her face, vodka fug in her head, Wendy felt, as she'd never done when Ben was fucking or battering her, that she might as well die. If she kept her mouth open, she'd drown. The rainwater would fill her lungs. Literally, she would not be empty any more. There was someone in the gallery, standing quietly in the doorway. Wendy twisted her head around to look. Beloved. Beloved found them on the beach. He loomed into her field of vision, rainwater streaming from a wide-brimmed black hat, dog collar white in the gloom, and lifted her, wiping her face with a scarf, kissing her. At once, Beloved was father, teacher, purpose. He was her savior. Derek joined them. They were unable to speak. The rain was roaring too loudly, surf thrashing the sand. Beloved radiated his own warmth. Empty. Wendy knew Beloved would fill her. She realized why she'd been emptied, why Ben had been sent to destroy her old life. She had to begin anew with Beloved, start from nothing, grow from a baby again. Apparently, Beloved had a vision, and ventured out into the storm, knowing he must find someone who'd be the heart of the community that was already beginning to form. He wore a long coat and elastic-sided boots, shiny with rain. Immediately, Wendy recognized him for an angel. Later, Wendy learned about Beloved. By then, he had broken with the church. He was living in a tiny, deconsecrated chapel with Mick Barlow and a few others. He had renamed the place the Adullam, after the biblical cave in which the unfortunate, the outcast, and the desperate took shelter at David's summons. The rain drumbeat the roof, streaming in and running down the walls. The pews had been taken out, and most of the windows were broken and boarded over. But there were mismatched cots and chairs for furniture. It was even more primitive than Rivendell, but the feeling of community was unmistakable. Mick, not yet the composed second-in-command, was totally devoted to Beloved. Beloved fed Wendy and Derek, gave them shelter. After a meal of hot soup and bread, he preached. I am come into my garden, my sister, my spouse. I have gathered my myrrh with my spice. I have eaten my honeycomb with my honey. I have drunk my wine with my milk. He added footnotes, whose meaning would only become clear with time. Thus has the Son of Man manifested himself among us, with eyes like a flame of fire. She was captivated. At last she felt this was it, that her emptiness was cured, gone, forgotten. In his eyes Wendy saw the Spirit of the Lord. She found her faith and vocation. Then, in that damp and old-smelling chapel, while lightning struck the sea outside and thunder rattled the walls to the foundations, there came the great manifestation. Taken to the altar, Wendy hailed Beloved fiercely as the Spirit moved within her. He prayed for her. Though your sins be as scarlet, they shall be white as snow. He knew, she realized, and felt love washing over her like rain, cleansing the blood. He forgave her with a kiss. Apparently she spoke in tongues and had to be restrained. She only remembered a white heat of revelation. When the night was over, she was the first sister of the Agapemone, the first sister love. The Agapemone existed before Beloved bought the manor house. It was a community, not stone walls and a roof, and she was in at its birth. Derek followed her, and others. The unfortunate, the outcast, the desperate. The idyllum became crowded, a joyous place, even when it was so cold you had to wear gloves to bed. Beloved found more brethren. The owners of the site called them squatters and kept trying to shift them. The idyllum was condemned, a mini-market due to be built where it stood. Beloved claimed faith kept a roof over their heads, even if it did tend to drop off in bits. Eventually they were scattered in flats and houses all around town, a skeleton complement left in the idyllum to keep occupancy. Beloved planned an exodus. He announced that the Agapemone would find suitable premises. Everyone contributed whatever they had, whatever they could. Some apostates left rather than part with their worldly goods, but most gladly gave all. Bequests arrived from Beloved's former parishioners in Leeds, from mysterious but doubtless devout well-wishers, from a few elderly ladies in Hove to whom Beloved had been a comfort in their last days. The Agapemone became temporally as well as spiritually wealthy. He was more earthly in those days, taking part in the practical organization of the community. With Mick and Wendy, he set out to find and purchase a home, finally coming upon Alder and declaring the manor house predestined to be the site. Wendy remembered Beloved wandering into these woods after first looking over the property, and coming across a clearing, barren and shingly, where he took a deep breath and went into a trance. She had to support her saviour and let him gently down. Eventually he awoke, and the business was decided. "This shall be our Canaan," he told them. Since then, his trances were more frequent. Once installed in the manor house, the Agapemone ran smoothly. "This one man, myself, has Jesus Christ selected and appointed his witness to his counsel and purpose," Beloved preached, "to conclude the day of grace and to introduce the day of judgment, to close the dispensation of the Spirit and to enter into covenant with the flesh." The great manifestation became a regular occurrence. The ranks of the faithful swelled. For a while, for over 10 years, the Agapemone had been a paradise for Wendy. Then, Badmouth Ben came back. Wendy stood up and stepped into the gallery. "Beloved," she said, spreading her arms. He looked at her with compassion, understanding, and sorrow. "We share love," she said. "Love," he agreed. He had not apparently aged in over 15 years. She imagined a hat on his head, water pouring out of the halo-sized brim. She heard the steady beat of rain on sand, the whoosh of surf, the calling of seabirds. "Beloved!" She stepped towards him. He did not move. "My lord, but Beloved was a handsome man." Water coursed down the walls, discolouring the plaster. Wendy looked up. Water was flowing across the ceiling, gathering at the beams and falling floorwards. She took another step, but got no nearer Beloved. The gallery was stretching. Beloved was yards further away. She walked, ran. The walls cracked as the gallery became a corridor. Lumps of plaster fell from boards. Doors flowered like fungus and lolled open. Beloved! She ran hard, heavy pain in her heart. There was water in her eyes, and she couldn't see him clearly. She rubbed her face, wiping away water to no purpose. Shapes came through the doors. Water ran cruelly against her ankles. Her shoes were filled, her feet heavy. It was difficult pulling her feet out of the icy stream and putting them down again. She tripped and fell, shoulder first, into the running river. There was carpet under the water, squelchy and loose. Beloved stood, miles away, still. A filthy seagull, wings edged with oily muck, dove at her, beak thudding against her skull. It bounced away, wings back-pedaling against the wind and rain, and lurched upwards. The bird had stabbed her scalp, and there was blood in the water pouring from her hair. Beloved! There were people standing over her. Someone stepped between her and Beloved. A girl, thin, with a fringed jacket, long tangled dark hair and shining eyes. Alison Conway. Wendy took hold of the girl's legs and pulled herself to her feet. She turned and saw 3, maybe 4 young people. The nearest was the thick-faced lout James had fired from the car park crew, Terry Gilpin. He shot a fist into her stomach and put his weight behind it. She lost her wind and bent double. Terry looked around to his friends for approval, grunting a laugh. One of them was wearing a soaked Panama hat and looking out of his depth. The other was a girl with a tall hairstyle, a skeleton draped with a black spiderweb shawl, chains around her neck and waist. Alison put an arm around Wendy's shoulder and pulled her up. "This the one, Ben?" Alison asked. The familiar figure pushed its way through the rain, elbowing aside Terry and the others. Water pooled in Badmouth Ben's sunken eye sockets, running down deep grooves where his cheeks had been. Ben nodded. "Sheep," he said, chilling her. She twisted her neck, looking for Beloved. She could see the far door of the gallery, but there was only darkness. "Sheep," Ben repeated, spitting the word out with difficulty through his mess of a mouth. He put his bone-and-scrap hand on her throat, not squeezing but kneading, and ripped downwards, tearing at her blouse. Buttons scattered, and his ragged nails scored her skin. Terry sniggered at her jelly-mowed breasts, but Alison shut him up with a slap and said, "This is serious." Panama Hat bit his lip and reached out. He pinched Wendy, taking a handful of loose skin from her ribs and pressing it tight between his fingers. It was an experimental cruelty. He laughed in relief as he let go, finally believing he'd done it and nothing had happened to him. "Happy now?" Alison asked. Panama Hat nodded and shrugged at the same time. Then he stepped away, deferring to Ben. His patchy flesh shriveled onto his skull, bones soot-blackened. Wendy saw through the ragged skin, saw how the jaw-bones locked together, how the shrunken muscles worked. Ben took a huge knife from a sheath on his belt, balanced it in his hand in front of Wendy's face, and then shook his head, rejecting it. He tossed it away. The taller girl unbuckled some of the thongs at her waist and thigh, and pulled a 9-inch stiletto out of its sheath. She handed it to Ben like a nurse passing a scalpel to a neurosurgeon. "Fuck," Ben said, tongue running between his black teeth, wet knife sparkling in the rain. "Fuck, kill, eat, where?" Wendy shut her eyes and prayed. Chapter 12. Paul was on the main road again, without really knowing why. That was a lie. He knew why. Hazel. But he hadn't found the Mohican kid on his last expedition, and didn't want to set out seriously after Hazel, just in case he failed this time too. The Agapemone sat quiet and calm on its hill. Hazel must be there. In Jago's clutches? It was hard not to think of it like that. Clutches. Would she be more annoyed with him if he barged in there like Eliot Ness and hauled her out? Or would she feel rescued? As it too often was with Hazel, he was in a no-win situation. Ben's voice had stirred up in him the stomach-twisting panic he felt when the Martian war machine loomed out of the woods. It had been the same phenomenon, something totally unnatural, like the fish on the bush. It was nearly evening. The sun was not down, but the skies to the west were shading orange. The flow of traffic slowed. The people who'd arrived today were settled, and the road was passable again. The main road, with pavement on only one side most of the way through the village, was as thick with pedestrians as Oxford Street in December. Paul ambled towards the Agapemone, trying to feel casual. When the sun set, would the Martians come out? The garden of the Valiant Soldier was thronged. The general feeling was of a lot of people standing around waiting for something to happen. "Weather's about to change," someone nearby said. "Storm coming." The doomsayer was shouted down. If it rained now, farmers would sacrifice firstborn children in gratitude. And the festival would be a washout, with probably the beginnings of a cholera epidemic thrown in. A monk-hooded young man with Buddy Holly glasses and Doc Marten boots sat on the wall by the garden, picking at an acoustic guitar, baseball cap out for small change. He was singing a strange sort of revivalist hymn. "Don't you mess round with the Moonies, send your guru back to Tibet. Ignore those orange-clad loonies. My new religion is the best you can get. I'm renting holiday villas hereafter, self-catered cabins in the clouds, holiday villas hereafter. Book early, and you miss the crowds. I'm selling front-row stalls in heaven, at a price you can afford. Front-row stalls in heaven, plus a dinner date with the Lord." The kid scooped up enough to buy a half of bitter. Obviously, he wasn't a candidate for the Agapemone. Paul wondered whether the bulk of the crowd felt the same way. There must be plenty of people only here for the beer, the music, the laughs. But Jago sat up on the hill and got something out of it. Paul didn't doubt that. Front-row stalls in heaven. Was that what the brethren were trying to sell Hazel? Most cults ran on fundraising scams, with tin-rattling foot soldiers required to turn over worldly goods to the master. If that was the deal, the Agapemone was in for a disappointment. As a part-time student, Hazel was even poorer than he was. Of course, they might not just want money. A tall, pretty young woman in a light blue dress walked by. She wore a pectoral cross. There was no mistaking her. The sister of the Agapemone looked like a cross between a nun and an air hostess. "That's not a convent," someone muttered. "That's a harem." The girl turned. Paul thought she might be annoyed, but she laughed and flounced her dress. "Miss," he called. "Sister." She turned. Yes. He had to ask a straight question. "Have you seen my girlfriend, Hazel? Hazel Chapelet? She went to the Agapemone today." She looked at him, weight on one leg. People made comments, but she ignored them. Looking as she did, she must have had practice. "Sister Janet. Sister Janet, have you seen Hazel? Brownish hair, eyes, not tall, overlapped front teeth." The sister gave it thought, so much so that Paul thought she was stringing him along, imagining this an elaborate pickup. "No," Janet said. "I don't think I've ever met anyone like that. Holly, you say?" "Hazel." "Hazel? Nice name, natural. Aren't you the man who had the fire last night?" "Yes." "Lucky escape. The whole county could have burned. No wonder your girlfriend has bolted." He was about to tell Janet she didn't understand, but the girl wandered off, whistles following her, walking towards the Agapemone. He followed her for a few steps, but something grabbed his leg. "Mister?" He was a small boy, with a grazed knees and a dusty face. "Mister?" The child looked up at him, just wanting someone to pay him attention. "Have you lost your parents?" The boy wasn't sure, and chewed his thumbnail. "Well?" "No." "That's all right, then." "I've run away," he said solemnly. "My name is Jeremy." Paul had the impression he was on the edge of a precipice, toes nudging air, looking down, feeling the ground crumble. "I'm Paul." "I've seen you. You're at the pottery." "That's right. Do you know the girl who lives with me?" Jeremy nodded. "Have you seen her?" Jeremy shook his head. "It'll get dark soon," the boy said, "and the dwarf will come out." "The dwarf?" "Dopey." "Why have you run away?" "Daddy's penis got funny." Paul didn't need this extra shit. He didn't even like children much. They were beneath reason, and he wasn't sure how to handle that. Kids made him uncomfortable, self-conscious. Daddy tried to hurt me with his penis. "What?" "Jeremy," Paul said, dropping to a crouch, looking the child in the eye. "Do you know what you're saying?" Jeremy nodded. "You're not making up stories?" Jeremy shook his head. Paul could never tell if children were lying. There was a difference between what was true and what they believed. "Have you told your mother, your mummy?" "Daddy hurt her with his penis, and she grew ivy in her hair." There must be some weird explanation. Maybe a leftover flower child had dropped acid into Jeremy's Tizer. From what he understood about child abuse, kids who suffered were more likely to lie and claim that it hadn't happened than tell total strangers about it. Jeremy was probably one of those kids who made things up. The story sounded made up. "Daddy and the evil dwarf are ganging up on me." "Where do you live?" "Baskel Farm." "Are you lost?" "No." "Do you want to go home?" "No." Jeremy insisted. "Daddy's there." Paul looked around, trying to find someone in authority he could pass the child on to. He had his own problems. Why had Jeremy picked him out? His tooth stabbed pains into his jaw. There were people around, but none of them looked like a social worker or a policeman. "Daddy put his hand through Jethro and stuck his fingers out his bum." "You're making up stories, aren't you?" Jeremy shook his head violently. "No," he said, eyes screwing up. "I told you." Paul was losing patience. He always did with children. Their logic was so far beyond him, their demands so insistent. "What do you want me to do?" he asked. Jeremy didn't know, really. He wiped his eyes and gave Paul up as a bad job. He walked away, slowly. Chapter 13. "Jesus fuck," said Mike Toad, swallowing to keep from vomiting. "Jesus fuck." Allison laid a hand on the boy's cheek, leaving bloody fingerprints. "Calm," she said. "You're no use if you panic." "No use," Badmouth Ben growled. The Toad was shaking, but got himself under control. Only Allison had known how far Ben would take the sheep worrying. She'd been prepared. It wasn't any different from watching her father killing a ewe. Ben did most of the hard work. Allison was mainly there to keep the others from bolting. Terry was excited as Ben fucked the fat woman, knife to her throat to stop her crying, but Allison knew he could lose interest afterwards. He'd have to be watched closely. Pam's sister Jazz was a cool case. She popped tablets under her nose and paid attention like a good student, doing what she was told. Only the Toad showed up gutless. The woman's eyes went empty while Ben was sticking it into her. After the first few blows, she had become compliant. Now she went along with Ben. It wasn't even hurting her anymore. This wasn't about pain. This was about sacrifice. This wasn't about Wendy. It was about Ben's army. She turned herself over, presenting her arse to him, and she lifted her hair away from the back of her neck so he could put Jazz's stiletto point between her hackles. "Fuck," Ben said. "Fuck, fuck, fuck." With every thrust of his skinny, flame-etched hips, Ben grunted fuck, repeating it until the word lost any specific meaning. Wendy gritted her teeth and tried not to make a sound. But as Ben ground into her, blood slicking between their bodies, she let out an involuntary "bah!" like a real ewe. It took Ben a long time to finish. This wasn't for pleasure. This was for power. Allison had Terry and Jazz hold Wendy's arms, more to stop her collapsing than to prevent her from hurting Ben. Mike Toad she let off and told to watch the door. The Agapemone wasn't quite empty, but they shouldn't be disturbed. Finally, Ben pulled out of the U. He picked up the rag of her skirt and wiped himself, cleaning off her blood and slime. He had punctured her inside and she was bleeding. "Terry," he said, "you can have a go now if you want." Terry looked at Wendy's blank face and bruised body and spat. He shook his head. "Don't say you weren't given the chance." Ben pulled up his cycle trousers and buttoned his fly. He was relaxed, tongue curled behind his teeth. It was Allison's job to stay cool. Wendy didn't try to cover herself. "Ba, ba, shorn sheep, are you feeling cold?" Allison sang. Ben gave Jazz her stiletto back, and the girl crouched by Wendy, leotard stretching. She stuck the tip of her knife into the woman's belly and scratched, just cutting the skin, prodding the flesh beneath. Wendy's stomach muscles went tight under their upholstery, and she half sat, jaws clenched with hurt. Jazz had got through to her, woken her up again. "She should know what's happening," the girl told Allison. Pam's sister was really into sacrifice, but was perhaps too show-offy. It might all be a pose, a studied, forced thing, not a natural instinct. She licked blood from her blade and pushed Wendy's head back, cracking it against the floor. She dipped her forefinger-nail in the spreading smear of blood and dabbed it in the hollow of her throat like a spot of perfume. Mike Toad, determined, turned around and ran over. He launched a vicious kick into Wendy's side, dislodging a shout from her. "There!" the Toad said. "See? There! I can do it! See?" He was hyped up, jumping with excitement. He kicked the woman again, in one thigh, and picked up his foot to stamp on her face. Allison pulled him away. "Don't spoil her," she said, pushing him back towards the door. Ben had wandered off towards the balcony. He came back and pressed his teeth to Allison's cheek, a lipless kiss. "Kill," he said. Allison was proud she'd been chosen. This was the most difficult part of the ritual. Jazz offered her knife, but Allison had her own methods. She rolled her jeans leg up to the knee and slipped the rubber band off her cheese wire. Her foot tingled as she unwound the weapon. It had been too large for cats. Perhaps she had always known its true purpose. Making fists around the corks, she thread cutting wire between her fore and long fingers, then snapped it tight. She had 3 feet of thin steel between her hands, edge as sharp and minutely serrated as a blade of pampas grass. "Lift her head," she told Terry. He took hold of Wendy and got his fingers tangled in her hair. She let out a quiet yelp. "Careful," she said. "You're hurting her." Jazz brushed the clumsy man aside and took over, carefully bunching Wendy's hair and holding it to one side. The ewe coughed and dribbled blood. "Kill," Ben said. "Quickly." Allison didn't need to be told again. She put her knee on Wendy's chest and slipped the wire under her neck. Jazz helped. She made a loop and noosed it loosely around the woman's throat. Jazz let go, and Wendy's head lolled, neck held off the floor by the wire. Allison gripped the corks like the handles of a chest expander. She looked into Wendy's face, wondering if this was an important moment for them all. "Goodbye, lambkin," she said. Then she pulled. The wire bit into Wendy's fat neck, and Alison felt her thrashing under her knee. Jazz and Terry had her arms again. Skin parted and wire sank in. Alison felt the noose slicking against corded muscles and held fast. Wendy's eyes opened wide and her mouth puckered tight, tongue forcing her lips apart. Alison kept the noose taut until her upper arms ached. "Done," Jazz said. Alison relaxed, and Wendy's head fell, slapping polished herringbone tiles. It was over for her. Alison picked the wire out of Wendy's neck and avoided the gush of a severed vein. Terry got blood over his jeans. His face was changing shape, hairline creeping down towards the midpoint of his ridge of eyebrow, chin jutting, nose receding. Alison looked at Wendy's dead marble eyes. The woman was gone. Her part in the sacrifice was complete. "Eat," Ben said. "All of you, eat." This was the most important part, also the trickiest. No one knew where to start. Finally, Jazz began. She pinched Wendy's ear and put her stiletto to it. The blade sliced easily at first, but got stuck on gristle. She had to saw to get the morsel, the lobe and half the lower ear, free. Taking a deep breath, Jazz popped the lump into her mouth and began chewing. The raw meat obviously wasn't appetizing, but she kept at it. After too little chewing, she swallowed it down, besting a choke, and grinned, blood between her teeth. "Delicious," she said, not meaning it. Watching, Terry had been psyching himself up. His bum fluff was heavy and dark, stiff beard creeping up his cheeks. His pointed ears were slipping back and up. His lower jaw was sliding forwards, lips dislocated by swollen teeth. He held Wendy's floppy arm like a joint of meat and salivated on it, making animal noises as he rocked his head. With an instantly stifled howl, he sank a mouthful of sharp teeth into the flesh of Wendy's arm. He worried at it like a dog and tore a hunk free, gulping it down. He left a messy patch, edges ragged. The bulging tissue must be fat, Alison thought, the stretched, rubbery stuff, muscle. Terry dropped the arm and scurried away, using his hands and feet like a toddler into a corner. He had a strip of meat in his mouth and chewed steadily. "Mike," Alison said, "over here." The toad tiptoed across the gallery, clothes still wet from the soaking. "You bought into the game," she said. "Now you have to play." He looked from face to face. "Shit or get off the pot, funny man," Jazz said. He didn't want to touch the dead body, but had no choice. Closing his eyes tight, Mike Toad picked up the ravaged arm and fastened his mouth over the wound Terry had made. He sucked noisily, and some blood trickled out. He let go and chewed. He had not bitten off much, just a strip of skin, really, but he'd bitten off something and got it into his stomach. Even if he spent the rest of the night puking, that counted for something. Excited at getting it over with, the toad laughed and shook. It was Alison's turn. Used to raw meat, she still borrowed Jazz's knife. She cut herself a steak from the thigh and kneaded with her fingers, squeezing out the juice. "Stop playing with your food," Mike said, smug confidence creeping back. "There are people in India starving." Alison bit off a corner of her steak. The meat had to be thoroughly chewed before she could get it down. Wendy didn't taste like anything special. She gave half her portion to Ben, and he wolfed it hungrily. "What now?" Jazz asked. Ben took the stiletto from Alison and drew a line with it from the red ring around Wendy's neck to her bulging navel. "Where?" he said. "Fuck. Kill. Eat. Where?" Meticulously, with deft movements, Ben began to loosen the skin from Wendy's upper body, lifting it free of red flesh. Alison was still chewing her meat. Now Wendy was dead, Ben looked thin, scarecrow-framed, as if the fat woman had been keeping him going. He'd told Alison he could only stay if people believed in him. Ben laid Wendy's ribs bare, pulling back the skin of her chest like the flaps of a jacket. Alison put her hand on Ben's shoulder, feeling pride in his workmanship, pride in the beginnings of their army. Even with Wendy gone, she would believe in him. Interlude 4. "Tell Vicar what you told me, Joanne," Mrs. Critchley ordered her red-nosed daughter, gloved hand twitching in readiness for a good smack around the ear. Joanne had been crying recently, but had stopped now, even if she did have to keep snuffling her nose into a tiny hanky. She obviously didn't want to repeat whatever it was she'd told her mother. Jack Booth looked at his curate and mentally shrugged, knowing Tony would get the message. When the young man had arrived in the parish, Jack had joked at the Rotary with Johnny Collins that Tony was the image of Newt, the chinless church functionary in the television program All Gas and Gaiters. Johnny had, a little unkindly, come back by suggesting that Booth himself bore a resemblance to Newt's wine-bibbing superior. Since then, Tony had wiped away the joke by proving himself unfashionably tireless as a soldier of the church. Johnny was constantly plotting, only half in jest, to poach the young man to replace his own curate, who was more interested in rugby football than parish work. A sliver of late-afternoon gold leaked through the window, lining Tony up against the wall, as if he were caught in the reflection of a column of fire. The rest of the room was getting a bit dim. Before Booth needed to say anything, Tony quietly turned on the lights. "There," Booth said. "That's better." Booth hoped this silly meeting would be over with quickly. He wanted to watch Malcolm Muggeridge on BBC Two. He was giving an interview about the youth problem. Booth thought that would be amusing, probably relevant to this current nuisance. Tony stood by the cocktail cabinet, gently tapping a decanter with a fingernail. The lad had all the bright ideas. "Sherry, Mrs. Critchley?" The woman looked at him, lips pursed. After a pause, she nodded. "Thank you, Vicar." Tony had a glass ready. "Not from him," Mrs. Critchley said, biting down hard on the pronoun. "I'd as soon take poison." Booth noticed Joanne surreptitiously shooting a look at Tony, then quickly casting her eyes down. Tony filled a glass anyway, and held it near Mrs. Critchley, tempting. This was absurd. Booth couldn't believe that with man practically on the moon, and the pill on prescription, mothers were still accusing clergymen of ruining their daughters. The trick had been passing out of use when he'd been a curate, and that had been back when the people of Leeds were packing their men off to invade Normandy. He felt like telling Mrs. Critchley to pull the other one. The woman finally overcame her distaste and snatched the sherry out of Tony's hand. "Joanne," Mrs. Critchley said, whining. "Tell Vicar." The girl shook her head. "Not with him in the room," Mrs. Critchley said, indicating Tony with her sharp eyes. Joanne still shook her head. Booth was sure the girl was frightened and desperate because of her mother's threats, not because of anything else that might or might not have happened to her. The obvious had been ruled out. Booth had talked in confidence with the girl's doctor, a Rotarian. He confirmed that Joanne, who'd been brought to see him a few days ago, was, although not precisely Virgo intacta, certainly not due for a blessed event. And while her lack of strict virtue might be regrettable, it was not, in this day, really a concern for Jack Booth. Besides, he doubted that Mrs. Critchley, when she was Margie Cox in 1943, and our brave boys were about to go overseas, had been all that different. "Joanne," Tony said, "what is it? You know you can talk to me." Tony was a willowy youth of 26, with hair down to his dog collar and sideburns the bishop disapproved of. He'd been bringing in a younger set to the church. Working in the youth club and on the rec committee, he had had a remarkable success in his attempts to win back the children of the parish from the Rolling Stones or Manfred Mann, or whoever might be this week's instrument of the devil. Johnny said the curate had youth appeal, whatever that was. Tony had been pulling in children like Joanne Critchley, involving them in the works of the parish in a way Booth had quite given up on. The lad might have funny ideas, including a love of high church ceremony that tended alarmingly towards popery, but he'd learn. Booth consistently sang his curate's praises. When he came to retire, he hoped Tony would be available to take over the reins. The lad was such a bright spark, he'd surely be given a parish of his own within a few years. "Tell them, Joanne," Mrs. Critchley said, drawing out each word. A regular churchgoer, she was just a little too devout, a touch more willing to wield the rod than to use the caress. A good woman, no doubt of that, but unconvincing. She wanted her daughter to atone for her own sins, rather than make her separate peace with God. Joanne wasn't a pretty girl, but would, in time, have a few years of being oddly attractive. She had large blue eyes behind national health specs, a tiny freckled nose and a gap between her front teeth. She wore a short dress, which alternated yellow, pink, and orange like a three-flavoured ice lolly. She had been in the youth club a year or so. Johnny and Booth called the organisation Tony's Fan Club, remarking on the number of dreamy girls the curate always had trailing around after him, sighing and swooning. They wrote his name in exercise books, embellished with coloured hearts. He was all rather sweet. Tony knelt down by Joanne and held her hand. The girl looked up, and a fragile smile erupted. Booth saw the gap in her teeth. Mrs. Critchley had one too. "Joanne," Tony said, "is there anything you want to say?" Joanne shook her head and smiled. "Boyfriend trouble? How's Robbie?" "Gone," she said. Booth was impressed by his curate's knack of talking to teenagers. "Is that a problem?" "No," Joanne said, really smiling. "I chucked him. He were a Burke." Tony laughed, and Joanne attempted a giggle. "And home?" he asked quietly, as if Mrs. Critchley weren't there. "All right, I suppose," Joanne said, shrugging. Booth looked at Mrs. Critchley, and saw a woman who wasn't satisfied but had no choice. "Ma'am," Joanne said, "I take it back. Sorry, it were lies." Mrs. Critchley was more annoyed at being made to look foolish than she'd been at the imagined trespass. "It was lies," she said. "You've had enough school to know that. Was, not were." "Actually," Booth said, "I think you'll find the correct form would be they were lies, or it was a lie, but I don't think it matters. Spoken dialect and written English have always differed, and I understand Joanne is a good student." He had talked with her headmaster, another Rotarian also. No one could say Booth did not do his homework. "Will we be seeing you at the club?" Tony was using his sparkling eyes on the girl now. It was a real Charles Boyer look, and Booth envied the young man its effect. "I hope so," Joanne said, eyes sideways towards her mother. If Tony had been so inclined, Booth was sure he could have lent meat to Joanne's stories. It was not the first time this phenomenon had come about, and it must be a source of embarrassment to the young man. Teenaged girls dream, and sometimes believe their dreams. Just now, too many of the girls, indeed some of the women of the parish, dreamed a sight too much of Tony Jago and his sparkling eyes and silky southern voice. Next to him, most of the local youths looked like apes. The sooner Tony got married, the better it would be for himself and for the whole parish. "Mrs. Critchley," Tony said. "Margaret, isn't it?" He shone his face at Joanne's mother. I'm sure Joanne meant no harm, really." Joanne nodded. Mrs. Critchley held out for a moment, but crumpled. Tony's magic had worked again. Her frown melted and reformed as a girlish smile. She looked a lot like her daughter when she smiled. She even still had the traces of freckles. Tony, Joanne, and Mrs. Critchley stood up simultaneously. Mrs. Critchley gulped the last of her sherry and mumbled goodbyes. Dragging her daughter, she left. Joanne let herself be dragged, but looked at Tony with her big eyes until the door shut over her face. "Another conquest, eh?" Booth laughed. The curate shook his head a little sadly. "Think of it as a compliment, Tony. You've obviously got star quality."